Moonlight curved gently along the riverbank that night. A man came knocking at the manor gate. He had long ears and an otherworldly, striking face, as if he did not belong to this world at all. Calmly, he announced that he wished to stay the night as a guest and would offer his medical skills in return. He asked to see the master of the manor. The gatekeeper hesitated. The man carried a faint scent of fresh leaves, and his mysterious presence made it impossible to treat him with anything less than respect. He was soon led inside. By coincidence, the manor's owner had just welcomed a newborn child. Hearing that the guest claimed knowledge of medicine, he invited the man to examine the baby. The man cradled the infant in his arms, his gaze sharp and unblinking. After a long silence, he spoke. "This child will struggle to live past 20. That is his fate." The owner's face drained of color. "Are you saying he will die young?" "His mother passed away giving birth to him." "Is this divine punishment?" The man frowned, clearly displeased. "Is that a question fit for a physician? Even in such a backward place, one should know better." "Then tell me," the owner said stiffly, forcing himself to remain calm. "What condition does he have? You are still a father, at least." The man exhaled slowly. "I have never seen such severe blockage at the Biwi acupoint. It is as if the crown of his skull is completely open." 19 severed veins, the owner asked hesitantly. "I've heard it's a condition where the blood points harden and lead to death." "You are not entirely ignorant." The man nodded once. "But this child's case is different. His crown acupoint is excessively open. Vital energy will flood in unchecked, and it will kill him. This condition is commonly called ascension." "Ascension?" The owner froze. "Isn't that the state where great Taoists ascend to the heavens? Do you truly believe such tales?" The man brushed his long ears and continued calmly. "You may have heard that some supreme martial artists cultivate the upper dantian within the head. Drunk on the descent of natural energy, they eventually lose control and cross the Sanzu River. That is what ascension truly is. The legends merely twisted the truth." "So, it is still divine punishment," the owner murmured. "What a pitiful man," the stranger scoffed. "And you dare call yourself a father?" The manor's owner abruptly stood, his anger finally breaking through. He pointed at the man. "I've heard enough. You claim knowledge of the martial world, but what is your background? No matter how lofty your origins, your words are deeply offensive." "My background?" The man laughed softly. "You dare question it? Even if your ancestors stood before me." Before he could finish, the stranger was forcibly driven out of the manor. Their exchange ended at the gates. Outside, the man shook his head, his expression tinged with regret. If this child had grown up in the demonic sect, he would have become a heavenly demon. If he were raised in Shaolin, the 72 arts would have doubled in his hands. But born in such a humble place, rejected by all, he will die young, with no path to survival. He turned and walked away beneath the moonlight. "Unless," he muttered softly, "he awakens on his own, then perhaps." Jeong Yeon-shin moved like a machine, sitting and rising again and again with a massive timber strapped to his back. Each time he stood, the muscles along his shoulders and spine tightened into clean, hard lines. When his legs began to tremble, he dropped into a deep horse stance instead, holding it until the burn spread through his thighs. He was 15 this year. The Jeong family's third son in Hanam. "Young master, it's time for dinner." A servant called from the entrance of the training ground. The thick-browed boy didn't answer. 10 more. Only after he finished the last repetition did he lower the wooden pillar, grab the shirt he'd tossed aside, and pull it on in a hurry. He wasn't broad-shouldered or tall, but his body was packed tight, the kind of solid that looked like it would hurt to punch. Even he sometimes found it strange. The Jeong family martial arts are completely settled now. What he practiced wasn't the usual quiet method of sitting cross-legged and drawing in natural energy. He'd thrown out the family's stagnant routine, that endless breathe and endure training that never went anywhere. He dismantled it piece by piece, then rebuilt it into something that gathered energy while the body moved. Since childhood, he had been able to sense and guide inner energy too easily. And the acupuncture points that carried it through his body were tougher and more elastic than any ordinary person's. Once, long ago, he'd thought his half-siblings were still family. He even suggested they try his method. Their replies had been cold and sensible in the cruel way truth often is. "You created a martial art?" If we suffer chi deviation and die, will you take responsibility? Do you really think you have the talent of a grandmaster? He remembered the laughter in their voices. The way their mockery wasn't exaggerated, just genuine. So he stopped talking about it. He stopped creating anything. That day, it wasn't only his father's indifference that cut him. His siblings hurt him too. Worse, they were right. Grandmaster. In Kangho, that word didn't mean a skilled fighter. It meant a creator. A founder. Someone whose art could become a sex route. People spoke of Zhang Sanfeng and Wudong, Bodhidharma and Shaolin, the founders of the 9 great sects. In the martial world, those names weren't just respected. They were untouchable. It was a ridiculous dream to compare himself to that. Yeon-shin had never called himself a grandmaster. He didn't even care about making a name. He only wanted people to be healthy, to live. Still, he kept practicing alone. Maybe, somewhere inside, he wanted to prove something. The results were undeniable. Wherever a sword form demanded strength, those muscles grew denser. Wherever a stance tested balance, his body answered faster. His martial power compressed him from the inside out until he ended up like this, all hard lines and quiet control. I've done it. He was sure now. The Jeong family dynamic training he'd roughly named had reached its limit. No matter how he pushed, his body wouldn't become stronger through this alone anymore. Unless he was simply a frog trapped in Hanam, mistaking a small sky for the whole world. Young master. I'm coming. He answered at last, casual enough, though he understood the servant's urgency. The Jeong family head was strict, the kind of patriarch who ruled by tone and silence. And Yeon-shin's mother, the third wife, had died giving birth to him. This era loved superstition. Rural places loved it more. A child born at the price of a mother's life was never welcomed. Not by servants. Not by wives. Not even by the family head. Yeon-shin walked as if it didn't matter. No blood relative here cared for him, so he'd naturally poured everything into martial arts. He didn't dream of glory in Kangho. He didn't crave fame. He simply liked going deeper, fixing what was wrong, understanding what others accepted without thought. Passing the guest quarters, he heard children chanting their texts. Recite Chapter 1, Verse 4 of the Grand Compendium of Ming. From the gates of heaven, long-eared and short-statured comrades returned, vanquishing the wicked Yuan and establishing the Ming with Taizu. Chapter 1, Verse 8. The great demon pursued the comrades, but timely closed the gates and annihilated them. Yeon-shin's lips twitched. He'd heard those lines before. He walked past with a quiet chuckle. You're late, foolish boy. The moment he stepped into the dining hall, his eldest half-brother greeted him with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Yeon-shin's chest tightened when he caught that thin-eyed glance sliding over him, weighing him like meat. It's been a while, brother. If you're late, sit down quickly. Jeong Yeon-shin scoffed and gestured. Yeon-shin nodded and took the lowest seat at the long table. At the head sat the family head, with the senior lady and the second wife beside him. Below them were Yeon-shin and his wife, their daughter, and Yeon-shin's fifth sister. It was strange, in theory, that a younger child sat higher than him. But in this manner, he'd been a direct descendant in name only for a long time. The family head's indifference, the senior lady's insistence, the second wife's agreement, it all stacked neatly against him. Honestly, it's comfortable. No duties. No expectations. Good food. All his time for training. They must be thrilled. The family head smiled and turned his gaze toward the second son, the one with the square jaw. It was a farewell banquet. The second brother was leaving to be trained by Jeongnan sect masters. Jeongnan was no small sect. In Shaanxi, it stood like a kingdom. One of the 9 great sects, rivaling Mount Hua itself. To be accepted as their disciple was an honor that could reshape an entire family's fate. Even with famine spreading across the land, tonight's feast overflowed. When the family head raised his cup, everyone followed. Since the day my ancestor, disciple of the Jeongnan swordmaster, founded our family, I have devoted my life to restoring our clan. Had I wished to chase fame, I too could have inherited Jeongnan techniques. But how could I abandon my family's business? I am deeply pleased that my son now walks my ancestors' path and climbs Jeongnan Mountain. It is truly a joyous occasion. Congratulations, brother. Praise swelled around him like smoke. The family head drank it in. In Kangho, People liked to say it was better to be the head of a snake than the tail of a dragon. And in this prefecture, the Jeong family wasn't a tail. They were the law, the landlords, the ones whose word carried weight like a magistrate's. Yeon-shin ate quietly. Even if I joined Jeongnan, I'd probably end up polishing the elders' memorial tablets. The chatter turned into bragging. Given Jeongnan's current strength, wouldn't you say they surpass Mount Hua by half? Indeed. New talents have risen. Did you hear? In the Shangxi competition, the Azure Sword Dragon beheaded the demonic sect leader in Guangzhou. The Plum Blossom swords are famous, but they can't compare to the dragon's chief disciple. His second brother spoke, as if he already belonged there. Yeon-shin reached for a pancake, then paused. The family head was staring at him. Should I have flattered too? Slowly, the patriarch spoke. I hear you spend all day in the training hall. How goes your progress with the Jeong Divine Sword? Yeon-shin straightened and lowered his voice. The principles are difficult for me to grasp. I've made little progress. I am ashamed. The Jeong Divine Sword was the family's proud name for its secret art. In truth, it was a simplified sword method built from a shallow understanding of the first half of Jeongnan's 36 swords. Secular branches did this often, carving their own legacy out of scraps. Technically, it was theft. Officially, it could be punished with extermination. In reality, as long as donations flowed upward, the main sect looked the other way. Wealth ingrained for them, protection, and a borrowed name for the branch. That's why I focused even harder on dynamic training. Because the sword work was full of holes. Once you saw the nonsense, it was hard to pretend you hadn't. The family head clicked his tongue. Your elder brothers aim for great achievement. Your diligence is noted, so I won't press further. But reflect on whether you are truly working in that training hall. I will keep it in mind. Yeon-shin bowed, waited until his father looked away, then returned to eating. He didn't bother reading his siblings' faces. Looking only hurts. He bit into a crisp piece of southern fried chicken and half listened as the adults spoke. The demonic sex movements in Guangzhou are troubling, Chief Steward. Indeed, family head. Is our information network being built properly? I don't expect beggars sect level. I don't expect Hao clan level. But we should at least touch the heels of the major sect's covert lines. In Shinya, it seems manageable. Good. Very good. And then, like a blade cutting through noise, the masters from Jeongnan sect have arrived. It was Mr. Jang, the gatekeeper. Instantly, the banquet hall turned into chaos. They'd expected Jeongnan to come for the second brother, but not this soon. Hurry, hurry, bring them in. No, I'll go. The patriarch's dignity vanished. He practically ran. Everyone followed. Normally, Yeon-shin would have slipped away back to the training hall. He hated fuss. But this was Jeongnan, one of the 9 great sects. When would he ever get to see their true masters up close? Who could it be? The Azure Sword Dragon? Perhaps the Elder of Distribution? For once, his siblings sounded like excited children. Yeon-shin blended into the crowd and headed to the main gate. The family had arrived first, using light footwork, and bowed deeply with clasped hands to 3 figures. I am Jeong Daemyeong, head of this humble family. We are honored by your esteemed presence. The 3 returned the greeting. And the woman at the front. Her hair shone like melted gold, and her ears were long, thin, leaf-like. Her features were so unfamiliar, so ethereal, it felt like a fairy had stepped out of a legend and onto their dirt road. Elven race. Namsen whispered it like a moan, staring without shame. Yeon-shin glanced at him, then clicked his tongue inwardly. So elves really do look like the book said. Interesting. Shinya was a trade town once, but after the land changed during the strange beings' battles at the end of Yuan, it had shrunk into a small place again. Seeing an elf here was rare. The comrades of the Central Plains who descended from the heavens and helped Taizu establish Ming were said to appear only in capital cities, military camps, the 9 great sects, and noble houses. They said an elven healer visited when I was born. He didn't know the truth of it. He couldn't ask his father. Servants who might know always avoided him. The elven woman smiled, and the smile alone was enough to make the air feel clean. I thank you for your hospitality. I am Yi Yil-sin, an elder of the Jeongnan sect. An elder. That meant something heavy. The elven race did not age, they said. If she truly held that seat, then she was not merely a master. She was history. One of the figures who helped carve the world into what it was now. I failed to recognize a deity. The family head wasn't the only one. Household members bowed deeply. Guests bowed deeper. Some even fell to the ground. Isn't this too much? Yeon-shin clasped hands and bowed properly, but not like a worshipper. When he lifted his head slightly, his eyes met Yeon-shin's. And she was already looking at him, curiosity clear in her gaze.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
What was that? Yeon-shin quickly lowered his head again. Although he felt a gaze he couldn't understand, he didn't give it much thought. It's not like the masters of the Jeong sect are here to display their martial prowess. One could feel their energy just by observing them. The immortal energy of Mount Jeongnon, the birthplace of Taoism, was indeed different from the worldly warriors of the Jeong family. The profound energy of their internal techniques was so mysterious that one could feel a refreshing sensation on the skin. Raise your head. We are not here to boast of our strength. Yeon-shin's words still carried a hint of laughter. The people quickly stood up and straightened their posture. The family head, Jeong Yeon-shin, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and spoke. We have committed a discourtesy while you were traveling. I apologize for making the sword masters of Jeongnon stand. Allow me to guide you. Following the family head, the masters of the Jeongnon sect began to walk. Yeon-shin brushed past the family members and once again cast a peculiar glance at Jeong Yeon-shin. It seems like she noticed me. Not you, it must be me. The bickering sounds from behind were irritating. What did it matter who the esteemed elder of the Jeongnon sect looked at? They were not going to take anyone as a disciple anyway. Jeong Yeon-shin turned and headed straight to the training ground, deep in thought. There is nothing more I can learn from the Jeong family's martial arts. What should he train in next? Facing the imposing aura of the Jeongnon sect masters after mastering one martial art made his perspective change. The desire for achievement began to surpass his aversion. The sword. Should I train in the sword next? What would it feel like to taste the pinnacle of achievement with a proper sword technique? Yeon-shin recalled and meticulously deconstructed the formulas of the Jeong divine sword as he headed to the training ground. His steps were light. The household was bustling, but the training ground where the boy stood was exceedingly quiet. In the middle stance, he raised his sword to his chest. His breathing was calm. The deepened breath from Jeong family dynamic training created a cloud-like fullness with each inhale. And with each exhale, the breath washed away distractions like rain cleansing the earth. Yeon-shin reached a state of selflessness. With each breath, he focused entirely on the sword. Jeong divine sword, form of blossoming energy and elegance. The sword moved. The Jeong divine sword, composed of 3 sword principles and 21 forms, was grand. It carried the distinctive feel of Taoist mysticism, even though it only partially integrated the sword techniques of the Jeongnon sect. Had it been a technique from the main sect, it would have been both grand and mysterious. The Jeong divine sword was only grand. It felt unnatural, like a worldly swordsman imitating a Taoist. Before he could think, Yeon-shin instinctively felt this way. What does a worldly swordsman seek from a Taoist lineage? Wealth and fame. If someone blocks the path, it is enough to cut them down with a single stroke. What does a swordsman without depth need? Speed. The sword must be fast. Wyack. The sword movement changed. The blade, which had been wielded with weight, became lighter. The energy coursed through his entire body, following a new intention. The chi from his Jeong family dynamic training surged violently, contracting his muscles. The sword technique imbued with the principles of speed naturally opened a new path for the sword. Suck. The night air was torn apart by the sword, startling the birds into flight. It was a strike found nowhere in the Jeong divine sword. It was a completely new sword principle. He exhaled deeply, filled with a sense of accomplishment. Jeong Yeon-shin looked down at the hand holding the sword. When he started the sword stance, he had gripped it tightly with all 5 fingers according to the Jeong divine sword's method, but now the grip with his thumb and index finger had naturally loosened. This is how it's done. This is speed. The boy, who realized the principle of the speed sword and created a new technique, was very excited. It was different from the meticulously completed Jeong family dynamic training, which required patience like stitching thread by thread. With just one inspiration from seeing the Jeongnan sect masters, he immediately created a new toy. It's fun. Really. Yeon-shin, who had been practicing the newly acquired speed sword technique a few more times, suddenly looked up. The sky was as black as if covered in dark silk. The clouds covered the entire sky, hiding the stars and the moon. If I want to train my dynamic techniques at dawn, I should sleep now. With a satisfied smile, he headed straight to his room. The body, honed through Jeong family dynamic training, didn't sweat a single drop. The boy felt no need to wash and fell asleep immediately. After waking up early and completing his dawn training, Yeon-shin headed straight to the breakfast hall. Normally, he would have a servant bring him breakfast alone, but this time was different. The family head was surely going to have breakfast with the Jeongnan sect masters, whose stay duration was uncertain. Shamelessness is not a big deal. Just seeing their profound energy had already inspired him. The boy, who had tasted great achievement, boldly joined the family breakfast. He had no interest in the surprised looks from the family members. Yeon-shin focused his gaze on the Jeongnan sect members seated at the head table. Ahem. If you're here, take a seat. Jeong Yeon-shin, who cleared his throat, spoke. It would have been difficult to reprimand his son in front of such distinguished martial artists. This was exactly what Yeon-shin had intended. The meal began. The boy, trying not to be obvious, glanced at Yeol-shin and the other Jeongnan sect members. He wondered what kind of training he needed to achieve the serene energy they exuded. The clear and bright energy, seemingly brought straight from Mount Jeongnan, was intriguing. Then, he met eyes with elder Yeol-shin. She smiled warmly. The family head's son has remarkably clear eyes. He looks very intelligent. I apologize deeply. My third son lacks discipline. The startled Daemyeong pulled back slightly and glared at Yeon-shin. The boy lowered his head slightly and continued eating his vegetables. Strangely, Yeol-shin's gentle smile was more intimidating than Daemyeong's outright scowl. There was something different. It's not just clear. It's deep. Is this what they call supreme power? It was the first time he had seen someone whose accumulated inner energy naturally radiated outside their body. Even though it wasn't visible, it was distinctly felt. His understanding of how strong inner energy could be had been shattered. Jeong family dynamic training isn't the end. It can develop further. The vegetables stopped midair on their way to his mouth. He glimpsed the beginnings of a new martial art. Come to think of it, all Jeong Yeon-shin had refined with the Jeong family dynamic training was his own body. How foolish of him not to realize there was more beyond that. With everyone's indifference and subtle hostility, no one had taught him. The body is a vessel. To have such an aura, I must refine my chi. What he had done wasn't wrong. Thanks to it, he could fully focus on training and establish a solid foundation for his chi to circulate. Refining the vessel first, and then filling it with energy. Clean the vessel first, then fill it with energy. Now, it was time to pour in the energy. Yeon-shin had grasped the most fundamental yet profound principle completely. His Jeong family dynamic training could advance further. It would evolve once more and transform into a new martial art. This time, it's true internal training. He hummed to himself internally. Countless inspirational thoughts struck his mind like lightning. Numerous methods of receiving the energy of heaven and earth intertwined, forming a new structure. What should I call the technique that follows the Jeong family dynamic training? For a moment, the boy's eyes gleamed with a sky-blue hue, but only Yeol-shin of Jeongnan noticed this. An unusual sense of doubt arose on her otherworldly beautiful face. This place has a better energy field than expected. Indeed. It's understandable why the sword sect would covet such a land. The two disciples from the Jeongnan sect who had accompanied the elders to assist were speaking. Yeol-shin and the three martial artists were having tea in the guest room provided by the Jeong family head. The room, meticulously arranged and filled with a subtle fragrance, reflected an awareness of their status as members of the 9 great sects. It is certain they will arrive. The plan to counterattack is sound, but I still worry about the sacrifices this family might have to make, said Yeol-shin. We keep the senses open at all times. We should be able to confront and defeat them before they cross the wall. Confidence flowed from the faces of the disciples, who were over 30. Yeon-shin, feeling the energy emitted by her disciples, said no more. They were the elite of the Jeong sect, one of the 9 great sects. It was not an act of recklessness. She changed the topic. Did you like the child you were supposed to tutor? I'm not sure. I feel the same. After living for more than 200 years, Yeon-shin could often guess the character and quality of a person from their behavior and demeanor upon first meeting. The second son of the Jeong family did not seem extraordinarily exceptional to her. On the contrary, the eyes of the third son were quite focused. I saw the same. He is indeed not of an ordinary mold. He may one day gain fame as the representative sort of this family. If he becomes a disciple of our main sect, he wouldn't be able to inherit the family business, which might be why the family head is sending the second son instead. Though Yeon-shin's words were speculative, her tone was near certain. The 2 disciples were surprised. Is he that exceptional? Then should we consider taking the third son to the main sect? That would violate the rules. The main sect has already designated a disciple. Even if we were to change our minds now, the family head would not accept it, and the grand event of the great Jeong Yeon should not be taken lightly. The low-toned admonishment from the elder made the disciples lower their heads. Reflecting on their own careless words, they felt a bit ashamed. Meanwhile, Yeon-shin tapped the table with her long fingers. That boy is indeed peculiar. There was a constant aura of strangeness around him. It was not the kind of talent described as favored by the great nature among the noble families. If that were the case, the phenomena visible only to her eyes would be enveloping the boy. It was something different altogether. He stood out distinctly in the world. As one who communicates with the heavens, the extreme internal energy practitioners like Yeon-shin often experience profound and mysterious abilities through the Bai-Wi acupoint atop their heads, occasionally granting foresight-like abilities through their upper dantian. For Yeon-shin to feel such an unusual sensation, the boy was undoubtedly extraordinary. But this was not the time to concern herself with him. The sword sect is a formidable enemy. Do not let your guard down and sharpen your sword techniques. After finishing breakfast, Jeong Yeon-shin received a visit from the chief steward. The purpose was as expected. The dignified face of the chief steward looked troubled as he faced Jeong Yeon-shin. Chief steward. Third young master. Have I done something wrong? I often find myself wondering these days. Third young master. My mother's energy was exhausted at birth? Is that why I can't even show my face to the family's esteemed guests? It is the will of the family head. The chief steward replied. Seeing the difficulty on his face, Jeong Yeon-shin kept silent. The chief steward was a good person. Regardless of his own will, he had to handle the family's affairs as an extension of Jeong Daemyeong, the family head. At times like this, he would miss his maternal family, whom he had never seen. But the Jeong family never sent him away. Yeon-shin's maternal family was tied to a very powerful faction. Even though they had never sought out the grandson after his mother's death, the family members who disregarded him always kept their guard up and found it awkward. I'm sorry. The boy spoke, and a look of pity briefly crossed the chief steward's face. I understand that the training equipment in the training hall is lacking. I will ensure they are replenished. Thank you. I'll wait. As Yeon-shin turned away, he felt regret. The enlightenment he gained from observing the masters of the Jeong Yeon sect had made him impatient and childish. It was unlike him. Let's focus on refining the internal training. He regulated his breathing according to the principles of Jeong family dynamic training to calm his mind. This time, he did not go to the training hall. Instead, he entered his room, a place no one else would enter, and sat cross-legged. It was different from when he trained in dynamic techniques. The internal energy training required a place free from external influences. If someone disturbs me and my energy flow gets disrupted, I could die. He thought of the servants, who were extremely careless when it came to him. It was a valid concern. He did not want to die young from tangled energy pathways. He erased the unpleasant thought that briefly arose with his breath. Yeon-shin slowly emptied his mind and began to delve inward. He had already comprehended the principles of circulating internal energy, including the small and large heavenly cycles. Let's awaken my energy using the Jeong family dynamic training method. The first step was to refine the natural energy inhaled using the breathing technique. Not only the Jeong family, but also most martial arts schools, including the Jeong Yeon sect, used circulation to assimilate natural energy. The power that fully adapted to and settled within the practitioner's body was referred to as inner energy or qi. Yeon-shin intended to enhance his qi with his own internal energy, just as his body had become stronger by accepting inner energy. The training that began in the morning continued until the sun disappeared behind the mountains. Huh? This is strange. Yeon-shin muttered with a blank face. He lightly unfolded his cross-legged position as if he had just sat down. Why is my biwi acupoint so wide? At first, he intended to explore what kind of power the densified qi could exert. It did not work well. The qi accumulated in his dantian did not allow any overlap, as if it was already complete in itself. He thought his understanding might be wrong, but that wouldn't explain the powerful energy of Elder Jeong Yeon-shin. However, all this training was now secondary. I have been polishing my body with Jeong family dynamic training for a year. He had been so obsessed with one type of training that he had not engaged in self-reflection for a year. During that time, the amount of energy passing through his head had become enormous. I knew it was growing only within me. Yeon-shin mumbled blankly. Am I going to die like this? The biwi acupoint, directly connected to the dantian in the head, needed to have its energy controlled adequately. He was afraid of being found as a brain-dead corpse. Comparing the differences, it seemed he had less than 5 years left before losing consciousness. The sudden awareness of his lifespan felt surreal. Die? Me? He stood up and grasped the doorknob with trembling hands. Maybe breathing fresh air would spark a solution. Click. As soon as he opened the door, his body froze. He could not move for a moment. Along with the fresh air came a strong smell of blood. He grabbed his sword. He had watched hunters slaughter and dismember animals. The smell was similar to that, but even after passing through the training hall, he could not see any corpses. Unless it was the blood art of the demonic sect, this could not be. Silence enveloped the night sky. The household was eerily quiet. Yeon-shin walked slowly. He had an intuition that something had already happened. It felt like walking into a pitch-black swamp. By the time he reached the main house's garden, he saw it. The carnage. The common phrase in the martial realm about rivers of blood was an exaggeration. The blood either seeped into the ground or dripped from the doorways of the detached houses. He saw the limp corpses of the servants all around. Their chests bore identical sword marks, as if someone had practiced swordsmanship on them. They all laid still, as if they had never been alive. Whether it was because they fell into a trance and didn't notice the commotion, or because the attackers were so overwhelming that resistance was futile, was unknown. Thud. A loud noise finally echoed from outside the mansion. It seemed formidable experts were clashing beyond the gate. Amid the sound of swords clashing and impacts, Yeon-shin walked toward the main house. 10 men, who appeared to be fiends, were lounging around carelessly, and it wasn't until he was 3 steps away that one of them turned his head. Who are you? A man with 2 swords crossed on his back asked. Yeon-shin replied briefly. The 3rd son of this house. There was no response. The man stood up and walked over, not even thinking of drawing his sword. The power in the descending hand was immense. Yeon-shin's eyes sparked with a sky-blue flash as he read the flow of the force accompanied by the wind. Pack. In a smooth, natural flow, he caught the wrist, pressed it down, and twisted it. It was a flow he had never learned, yet he executed a joint lock. The energy and physical strength nurtured by Jeong family dynamic training filled his entire body. No matter how hard the opponent tried, he could not break free from the grip. He held on firmly. Quack. With a loud crack, a scream echoed. All the others who had been ignoring him now turned their heads simultaneously. Their eyes widened in unison. Let go. You bastard. Now, Yeon-shin thought, they finally looked like the rootless scum of the demonic sect. When he released his grip, the dual-sword warrior glared with bulging eyes. His face showed a mix of pain and fury. It was natural, having been subdued by a boy half his size. The warrior clenched his large hand into a fist. His face turned bright red, and he reached out with a roar. There was no reason to draw his sword, but his momentum was terrifying. It was no ordinary fist technique. In an instant, his fist seemed to grow as large as a pot lid. Yeon-shin's eyes flashed with sky-blue lightning again. Head. The trajectory was obvious. The energy from Jeong family dynamic training filled his entire body, activated by the joint lock technique. At the same time, an enlightenment he had never realized before pierced his mind. It was intention. When the intention to move inner energy became powerful, the chi inside the body could accomplish anything. It fully complied with the will of its master. Wong. Yeon-shin's intention to move the chi became concrete, and the clarity of his mental image naturally formed into a specific phrase and permeated his inner self. The essence of martial arts, known as a formula, ignited within his body like the sun, beginning, then overcoming, and finally piercing through. The name that emerged without contemplation defined the identity of the martial art, overcoming the beginning and piercing through. A method of utilizing chi to break through current limits. The chi that filled his right foot and left hand surged into his right hand and left foot. The overlapping energy increased in density. The left foot, now imbued with unprecedented strength, shattered the ground, and the sword, following the principle of the speed sword, flashed with moonlight. Shock dash. The heads of the two approaching with the dual sword warrior were severed along with his own. It felt as if the bodies were not his own. 3 heads were swept away simultaneously. Judging by the expressions of shock, it seemed their eyes had followed the sword's movement. What did it matter? The heads, suspended in the air, could glare all they wanted. Swoosh! In a single spin, like a snowflake caught in the wind, Yeon-shin turned and struck. The red-haired woman approaching from behind the headless men gasped for breath. By the time she raised her arm holding the half-moon ring, a sharp sword had already pierced her throat. The boy who pulled the sword out without hesitation saw the corpse fall in front of him. There was no difference in his breathing before and after drawing his sword. This was an extreme situation. The shock of his first kill naturally detached somewhere in his mind, and his body, tempered by dynamic training, seemed stronger and more stable than anyone here. The skinny warrior who had been watching grimaced. The burly man who laid a hand on his shoulder stood up. You've dedicated your life to speed. There's no other skill. Just a young, well-trained, speed swordsman. They were caught off guard. With the physique of a large beast and eyes as shrewd as a fox, the man spoke. Not everything he said was correct, but Yeon-shin instinctively knew he was out of his depth. Even so, it's surprising. Truly surprising. How could someone of that age be so skilled? Blood Flame Sect? The boy asked, thinking of the red-haired woman lying at his feet. He couldn't take his eyes off the man. No, I am from the Sword Sect. The Sword Sect, you say? No, you must be from the Blood Flame Sect. Why are 2 of the 13 heavens in a place like Shinya? It's none of your business. Then why are you answering my questions? Because it's a waste. It's rare to find someone as refined as you at your age. It's amusing that a kid from a backwater place talks as if he's experienced the center of the martial realm. The man laughed heartily. Waste? A sneer appeared on the boy's lips. You must be afraid of my maternal family. You rootless demonic sect bastard. Yeon-shin challenged with an extremely arrogant expression and a pounding heart. If the man hesitated, Yeon-shin would certainly win. He had guessed something when the dual sword warrior chose to use a hand strike instead of drawing his sword at the start. You crazy brat. The man growled. It sounded like the roar of a beast rising from the depths. His fierce momentum was chilling, but Yeon-shin forced himself to appear nonchalant. You can't kill me. It doesn't matter what I do. Whoever retreated would be devoured. Bang! A loud noise echoed from the main gate. With a crash, the gate shattered, and its pieces flew everywhere. Among the fragments, a familiar man tumbled to the ground. It was one of the Jeong Yeon-sect's masters who had come with Jeong Yeon-shin. His once tidy martial robe was now torn, and blood trickled from his mouth. They called him the Cliff-Edge Sword. How did a master like him end up like this? Thud! Thud! The boy turned his head in surprise. The sounds of tremendous forces clashing grew closer, and soon they broke through the wall and entered the manor. Boom! Yeon-shin and another master of the Jeong Yeon sect were the first to appear. They looked as defeated as the Cliff-Edge Sword. They were no less battered. The sight of Yeon-shin, who had seemed like a divine swordswoman, missing the upper part of her left ear, was shocking. I thought she was a sword fairy playing in the heavens. Thud! A giant shadow walked in with large strides. It was definitely a human figure. The heavy wave of chi radiating from him was surreal, as if the center of the world was here. He held a massive greatsword, and the deadly aura emanating from it evoked death. Just facing him made Yeon-shin shiver. It wasn't just because of his imposing presence. It wasn't just a matter of martial skill. He was cloaked in something beyond mere power. Yeon-shin thought of an unstoppable landslide. Who is this? Terrifying chi wriggled around the middle-aged man. The absolute sword aura. His gaze fell upon Yeon-shin and the others, infiltrating the space. Just realizing that his gaze was directed at them made Yeon-shin dizzy. Master. The man who had been talking with Yeon-shin bowed deeply. Master? The master of the sword sect came personally. A figure who could contend with the 9 great sects, commanding one of the 13 heavens of the demonic sect. That would explain his overwhelming presence. It was awe-inspiring to see the Jeong Yeon sect masters, who had fought with him for so long, still standing. As everyone froze in place. Tap, tap. Yeon-shin alone moved. He began to run. He drove his energy to its peak, pushing off the ground repeatedly. He ran toward the man bowing to the master of the sword sect, the terrifying warrior he had briefly confronted. What? The man was flustered, and all eyes in the yard turned to the boy. The master of the sword sect did not move. Was he waiting to see what Yeon-shin would do? The boy didn't care and threw his body forward with all his might. Saw dash. The air rushed past his ears like a waterfall. His sharp sword drew a straight line in his dash. Thunk. The azure blade plunged into the back of the man who was hurriedly rising. With a dull sound, the blade pierced through his back and abdomen, causing him to collapse once more. Yeon-shin slowly stood up. Stepping on the man's back, he looked straight at the master of the sword sect. Even now, a pale blue lightning sparked in the boy's eyes. Can you kill me? Crazy bastard. Kill him. The shouts came from the comrades of the man nearby. With anger etched on their faces, they charged, but the boy did not move, leaving the sword embedded. He only glared at the master of the sword sect. Whether I die now or later. It was the day he realized the shocking truth of his terminal life. The pillar that had supported his sanity was completely shattered. It seemed it would never return. Stop. A deep voice echoed as if from the bottom of a cave. The master of the sword sect's voice was as imposing as his presence. The charging men halted. Your spirit. The master of the sword sect fixed his gaze on the boy. With eyes like an abyss, he stared, and Yeon-shin faced him with his chest out, as if daring him to cut him open. It surpasses that of everyone in this manner combined. The warriors of the sword sect visibly wavered. It was clear that the man rarely gave compliments. Just kill him and silence him. Even if he's related to the desolate fort sect, a corpse can't talk. The man speaking seemed to be a companion of the last red-haired woman who had died. His roughly cut red hair and crimson martial robe were identical. He appeared to be a warrior from the Blood Flame sect who had come with the sword sect. I just hope they don't know about the connection. At this moment, Yeon-shin was feeling the terror of the 13 heavens. The sudden attack considered all elements. This is how the hands of the sects that dominate the world move. They knew that a young noble of the Jeong family was connected to the desolate fort sect. Chief Steward. Yeon-shin shouted loudly. The man who had been lying between the door frame flinched. He had been pretending to be dead. Yes, young master. The chief steward, who staggered to his feet, was not an ordinary person either. Yeon-shin spoke again. You said you were completing the network of information encompassing Shinya. These men arrogantly attacked the manor with just over 10 people without even forming a blockade. Is it true that the Jeong family's ears and mouth cannot reach as far as Yong'ong? No. Yong'ong is close. Yong'ong, at the northern end of Hogwang province, was a border city near Shinya County. No matter how vast the Central Plains were, it was close enough. A trained messenger could reach there without major incidents. They might have gone to seek help from the desolate fort sect. It was unclear if the family considered his maternal relatives in an emergency. But even the sword sect would not be fully aware of the personal matters of a minor family like the Jeong family. If you can't kill me, Yeon-shin said, gripping his sword tighter. Stop acting now. The sword was pulled from the dead man's back. The long trail of blood enveloped the manor in silence. The 15-year-old boy had dominated a place where the leader and subordinates of a major sect were present. The Blood Flame sect warrior roared. You're already on our hit list. How can we not kill you when you're bound to talk? He spoke to Yeon-shin but seemed to be pleading with the master of the sword sect. Now was crucial. The atmosphere felt as if the roles of the strong and the weak had reversed. Yeon-shin spoke sharply. You fool. Do you think the Desolate Fort sect, the greatest in the martial world, would directly attack the 13 heavens over a grudge confessed by the grandson of a former commander? If he were the grandson of the Desolate Fort sect lord, it might be different. The Desolate Fort sect lord, recognized by the emperor as equal to a prince, was the guardian of the great heavenly tree, known for its life-extending fruit. However, Yeon-shin was not a blood relative of the Desolate Fort sect lord. If he were, the Jeong family would not have dared to treat him poorly due to some superstitious discomfort. The grandson of the former Desolate Fort sect commander, Cliff-Edge Sword, who was checking on Yeol-shin's condition, muttered. The boy was the grandson of a retired commander of the Desolate Fort sect's military organization. Killing him could lead to unforeseen consequences greater than leaving him alive. The 13 heavens were mighty names claiming dominance all over the world. But harming the grandson of a Desolate Fort sect elder was different. It was as troublesome as taking the family of a Hanlon Academy scholar hostage. The royal families established the Desolate Fort sect to prevent martial uprisings. It's definitely troublesome. The master of the sword sect spoke. But my decision to spare you is not based on that. Master. Splat. The blood flame sect warrior's head exploded. The intangible sword energy had burst without anyone sensing its release. Blood flame sect, I said stop. The master of the sword sect spoke to the corpse. The remaining red-haired warrior trembled, but the master's dark eyes turned back to Yeon-shin. I like you. Your talent and spirit. You have the potential to reach the peak as a martial artist. If you had no ties to the Desolate Fort sect, I would have taken you as my disciple. Gasp. The master of the sword sect. Gasps of shock echoed everywhere. Not only the subordinates, but even the Jeongnon sect's masters couldn't hide their surprise. The master of the sword sect continued unbothered. I will respond to any challenge. Come seek revenge. Yeon-shin sheathed his sword. He then turned and walked towards the still-breathing family members. The master of the sword sect, who had been watching the boy with a peculiar expression, turned to the Jeongnon sect warriors. This land. No other sect shall enter. You have one day. He looked at Yeol-shin with a distorted expression. Leave. Young master. Chief steward. There was no time for reunion with the approaching chief steward. Gathering the bodies was also for later. Even if there were doctors, there were no divine healers like Hua Tua here, so for those with severe injuries, the best they could do was make them comfortable. He saw his eldest brother Jeong Yeon-shin and his sister-in-law. They were corpses. He carefully moved them aside and forcefully stomped on the floor where they had fallen. Thud. The underground chamber opened. A secret room where he and his brothers used to sneak in and giggle when they were very young. As expected, there was a 5-year-old girl huddled with her eyes closed. She had been paralyzed. A hand filled with chi had pressed the sleep acupoint on the back of her neck, forcing her into a deep sleep. Hiya! Yeon-shin picked up his niece and left the room. A young man, talking with the chief steward, turned his head. Jeong Yeon-shin, the second son of the Jeong family, who was destined to become a disciple of the Jeongnon sect. When their eyes met, he avoided his gaze, showing that he had been hiding somewhere. Without a word, Yeon-shin approached and handed over Haya. Raise her in Jeongnon. By any means necessary. What about you? I'll be too busy taking care of myself. Yeon-shin spoke firmly. Raising her in Jeongnon. Is that even possible? Unlike before, he couldn't even meet his eyes and stammered. It seemed he had been hiding close to the main house, watching his half-brother fight. Pathetic. Yeon-shin then felt an unfamiliar sensation on his cheek and wiped the bloodstain with the back of his hand. Don't you know more about the 9 great sects than I do? Children who become disciples from the age of 5 or 6 become the main force of the sect. Beg if you have to. Haya's talent is better than yours, so they'll take her. Why yes. Jeong Yeon-shin, biting his lip, lowered his gaze to his niece. Yeon-shin watched him intently for a moment, but was relieved to see that he felt responsibility rather than contempt. At that moment, the Jeongnon sect warriors approached. As usual, Yeol-shin was at the forefront, followed half a step behind by the Cliff-Edge Sword and a martial artist known as Tranquil Fist. Though they had suffered internal injuries and bore bloodstains, they were helping with the aftermath. They were certainly righteous warriors. Young hero. The title had changed. Just yesterday, they called him the family head son. Yeol-shin's expression was complex. Apart from her self-reproach, When she looked at Yeon-shin, she seemed to see an extraordinary prodigy. Are you going to the Desolate Fort sect? I must. I have no other place to strengthen myself. Yongyang isn't the only road available to you. How about joining us at Mount Jeongnan? I sincerely invite you. Gasp. It wasn't just the chief steward and Jung-san who were surprised. Cliff-edged sword and tranquil fist behind her looked at Yeon-shin without a change in their expressions, as if it was a natural suggestion. Their faces were filled with the desire for talent. For the great elder to personally invite someone into the sect indicated that the boy was an extraordinary swordsman. The great elder of one of the 9 great sects is inviting me. I am truly honored. Despite his words, Yeon-shin's expression remained calm. He had already decided on his destination. Yeon-shin, sensing his decision, added with a hint of urgency. I intend to recommend you as a direct disciple of the sect leader. You would be able to learn supreme martial arts. I know you are capable of learning them, young hero. This time, everyone around could not hide their shock. The position of the direct disciple of the Jeongnan sect's sect leader was one of immense privilege, allowing one to learn unparalleled martial arts. Moreover, the current Jeongnan sect leader was renowned as one of the top 10 swordsmen in the world. His powerful sword techniques, frequently witnessed during his chivalrous exploits, were legendary. The people of Shaanxi call him one of the top 5 martial artists in the Central Plains. The chief steward screamed internally. He must go. No matter how grand and powerful the Desolate Fort sect was, Yeon-shin was the grandson of a retired martial artist. The higher option would undoubtedly be becoming the direct disciple of Jeongnan sect's leader, which was the better choice by far. The Jeong family traditionally valued the head of a snake more than the tail of a dragon. Young master, please. The chief steward's silent plea did not reach Yeon-shin. The boy bowed respectfully. I will remember the great elder's generous offer in my heart. A courteous refusal. Yeon-shin's elegant face showed a hint of resignation. She quickly gave up, as if she had anticipated this outcome. You have confidence in yourself, it seems. You believe you can rise to the top within the Desolate Fort sect. I covet your talent. I suppose the master of the sword sect felt the same way. I apologize. No need. Just remember that the doors of Jeongnan are always open for you. Yeon-shin looked at Yeon-shin. I understand you are one of the elders among the noble race. Do you know of a way to obtain the fruit of the heavenly tree? The fruit of the heavenly tree. Then you are indeed. Yeon-shin, having realized something, looked regretful as she spoke. I have not even lived half of my allotted lifespan. I have no authority over the heavenly tree. Only the Lord of the Desolate Fort sect can grant access to its fruit. Then I must go to the Desolate Fort sect. It will not be easy. That fruit is sacred even among our noble race. I have no other choice. I will strive to make great contributions as the commander of the Divine Sword Brigade. I will support you from afar. Yeon-shin returned the gesture. Her noble demeanor would be remembered by Yeon-shin for a long time. Then, the farewell between the two was final. The path to the Jeongnan sect in Xi'an, Shaanxi province, was entirely different from the path to Yang'an. She wished to return quickly to convey the news to her sect. Cliff-edged sword and tranquil fist, who had accompanied her, lacked the great elder's skill in movement techniques. Jung-san decided to leave the next day with the 2 remaining warriors. He needed to stay and watch over the dying family head. The family head was still alive, barely holding on. It is I, your 3rd son. Kneeling on one knee, Yeon-shin held the family head's head in his hands. His eyes trembled slightly. The fatal sword wound on his father's abdomen was beyond repair. If he was going to die, he could have treated him better. Why are you so strong? How did you become so powerful? His lips trembled as his energy faded. Yeon-shin knew there was no time. He could tell. The family head, Jeong Yeon-shin, would die after saying only a few more words. I created and mastered it. I call it the Jeong family dynamic training. Instead of lamenting or expressing grief, he spoke of his achievement. How his father received it was up to him. Yeon-shin, long disillusioned with his family, left his father's feelings to chance. Jeong family dynamic training. I see. The family head, trembling, opened his mouth. It is a divine art created by a Jeong. My foolish and ignorant self. My son, the 3rd son of this family, has created a divine art. The boy listened silently. His father spoke his final words. You have the potential of a great master. The belated cold froze the early morning air of the hill behind the Jeong family manor. Yeon-shin thought. If the wind blowing through the valley had a color, it would be ash gray. The people of the Jeong family, who once ruled the county, now lay beneath the soil, under the seeds that would sprout next year. They spent the night carrying and burying the bodies. Yeon-shin, the chief steward, a few surviving workers, and Jeong-san with the Jeongnon sect warriors were all covered in dirt. His niece, huddled in a corner, alternated between crying and falling asleep. Yeon-shin glanced at Hya and spoke. It's over. Yes, it will be a sad mountain. It didn't even have a name. The chief steward agreed. Yeon-shin shook his head. No, the Jeong family is finished. Cliff-edged sword, tranquil fist. Once again, I thank you for your help. Leaving the sorrowful chief steward behind, Yeon-shin bowed to the Jeongnon sect warriors. Despite being covered in dirt, their eyes were full of energy. They responded with genuine respect, showing that they held even a boy in high regard. Now, it's a family of disciples, so it's not a big deal. Moreover, it's hard to say it's not our responsibility for failing to stop it. Tranquil Fist spoke after Cliff-edged sword, his thick eyebrows showing gravity. Jeong-san, ready to leave with the Jeongnon sect warriors, held his niece and looked somberly at his younger brother. He seemed changed after experiencing the bloodshed. How can I apologize for what took years to build in one sentence? Jeong-san spoke with a weary face. When we meet again, I will act as an older brother should. I'll try, so you must survive. You're joining the Jeongnon sect late, and you don't have exceptional talent. That's how I see it. For the first time in his life, Yeon-shin spoke honestly to his older brother. He felt a sense of relief he hadn't expected. You'll have to train until you die. Take good care of Hya. Got it. With that, the Jeongnon sect warriors, his second brother, and his young niece departed. Turning around, he saw the chief steward with a bundle and the workers standing there. Where will you go, chief steward? You said you were setting up an information network. There are small branches of the Jeong family in various parts of Namgang. As long as the Jeong family bloodline remains, I should support them with the remaining assets. The Jeong family has fallen. The chief steward smiled faintly. The family owns extensive farmland. The Jeong family's properties aren't limited to Shinya. Yeon-shin hadn't realized how loyal he was. He seemed almost too good for the Jeong family. You know I'm going to the desolate fort sect. I hope we can see each other occasionally. Of course. The chief steward also knew martial arts. He would manage. I hope you live a long life, chief steward. Take care of yourself. I wish you the best, young master. It was a farewell to the chief steward and the Jeong family. The chief steward silently watched the boys back as he walked away without looking back. I hope you live a long life. Have I ever heard such words from a member of the Jeong family after receiving grace from the ancestors? Yeon-shin felt the gaze, but did not turn his head. He walked through the grass, feeling the fresh air. It was his first time outside Shinya County. He could have followed the main road with detailed directions from the chief steward, but he inevitably drew a lot of attention. At some point, the sun rose and the dusty road welcomed the sunlight. The road connecting Namgyong and Yangon also connected the Hubei and Hoguang provinces. Not far away was the main road to Shaanxi, and he had to keep checking to make sure his belongings were intact. He encountered many people. His clothes don't look ordinary for a beggar. Isn't that silk? Using silk for martial arts clothes. Silk? But look at his appearance. The whispers of the escort company caught his attention. He had heard that traders or escort companies could turn into bandits on the road. Yeon-shin kept his hand close to his sword and walked silently. It's troublesome. He couldn't use the deserted mountain paths either. But being new to the world, he lacked experience. Getting lost would be disastrous. But being cautious wasn't enough. Wolves were everywhere, looking for clothes and wealth. It was a world where robbery and murder were common. He ended up clashing with wandering swordsmen who underestimated him. Compared to the warriors of the 13 heavens, they were laughably weak. What gives them the courage to attack? Even among the wandering martial artists on the roadside, few had properly learned inner energy. Learning was rare in this world. From Shinya to Yangon. For masters skilled in the art of lightness, it was a short distance. However, Yeon-shin, lacking proficiency in movement techniques, experienced the inconveniences and bloody battles of the martial world. Among those he fought, none could block even one move of his speed sword. As he cut down the wandering swordsman, the Jeong family dynamic training merged with his swordsmanship. It was different from training his body alone. Wielding the sword in actual combat and utilizing dynamic techniques changed his body once again. His muscles adapted to explosive power, and his flexibility increased. Speed sword, and more speed sword. The originally quick speed sword technique became so swift he couldn't see it himself. As his body, the foundation of martial arts, actively changed, the efficiency of his chi naturally increased. They call it a divine art. Having achieved mastery through a lifetime of training, the Jeong family dynamic training visibly transformed his body. 1 week. It was a time for firsts. His first night outdoors, his first time sleeping on hard surfaces, and his first time enduring the cold night air. Huh. The boy sighed as he entered an inn and set down his bundle. He had arrived in Yong'ong, a city that had prospered and flourished since the establishment of the desolate fort sect. Tens of thousands of people came and went daily, and thousands of goods were traded. It was one of the top cities in the Central Plains in terms of trade volume and cultural level. It's even busier now. They say there's a shortage of alcohol. The conversation among the merchants caught his attention. Yeon-shin ordered food from the waiter and listened. People from all over the Central Plains come with dreams of success. Some martial artists throw around silver. They say the taverns are always full. The desolate fort sect is truly great. Indeed. It's like a mother feeding its child until its belly bursts. I must say, what an analogy. Ha ha. Yeon-shin agreed with the last part. The exorbitant lodging fees indicated the high cost of living. Even with the money he brought secretly from the sword sect, it wouldn't last a month. Just then, "Are you here to join the desolate fort sect too, little brother?" A young man with a friendly smile sat across from him. The sword at his waist was no ordinary blade, and the blue headband he wore was impressive. It was a decorative item known as a hero's headband. It was an unusual accessory these days, unless someone wanted to stand out. It was embroidered with a dragon in gold thread. "And you are?" "Oh, I haven't introduced myself." Seeing a younger challenger piqued my interest. The young man continued with a smile. "I'm Jeong Yeon-shin. I came from far away in Shaanxi. I'm Jeong Yeon-shin from Xinya." "Xinya? Where is that?" "It's a county in Namdong, Hubei." "Not far then. The journey must have been easy. I fought bandits and swam against river pirates on my way. The river pirates' water techniques were fierce." "Well, I guess it was easy for me." Yeon-shin replied vaguely. "So, you must be here to take the Desolate Fort Sect entrance exam too. What do you want?" "Just to make acquaintances. Share information if we have any. Almost no one passes the Desolate Fort Sect exam on the first try. It's a rare occurrence, usually requiring multiple attempts." "There's an exam?" His eyes widened, as if surprised by Yeon-shin's ignorance. His exaggerated expression suited him. "It's called the Desolate Exam. The Desolate Fort Sect is different from ordinary sections. To join the official ranks, you need to take a civil or military exam. The Desolate Fort Sect has its own entrance exam. So that's why there are so many people. Whether they have a foundation or not, once they join, they have access to learning and opportunities. It's no wonder martial artists from all over flock here. Thousands train in various martial arts to pass the exam." Desolate Fort Sect. A common saying was that if you wanted to dominate the world with a single weapon, go to the Desolate Fort Sect, where even officials might take notice. It was a revered place that made anyone's heart race. As the royal family of the Central Plains established the Desolate Fort Sect to suppress martial sects, it gathered rare herbs and advanced martial arts from all over the 9 regions. Some say that traditional sects are better. Nonsense. If a commoner sect were stronger than the Desolate Fort Sect, they would have founded an empire. How else could the Ming Empire maintain its power? These sects collect protection fees and donations, living like kings. "I see." Yeon-shin responded vaguely. He wondered if the man had a grudge against the large sects. Anyway, taking the Desolate exam was a wise choice. If you can pass. Jeong Yeon-shin suddenly looked gloomy. Yeon-shin found him fascinating. He had never met such a talkative person with such mood swings. "If you pass, you'll be renowned as the top rising star of your generation. Anyone your age in Desolate Fort Sect would be an outstanding new master." Yeon-shin's tone became dejected again. "But the walls of Desolate Fort Sect are as daunting as its reputation." "Yes, indeed. Just as Yeon-shin was getting weary, the food arrived. Chicken and vegetable dishes, including kung pao chicken. The aroma was welcoming after days without proper meals. As he ate, Won-chong spoke with a complex expression. So, how about we take the exam together tomorrow? Sure, Yeon-shin replied casually. He was glad to hear that he could join the desolate fort sect through an exam. He didn't want to rely on his maternal family, whom he had never met or known. Even if it was a matter of life and death, he wouldn't become desperate. The next day, you came prepared. Standing in front of the desolate fort sect, Yeon-shin was no longer the third son of the Jeong family. He was now a martial artist who had survived a particularly harsh week with his wealth intact. It's incredible. He admired the massive gate. The rumors did not do it justice. The fortress, standing shoulder to shoulder with the blue sky, exuded grandiosity. It's impregnable. Hyeon Won-chong murmured in awe beside him. Yeon-shin silently agreed. The double-layered walls looked impenetrable. It surrounded a vast area, with a wide moat around it. The huge, open main gate was a testament to the confidence of the place claiming to be the greatest in the martial world. Yeon-shin took a slow step forward. Ahead, there was a fenced training ground. It was probably the first exam location Hyeon Won-chong mentioned. Let's go. Indeed. They approached the registration desk at the front and provided their details. The clerk, dressed in scholarly attire, wrote them down and confirmed. Hubei Province, Namyang. Jeong Yeon-shin, correct? Yes. Enter the training ground. He handed over a round token with the number 13 engraved on it. It's bustling. It wasn't just examiners and candidates around. There were spectators, merchants, and gamblers. The desolate fort sect didn't prevent anyone from observing. Here. As they passed through the fence, a martial artist in charge of the exam called them. His neat martial attire and concentrated aura were impressive, comparable to the warriors of the 13 heavens. The examiner spoke. The first exam revolves around the speed sword technique. Excuse me, do you question the assessment of your true nature? No, I do not. You seem curious about the method of the test. It's simple. The examiner spoke in an indifferent tone. Demonstrate the fastest sword strike you can manage. One strike is sufficient. I will observe and judge. Simple enough. Yeon-shin felt relieved. He had expected a more complex procedure. Although Won-chang, who appeared anxious, seemed to have different thoughts, judging someone's skill based on a single strike might seem narrow-minded, but was also quite generous. In Yeon-shin's experience, actual combat involved countless variables. The first test seemed to serve merely as a filter. Can I start right away? He asked, taking a few steps back. The examiner nodded. I'll go first. It was Won-chong. He looked at Yeon-shin with an apologetic expression and mouthed his words. I'm too nervous. Sorry. Yeon-shin, who didn't mind much, nodded his head slightly. Standing where the boy had stepped back, Won-chong grasped his sword hilt. He glanced at the examiner, who stood with his arms crossed as if to draw his sword at any moment, and then fixed his expression into one of seriousness. Although his stance was not particularly exceptional, Yeon-shin sensed the wave of chi emanating from Won-chong's entire body. Strong. It was a well-honed aura. Even more so than any of the wanderers he had encountered on the way to Yang'an. With refined energy, there is no waste. It allows all the power to be concentrated in the sword. Just as Yeon-shin was thinking this, Won-chong's sword flashed through the air. Wow, that warrior is different. I didn't even see it. I only saw a faint blur. The onlookers burst into exclamations of admiration. There were even gamblers quickly betting on the outcome. Not bad. The examiner nodded. A bright smile spread across Won-chong's face, and the examiner took his number token from him. Returning to Yeon-shin's side, Won-chang whispered. If the examiner takes your token, you've passed the first test. If he tells you to return it to the reception desk, you've failed. Have you taken the first test many times? The second test, the sparring, has always been the problem. Is there a third test? An interview with the Lord of the Desolate Fortress. Some warriors come to Yang'an just for that, hoping to gain enlightenment. I see. Yeon-shin nodded and stepped forward. Those who had shown contrasting reactions to Won-chong's gamble and those with doubtful expressions all reacted with curiosity. Is he really a candidate? He's a young swordsman with spirit. Well, If he's from another place, when else would he have the chance to showcase his swordsmanship in front of the warriors of the desolate fortress? Even a single word of advice would be valuable. Among the murmuring crowd, even the gamblers did not place any bets. Some wore smiles as if watching a child perform tricks. Yeon-shin silently placed his hand on the sword hilt and looked at the examiner. The examiner nodded indifferently. "You may begin." The next moment, nothing happened. The only difference was that at some point, Yeon-shin's sword had been drawn. It was truly as if the action had fragmented in the blink of an eye. Only the examiner, with a rigid face, nodded. The future of the desolate fortress is here. An incredible compliment. The onlookers and Won-chang reacted with utter astonishment. Some gaped with their mouths wide open or looked at the person next to them as if they had misheard, especially Won-chang, whose dumbfounded expression was quite a sight. Yeon-shin was surprised for a different reason. "I didn't even see myself draw the sword." It seemed the examiner had seen a swift sword art that even Yeon-shin himself could not perceive. Could that be what true martial eyesight was? They said that reading an opponent's attacks was also a martial skill. "Give me your token." "Yes." Number 13. Receiving the token, the examiner traced the characters with his hand as if engraving them in his mind. His eyes, scrutinizing Yeon-shin, seemed to reflect a mix of various emotions. Then, as if resigning himself to something, he closed his eyes briefly and nodded. It was a signal to leave. Then, putting his sword away and clasping his hands in a respectful gesture, Yeon-shin left the training hall. Han and Won-chang, who had been standing still, hurriedly followed. The glances from those nearby were slightly bothersome. "What's the matter?" Are you perhaps a scion of a renowned family?" Yeon-shin smiled at the cautious inquiry. "Does it make any difference? Once inside the desolate fortress, all that matters are martial skills, potential, and effort." "Huh. You truly intend to pass the desolate exam. Isn't that why we're here? Not just me, but you as well." "That's true. You're right." Won-chang fell silent. Staying at a different inn, he eventually said his farewells and disappeared without speaking for a while. Yeon-shin hoped to pass the second test together with this kind and talkative man. The intervals between the first and second tests were 1 week and 2 months, respectively. At the point when Yeon-shin passed the first test, there were about 3 weeks left until the second test. During this time, he practiced the Jeong family dynamic training, the swift sword, and the chi amplification art he named the Fatebreaker's Codex. In the mountains outside the current town where the inn was located, he trained all three. When he returned to his room, he practiced his chi amplification art. While creating new martial arts was beneficial, he believed that mastering his existing skills was more appropriate given the upcoming challenges. The sparring test. It involved comparing learned martial arts. The final desolate exam ended with demonstrating one's martial prowess alongside an opponent. Yeon-shin devoted all his remaining time to martial arts, and during this period, Won-chang did not visit once. Murmur. And now, here, inside the desolate fortress, there were dozens of grand and splendid pavilions. All the martial artists passing by exuded a stern aura. Clusters of numerous pavilions were situated, neighboring the breathtaking scenery of the endless horizon and the vast natural beauty. Following the servant's guidance, Yeon-shin saw others in the same situation as him. This place is truly the foremost learning ground for martial arts under heaven. I heard that warriors in white robes are novices, yet their aura is so powerful. Isn't that obvious? Even wearing white guarantees a prosperous future. I wonder what hidden talents will emerge this time. I, Cho Muriang of Hangsan, will now stretch my wings and become a dragon. They seemed to converse easily despite being strangers, and then Yeon-shin saw a familiar face. That person also seemed to have noticed Yeon-shin and approached with a delighted expression. "Young Master Jeong, you seem to have grown taller. Han Hyung's complexion looks good too." "Well, I've made some small achievements." Still wearing the noticeable yellow dragon heroic scarf on his forehead, Won-chang scratched under his nose. "But it's hard to tell. Winning isn't the only important thing in this test. Even if you spar once out of the 2 bouts, it's enough to catch the eye of a desolate fortress expert, but that's the hardest part." "Does that mean you can win in sparring and still fail?" "Exactly. Especially today, it's obvious that the examiner's standards will be even higher." "Why is that?" "You must not have heard. There's a rumor that a white Qilin is participating in the Desolate exam today. The white Qilin, you mean from the Namgung family? Yes. He's already famous in Namjakri. They say he wiped out a notorious bandit gang before turning 15, killed the master of the unorthodox faction's tyrant sword sect, and at around 18, defeated all the younger generation prodigies at the Yeonbong Assembly. The Yeonbong Assembly is where the young prodigies of prestigious families socialize, and no one has denied those rumors, so it might be true. This time, even Yeon-shin couldn't hide his surprise. If that were true, he was indeed a strong enough warrior to be nicknamed after a legendary creature like the Qilin. The reality of the martial world he had only heard about in fragments from Shinya country felt much closer, and his journey into the martial arts world felt more real. If he's a young master of the Namgung family, isn't he already well established? Why come to the Desolate Fortress? It's because he's an illegitimate son. He can't become the head of the family. Won Chang whispered, covering his mouth. Yeon-shin, feeling the breath on his ear, quickly stepped away, frowning. Hyen Won-chang laughed, as if he had never maintained any distance. The Lord of the Desolate Fortress is an elf and has kept his youthful appearance for over 200 years, but even being a chief steward is more prestigious than being the head of one of the 8 great families. The influence is even greater. It's a position that coordinates the order of the martial world from the center of the Central Plains. Is it really that significant? The Desolate Fortress has a say in almost every major event in the martial world, so it's only natural. Are you from some remote village? Yeon-shin kept silent and continued walking. With an expression of seeing a beloved younger sibling, Won Chang smiled brightly and followed. Wait here. When your name is called, walk to the training hall. The attendant left the 30 or so hopeful candidates behind and departed. They had stopped at a small garden behind a large training hall. There was another group of people gathered on the opposite side. The newly sprouted green shoots and the blooming flower petals scattered here and there. But no one paid attention to the scenery. Some stood with their eyes closed, meditating, while others stared blankly into space, each in their own way. Yeon-shin waited, revolving the Jeong family dynamic training with subtle movements. Soon, people started being called out from both sides. They fought in the center, encircled by the warriors of the Desolate Fortress. After the fight, those heading northward had their shoulders lifted as if reaching for the sky, while those going south were slumped over. How can they be so? Won Chang couldn't hide his anxiety once again. Among the warriors who passed the first test, there probably isn't anyone who hasn't been called a genius of martial arts at least once. I was called a martial arts genius in our village. He seemed pitiable, trying to joke to alleviate his tension. It's a cruel and difficult task to be selected among such talents. To demonstrate martial arts among the experts of the Desolate Fortress. Isn't it thrilling? Being recognized for your talent is exciting. At least it's much better than being ignored as a weirdo. You, young Master Jeong. Just as Won Chang was about to say something. From Hanam Province, Namyang. Yeon-shin from Shinya country stepped forward. An attendant who had run to the garden called out. I hope to see you again. Here, in the Desolate Fortress. With his left hand on the sword hilt at his left waist, Yeon-shin walked leisurely out of the garden. Hyen Won-chang's shout echoed from behind. Let's make sure of it. The first sparring match was uneventful. The opponent seemed strange, as if he had trained alone in some remote village. Though the world has the 4 books and 5 classics, and various sects each have their teachings, most martial artists who did not learn orthodox martial arts lived in their own worlds. Their only principle was the law of the jungle. The Central Plains had all kinds of people, making it impossible to predict others' values and actions. A moth struggling without knowing it has met its end. That's what you are. The swordsman, showing his yellow teeth with a sneer, said. As soon as the sparring started, Yeon-shin struck the opponent's mouth with his sword sheath. When the unconscious opponent was dragged away, it was time to start the second and final match. There are many monsters in the world, Yeon-shin thought. It felt like encountering a martial artist who would one day become a supreme master like the master of the Tyrant Sword sect. A man in all white walked steadily from the opposite side. His slender jawline was as graceful as a sword blade, and his piercing black eyes reflected his will, showcasing the demeanor of a swordsman. His flawless skin, as immaculate as his white attire, combined with his high-bridged nose to reveal nobility. He was truly a peerless, handsome young man. He looked about 20 years old. The White Jeong-shin of the Namgung family. He didn't need to ask to know. There was no one else like him in this place. Even the masters of the desolate fortress, who were seated in a wide circle, showed interest. I wonder where he will be taken. There will be a struggle among the leaders. He seems stronger than us. As expected of Namgung. Today, we get to witness the heaven-reaching infinite sword. They spoke as if his passing was a foregone conclusion. Those waiting in the flower garden opposite looked at Yeon-shin with pity. He looks about 5 years older than me. It doesn't seem like an insurmountable mountain. The chi wave emitted by Washin was palpable. The flow of his chi was exceptionally well-refined. It had been at least a few years since he had spread his internal energy throughout his body and veins, and he seemed to have taken elixirs as well, possessing truly powerful internal energy. The admiration from the masters of the desolate fortress was unending. It's not easy for a rumor to skip several provinces. Indeed, the reputation is well-deserved. Yeon-shin also acknowledged it. Physically, I'm better. The rest, not yet. Washin approached within 5 steps. His polite fist salute exuded an unapproachable noble family dignity. I am Washin of the Namgung family. I mainly practice the heaven-reaching infinite sword and infinite steps. Pleased to meet you. I have trained in the Jeong family dynamic training at the Jeong family of Hanam. Yeon-shin clasped his hands and bowed respectfully. Washin, responding with a slight bow, drew his sword. With a clear sword cry, the blade's brilliance soared into the crisp morning air. It was dazzling. The speed of drawing and sheathing a sword can be a measure of a swordsman's level. Washin's silver draw, cutting the air diagonally, was beautiful. Yeon-shin did not draw his sword. The essence of the sword art he had recently honed was unpredictability. The key was a single strike launched from an unanticipated breath. If executed well, it could exploit the gaps of even such a dragon-like young master. Standing, he circulated the chi within his body. Begin. The examiner, who had been evaluating the martial artists of the desolate fortress, spoke. At that moment, cling. One side of Yeon-shin's sword, which was suddenly extended sideways, was split in two and flew off. He slowly lowered his arm, holding his broken sword. There was an uproar in the flower garden on both sides. What happened? What was that? What just happened? Did the boy lose? White Qilin, what a terrifyingly fast sword. While the aspiring entrants reacted with confusion or certainty, the masters of the desolate fortress were as quiet as mice. They, who had appeared lax unlike the warriors of the best under heaven, now exuded a stern aura all over their bodies. All the masters remained silent, their gaze fixed solely on Yeon-shin. They watched only Yeon-shin. Washin lowered his sword and spoke. I lost. A declaration of defeat. The warriors of the desolate fortress opened their mouths one by one, as if it were only natural. Yeon-shin, truly a frighteningly fast sword. I heard Washin just past his 20s. The boy seems at least 5 years younger. There was a hidden dragon in Hanam. His youth is even more frightening. It seems he hasn't learned how to infuse chi into his sword. Should I teach him? All eyes focused on the martial artist who spoke last. Annihilation Squad, don't act rashly. Who wouldn't covet such a talent? Don't order me around. It would be better for him to join Annihilation rather than rot in your demon wings. Enough. The examiner spoke. Yeon-shin, seeing the now quiet hall, found it surprising. He thought taking on the dirty work would be the lowest rank, but it wasn't the case. Responsible tasks were handled by the higher-ups. He seemed to understand the character of the desolate fortress. Washin, prepare for the next match. And you said you are Yeon-shin from Shinya. Yes. Go out to the north, and there is another garden. Wait there. Understood. Yeon-shin turned his head and fist saluted Washin. I hope we can spar again next time. I would like to say the same. Until next time. Washin smiled. His expression was quite peculiar, showing interest and enjoyment rather than any dark emotion. He's different from those brothers. He was on a different level from the Jeong siblings. The moment the match began, Yeon-shin struck Washin's sword with his ultimate swift sword art. He realized he had no chance in a long battle. However, Washin seemed to have intended to go all out even against a boy, infusing chi into his sword. Thus, Yeon-shin's sword broke. It was his mistake for recklessly using his swift sword, but Washin had instead acknowledged defeat. It seemed he thought he lost because his move was much delayed. Life at the desolate fortress will be much better than at the Jeong family. Yeon-shin, gathering the pieces of his broken sword, moved north, deep in thought. The garden where those who passed the desolate exam gathered. Those already seated looked at him with eyes full of surprise. Yeon-shin, indifferent, recalled his single strike. The weight distribution on both feet, the overlapping of chi from the Fatebreaker's codex, the explosion of contracted muscles. For now, he saw no further path forward. The problem was the sword. He said he belonged to the demon wings? That martial artist was right. During the bloodshed at the Jeong family, he didn't directly clash swords. The vagabonds he faced from Shinya to Yangong were not a concern for his chi. The desolate fortress was different. He had now stepped into the heart of the martial world. Fruit of the heavenly tree. He had to eat it. He couldn't die young like this. He said, I didn't learn how to infuse chi into my sword? Of course. The Jeong family was merely a third-rate clan pretending to be a martial arts family in Shinya. He had never seen anyone in the family who disliked boasting. If anyone in the family knew such techniques, he would have known. Now I know, that's enough. It was enough to hear that such a thing existed. The moment he knew, he understood how. Holding the broken sword, he let chi flow into it. This was not the end. At the same time, he realized that internal energy could roam freely within the iron forming the blade, and following a new sensation, the chi wrapped around the blade. Just infusing energy into the sword? No. He understood that he could become one with the sword using chi as a medium. Consciousness that had been focused on a single sword naturally advanced. The sword was calling to him, to a higher level of perception. Wong. The sword vibrated. It sounded as if it were crying. Sword cry. The martial artists in the garden stood up. Yeon-shin closed his eyes. Despite the surrounding commotion, he enjoyed the sensation of the sword crying in his grasp. This is the unity of body and sword. It feels like I have truly become one with it. The sword techniques executed in this state would be new. What kind of power would the swift sword art, revived with such precision, wield? He had gained something as soon as he passed the desolate exam. Although the fruit of the heavenly tree was still far away, Yeon-shin's current achievement was more than enough to satisfy him. Desolate fortress. Truly a great place. When he opened his eyes, he saw Washin smiling broadly. His eyes were drawn to his hand placed on the sword hilt. It seemed he had stood close by to guard against any disturbance of Yeon-shin's enlightenment. He had acted as a guardian. Congratulations on your achievement. He nodded slightly towards Yeon-shin. He seemed impeccably proper. I didn't realize you were standing guard. Thank you. And congratulations on passing the desolate exam as well. For a moment, Washin's face showed a puzzled expression before he laughed heartily. Some, envious of his newfound friendship with the White Qilin, looked on, but Yeon-shin's gaze had already returned to his sword. After waiting for an hour, Yeon-shin saw Won-chang's face. Despite it taking multiple attempts, he had finally passed. He amusingly tapped the dragon pattern on his forehead, signifying his heroic resolve. I've already decided on a nickname. How about Desolate Fort's Divine Hero? Desolate Fort's Divine Hero? Can one choose their own nickname? Why not? The martial world is full of shameless people who introduce themselves with their own titles. If I call myself the Desolate Fort Divine Hero, that will be my nickname. Then wouldn't all the swordsmen in the world be Divine Sword or Sword Saint? Hien Wen-chang pretended not to hear. Yeon-shin chuckled. A nickname. A name given by the martial world when one displayed excellent martial skills or became the center of a significant event. Unless one committed evil acts, a nickname was usually a great honor and represented the warrior's identity. Like Cliff Edge Sword, Tranquil Fist, and White Qilin. People already seemed to call you by a different name. It was Washin. Me? All I did was take the exam. Lightning Flash. If the martial artists of the Desolate Fortress call you that, it's already a nickname of the martial world. Lightning Flash, it's just a young boy's fast sword, isn't it? Washin bared his white teeth in a laugh. A bit fast, you say. How do you think it felt for me to lose my breath against that? Also, it's not uncommon for a nickname to reflect a warrior's potential. Congratulations. Thank you. Yeon-shin responded with a slightly awkward face. Lightning Flash Jeong Yeon-shin. A name he couldn't have imagined while sweeping horse manure at the Jeong family. Hien Wen-chang looked at him with envy. Gather around. It was the examiner at the training hall. Once you pass one more test, you will be warriors of the desolate fortress. To those who will pass, I tell you this. Learn, practice, perform tasks, and live together in this fort that stands alone in this world. Maintain the dignity befitting your status and become worthy warriors. The 20 who had taken the desolate exam remained silent. Yeon-shin guessed why. Passing the second test was joyous, but the final test was a meeting with the Lord of the Desolate Fortress. A living legend of the Great Ming Empire, often discussed as the best in martial arts under heaven. Meeting such a mythical figure alone was not an easy task even for Yeon-shin. Led by the examiner, they passed through the splendid palace complex without a word. Even upon entering the grand main fort at the center of the vast desolate fort, no one spoke. One by one, they were called up, returning with faces as if their souls had been taken. Despite being called a meeting, the time taken was very short, as if they only had to see the face and come down. Finally, it was Yeon-shin's turn to go up. The stairs seemed to spiral endlessly upward. They said to go all the way to the top. After what seemed like more than 100 steps, he reached the top. There was a grand, old-fashioned door that opened by itself as he approached. The spacious office was truly bizarre. It was all wood, branches, and foliage. Massive tree trunks naturally twisted and rose to form desks, low tables, and what seemed like a bed. A completely living giant tree. The sunlight shone directly through the wide-open walls. "I am Yeon-shin." He spoke without wavering. There was a figure whose clothes looked like they were dyed with leaf water. Her face, partially obscured by leafy branches, slowly lifted as she leaned against the tree. Their eyes met. An emotion beyond awe surged to the top of his head. It was an unknown feeling. Perhaps it was wonder and admiration for the existence of such a person in the world. The Supreme Lord of the Desolate Fortress. Her pointed ears, like the tip of a divine sword, and her unparalleled beauty were not the essence. Her deep green eyes were overwhelming. Facing her gaze, it felt like his soul was being sucked in. Those eyes seemed to hold the truth of all things in the world. He felt strongly that even the master of the sword sect, who was an absolute ruler in his memory, could not escape those eyes. It was strange that the meeting didn't take long, considering she was on a different level. "Sir." A breeze lifted her long green hair slightly and brushed against Yeon-shin's cheek. The Lord of the Desolate Fortress tilted her head sideways. "You are the descendant of that child." She spoke. "You say he is of your bloodline? It seems you already know. You're quite bold." The green eyes of the Lord of the Desolate Fort sect were calm. Overwhelmed, Yeon-shin slowly nodded. He is indeed the descendant of the former leader of the Divine Sword Brigade. "He is my grandson. He is about to take the seat of the head of the elders, yet he is stubborn. You bear some scars. It's not something the Lord should be concerned about. Just a trivial family matter. Such things are not trivial. They are just hidden under a well-groomed body. You seem to be about 15 years old. However, it is true that an outsider cannot interfere. Blood relatives should resolve their own matters." "I apologize." Yeon-shin spoke without any hint of remorse or discomfort. He believed that the transcendent presence of an absolute ruler and discussions of family affairs were separate matters. Sensing his thoughts, the Lord of the Desolate Fort sect's lips curved slightly. "I like you. Despite your intentions, you do not bow down, which is quite amusing." As expected, she saw through it. He was not surprised. That his biwi acupoint was abnormally open? Yeon-shin himself had realized this about his constitution. It was not unusual for a peerless master like the Lord of the Desolate Fort sect to see through it at a glance. "Can someone like me survive if I consume the fruit of the heavenly tree? Though its efficacy may be exaggerated, yes. You can achieve what you desire. Is it possible to obtain it?" Her smile deepened at Yeon-shin's bold question. "It depends on you. That's all for now. Thank you." Yeon-shin clasped his hands in salute. He asked again, "Am I now a warrior of the Desolate Fort sect?" "Yes. You may go now, future leader of the Divine Sword Brigade." It was hard to tell if she was teasing him or genuinely acknowledging his potential. It seemed she was implying that he could obtain the fruit of the heavenly tree if he became the leader of the Divine Sword Brigade. Leaving behind the slightly playful smile of the Lord, Yeon-shin exited the office filled with trees. As he descended to the first floor, Won Chang greeted him with excitement. "What on earth happened up there? Please tell me. You took particularly long. What did the Lord of the Desolate Fort sect say? Did you pass?" It's personal, so I can't share much. But yes, I passed. Why are there so few people here now? Except for Namgung Washin, everyone else left. I'm really nervous. Apparently, everyone except for Namgung Washin had left. As he turned his gaze, Washin, who made eye contact, smiled and nodded in greeting. Yeon-shin reciprocated the nod, then saw Wonchong, looking almost lifeless, climbing the stairs. It's nothing much. Go on. Wonchong weakly waved his hand at Yeon-shin's encouragement. Ha ha, Desolate Fort. I am now a warrior of the Desolate Fort sect. Wonchong had passed. Given the location, his celebration in a whisper seemed unreliable. Though it was a good thing since they had formed a brief camaraderie, Yeon-shin honestly couldn't understand the passing criteria at all. The gates of the Desolate Fort sect are more open than I thought. What do you mean? Wonchong blinked in confusion. Yeon-shin did not bother to explain and instead observed a middle-aged man approaching with a scholarly demeanor. Welcome to the sect. I am Ji Daesung, subordinate to the chief steward. I will show you to your quarters until your assignments are decided. Please follow me. When will the assignments be decided? Yeon-shin asked. The masters will select you, and it will take about 7 days. As you are now warriors of the main sect, I will explain more. Let's discuss it on the way. Yeon-shin, Washin, Wonchong, and another passing swordsman followed Ji Daesung. Do you know the main activities of the Desolate Fort sect? Preventing rebellions by martial artists? Hein Wonchang is correct, but that is more of a constant task rather than an assignment. We primarily prevent or suppress large-scale conflicts in the martial world. White Qilin would know. The Namgung family has often been hindered by the Desolate Fort sect. Yeah, Namgung Washin nodded briefly. Seeing his relatively calm expression, Yeon-shin found it intriguing. Leaving a prominent family must involve circumstances unknown to outsiders. Moreover, Ji Daesung, who made such remarks in front of them, was no ordinary person. Conflicts in the martial world can escalate unpredictably. Even a rumor about the discovery of the Heavenly Demon's tomb could bring a bloodbath to the Central Plains. It's fine if those seeking supreme martial arts manuals and elixirs only fought among themselves, but the movement of warriors from various places is itself a problem. Ji Daesung continued after a brief sigh. The atrocities committed by vicious martial artists do not discriminate between other martial artists and commoners. The chaos in law and order makes it feel like a world separate from the Ming Empire. It is as if the unknown tomb of the Heavenly Demon summons the King of Hell. The Heavenly Demon Tomb Incident. Wonchong muttered, his face somehow heavy. Ji Daesung nodded. It has been 17 years. The problem isn't just the demonic sect. Power struggles over benefits are also common among the 9 great sects and the 8 great families. Mid-sized sects or schools that pass down martial arts to a few are even more so. The groups are diverse, but the individuals within are even more varied. If left unchecked, the people suffer, and if the public sentiment sours or tributes are not delivered on time, it disrupts governance. That is why the imperial family provides immense wealth, elixirs, martial arts manuals, and experts to the Desolate Fort sect. Your job is to eliminate the martial artists who disturb the public order. I already knew that, but why tell us this when I asked about our assignments? Wonchong asked. It means we are short on people. To be precise, we lack talented individuals with great potential who are also reliable. There is too much work and the areas to manage are vast. Many were indeed eliminated today. But I made it. Therefore, it takes time to properly distribute the selected talents. About 7 days. We've arrived. Ji Daesung, who had briefly looked discontented, pointed to a building. It was a luxurious hall. Compared to this, the Jeong family house was like a stable. While Yeon-shin was thinking, Ji Daesung saluted them. Good luck. The attendants inside will guide you. 7 days and nights passed. The hall where they stayed was even more luxurious than it appeared, and each person had a fully opulent room to themselves, demonstrating the immense support of the imperial family. There was even a training hall behind the building, allowing for constant training. Finally, they moved to their assigned quarters. Having been assigned, they headed to the exclusive residence and training hall of the respective 17 divisions. Good luck. Washin, may you succeed as well. After exchanging greetings, they parted ways. During their stay, a strange rumor had spread in the Desolate Fort sect. It was said that the masters of the 17 armed divisions under the Divine Sword Brigade had engaged in combat to recruit new warriors. Some of my subordinates went crazy after seeing the desolate exam. They insisted we must recruit either the White Qilin or the Blink Sword. Ma Jin, the leader of the Demon Wings, was a man with a dreadful scar. The scar, a diagonal line from the left to the right side of his face, was so severe that it was a wonder he was alive, and it bestowed him with a rough and powerful aura. You, Blink Sword. He looked at Yeon-shin. The sharp gleam in his eyes suggested immense internal power, but Yeon-shin had spoken his mind to the Lord of the Desolate Fort sect without hesitation. Yes, sir. A calm response. Ma Jin nodded at Yeon-shin's composed demeanor. You have spirit. A guy like you won't easily die. They were in the Demon Wings training hall. The wide area, capable of holding 500 people, was filled with a variety of weapons displayed on one side. The adjacent hall was significantly larger than the waiting area they had used. Around them, 30 men and women sat or stood, observing the two new recruits. The armed divisions under the Divine Sword Brigade are like a martial sect of the Central Plains. You will learn martial arts and carry out missions here at the Demon Wings. Everyone here is your senior brother or sister. Master Jean, I have a question. Wan Chong, undeterred by the imposing atmosphere, was practically bouncing with excitement. Speak. Ma Jin nodded. Demon Wings had recruited 2 out of the 4 new recruits. Yeon-shin had heard that Ma Jin was considered the strongest among the 17 division leaders under the Divine Sword Brigade, and today he thought it was not an unfounded rumor. Meanwhile, Wan Chang, still excited, spoke up. Thank you for allowing questions. When you say we'll learn martial arts at the Demon Wings, does that mean we all share the same techniques? No. Your unique martial arts are your own. What you will learn and teach is only the Demon Wings martial arts. The rest is not mandatory. So, the famous Demon Wings formation. His face filled with admiration. The Golden Heroes band he never took off since entering the Desolate Fort sect fluttered as if reflecting its owner's mood. Demon Wings formation. Yeon-shin had also heard of it. Demon Wings was notably famous among the 17 divisions under the Divine Sword Brigade. There had been an incident where they clashed with 24 elite swordsmen from the Mount Hua sect without suffering any casualties. It was a story that bolstered the claim of those who called the Desolate Fort sect the best in the world. You will need to diligently practice to survive. Ma Jin spoke. His face was stern, resembling that of a general from the northern borders. Though the Desolate Fort sect is an imperial sect, attacking its warriors is not considered treason. Therefore, you must train and grow endlessly strong. If you don't, you'll die. It's not considered treason? Why is that? Yeon-shin asked. Before Ma Jin could respond, Wan Chong spoke up. From the imperial family's perspective, the crime of treason must be discovered and punished to the extent of exterminating 9 generations. Otherwise, the empire's dignity would be undermined, and the absolute authority of the imperial family would be tarnished. At least, that's how they think. Madman. Ma Jin chuckled, but did not interrupt the explanation. But there are many strange people in the martial world. Those who lose their minds after mastering demonic arts, or those with extraordinary speed who can evade officials and escape into the deep mountains. This is why the Desolate Fort sect warriors, whose mission is to confront martial artists, cannot be granted the imperial family's absolute authority. Yeon-shin nodded slightly. Wan Chang, despite his usually frivolous demeanor, had moments of sharp insight. This often happened when discussing the origins or power structures of sects. Predicting the intentions of the imperial court based on the state of the martial world was no different. His animosity toward major sects and the contrast with his usual light-hearted attitude suggested a complex background. Wan Chong is not wrong. That is why you must become strong. If you go on a mission and return wounded due to the Namgung First Sword, he can explain it better. Ma Jin pointed to a handsome man in a blue turban lounging casually. With strikingly clear features and a gentle impression, his demeanor was carefree, and the ends of his turban fluttered continuously in the breeze. Even at a glance, he seemed extraordinary. Namgung First Sword's sword arts are incredibly terrifying. He waved his hand and spoke. It was astonishing. Namgung First Sword was renowned as one of the best sword techniques in the world, taught only to the direct descendants of the Namgung family. Even though Yeon-shin lived in seclusion, he had heard of the name. Moreover, Namgung's first sword is said to be among the top swordsmen in Namjuk Rai. Though the man's internal energy did not appear particularly strong at first glance, closer inspection revealed a meticulously controlled energy flow around his body. Surviving an encounter with a grandmaster like Namgung's first sword was a testament to his skill. Well then, shall we see what the Blink sword is capable of? The man in the bandana suddenly stood up. It seemed prearranged as Ma Jin took a step back. The man approached Yeon-shin, his loosely tied sword at his waist swinging casually, catching his eye. He grinned. Coming here at your age means you have considerable talent. Shall we check your aptitude with the sword? I am very good at recognizing such things. You say you are good at recognizing talent? Yeon-shin asked without thinking. Chapter 10, Entrance 2. Yeah, I can really feel the wind. The man smiled. He had a blue bandana and even bluer eyes. Even a 10-year-old's threefold sword art has sword wind. You can tell how they wield the sword, what it feels like. Here in Demon Wings, there's a girl named Baek Mir-yeo whose sword is superb. Make sure to get some guidance from her. She's got quite the sense. Sure. Yeon-shin didn't ask further. As he circulated his chi in place, his clothes began to flutter slightly. The full-body manifestation of the Jeong family dynamic training drew intrigued looks from the Demon Wings warriors. They call me Jeong Yeon. Born and raised here in Yong'ong. Shinya, Jeong Yeon-shin. So there's a place like that. Jeong Yeon laughed lightly. His presence was as clear as his name. Yeon-shin reached for the sword he had received at Desolate Fort. The Desolate Sword. It was a top-grade item, incomparable to the iron sword he used to wield, and its sharp cry was so clear and loud that Hein Wenchang from the next room came running in. There's supposed to be a blacksmith shop owned by the dwarves here. If the rumor was true, it would make sense why even the standard-issue swords were of such high quality. Unlike the famously beautiful and strong elven race, not much was known about the dwarves aside from their exceptional smithing skills. I'll go. Yeah, they say your swift sword is the real deal. Show me. All right. From the hand holding the sword, a familiar tremor from the past week surged. Before Jeong Yeon drew his sword, Yeon-shin saw the calloused hands that looked like they were encased in armor. The firm, tiny muscles showing through his sleeves and his upright posture showcased his immense martial prowess. The piercing gaze that seemed to bore through his mind was overwhelmingly intense. No need to worry. This is a place to display skill. He erased all distractions. Only Jeong Yeon's breath remained in his chi sense. Inhale, exhale very slowly. Now, the chi that was supposed to go to his left foot flowed in the opposite direction. A thud resounded. With a single leap using overcoming the beginning and piercing through, Jeong Yeon's upper body came into sharp focus. Breaking the ground he stood on, he drew the Desolate Sword. 5 paces were cut down and scattered with a single draw. He released his tightly wound muscles and inner energy, following up with a swift sword strike. The sound of swimming through a typhoon beat against his eardrums like a drum, sending shivers through his lower abdomen. Having gained the sword cry, he changed once again. He could feel everything. Bang! He collided with an overwhelming sword force. Seeing an opening on the side, he moved in, but suddenly his vision shook white. An enormous shock traveled from his grip up to his elbow as he was flung away. He didn't know when he had raised his sword. Still, it's not as bad as I thought. Before flying off, he concentrated his chi on his right knee's acupoints. As his calf muscles twitched like a beast's, his right foot planted firmly on the training ground. At the same time, he exploded chi from the acupoint at his heel. Crack. Wish. This is doable. His body rotated half a turn on his right foot. He had actually caught his opponent's blind spot. At the end of the Desolate Sword's arc was the trapezius muscle behind Jeong Yeon's neck. The sound of cutting through the air was followed by Jeong Yeon's body twitching as if it were pulsing. His body seemed to blur, then instantly, Yeon-shin's vision turned white again. Jeong Yeon's sword closed in. Shoo! Rotational strike, it rotated properly. It wasn't something he saw, the hum in his grip told him. Inspired by Jeong Yeon's words about feeling the wind, Yeon-shin's sword cry reached a new level. Clang! The sound was like a bell, and the force imbued with chi scattered, tearing parts of his clothes. His arm bounced upwards. The clash was so powerful, he was amazed he didn't drop the sword. Phew! He let himself fall backward, using the iron bridge art. Thanks to his firmly planted right foot, the move was easy. The white blade grazed his nose. The sight of his hair being cut off was chilling. As he pulled his planted foot free, he kicked out. Predicting his opponent's evasion, he flipped in midair and landed. He gripped his sword tightly, eyes fixed on Jeong Yeon-shin. Something caught on his upward kicking foot. His bandana had fallen off. As I thought, an elf. The golden hair, the pointed ears with ends sharper than a sword's edge, were something no human could have. Yeon-shin, who had grown accustomed to seeing elves, thought nothing of it and readied his sword. Next, I'll combine overcoming the beginning with the desolate sword and... Fully immersed, he suddenly realized the surrounding silence. Even the formidable Jeong Yeon-shin looked at him in bewilderment. Everyone in the training hall stared at him in shock. Jeong Yeon-shin's identity didn't seem to be a secret. He didn't know why, but he felt the atmosphere was no longer conducive to sparring. Carefully sheathing his new sword, Yeon-shin asked out of curiosity, "How was I? You said you were assessing my talent. I know you held back. Be honest with me." The experts who had faced the Plum Blossom swords and even the Namgung First sword seemed to have forgotten how to speak, merely staring at Yeon-shin. After a while, Ma-jin spoke, his scar twisting as he did. "How old are you?" 15, but does that matter? Skill is all that counts now. Yeon-shin frowned. With a potentially short life ahead, age didn't seem relevant. However, no one seemed to hear the second sentence. Jeong Yeon-shin, who had suddenly thrown his sword away, and the Demon Wings warriors began talking amongst themselves. It was a disbelief-driven chatter. "That's monstrous." "No, it's a mistake by the heavens. I've been to the Gathering of Talents, and I've never seen anything like that. Even if you were born with sensory perception, you wouldn't be like that. In my city, I was considered the greatest prodigy." "Greatest, my ass." Ma-jin didn't bother to quiet them but gestured to Hyen Wen-chang. "Next. Hyen Wen-chang, from Shaanxi. Me now. Take your place. I'll be watching." None of the Demon Wings warriors paid much attention to Wen-chang's sparring. Only Yeon-shin, his fellow trainee, watched intently for anything to learn. Demon Wings doesn't discriminate against any weapons. Ma-jin, having just returned from a mission, immediately began teaching. He explained that when performing missions across the vast Central Plains, it wasn't unusual to be away for months, and a month-long rest was guaranteed upon return. Yeon-shin and Hyen Wen-chang began learning the Demon Wings formation. It was the first time Yeon-shin was formally learning a proper technique. Sword, knife, spear, fist, palm, axe, staff, whip. Demon Wings accepts everything. If you master it properly. How's that possible? Then why would sword masters bother specializing? Wen-chang, with his swollen eyes, asked. Ma-jin answered every question as if he were the most patient teacher in the world. The formations are different. Demon Wings is about body usage. It's a comprehensive study of what can be done with human hands and feet. Excluding the bow, it covers everything from close-quarters combat to mid-range spear fighting. He added. Therefore, it's shallow. As you already said yourself, it can't compare in depth to a swordsman who solely studied the sword. But we're not Taoist hermits on Mount Wudong, endlessly swinging a sword hoping for ascension. So that's how they view the Wudong sect's Tai Chi sword. Yeon-shin thought it was a swordsmanship worth seeing someday. Our martial arts were made for intense battles. Chaos is always expected, even on solo missions. A fight is a collection of variables. Would you insist on holding a sword if your stance collapses? With Demon Wings, you won't hesitate to discard your sword at that moment. Hesitation is defeat. Ma-jin glanced at Yeon-shin. He seemed to be thinking of the kick that had sent Jeong Yeon-shin's bandana flying. Conversely, Yeon-shin recalled how Jeong Yeon-shin had tossed his sword after their bout. Oh, indeed. A voice filled with admiration came from the entrance guardian. Ma-jin's eyes lit up with a peculiar light as he glanced at him sitting beside Yeon-shin. However, Demon Wings requires innate adaptability and insight. If you lack these, you must work hard enough to forcibly imprint it onto your body. But don't worry. He continued with a scar-stretching smile. That's what I and Demon Wings are here for. The fact that you passed the desolate exam means you have the potential. Follow well, and you'll join us on the next mission. And so began Hyen Wen-chang's ordeal. Ugh. The next day, a corpse-like figure stood in the Demon Wings training hall. Ma Jin's claim about imprinting onto the body was no exaggeration. He taught Wenchang the Demon Wings formation's principles through intense sparring. My Demon Wings close combat techniques are precise. I know you can move. It's commendable that you haven't collapsed. Reflect and achieve progress. Ma Jin spoke nonchalantly to Wenchang and then turned to Yeon-shin. He looked perfectly fine compared to Hien Wenchang. Wearing the black desolate sword at his waist and his white training robe fluttering in the wind, he looked like a full-fledged warrior of desolate fort, despite his young appearance. You've finished. Do you understand the core principle? Adaptability. Correct. The body always has a way to move. The seamless flow of movements is the essence of Demon Wings' true secret. Insight, creativity, and adaptability. If you fully grasp these principles, then that means you now understand the meaning of the technique. The meaning of the technique? This can't be explained in words. Ma Jin stood before a brick tower on one side of the training hall. Desolate fort sect members rarely used wood, as the stone buildings were a consideration for the elven lord of the fort. Watch. Ma Jin exuded a powerful aura momentarily, then immediately withdrew it to show complete relaxation. He extended his fist, and his callous knuckles struck the tower's surface. Thunk. The dull sound revealed how hardened his skin was. Simultaneously, the brick tower crumbled. The optimal moment and the ultimate strike. The technique draws this trajectory. Following the perfect technique results in the ultimate strike. It might fall under the realm of internal arts, but what I'm conveying is a different principle. Internal arts focus on seeing the opponent's attack. But your technique starts from the instinctual level. There's no need to see your own attack. Ma Jin didn't even brush off his hands as he turned to Yeon-shin. Watching the crumbled tower, Yeon-shin thought, the servants are going to have a hard time. Wondering about the wages of the desolate fort servants, he quickly cleared his mind. It's about knowing when and where to exert force. The point was to find the best moment to unleash power. Instantly grasping the technique, Yeon-shin stretched his hands. This is the realm of practice. You can't grasp it from just one look. The more you practice, the more you instinctively find the optimal technique. This will be your lifelong task. Is that so? Yeon-shin thought otherwise. Already, a deeper inspiration was igniting a lightning bolt in his mind. I can optimize this. I can do it right now. A glimmer of sky-blue light flashed in his eyes, and his hand lifted slightly. In perfect harmony with the sword, he could sense even the wind blowing against the blade. That sensation remained vivid. Though his eyes couldn't see, his sword could read Jeong Yeon-shin's technique. Internal energy, or qi, was a mysterious thing. It revealed the realm of ascension without needing to be seen or felt. The essence of qi is the great nature. Just follow where it leads. The cold touch of the desolate sword's hilt felt warm. Following the guiding principle of the Demon Wings formation, the qi surged from his whole body and began to flow outwards. It felt like a gentle breeze. He surveyed the tower standing next to the crumbled bricks, accompanied by the soft wind. Just by glimpsing the joints of the brick tower, he formed an azure, translucent mental image. He knew how much strength he needed and where to strike. The combination of strength, environment, and target formed a trajectory. As his breathing calmed, his right hand, holding the sheathed desolate sword, lifted. He didn't draw even a bit of internal strength to bolster his physical power. He leisurely followed the single stroke led by the qi. In an instant, the world lost its color from his consciousness. The twisting of muscles starting from the pectoralis major went through the deltoid and biceps, reaching the flexor digitorum profundus, sharpening like a sword, converging into a single path that struck towards the tower. Just before impact, all his joints momentarily locked. The optimal moment and the perfect strike. Thwack. Rumble. The fallen bricks resembled those broken by Ma Jin next to him. He had acquired the Demon Wings formation. All that was left was to hone his skill for real combat. Yeon-shin contained the excitement that bubbled within him. As he sheathed his sword at his waist and glanced at Ma Jin, he saw an expression even more intense than when he had faced Jeong Yeon-shin. It was no longer surprising. What is this? It seems I need to experience real combat. To unleash the Demon Wings formation in the blink of an eye, ordinary training won't suffice. I understand now what it means to engrave it into the body. I've learned well. Ma Jin, hailed as the strongest of the 17th generation of the Divine Sword clan, remained silent for a while. That guy is strange. One of the senior practitioners of Demon Wings muttered. The man wore a blue outfit with the character Wild of the Desolate Fortress embroidered on his shoulders and back. Everyone present wore the same uniform. The 10 or so warriors drinking in the luxurious tavern seemed to understand immediately. There was no one other than the boy who had recently become the talk of Demon Wings. I've heard a lot about him, even before I came here. They say he was an unparalleled genius? It's not surprising anymore. Who in the Desolate Fortress hasn't heard the term genius? I wouldn't know, having grown up in Desolate Fortress. Each person's remark carried a hint of alcohol. It was one of the most renowned taverns in the bustling Yongyang Street, crowded thanks to the presence of the Desolate Fortress. None of the drinkers bothered to use their internal energy to dispel the effects of the alcohol. Those who were abstinent and focused solely on training wouldn't go to a tavern in the first place. The senior practitioner who first spoke said, "Yes, it's something ordinary people say to geniuses, prodigies. He's a strange guy." Right. He seemed ordinary after coming here. In hindsight, it's not a good thing. The man across, who had a reddened face, laughed and drained his cup. Then he added, "But to us, he really is strange, isn't he?" The senior practitioners chuckled. "Has anyone seen our leader with that expression? They say he's already proficient in the Demon Wings formation. Have you seen him wield the sword? He's completely changed and has a refined aura. When he fought Chong Myong, he looked like a wild beast raised without parents." I couldn't believe it even while watching. As they chatted about the absent boy, a young man with a somewhat youthful face spoke up. "I admire Lightning Flash's character. He's not arrogant despite his talent. Sometimes he seems recklessly bold, but you'll see his true nature after a major mission. In any case, with that talent, the Lord of the Desolate Fortress must have taken notice. He must have conversed with the Lord at the final step of the Desolate test. With her eyes, the Lord must have seen through him immediately. Who knows what arrangements might have been made? If there are no issues, he'll be a leading figure when people talk about the Desolate Fortress. He might rise from white to blue in no time. That's possible if he survives." Several practitioners nodded. "But those guys are funny." As they conversed, one of the Demon Wings warriors turned his head towards one wall and spoke. The woman next to him smirked as she made her presence known. "Isn't it just jealousy? I heard their leader wanted either Lightning Flash or White Qilin, but ended up with neither." A burst of boisterous laughter erupted. Simultaneously, bang! The wall next to them shattered. The Demon Wings practitioners deftly deflected the exploding shards imbued with chi with chopsticks or wine cups. They seemed relaxed, as if this wasn't the first time, and their gestures contained the profound principles of their martial arts. Apologies for disturbing the Demon Wings practitioners' enjoyment. The newcomers wore the same blue uniforms of the Desolate Fortress. One man stepped forward to speak, but despite his words, his clothes fluttered wildly. He had gathered all his chi. "If you know, why not leave quietly? We were just getting into the mood. Our youngest has extraordinary talent," the woman, who had been exuding her presence, said with a smile. Her sharp features and cold eyes formed a smile. Her face was provocatively smug, enough to make anyone, even those who didn't intend to fight, draw their sword. "Alluring Sun Sword, are you challenging us? I thought it was your Azure Sky Squad who wanted to fight first. Saying that even if we have some talent, it's limited to Demon Wings? Isn't that picking a fight? You spat out such unlucky words knowing we could hear." As her words grew fiercer towards the end, her tone sharpened as if biting her teeth. Her momentum increased with each word. Unable to contain her anger, the woman stood up and glared at the Azure Sky Squad warriors. "Draw your sword. Let's see this famous Azure Sword art of the Azure Sky Squad. Alluring Sun's Sword Bekmirio. Watch your language. Who are you to order me? I'll crush you in 10 moves, come on." Yangyang's most famous tavern turned into chaos. "Have you heard? Our seniors fought with the Azure Sky Squad warriors." One Chong burst into the room, making a fuss early in the morning. Yeon-shin tilted his head and spoke. "Doesn't the Desolate Fortress have its own laws? Isn't fighting using martial arts outside the training ground a punishable offense? When did you read the fort's laws? Anyway, it seems true. They said an outing ban was imposed, and everyone looked gloomy. Why did they fight? Well, I heard an Azure Sky Squad warrior picked a fight at the tavern. He said Lightning Flash's talent couldn't bloom in Demon Wings. They fought over that? You don't understand the martial world yet. That's the essence of the Central Plains. A trivial word can turn into a sharp blade, and gaining fame through overcoming such challenges is what lets you traverse the martial world. It's something to be happy about. Our seniors got angry and fought for a newcomer. If it were me, I'd be overwhelmed. Wen Chang looked at him with an envious face. Wasn't it just because they insulted Demon Wings? Yeon-shin, unable to comprehend, closed his mouth. Then his eyes widened slightly. This is an opportunity. To achieve the fruit of the heavenly tree, worshipped by all noble families, how much merit would be needed? He would definitely need the help of his comrades along the way. Building goodwill beforehand wouldn't be a bad idea, even if the ultimate trust in the Central Plains was best earned by exchanging life debts. Calculated trust feels awkward and funny, though. For now, survival was the priority. Although he hadn't shown it to the Lord of the Desolate Fortress, he sincerely didn't want to die young. He had to eat the fruit of the heavenly tree. Now that I think about it, Brother Wen Chang is right. I'm angry. It upsets me that our seniors had to draw their swords because of me. Yeon-shin stood up abruptly. Exactly. That's it. You truly understand what's right. Is this when to use the term right? He almost felt embarrassed by Wen Chang's clapping, but he suppressed it, creating a calm anger as he left the room. The footsteps following him carried a sense of anticipation directed at him. It wasn't an illusion. They went to the Demon Wings training ground. The seniors lounging around looked even more dispirited than usual. The outing ban seemed to be a harsher punishment than expected. Yeon-shin, who hadn't drunk a drop due to training, couldn't fully grasp their feelings. The youngsters are here. There's no training today, so why are you here? If you're in white, you don't need to come. No, white should come even more. It's a commendable attitude. The seniors welcomed the two juniors. Yeon-shin, who responded with a bow, walked directly to stand before the leader of Demon Wings, Ma Jin. Is something troubling you? Feel free to ask. Ma Jin, who had previously said he would consider how to teach him, spoke with a tired face. It was unlikely for someone of Ma Jin's caliber to feel physical fatigue, suggesting that he had indeed poured his efforts into Yeon-shin, as he had said. This makes it feel even more genuine. Yeon-shin thought. He felt more at ease as he spoke. I want a duel. All right. Pick anyone. They'll do it for you. Ma Jin replied, brushing his forehead. Yeon-shin shook his head. Not someone from Demon Wings. I want to compete with Azure Sky Squad. The training ground fell silent for a moment. Everyone knew why he mentioned Azure Sky Squad. I heard about yesterday, but there's no need to be agitated. Calm yourself. I'm not agitated. Ma Jin's face, looking down at him, showed a mix of confusion and appreciation. What do you mean? I just want to experience the Azure Sky Sword art that I admire. You're not calming down at all. Excessive energy is problematic. However, the expressions of the seniors behind Ma Jin showed no sign of concern. Most of them seemed proud, unable to contain their admiration. The seasoned warriors, who were not inferior to the masters of the 9 great schools, already looked at him with pride. The unexpected reaction gave him goosebumps. He spoke again. I want to fight against their renowned sword arts with the Demon Wings formation. Please grant permission, leader. To gain real experience with the Demon Wings formation, observe superior sword arts, and earn the seniors' goodwill. It seemed like a win-win situation. He felt he had already achieved the last part. Are you serious? Although we are both under the same desolate fortress, Demon Wings is different. You haven't learned the same martial arts as Azure Sky Squad, nor have you fought alongside them. They won't go easy on you. That's what I hope for. Yeon-shin's short reply. Whistles burst out around him. He has the spirit to represent the desolate fortress. I want to see how he'll grow. If he holds his ground, he could lead Demon Wings in the future. Among them, even Ma Jin gave a slight nod. Desolate Fortress was the center of the martial world. A place where one displayed themselves through martial arts and spirit. There was no master who wouldn't admire a 15-year-old swordsman elevating the prestige of Demon Wings. All right. I will inform the leader of the Azure Sky Squad. A day later, the duel between Demon Wings Lightning Flash and a warrior from the Azure Sky Squad was arranged. Officially, it was an exchange match. Demon Wings challenged Azure Sky Squad to a duel. To be precise, it's a sparring match for insight. That's not it. I know the inside story. For the first time in a while, the desolate fortress was abuzz with gossip. The news that a newcomer and the Azure Sky Squad were dueling for the honor of the 17 generations had spread. The common opinion was that the distinctions between the desolate fortress's white-blue-black uniforms were clearer than they appeared, so the outcome of the duel itself wasn't of interest to people. How long do you think he'll last? Anyway, at most 10 seconds, right? I agree. A newly inducted magic wing lasting more than 10 seconds against a blue uniform? That's not a plausible scenario. Isn't it like a novice from the Mount Hua sect challenging the Plum Blossom Swordsman? On the day of the duel, the rumor had spread so widely that people from other 17 generations as well as some from the Chief Steward's office came to watch. The location was the Azure Sky Squad's training hall. Already present and receiving curious glances, Yeon-shin looked around. It was all swords everywhere. Seeing the various kinds of swords on the weapon racks made him realize anew that the Azure Sky Squad was famous for its swordsmanship even in the martial world. They say you only train with swords until you become a blue uniform here, right? It was commonly known that the Desolate exam was for inducting white uniform warriors, but there were also several other entry routes. The most well-known was similar to the usual major sects. They would take in children before their meridians were blocked by turbid energy, dress them in any clothes, and gradually advance them to white and blue uniforms. In fact, this route was more orthodox and had better prospects. Yeon-shin couldn't forget the lively and spirited children he saw at the Demon Wings Hall. They were here cheering him on even now. You have to last 5 moves. We've bet treats with the Azure Sky Squad kids. Brother, look this way. Here, brother. Don't disgrace the name of Demon Wings. Senior. Hang in there. Senior, huh? Yeon-shin chuckled. Unlike other martial sects, the Desolate Fortress's uniform color was everything in terms of rank. In this way, it was similar to the military. The children would occasionally playfully call him and Wenchang Senior, which felt fresh and endearing to Yeon-shin, who had never felt attached to a family. He waved to the 10 or so children. They cheered loudly. They were innocent kids. Come to think of it, there were friends my age too. There were also older disciples of Demon Wings than those children. Being recognized for his martial skills and becoming a formal warrior in white clothing was considered early even at 20 years old. He was unusually fast. Naturally, there were disciples older than Yeon-shin, and unlike the cheering children, it was still awkward with them. Time will solve that. Putting his thoughts aside, he looked ahead. The expressions of the warriors belonging to the Azure Sky Squad were not good. They were displeased that a rookie from the Desolate exam had requested a duel. On one side, 2 Supreme Masters in black uniforms were engaged in a silent confrontation. They were Ma Jin and the leader of the Azure Sky Squad. The leader of the Azure Sky Squad was a renowned swordsman, known as one of the top 10 swordsmen in the Central Plains. Despite his slender build, his tall stature, long arms, and intense gaze were impressive. I'll bet an elixir that the rookie won't last 10 moves, said the leader of the Azure Sky Squad. Ma Jin looked astonished. Elixir? Isn't that too much? Are you scared? Think you'll lose. You sound like a rookie. The Desolate Fortress's elixirs don't come cheap. The honor of Demon Wings and the Azure Sky Squad is at stake. Is this a light matter? The leader of the Azure Sky Squad spoke forcefully as Ma Jin seemed to hesitate, resembling a beast taking the initiative in a fight. Ma Jin, you seem weaker than usual. Did you make such a fuss at the leaders' meeting to admit such a guy? You seem to have a lot of grudges. Don't change the subject. Are you backing out? Huh. Fine. I'll accept. Good. A leader should know how to trust his subordinates. The leader of the Azure Sky Squad smirked and turned his head. Thus, he missed seeing Ma Jin's slight smile. Yeon-shin, right? White uniform of Demon Wings. Demon Wings, Jeong Yeon-shin. He politely cupped his fists to his opponent. It hadn't been long since he had introduced himself as Yeon-shin of Shinya, but now he felt that Demon Wings suited him much better. From the Jeong family massacre in Hanam to Namyang, Central Plains, and now here. Regardless of others' views, it felt both unfamiliar and precious to represent a group in this duel. The warrior who had asked for his name stood indifferently 10 steps ahead. In his blue uniform symbolizing the main force of the Desolate Fortress, with a stern gaze and the aura of a seasoned warrior. I've been training in the Azure Sky Sword technique for 20 years. They say a sword has no eyes, hence why it is the master's responsibility to be its eyes. However, I won't hold back. Keep this in mind. Yes, sir. Yunshin's brief reply made the warrior's eyebrows twitch. Without saying more, the warrior placed his hand on his sword. Simultaneously, a chilling aura spread out in waves. What kind of sword technique does he use? Yunshin's short reply wasn't intended as a provocation. He was already unraveling the demon wings formation and reading his opponent's energy with his chi. According to his seniors, the Azure Sky sword technique had a very diverse swordsmanship. Depending on the practitioner, it could become a fast sword or a powerful heavy sword. A blue uniform warrior would have his own specialty, but also be proficient in all techniques. Therefore, Yunshin would also unleash his own skills. The Fate Breaker's Codex. The unique martial art he created despite having limited chi, both in density and quantity. As he focused his mind, his inner energy began to circulate through his flexible meridians. It was a method of using chi that was possible because he had mastered the Jeong family dynamic training, thoroughly penetrating all his meridians, including the 12 principal and 8 extraordinary meridians. The Fatebreaker's Codex was also developing at a lightning pace. He was diligently confirming the points where he needed to support the weight and apply force while circulating his chi. Come. The blue uniform warrior spoke, naturally yielding the first move. Yunshin decided to surprise him. Hup. As he drew in his breath, he pulled out his sword with a swift movement. The vibration of his chi reverberated with a thud in the training hall, and the clear sunlight scattered over the blade of the desolate sword, imbued with the essence of the fast sword. The force that rose from beneath his feet converged onto his sword, drawing the trajectory of the demon wings formation. Clang! With the sound of the sword, a smile spread on Yunshin's face from the vibration traveling through his grip. It was a solid strike. Although he didn't cut, the warrior's composure was broken, his center of gravity visibly shaken. When the sword speeds up, its power inevitably increases. This is known as sword force. Pushing off the ground with the foot that had just stepped forward, Yunshin's next move followed. When used correctly, the technique he self-described as 2 achievements could exhibit twice the usual efficacy of chi. The rapidly changing scenery and the warrior's body growing larger in his view. The demon wings formation revealed its sword trajectory. The warrior's statement that he wouldn't hold back wasn't just about not being careless. Unlike those who were distracted by the boyish appearance and lost instantly, the warrior's broken balance was visibly clear. Now, he had to take advantage of this opening to win. Amidst the vast training hall, surrounded by many people, Yunshin thought only of victory. Clang! He felt his sword skills improving rapidly. The vibration felt through his hands was tremendous. The warrior's eyes became serious quickly, but Yunshin's aggressive swordplay, though far from the level of a blue uniform warrior, prevented him from properly executing his defensive stance. In one corner, Ma Jin was teaching the children about the importance of taking the initiative. Quite the composed fellow. Clang, clang, clang. The demon wings formation's sword trajectory drew white streaks, filling his vision. He was utilizing the efficacy of the fast sword to the fullest. Keeping up the momentum from the single breath and central position he seized initially, he noticed the growing weariness on the opponent's face. Yunshin lost track of how many moves they exchanged. Fully immersed, he was mastering the demon wings formation. On top of his body trained by the Jeong family dynamic training, he accumulated the essence of martial arts. As the sword trajectory tilted more, he realized he used his back muscles a lot, and if he twisted his foot at a certain angle while stepping diagonally, it would generate rotational force with chi. This was the rotational strike used by Chong Myong. Woom! The swirling chi was embodied in his sword strike. Clang! The warrior retreated a step. Yunshin immediately raised his sword and spun around. A powerful and sharp wind scattered in all directions. Strings of force weaved together, showcasing the power of the rotational strike. With a sense of achievement running down his spine, he named another move. Charged strike. The overwhelming force naturally led his body. His body rotated once more. At this moment, he instinctively knew that the charged strike could be used in consecutive strikes. Each subsequent strike increased in power. The second strike of charged strike was unleashed from the tip of his sword. Boom! The warrior's body hadn't fully rotated yet to gain distance. The warrior's desolate sword was knocked away. His upper body shook entirely under the enormous sword force of the charged strike. His arms flung above his head. Ugh. Barely regaining his balance, he saw Yeon-shin's sword at his chin. Yeon-shin was holding his desolate sword with a peculiar expression. Despite repeatedly receiving Yeon-shin's sword, the blue uniform warrior's uniform was remarkably clean. Just a few creases. However, the white uniform had one. It was an undeniable result, even if attributed to carelessness. Yeon-shin stared at him quietly. It was luck. He won because a timely inspiration added power to his momentum. If it were to happen again, the outcome wouldn't be the same. It was said that a blue uniform warrior of the desolate fortress wouldn't yield to even a plum blossom swordsman of the Mount Hua sect. The difference in a single rank was significant, showing the strength of the desolate fortress. With such martial prowess, it would be hard to find an opponent in the vast martial world. It felt like his first goal had been set. Yeon-shin sheathed his desolate sword. Then, with sincerity, he cupped his fists. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to witness your profound swordsmanship. Your sword trajectory and rotational strike were remarkable. A martial prowess that transcends your age. The blue uniform warrior, staring at him for a moment, stood up. The slight upward curve of his mouth indicated he wasn't displeased. Yeon-shin thought. It's charming how one's expression can change so easily after losing face and receiving a single bow. He turned his head. Most faces were shocked, while some showed admiration. How many seconds was it? The white uniform won. It seemed like at least 20 moves were exchanged. Exchanged? What are you talking about? Truly incredible swordsmanship. Was it Jeong Yeon-shin? His martial prowess is astounding for his age, beyond comprehension. Demon Wings has taken in a treasure. I'm insanely jealous. The bemused faces of the cheeky Demon Wings children were also amusing. Yeon-shin, who greeted the Azure Sky squad leader with a cupped fist, walked towards the children. Despite the intense movement, his body trained by the Jeong family dynamic training was absorbing the shock from the clash of chi. He wasn't very tired. Demon Wings. I didn't disgrace our name, right? Enjoy your treats well. Squatting down to meet the children's eyes, Yeon-shin spoke. He wasn't sure how many moves they exchanged, but it was certain that he shattered the 10-second expectation. He won. The children, nodding absent-mindedly, gradually regained their spirits. Their eyes soon began to sparkle brightly, almost overwhelming. Yes, we'll enjoy the treats. Brother, you're really strong. A white uniform suits you. Wow! The child who called him senior only let out an exclamation as if mesmerized. Amidst the excited chatter of the children, Ma Jin approached. From his outstretched hand, a fragrant aroma wafted. A round lump of medicine sat on his strong-looking palm. Yeon-shin felt the dense flow of energy. It's yours. Ma Jin spoke, the scar under his lip rising along with his grin. Yes. Each division of the Divine Sword Squad is equivalent to the core forces of the 9 great sects. Along with budget, supplies also include spiritual medicines and elixirs, though they are not in large quantities. Of course, there is nothing as grand as Kaching Jade or Millennium Snow Ginseng. I heard that the Shaolin has great rejuvenation pills, but that's beyond my jurisdiction. Ma Jin smiled broadly. You look like you want me as your master. Unfortunately, the laws of the desolate fortress prohibit personal master-disciple relationships between warriors of the same sect. It's to prevent any personal matters from affecting missions. I am grateful, but I hadn't thought that far. Understood. Should I bow in respect then? Can I do that here? If you're not afraid of the severe consequences of breaking the laws, go ahead. Yeon-shin caught the elixir Ma Jin tossed with a light chuckle. He stared at the white pill in his hand. He had never seen such a thing at the Jeong family. He hadn't even heard of it. It wasn't because the family head hated him, but because there was simply no such thing as an elixir in a backwater martial family. Given your level of inner energy, you should see significant benefits. Have you ever consumed any spiritual medicine before? No, I haven't. Absorbing the medicinal energy into your inner energy isn't easy with regular cultivation. If not done correctly, you might waste the precious effects. I can help. Come with me. Master. Why are you being so kind to me? It was a question that someone tainted by worldly ways wouldn't have asked. It was a question that only a boy with nowhere else to go could ask. The scar that crossed Ma Jin's face twitched cheerfully. I'm not giving you special treatment. Everyone in Demon Wings is treated the same. After experiencing life and death missions a few times, you'll understand. He tapped Yeon-shin's shoulder and walked past him. Yeon-shin watched his back for a moment, then slowly followed, brushing the arm of Won Chang, who looked enviously at him. There was a ripple effect. The duel wasn't witnessed only by the experts of the two brigades, so the rumor spread quickly. Alluring sun sword. I heard your side has an extraordinary hidden dragon. Hidden dragon? Why? The rumor is widespread. They say a young swordsman who joined your ranks dueled with the Azure Sky Squad. Isn't Guo Quan from the Azure Sky Squad a skilled swordsman? There's no way a white uniform could defeat a blue robe of the desolate fortress. Well, I don't know about a hidden dragon, but he's certainly a monster. What should I say? There's more nervousness than anticipation. Nervousness? Baekmir Yeo, the alluring sun sword, opened her mouth again to the questioning warrior from another squad. He's diligent and humble. Sometimes it's annoying when he says the right things without hesitation, but he's fundamentally polite. However, he's incredibly adept at dissecting martial arts. Isn't that right, Jeong Yeon-shin? The blue-eyed man next to her nodded with a light smile. It's an unprecedented talent. I used 1-inch strikes during a spar, and then somehow that kid next to me is replicating the same technique in a different stance. It's incredibly irritating, but when I look back, his form is much more precise. There's something innately gifted about his ability to reinterpret techniques, to the point where it makes me hesitant to use my unique martial arts in front of him. He's already mastering them. Jeong Yeon-shin added lightly. Right. I think if he hadn't joined the desolate fortress, he would have died a vagabond somewhere. No martial arts sect would let such a talent live. At some point, Baekmir Yeo and Jeong Yeon-shin were conversing. The warrior, who had been pushed to the background, frowned. What are they talking about? Are they mocking me? I don't understand. Neither do I. Mir Yeo muttered, then signaled to Jeong Yeon-shin with her eyes to send the warrior away. At the Demon Wings Hall, Jeong Yeon-shin and Baekmir Yeo, along with the other skilled warriors of Demon Wings, naturally surrounded the area. Some were hidden on the roof in stealth, while others were casually chatting with visitors but never moving from their spots. In the center of this vigilant formation was the hall's interior. Yeon-shin and Ma Jin were there. Ma Jin, placing his hand on the seated boy's back, spoke. I don't know how much of the elixir you'll be able to absorb. Even if it seems you're not getting the expected results, do not act recklessly. While inner energy can always be accumulated, damaging your dantian or meridians will take years to heal. If you don't want to remain stagnant, remember this. Yes, Master. The amount of effort Demon Wings as a whole put into their youngest member was truly tremendous. To Yeon-shin, it felt almost overwhelming. He thought, so this is what it means to belong to a sect. He felt emotions he had rarely experienced before, tickling the top of his head. Listen, it's truly astonishing that you've already achieved the Great Circuit. You don't need to circulate chi through your lower body's meridians. Think of linking the major meridians of your upper body, the conception and governing vessels, from end to end. Place the medicinal energy in the flow of chi and keep circulating until it dissolves. The essence of consuming an elixir is constant chi circulation. If your chi flow becomes unstable, I will intervene, so don't be alarmed and go with it. Yes. Yeon-shin took the elixir and placed it in his mouth. As he chewed, he noticed it had no particular taste. It was said that the supreme elixirs like the great rejuvenation pills of Shaolin would melt on the tongue, but this one had to be chewed and swallowed. Soon, the energy from the elixir spread within his body. In the time it took to drink 2 cups of tea, the chi circulation was complete. Ma Jin didn't even have time to assist. He now had an expression that seemed to have given up trying to understand. Congratulations. You've completely absorbed all the medicinal energy. Yes. The increased chi is incredibly robust. It's incomparable to the energy I had before. Yeon-shin, who had consumed a spiritual elixir for the first time, observed the interior of his body with wonder. It was as described. His inner energy, which had always been exceedingly scarce, had now surpassed even the standard elixir distributed by the desolate fortress. It's surprising I managed to fight with such minimal inner energy. Now, I finally have chi befitting a white uniform. Ma Jin spoke, his face now relieved of its earlier frustration. I must go out now. Master, as well as the seniors, this is too overwhelming. Feeling burdened? The scar running down to Ma Jin's chin lifted. It was a now familiar smile. Don't be. Once you go out into the martial realm and face life and death situations a few times, This will become natural. The higher your martial arts skills, the better. And you'll earn merits too, right? Muttering to himself, Yeon-shin saw Ma-jin nod and spoke quietly. I want to go out into the martial realm. Yeon-shin had thanked his seniors with cupped fists more than 10 times. He was exhausted just from showing proper manners. Jeong Yeon and Baek Mir-yeo don't even seem like warriors. They touch shoulders and heads without hesitation. Excessive physical contact among martial artists was usually awkward. In the martial world, where favors and grudges were intricately intertwined, who knew if someone might use internal techniques to wreak havoc within one's body? Although he had gained his senior's favor through the duel with the Azure Sky Squad, Yeon-shin himself still hadn't fully integrated himself into Demon Wings. The elixir made him stronger, but mentally, he was exhausted. Though things changed once he returned to his quarters. You're training again? Won-chang asked with an exasperated look. Yeon-shin nodded roughly and left the room. The Great Training Hall feels like too much right now. Demon Wings had 2 types of training halls. The first was the Great Training Hall, used for coordinated training in preparation for group battles and for disseminating missions and updates. The place he was heading to now was the small training hall, used by Demon Wings masters to practice unique martial arts outside the Demon Wings formation. As he passed by the Great Training Hall, he saw a large building without a ceiling. It felt like the labyrinth of the imperial tombs built above ground. Even from the outside, the chi emanating from inside was extraordinary. Yeon-shin wasn't the only one training. For someone with a certain level of inner energy, it wasn't difficult to discern others' chi. Passing by occupied rooms, he searched for an empty one. Even if he didn't sense any energy, he avoided places where a cloth, serving as a makeshift door, was hung, just in case. When he found an empty training room, youngest. It wasn't a voice but a transmission of sound. It was the etiquette of the small training hall. They were cautious, lest anyone disturb someone who might be gaining enlightenment. Looking back, Baek Mir-yeo, the alluring sun sword, stood there, her hands emitting waves of chi. She was a senior with such an imposing aura that it was hard to speak to her. Cautiously, Yeon-shin approached her gesture. What is it? The sound transmission he learned with the Demon Wings formation was still a bit clumsy. The voice should be firmly condensed and transmitted, but to Yeon-shin, it still felt like a gentle breeze. It was due to his insufficient inner energy realm. Fortunately, Mir-yeo didn't seem to mind much. I need a partner. Will you take a move? Did you gain enlightenment? Congratulations. It's just a small clue. You're not going to tell me you can't spar after showing such a performance at the duel, are you? Wouldn't the noise be too much? Let's go outside. The two left the small training hall. Walking silently, Mir-yeo spoke as they approached the Great Training Hall. If you had training planned, I apologize. I'm in a hurry. The enlightenment came to me suddenly. Actually, this works better for me. Solo training can be done anytime, but it's not every day I get to spar with a senior like the alluring sun sword. My ultimate skill is a sword art. Why do you speak of hand techniques? Don't you focus on your hands while unsheathing your sword? Unless you were practicing calligraphy, the alluring sun sword could unleash swift sword arts regardless of where her hands are. Mir-yeo laughed softly. Despite her cold eyes, the smile suited her well. Just call me Senior Baek. As they conversed, they reached the Great Training Hall. Some who enjoyed practicing in the open and others who were practicing the Demon Wings formation nodded their heads. Now, let's start by sparring. I'll take the first move. Since coming to the desolate fortress, Yeon-shin had heard enough of the phrase, I'll yield the first move, to be tired of it. Responding to Yeon-shin's impudent words, Mir-yeo smiled and gestured. She stood with empty hands, and Yeon-shin drew his sword without hesitation. But surprisingly, his wrist was quickly grabbed. She had swiftly closed in and seized his wrist. It was an incredibly fast joint lock. The unprepared blue uniform warrior he sparred with was not this strong. He could barely see her hand moving. Not yet. Demon Wings formation. His left hand was free. He tried to strike with a straight fist following the chi trajectory, but the distance was too close to exert force. Instead, her body came even closer. At that moment, Mir-yeo's hand, which was an inch away, struck his abdomen. Hup! Despite the close distance, she released a powerful strike. His body was pushed back, but his seized wrist remained held. Immediately, Yeon-shin's Demon Wings formation instinctively guided his body, and in a split second, he struck upward with his knee imbued with the chi of the Fatebreaker's codex. Yeon, who was now massaging her own wrist that had been knocked away with a thudding sound, had a face filled with astonishment and satisfaction. You managed the chi in your strike flexibly. I had a feeling, but it seems my 1-inch strikes have become more efficient. I can apply more power. She spoke with satisfaction. Were you practicing 1-inch strikes? A swordsman trained in the Demon Wings formation can't rely only on the sword. 1-inch strikes are very useful in close combat. Against an opponent covered in defensive chi, it's best to break their protective chi first. Yeon-shin cautiously spoke. May I, an unworthy junior, offer a word? I've been sensitive to chi since childhood, and your chi control caught my eye. You can see the movement of chi? Even for you, that's hard to believe. I merely observe the ripples of chi along with the flow of your internal force. I can't see chi residing within the body. Even that is unbelievable. Such a sense of chi. Perhaps only the Supreme Masters possess it. She was referring to the hierarchy of the desolate fortress, from white to black uniforms. Yeon, who had slightly widened her eyes, continued in a calmer tone. But with you, we've felt something too. All right. I'll listen, Junior. She smiled playfully at the end of her words. Yeon-shin spoke with a perplexed look. I recently started learning the rotational strike from Master. Your hand techniques seem more suited to internal force rather than 1-inch strikes. The control of chi appears well suited to the internal family heavy unarmed attacks. If you use the same force with internal force, it would be much. Are you already at that level with the internal family heavy unarmed attacks? What? Yeon's eyes widened slightly. She soon had a dazed expression on her face, a look unimaginable from her usual demeanor. Yeon, renowned both inside and outside the desolate fortress as a bold and cold sword woman, now looked bewildered. Internal force. The inner family heavy unarmed arts. She didn't get angry right away. Instead, she stroked her lips with her long fingers, silently lost in thought. It's hard to accept. If a master focused on internal energy, the inner family heavy unarmed arts would be a basic technique. Do you take me for a fool who doesn't understand her own chi? No, but it seems like you are. Yeon-shin couldn't voice his thoughts this time. In his view, Yeon's chi method was subtle, and her chi mobilization speed was faster than that of other seniors, but it was meaningless if she didn't realize it herself. He didn't feel the need to continue the conversation. I apologize. I shouldn't have disturbed you with unnecessary words. They weren't close enough for him to insist on his advice at the cost of offending her. However, his overly bland attitude seemed to provoke Yeon. Her smooth forehead creased. An experienced master in the martial world would also excel in psychological battles. Realizing that his inner thoughts had been read through her change in attitude, Yeon-shin slowly spoke. I'll take my leave now. Yes. I'm sorry. And thank you. Turning away from her, he headed back to the small training hall. If she didn't accept it, that was enough. Given her apology and gratitude, it didn't seem likely, but if she held a grudge for no reason, she would be no different from the brothers of the Jeong family. There was no need to waste energy on such a person. Since entering the desolate fortress, his martial arts had been improving day by day. He was just waiting for a chance to prove himself. I'll start training the combination of the charged strike. Yeon-shin completely pushed thoughts of Yeon out of his mind. Master. Speak. Did you ever mention my martial arts origins to Lightning Flash? What kind of nonsense is that? Do you think that makes any sense? At the Demon Wings Hall, with the surrounding energy forming a barrier to block the sound, Ma-jin frowned. Yeon, sitting across from him, had a serious expression. If not, then how? It seems you misunderstand what happened. Seeing her murmur, Ma-jin opened his mouth. He must have seen through the martial arts you've been modifying. Lightning Flash is special. Even in the vast martial world, it's hard to find such talent. But there are such figures in the world. The Ming clan, the Iron clan, the absolute masters who claim to be the strongest in the world. Lightning Flash possesses inexplicable talent like them. Do you think practicing the lost heavenly demon divine art is a reason to avoid Lightning Flash? He is undoubtedly the future of the desolate fortress. I don't know what others who haven't seen him think, but there's no reason to dismiss his words as the advice of a novice. Such talent is unheard of. I understand that too. If there's anything to be concerned about, It's his nature. Fortunately, a small mission has come up. It's something 2 blue uniforms can handle alone, so having 2 blue uniforms and 2 white uniforms from the martial world isn't a bad idea. Watch how Lightning Flash crosses life and death situations with his companions. See if he's trustworthy. If his nature is good, should I even discuss the heavenly demon divine art with him? Your self-study has its limits. I don't have the luxury of time. If it's just about refining the divine art, it's right to seek Lightning Flash's help. He's fundamentally different. He adapts everything to fit himself. He has the potential to become a grandmaster. A grandmaster. Her eyes widened. Majin continued speaking calmly. You don't need to worry about your legitimacy. Lightning Flash will develop his own unique martial path. You can see it from how he mastered the Demon Wings formation. I've never seen anyone practice it like that. It is indeed astonishing. Astonishing? That doesn't begin to describe his talent. He even enjoys martial arts. Baekmir Yeo sighed deeply. Majin declared firmly. Within 5 years, Lightning Flash will become the leader of Demon Wings. Go and observe the nature of your future superior. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The next day, Yeon-shin, along with Hyen Won-chang, were summoned to the Great Training Hall. There were only 3 people in the spacious area. Baekmir Yeo, Chong Myong, and Majin, whom he had started to feel a bit awkward around. It's a mission. Majin's blunt words made Hyen Won-chang's body tremble with excitement. Finally, we're going into the martial world. Don't get too excited. You might die out there. Oh yes. Baekmir Yeo, Chong Myong, Yeon-shin, and Hyen Won-chang. The 4 of you will go. It's related to the Blood Flame sect. Prepare yourselves to leave the desolate fortress, Majin said. At the mention of the Blood Flame sect, Yeon-shin's eyes darkened. A burning manor, blood dripping from the doorsteps, red clothes, and red hair. He slowly opened his mouth. Are you saying that for a matter involving the 13 heavens, we're sending 2 blue uniforms and 2 white uniforms? You should hear the background. Strictly speaking, it's not the main branch of the Blood Flame sect. We don't even know where that is. Majin's explanation wasn't long. You're aware that the famine isn't just a problem in Hogwang, right? The Jeong family Shinya was relatively well off, but the broader region of Nam-ang was different. He had heard that arable land was dwindling across the entire Hanam province. According to Majin, the situation was similar in Shaanxi province. A few years ago, during a poor harvest, starving villagers raided a local lord's manor. They didn't just take food. The household was driven out violently. Recently, it seems the lord's eldest son returned, with red hair and dressed in bright red. He pledged allegiance to the Blood Flame sect. Hyen Won-chang muttered in disbelief. The Blood Flame sect was particularly notorious among the 13 heavens of the demonic sect. There were many rumors, but the one widely accepted was that they produced warriors through the power of blood, which bordered on both magic and martial arts. Like other demonic arts, it seems the eldest son of that manor quickly mastered the blood arts of the Blood Flame sect. He settled in the village, periodically slaughtering livestock and destroying crops. Destroying crops? Chong Myong, wearing a hood, murmured. Yeon-shin remembered that he was from the Ming clan. Does he only target livestock and crops? Yes. He uproots all potential crops and kills all the livestock, before waiting for them to grow before doing it again. Sounds like he's not right in the head. Not like any Blood Flame sect member I know. Won-chung said, his eyes wide with surprise. It was as if he had never heard of such a thing before. You've never heard of a lunatic before? Are you serious? At Majin's question, Won-chung immediately looked embarrassed. Baekmir Yeo looked at him with a pitiful expression. Majin spoke again. It's in Jinping County, southern Shaanxi. Normally, the Shaanxi branch would handle it, but recently, a case involving the theft of elixirs from the Mount Hua sect has escalated to involve the entire martial world in Shaanxi. They're short on resources and have asked our main sect for help. The Mount Hua sect had elixirs stolen? Are you referring to the Grand Violet Pill, said to be comparable to the Shaolin's Great Rejuvenation Pills? Hyen Won-chang asked with wide eyes. That's why it's causing such an uproar. That case might also come to our main sect soon. For now, focus on the immediate mission. Yes, he answered energetically. Various matters from the martial world were flowing in. Even Yeon-shin, who usually remained calm, was now acutely aware that he would soon be directly involved in the martial world, so it was easy to guess how Han Wenchang felt. Ma Jin seemed concerned about this aspect as well. The zeal of youth entering the martial world for the first time, combined with martial skills and a sense of belonging to the desolate fortress, could lead to anything. Chong Myong, Baek Mir-yo, make sure to take care of the white uniforms. Ensure they return safely. Yes, I will do my best. Mir-yo's indifferent expression contrasted with Chong Myong's smiling face. Yeon-shin quietly grasped his sword, thinking of the Blood Flame sect and the Tyrant Sword sect slaughterers. He still didn't know why they had attacked the Jeong family. But now it didn't matter. The annihilation had already occurred, and even the estranged members of the Jeong family now harbored a sword in their hearts. He would kill them if he encountered them. I sincerely hope your necks are clean. He stroked his sword. The four of them quickly left Yong'ong, heading northwest at a fast pace. It was a grueling march that silenced even Wenchang, who seemed eager to experience the martial world. They said this was always the case with missions from the desolate fortress. They had free access to relay stations across the central plains and could ride horses for extended periods using the power of qi. There was no leisure. However, there was no relay station route from Hoguang to Shaanxi, so they had to conserve the horses' strength. They reached Jinping County from Yong'ong in 10 days. Huff! As the local magistrate welcomed them, Han Wenchang dismounted weakly. He seemed more mentally exhausted than physically. Mir-yo clicked her tongue. You can't imagine what it's like when martial artists use the relay station routes. Yeon-shin glanced at Han Wenchang, whose face had turned pale, then turned his attention to the magistrate. Doesn't seem like he's starving. The magistrate's round face didn't look undernourished, only lacking in luster. However, his expression, looking at them, was a mix of relief and annoyance. I sent the message long ago, and you're only arriving now? How frustrating. Now that you're here, get down quickly. I thought I'd give you respect as swordsman of the Great Ming Empire, but you took your sweet time. Can you even catch that person? With just the four of you. What's this about? Yeon-shin asked Chong Myong and Baek Mir-yo. Their familiar expressions showed indifference. Tapping the back of his hood, Chong Myong slowly spoke. There are ignorant officials among the magistrates. These guys think the desolate fortress is their broom. But they only act like this once, during their first time. There are many counties in the Central Plains, and many have never seen a real martial artist. What? What's this? You insolent brat. How dare you speak like that? Can I use the mute acupoint? Yes. Let's get this over with quickly. What nonsense. Before Chong Myong finished speaking, the magistrate's voice was cut off. Yeon-shin's hand, filled with qi, pressed the point between his spine and skull. Being taller than the magistrate, Yeon-shin looked down at him indifferently. I don't take orders from you. Sweat formed on the magistrate's forehead. He turned away, trembling. Chong Myong and Mir-yo looked at him with satisfied expressions. He suddenly felt embarrassed. Lord Jeong, do you also practice acupoint techniques? Amazing, Wenchang exclaimed. Acupoint techniques involved precise stimulation of a person's acupoints with a qi-filled hand. Not all martial artists could perform these techniques, but for Yeon-shin, who had mastered the Jeong family dynamic training art and understood the human body thoroughly, it was a natural study. I've thought about it for a while, but it's becoming harder to call you Lord. From now on, I'll call you Young Hero. Young Hero Jeong. Call me whatever you want, Desolate Hero. Even a light joke made Desolate Hero's lips curl into a wide smile. As they tied their horses in the government office's stable and went down, Chong Myong draped an arm around Yeon-shin's shoulder. Do you know the saying, the government is untouchable? We're actually freer than other martial artists when it comes to the government. The imperial family allows it. We can suppress idiots who think we're shackled. That's the kind of sect the Desolate Fort is. A mute acupoint is quite a gentle touch, isn't it? Han Wenchang added. Even so, it shouldn't be overdone. Mir-yo, walking alongside, said. She then added quietly. You did well. Thank you. The time spent traveling with Mir-yo to Jinping County had somewhat alleviated the awkwardness. Feeling a bit more relaxed, Yeon-shin suddenly narrowed his eyes. There, below the village. Blood Flame sect members. Before finishing his sentence, he kicked off the ground and started running. Footnotes. We've gone back and retconned quite a few terms from the previous chapters. If some of the terms here are confusing or seem like they pop up out of nowhere, that's probably why. This was done on June 28, 2024. The wind harshly swept past his ears. As Yeon-shin sprinted with all his might, his body movements merged seamlessly with the principles of the Fatebreaker's Codex. Yeon-shin reached for his sword. "I'll cut him down in one strike." A commotion broke out in the village's vast field. People were shouting for him to stop, while a red-haired man burst out laughing, saying they had no right to speak like that. They hadn't noticed yet, as they were quite some distance away. Then it happened. Whoosh! The edge of a bandana brushed against his cheek and flew away. It was Jeong Yeon-shin, who had overtaken him with incredible speed. The level of soaring grace, where one schemes over the tips of grass, was truly worthy of the elven race. The footwork of the Jeong family couldn't compete with the desolate fortress. Recently, he had been trying to develop essential self-defense techniques like lightness skills and footwork, but he lacked inspiration. Damn it. Eventually, even Baekmir overtook him with her movement, and Wonchang tapped him on the shoulder, saying he'd go first. In terms of movement skills, Yeon-shin still hadn't reached the level of a white uniform from Desolate Fortress. He knew this himself. His eyes moved keenly. Beyond the fields and livestock pens stretched many houses. Further out, green hills extended to the mountains outside the village, with dense forests that seemed unusual. It looked like a mountain suitable for hiding. They said he comes to the village periodically to cause trouble. The central plains were vast. Countless people lived in each district. The frequent appearances indicated that he must be hiding nearby, and there wouldn't be many places where he could conceal his red hair. It was well known that Blood Flame sect members were forbidden by their doctrine to wear hats or bamboo hats. Yeon-shin glanced down as he changed direction. The body of the Blood Flame sect member, who had blocked Jeong Yeon-shin's swift strike, was thrown backward. It meant he couldn't handle a blue uniform from Desolate Fortress. What would happen if Baekmir joined in? Just in case. He ran towards the hills. As he passed the frightened eyes of the villagers and reached the entrance to the mountain path, he realized he had made the right choice. Get out of the way. A man with disheveled red hair came running, his blood-red martial arts uniform showing signs of wear. It was surprising how he had shaken off Jeong Yeon-shin and Baekmir. Yeon-shin placed his hand on his sword and spread his fingers wide before gripping the handle tightly. Simultaneously, he initiated Demon's Light and aimed his sword. Swoosh! An intangible force akin to healer energy began to emanate from his body. He lowered his upper body and entered a stance with his right foot forward. The swift Demon's Light he executed was something even the high-level blue uniforms had struggled to counter. Kid? No, what is that? The Blood Flame sect member, who had been charging with a demonic face, showed a flicker of surprise. He then gritted his teeth and changed direction. Huh? Where was he going? Yeon-shin was stunned. It was a moment where all his experiences of facing enemies head-on became meaningless. It was a shock to see the guy run away in the actual martial world. Yeon-shin realized that he lacked the footwork and speed to catch a Blood Flame sect member. In the end, he could only watch the back of the retreating figure helplessly. This is a mess. Jeong Yeon-shin, who had approached without him noticing, gave a bitter smile. Yeon-shin, don't blame yourself. It's our fault. He had a life-saving technique. It was a self-defense skill suitable for escaping, typical of a Blood Flame sect member. Mir sighed as she arrived. A life-saving technique was exactly what it sounded like, a hidden martial art to save one's life. In his case, it seemed to be his footwork. It was completely opposite to Yeon-shin's abilities. A footwork faster than the soaring grace used by the elves? That guy, they said he hasn't been with the Blood Flame sect for long. Yeon-shin couldn't help but ask. Myong's bitter smile deepened. Those bastards are like that. They gain power through techniques that blur the line between sorcery and martial arts. Some of them fuse martial arts rapidly by burning both their own and others' blood. It's a trade-off for their lifespan. That guy must have had a particular talent. His swordsmanship didn't keep up with his lightness skills. It's strange that he's acting alone for so long. Blood Flame sect members aren't known for their independence. There's more to this. Mir spoke with a thoughtful expression. She glanced at Yeon-shin, who was slightly lowering his head in frustration, and continued. We all guessed it, but the guy's base must be nearby. Given his strange obsession, he won't just retreat. How about we take a break outside for once and wait leisurely? Yeah, you do that. Damn dwarf. Myung leaned back with his fingers interlaced behind his head, while Miryeo glared at him with narrowed eyes. As they conversed for a bit, they saw Wonchong running towards them, panting. Wonchong, your overall martial arts attainment is decent. It matches a white uniform. But your stamina doesn't keep up. You might think your current level is enough, but in the martial world, you'll rarely face an opponent in perfect condition. It's lacking. Miryeo spoke in a detached tone. The flustered Wonchong bowed apologetically. Yeon-shin's eyes lit up. There was a reason why Ma Jin had sent these four. It was a tradition in Desolate Fortress for blue uniforms to oversee the training and achievements of white uniform warriors. It was a rare opportunity for top-level martial artists to personally guide them for their journey into the martial world. A benefit hardly found anywhere else in the Central Plains. And as for Yeon-shin, receiving Miryeo's gaze, he flinched inwardly. Her eyes were softer than usual. Your foundation is surprisingly well laid. Even among the 9 great sects and the 8 great families, such cases are rare. I knew when I saw you running without any tricks. Physically, there's no one in the blue uniform who can match you, not even scrawny dwarfs like Chong Myong. Miryeo scanned Yeon-shin's physique with an unbiased look and smiled contentedly. A martial artist needs to have a good body. With such a physique, you can't help but master any martial art. That's right. Don't be discouraged by the movement skills for now. Myong, not minding being called scrawny, smiled and patted Yeon-shin's shoulder. The awkward expression of the Desolate Fortress warrior, looking envious, was also left behind. Yeon-shin changed the subject, feeling rewarded for dedicating his childhood to Jeong family dynamic training. Is it okay to stay at the government office? I was quite harsh. What if it's not? We're from Desolate Fortress. He should cooperate with us. That's right. The discomfort is his, not ours. Thanks to you, that official must have realized his position. Myong agreed with Miryeo. It seemed like a trivial matter to them. But the authority of the magistrate in his hometown of Shinya country had been significant. It reminded him of the Desolate Fortress's prestigious position. An unprecedented sect that was unmatched in both the martial and government worlds. I've really joined a comfortable place. I just need to do my part. He only needed to consider the opponent's strength deeply, without worrying about the group's power. How many places like this existed in the vast world? By the way, would you like to learn how to walk? Walking? Do you mean self-defense techniques? Yeon-shin questioned, seeing Myong's puzzled expression. Chong Myong scratched his head. I can't teach you our sex martial arts, but I can show you how elves move. Usually, people can't do it even if they know, but you might be able to. Elven movement techniques. Wonchong exclaimed. His expression was desperate, as if begging to be taught as well. This time, Yeon-shin fully understood his reaction. Having encountered many elves recently, he had become desensitized to their exotic features and long ears. Yet, in most of the Central Plains, elves were still seen as celestial beings. Their realm was that deep and exclusive. Their unaging beauty, extraordinary agility, and the clan's reputation as companions of nature often made them the stuff of myths among common folk. Wonchang pleaded earnestly. To witness the elven movement techniques is an unparalleled opportunity. Please, grant me this chance as well. Sure. How could I discriminate against a fellow demon wing? It's just that most people can't use it even if they learn it. Chong Myong's face showed even more discomfort. Miryeo shook her head beside him. Just show them. Why worry about disappointment already? Well, someone once accused me of not teaching the essentials and doubted for over a year. In the end, they couldn't master it. Who are you talking about? There aren't many such people. No one in Demon Wings has mastered it. Miryeo, pretending not to know, turned and said she'd scout the village. Myong watched her leave with a chuckle, while Wonchang muttered dejectedly. No one in Demon Wings mastered it? Is it truly a technique exclusive to elves? It's not systematically structured. It's just a way of walking and running. Suddenly, dust swirled at Myong's feet. Without any flow of chi, his trousers fluttered in the wind. Watch. He lightly kicked off the ground and soared, without making a sound. With elegant movements, he stepped on the side of a tree several times before standing on its top branch. It was beyond human. The Desolate Fortress warrior, who had approached in a daze, craned his neck and gaped upward. Without using chi, it's as if chi is supporting him. Yeon-shin watched Myong intently, recalling his movements. Myong, closing his eyes momentarily on the tree, inhaled the forest air before descending like a feather. He landed as softly as a falling leaf, again without any noise. It was a remarkable and terrifying self-defense technique. Moving without a trace was like having a lethal weapon. Yeon-shin pondered deeply. Do you understand? Myong, approaching with a doubtful expression, asked and then flinched alone. Did I disturb your meditation? No. I was thinking about how to create wind with chi. I don't have the powers of an elf. What? Myong's eyes widened at Yeon-shin's casual words. You perceived the natural energy at a glance and comprehended it? How is that possible? Isn't that why you showed me? A few ideas came to mind. If I break down the movements into steps and intermittently release chi, Yeon-shin, who was gradually falling into a trance, returned to focus and smiled at Jeong Myong. Thank you for the excellent inspiration. I often feel guilty for just taking from Desolate Fortress, but I believe I can significantly contribute to this mission. Jeong Myong stared blankly at Yeon-shin, who even showed courtesy by bowing. Wenchang, wearing a similar expression, approached. Shall we unpack at the lodging? For Master Jeong's sake. Yes, let's do that. The three walked towards where Mir-yeo had gone, slightly trailing behind. Yeon-shin, walking a bit behind, was constantly glanced at by Myong and Wenchang. As if the chaos caused by the Blood Flame sect was a distant memory, the cool spring evening breeze of the first season gently touched their shoulders. By the time they leisurely arrived at the government office in Jinpyeong County, the sun had fully set, and the sky was bathed in the warm hues of dusk. The four members of Demon Wings settled in the government office. Yeon-shin, who had released the pressure points of the magistrate, immersed himself in the basics of the movement technique, not showing any signs of a typical martial world novice. He went to bed, contemplating martial arts, brushing off the fearful glances. If I think ahead about my movements and release chi intermittently with each step. Yeon-shin slowly closed his eyes. Jeong Myong, who had been sleeping in a hammock strung between trees, groggily opened his eyes. He enjoyed the sunlight that woke up the vegetation along with him. Smiling pleasantly, he glanced down. A boy stood silently with his eyes closed in the clearing below. Clad in his desolate sword at his waist, he enveloped his entire body in calm energy. Perhaps it was confidence in his current training, indifferent to anyone watching. Myong smiled in admiration. In the midst of the sunbeams piercing through the leaves. With the morning sunlight, Yeon-shin's body briefly swayed. Then a light dust wind rose from his step, and his body spun as he kicked off the ground, scattering leaves. Jeong Myong's eyes widened. Crazy. Myong occasionally gave him odd looks, but given his free-spirited and transcendent nature, it was understandable. The elven movement techniques he was mastering day by day were too captivating to divert his focus elsewhere. Movement skills involved learning how to run gracefully. It was impossible not to be influenced by the accomplishments of such nimble techniques. It didn't take long for the inspiration he drew from Myong's movements to crystallize into a coherent set of techniques. Though it was still in the form of a basic framework for chi manipulation, there was ample room for improvement. As the founder of a martial technique, he naturally understood its core principles. There's no comparison between a trainee who learns and masters something and a grandmaster who creates something and perfects it, even if they're just starting. Mir-yeo remarked. While tracking the traces of the Blood Flame sect members and guarding against other possible attacks, the Demon Wings team noticed the daily transformation in Yeon-shin's movements. Though Yeon-shin trained openly, his companions didn't spy on his practice out of respect. They could guess his achievements based on the improvement in his martial arts. A grandmaster's talent, indeed. It's hard to believe, even while watching it. Our captain chose to focus on his own self-defense techniques instead. Jeong Myong, who had been sleeping under a net bed, moved indoors after seeing Yeon-shin's progress. A month had passed since their encounter with the Blood Flame sect member. It was frustrating. It wasn't that they hadn't seen the enemy again. The village's cattle, horses, pigs, and chickens continued to die off slowly. It was clear that the Blood Flame sect's aim was not just to kill livestock, but to torment the villagers. Despite this, they avoided the fields, likely due to Jeong Myong's vigilance. Myong seemed unbothered by the animal deaths and was content to play the role of a menacing scarecrow. This led to some disputes. While Mir-yeo planned patrol routes, Myong would climb up to the net bed, claiming he needed to soak up some sunlight. Frustrated, Yeon alternated between taking Chang and Yeon-shin with her on patrol. That guy, he's not alone. He knows our patrol routes. Another horse died this time. The magistrate, who disliked the smell, had placed the stable far from the government office, which was problematic. A single horse was invaluable, especially in Jinpyeong County, where it was worth more than any other resource. Wonchung approached the net bed, his expression dark. Having received basic martial arts training, he had grown comfortable enough to express his displeasure openly. How can you be so nonchalant? Tell me, are you really an elf? A horse is dead. Yesterday it was a pig, Yeon-shin remarked as he passed by. Myong replied further. We elves are friends of the forest, not of horses and pigs. If you die, it might matter then. Look at it this way. I'll just wipe out his whole clan to make up for it. Yeon-shin said with a grin as he walked to the washing area. Elves from desolate fortress like Myong were said to be carefree and unburdened by heavy responsibilities. Yeon-shin, as a warrior of desolate fortress, was gradually coming to understand the world. After washing, he found a feast laid out. The plump magistrate was rubbing his hands together, looking nervous. Thinking that this man would become a sycophant if he ever advanced to the capital, Yeon-shin understood why he was acting this way. The magistrate had seen warriors fly over the fields for a month. Please join us. The magistrate smiled awkwardly. After avoiding them for some time, it seemed he had made a decision. Yeon-shin, not particularly interested, sat down with the Demon Wings team to discuss their plans. They talked about how to change the surveillance net, the number of allies they had, and whether they should start searching and hunting in the surrounding mountains, despite their vastness. During the past month, Yeon-shin had learned that there were various kinds of battles, and that the short, decisive fights most masters preferred were not easily achieved in reality. After the meal, they had another training session before going to bed, now familiar with their sleeping arrangements. The sound of a night bird's call, like a short bamboo flute, filled the peaceful night of the two martial world initiates. The next day, Yeon-shin went out alone. Getting permission from Yeon and Myong was easy. They underestimated the abilities of the local allies who feared the high-ranking members of Desolate Fortress. Both masters considered Yeon-shin highly likely to win in a direct confrontation with a Blood Flame sect member. A mere speedster couldn't defeat him with his current level of lightning flash. Strange. To Yeon-shin, the Desolate Fortress seemed like a separate realm. Being fully recognized by the blue uniforms sometimes felt quite strange. Not bad, though. Whether it was because of his rapidly improving movement techniques or just his mood, his steps felt lighter as he climbed the mountain. Unlike Chong Myong, he couldn't afford to be leisurely. Until yesterday, he had focused on mastering his movement techniques, but he couldn't continue that way indefinitely. Feeling stifled, he decided to survey the entire district from the mountain top, considering it part of his movement technique training. He wandered through paths the team hadn't searched yet. As the sun was setting, he found a peculiar hut in front of a cave. It appeared to be a door or passageway. The team's month-long efforts had finally borne fruit. The smoke must have been venting elsewhere. If they weren't only eating survival pills, there's no way they wouldn't leave any trace. Now I understand why we couldn't find them. He turned around without hesitation. If it came to it, he wouldn't hesitate to risk his life, but there was no reason to create variables intentionally when the situation allowed for caution. He had joined Desolate Fortress to survive and seek the fruit of the heavenly tree. Dying pointlessly would make it all meaningless. With a mix of tension and excitement, he stepped down the dirt path, but then he decided to change his mind. Who are you? He faced a red-haired man climbing up with his teeth sunk into the neck of a deceased young boy. Despite the unfamiliar face and shabby clothes, his hair was unmistakably blood red. As he recalled the stories about Blood Flame sect members stealing the vitality of children to enhance their strength, Yeon-shin assessed his opponent's posture and energy. An ally. This must be the Blood Flame sect member backing them up. He subtly moved his hand towards his sword. A young kid with a sword, deadly intent, and a white uniform with the character Desolate inscribed on it. The man, mumbling as he scanned Yeon-shin up and down, curled his lips into a grin. Just as I heard. Thanks to you Desolate Fortress brats, I can achieve great merit. I'm not like my brother who ran away from you. Curse your bad luck. Swoosh dash. In an instant, A flash of white light severed the man's neck. The child, who fell from his now limp hand, stood briefly before collapsing behind the boy's body. Yeon-shin, now standing beside the man, swung his sword to shake off the blood. "Let's end this now," he muttered. To call this bad luck? No matter how many there were, it wouldn't matter if they couldn't react to him or his sword. Even if this was the first mission involving the Blood Flame sect among the 13 heavens, it didn't seem like it should have taken a whole month. These guys couldn't be left alive. Using the Fatebreaker's codex, he dug a hole and buried the child after closing his eyes. He didn't cover the body with much earth. Although the victim didn't seem to be from Jinpyeong County, he planned to ask the magistrate to find the parents once the job was done. With his sword in hand, Yeon-shin turned towards the hut. As he moved, the fresh wind began to swirl around his legs, lifting his steps. The bushes underfoot seemed to rise as if they weren't bearing his weight. Like the elves, his movements grew stealthier as he approached the hut. Boom! When he stepped hard, the peacefully standing grass was trampled all at once. With tremendous force, the demon's light technique infused into his sword turned the hut and the Blood Flame sect members within into shreds. The last thing they ever saw was a white lightning bolt. Splat. Af. WH what? Through the scattering dust and debris, he saw the figure of a man gasping as his body was split in half and another who was horrified behind him. Each of them was holding a corpse. The issue wasn't limited to Jinpyeong County. The Fatebreaker's codex. He had no intention of talking. Strengthened by spiritual medicine, his chi surged with power. It flowed through his veins and enhanced his sharp movements even further. Smash, smash, crack. The force of his strikes with the desolate sword was enough to obliterate everything in his path. His swordsmanship, infused with charged strike, exhibited lethal precision. The vibrations from the sword traveled up to his elbow, mirroring the rage in Yeon-shin's heart. The scene of splattered blood and shattered bodies painted a gruesome picture. You believe the strong should devour the weak, right? That's fine by me. The Blood Flame sect members fell, their bodies resembling the corpses they had been playing with. Beyond the torn hut, he saw the interior of a cave lit by scattered torches. It was clear this was a branch of the Blood Flame sect. The Blood Flame sect members in Jinpyeong County were insignificant compared to this. Can I handle this alone? He calculated his chances before entering. The blood boiling within him and survival were two separate issues. However, perhaps because of the commotion at the entrance, the energy deep within the cave had already detected him. An oppressive wave of chi, filled with malevolence, emanated from the cave's depths. Kill him! A deafening roar echoed like a heartbeat. Simultaneously, footsteps resounded from all directions. 2, 3, 5. 5 minions, plus one who seemed to be the branch leader. He had heard that the branch leaders of the Blood Flame sect were formidable warriors known as Blood Masters. Known for their martial prowess, they were said to be instructors as well. However, he had no time to gauge his opponent as the Blood Flame sect members charged at him. You dare come here. Repay in blood. Among the 5 of them, the man Yeon-shin was looking for could be found. The red-haired man's eyes widened momentarily in surprise, but then he grinned and charged with his sword, emboldened by the presence of his comrades. Yeon-shin didn't retreat. He took a step forward. Boom! The ground shook from the force of his step, pushing back the advancing enemies. Ignoring their hesitation, he infused charged strike into the desolate sword. As he turned, he felt the elven wind wrap around him. The first person Yeon-shin had ever killed was a member of the Blood Flame sect. The strike he delivered now was on a completely different level. Swoosh! In the flickering torchlight, a silver arc traced through the air, cleaving 3 bodies in one stroke. The sensation traveled up his sword. The Blood Flame sect members collapsed with the same bewildered look in their eyes they had when they charged. The surviving 2 were horrified. The Jinpyeong County Blood Flame sect member tried to retreat, but Yeon-shin, now like a leaf caught in a storm, brought down the charged strike. With a crushing sound, his sword split the man's body, ending his revenge. What the? The last one standing was cut down by another swift strike before he even realized what was happening. Yeon-shin, flicking the blood off his sword, stared into the darkness of the cave. He wondered what kind of reaction it would cause if a white uniform from Desolate Fortress exterminated a blood master. That wasn't his concern right now. Thud. His slow, deliberate steps echoed with a clear sound. The desolate sword hummed, praying for the success of its sole companion. The cave was damp and dark, lit sporadically by torches. Yeon-shin's senses were heightened, his perception of qi sharp. He moved stealthily, avoiding obvious pathways, his mind focused on the task at hand. Ahead, a faint light flickered. He approached cautiously, blending into the shadows. In the dim light, he saw a figure sitting cross-legged, eyes closed, surrounded by an ominous aura. A bloodmaster. Yeon-shin readied himself, his grip tightening on the desolate sword. The final confrontation was imminent. His footfalls were silent, his movements fluid. As he drew closer, the figure's eyes snapped open. "You dare to come here, desolate fortress scum." The bloodmaster rose, drawing a wicked-looking sword. The air around them crackled with hostile energy. Yeon-shin didn't respond. He let his sword do the talking. With a swift motion, he launched himself at the bloodmaster. Their swords clashed, sending sparks flying. The cave echoed with the sound of metal against metal, the clash of two formidable warriors. Yeon-shin's movements were precise, his strikes fueled by the training he had undergone. The bloodmaster countered with equal ferocity, their battle a deadly dance of blades. It was a fight for survival, for honor, for the countless lives lost to the Blood Flame sect. Yeon-shin pushed himself to his limits, his mind clear, his focus unyielding. He couldn't afford to lose. The bloodmaster was relentless, but Yeon-shin matched him blow for blow. He could feel the weight of the desolate sword in his hand, its power surging through him. With a final, decisive strike, Yeon-shin found an opening. His blade cut through the bloodmaster's defenses, striking true. The bloodmaster staggered, a look of shock and disbelief on his face as he fell. Yeon-shin stood over him, his breathing heavy, his sword stained with blood. It was over. He had succeeded. The cave was silent once more, the echoes of their battle fading into nothingness. Yeon-shin took a moment to catch his breath, then turned around and began his journey back. There was still much to do, but for now he had won a significant victory. As he emerged from the cave, the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, signaling a new day. Yeon-shin, a white uniform of desolate fortress, had proven his strength, his resolve to earn a spot in the world of martial arts. At the end of the dimly lit path lined with torches, he stood. This Blood Flame sect member was different from those Yeon-shin had encountered before. His red hair was streaked with black, and a sinister aura surrounded him, palpable enough for Yeon-shin to feel on his skin. He was a bloodmaster. Just as described, his appearance matched the tales. The red hair of the Blood Flame sect warriors was said to manifest from their internal energy, but when some of it began to revert to its original color, it indicated that they had reached a level of refining their qi. This won't be easy. The bloodmaster drew his sword, striding forward with a face full of anger, exuding an overwhelming, lethal aura that felt like 100 needles being shot out. A mere worm has disrupted the business of our sect. I will replenish my blood with your pain. Do you intend to steal my qi with blood cultivation? It wasn't a genuine question. He had already calculated his next move before speaking. A young boy in his mid-teens taking on an entire branch of the Blood Flame sect alone? It was unthinkable. The approaching warrior, holding his sword, surely believed the same. Even after slaying several cultists, the one with streaks of black hair was on a different level. Here we go. The qi that surged from within his dantian spread throughout his body. The qi from the Jeong family dynamic training circulated through his entire body, intertwining with the principles of the Fatebreaker's Codex. Strike before he gets close. The effectiveness of a preemptive strike was a lesson learned from defeating a blue uniform master of the Azure Sky Squad. Thud. With a step that mirrored the unnamed leaf-stepping footwork of the elves, he spun halfway around. The qi concentrated powerfully in his waist and thighs, his internal energy flowing faster than it had during his training at the Jeong family. With a forceful kick powered by Demon's Light, the air split threateningly. Whoosh! The Bloodmaster's face showed a hint of surprise as he approached with the torchlight behind him, but he swiftly leaned back, evading Yeon-shin's kick. Oomph! With an angry expression, the Bloodmaster swung his sword, but Yeon-shin had already planned his next move. Bang! He swiftly planted his right foot and lunged forward, his body low. A fierce wind accompanied his rapid approach as he targeted the enemy's wrist with his left hand. It was the joint lock, an instinctive strike from Jeong family dynamic training, enhanced with the force of Demon's Light. The Blood Master's eyes widened, not in surprise but in anger, as if saying, "How dare you?" For someone of his caliber, such an approach was unthinkable. But Yeon-shin was no longer the boy who couldn't endure the destruction of his clan. His left hand, moving gracefully, carried the deadly force of Demon's Light. What the? The enemy's cry of shock was no different from that of the other Blood Flame sect members whose faces were eating dirt at the cave entrance. Yeon-shin knew how to use his appearance and age like a predator. Once he bit down, it was over. With a fierce grip, his hand, imbued with the monstrous strength of Jeong family dynamic training, crushed the enemy's wrist. Arg! The Blood Master writhed in pain, but despite his agony, sinister chi radiated from his body. Even without seeing it, Yeon-shin could sense it. The enemy was trying to knee him and smash his head with a knife hand. But the swift sword strike from the desolate sword was quicker. Demon's Light followed no fixed form. Ma Jin's teachings from over a month ago echoed with a hint of amusement. Simultaneously, the chi layered with the Fatebreaker's codex concentrated in his right arm. Imagining the mythical giant Pangu who pushed back mountains, he thrust his sword forward with raw power, foregoing technique. Gah! The strike cut deep, scattering the enemy's chi. Yeon-shin spoke slowly. "You've only ever inflicted pain, haven't you? It's clear even just by looking. You've never suffered." Arg! As he pressed the sword further in, the enemy's screams grew weaker and more broken. Holding the enemy close, Yeon-shin felt the Blood Masters ebbing away. His resolve, hardened by the destruction of his clan, remained unbroken. There's a saying in the martial world, beware of the old, the weak, and the young. He whispered into the enemy's ear, but it seemed he couldn't hear anymore. Yeon-shin coldly pushed the body away. The Blood Master, now a corpse, crumpled to the ground. I only needed to kill one Blood Flame sect member in Jinpyeong County, but he had ended up wiping out an entire branch of the Blood Flame sect. In the end, it was a significant achievement, so it didn't matter. Yet, the bitter taste in his mouth was likely due to the sight of the emaciated children lying around. He thought of the Jeong family. "I wish you eternal peace in paradise." Yeon-shin knelt and closed the eyes of each child. "You've drawn your sword. What happened? Are you all right?" These were Miryeo's first words when she saw Yeon-shin descend from the mountain. Her concern-filled gaze felt more like that of an older sister now, and he didn't mind. Covered in blood that wasn't his own, wearing the blood-soaked white uniform of Desolate Fortress, and with a lifeless child strapped to his back, her concern was understandable. "It's not my blood. I found what appears to be a Blood Flame sect branch." "A Blood Flame sect branch. Just as I thought." Miryeo nodded and spoke again. "I'm glad you're all right. Tell me about the setup if you have any information. How many did you fight? We need to be prepared since their hideout has been discovered." There were 8 red-haired Blood Flame sect members. There was also a strong one with mixed black and red hair. A Blood Master. Her eyes widened slightly. Before Yeon-shin could continue, she spoke rapidly, true to her nature. Yes, if a Blood Master was there, it was definitely a branch. They were nesting here too. No matter their mission, the Blood Flame sect is a target for Desolate Fortress. You've done a great job, so rest now. Myong and I will go. All 9 of them are already dead. You can send just the local soldiers. You said there were 8 plus 1 strong one, didn't you? If there were 9, did you just say the soldiers will be enough? Noticing Yeon-shin's calm demeanor, Miryeo's expression grew puzzled. Then, slowly, her face showed astonishment. Lightning flash, are you saying you defeated the Blood Flame sect members, including the Blood Master, alone? I killed them all. Huh. It was a curious exclamation. It sounded more like pure surprise and admiration than doubt. At that moment, someone dropped down from above. With a light movement, smelling of fresh grass, Myong appeared, looking shocked. You took down an entire Blood Flame sect branch by yourself? They had already turned it into a slaughterhouse. Yeon-shin replied with an unreadable expression. Their gazes briefly lingered on the child on his back. Damn those cultists. Miryeo muttered. Blood Masters have a peculiar regenerative power. You didn't get stabbed in the back, did you? Myong tried to steer the conversation, continuing without pause. Sorry. We overlooked telling you something important. Blood Masters are practically considered reapers in the lower martial world, and there aren't many masters across the Central Plains who can kill them. It's not easy to share such information. Mirio, nodding, rarely looked genuinely sorry. It's our fault. I'm glad you're safe, but Desolate Fortress should have told you about this. Martial artists from other sects were fatally stabbed in the back despite defeating the Bloodmaster because they didn't know about their regenerative power. Even high-level masters sometimes get caught off guard, but you managed to stay safe. Myung smiled warmly. Listening quietly, Yeon-shin nodded slowly. Regenerative power, huh? I see. He untied the child from his back. As he extended his hand, red and black hair fell forward. It was the Bloodmaster's head, eyes still wide open. Myung and Mirio were silent for a moment. Yes, regenerative power. It's real. Myung answered with a slightly grim expression. Meanwhile, Mirio patted Yeon-shin on the shoulder, clearly proud. Make sure to claim your credit. That's a good mindset. Indeed, this is not an ordinary achievement. For someone newly promoted to white uniform in Desolate Fortress, it's even more remarkable. Myung studied the Bloodmaster's head carefully as he spoke. The black hair indicates it wasn't long since he started reverting. That branch was relatively weak. Mirio shook her head. Regardless, finding and destroying a Blood Flame sect branch on your own is no small feat. Even the members of the 17 Squads and Azure Sky Squad would be more inclined to respect your achievement rather than diminish it. It's a significant incident beyond mere astonishment. Of course. Myung nodded, then tapped the shoulder of Wenchang, who had quietly approached and was staring at the Bloodmaster's head in awe. He's dead. What are you afraid of? I am not afraid. Do you know how many bandits and pirates I've killed with these hands? The group laughed at Wenchang, who seemed to revert to his initial nervous state. From then on, the situation was out of the hands of Demon Wings. When the magistrate saw the severed head of the Bloodmaster, he was terrified and sent soldiers immediately. There were rumors that some of the soldiers who witnessed the carnage at the Blood Flame sect branch soiled themselves. The magistrate, realizing the severity of having such fearsome enemies operating nearby, repeatedly thanked Yeon-shin, holding his hands in gratitude. The Bloodmaster's notoriety was well known among the common people, more so than among martial artists. The bodies strewn around the branch weren't local children. The Blood Flame sect members were presumed to have kidnapped them from nearby areas, but it wasn't clear whether these disappearances were the work of martial artists, so the information hadn't reached Desolate Fortress. After spending 4 days sorting out the aftermath. If you ever pass by again, please do visit us, the now very polite magistrate addressed the departing Demon Wings team. The scene was both similar and drastically different from their first encounter, particularly the way he looked at Yeon-shin with burning admiration. Yeon-shin, who hadn't experienced much of the outside world, sensed that the magistrate's eyes held not just pure respect, but also a desire for connection. He wants to align himself with a promising young warrior from the martial world, huh? Myung's telepathic voice carried a hint of amusement. Jinpyeong County Magistrate. That's his life. Nodding vaguely, Yeon-shin saw the magistrate smile brightly. Perhaps he was a person of considerable capacity, given his ability to act this way despite the humiliation he had faced. I am Yugun of Jinpyeong County. Please remember me. With that, the group turned their horses and left Jinpyeong County behind. It had been a long yet brief, peaceful yet brutally resolved affair. The first mission for the 2 white uniforms of Demon Wings concluded with Yeon-shin's solo achievement. The journey back was more relaxed. They even took longer breaks for the horses to eat, allowing Wenchang to avoid turning pale, although he often wore a worried expression. Young Master Jeong achieved a brilliant feat, but I feel like I did nothing. That's actually normal. Just maintaining vigilance and stopping the Blood Flame sect members' misdeeds was enough. Mirio initially comforted him, but as the same conversation repeated several times, she eventually stopped responding, her expression neutral. Instead of camping outdoors, they stayed at inns and gradually made their way back to Anyang. The first thing that caught their eye was the massive walls of the Desolate Fortress, towering above even Anyang's outer walls. Yeon-shin smiled faintly. Despite not being away for long, he felt a curious sense of joy. It seems livelier than usual. Myung remarked suddenly. It's been a while since I completed a mission. I'm heading to the tavern to celebrate. Wenchang was grinning, evidently excited about their return to Desolate Fortress. The bustling activity of merchants, hawkers, and people of various appearances moving about the main road energized him, lifting even the spirits of the normally reticent desolate fortress warrior. Not you. I mean the people here. They seem more excited than usual. Wait a minute. Myong closed his eyes and fell silent. The group, familiar with the elves' keen senses, followed suit. Thanks to Myong's acute hearing, they did not have to take turns standing watch during their travel. Ah, I heard he's coming. It's a big event for everyone here, considering how much Desolate Fortress values those who achieve great merit. I just heard too. The former captain of the Divine Sword Squad is finally arriving. Miryeo's words caused Yeon-shin to tense up momentarily. Noticing his reaction, she spoke again. If he's challenging for a position in the Elders' Council, he wouldn't ignore the sentiments of the people in Anyang. The head of the Elders' Council in Desolate Fortress would be closer to a member of the royal family than the head of Anyang. Everyone here is excited. Even in a famine year, they would get at least a bushel of rice each. It seems he has already arrived. Yes, they said he passed by earlier, with a boy sitting in front of him on the horse. That boy must be the rumored adopted son of the Desolate Ma family. I heard he has extraordinary talent. However, Myong, appearing uninterested, urged them to continue moving. Talent, huh? Miryeo's long, black hair swayed with the horse's gait as she chuckled softly, glancing at Yeon-shin. He nodded slightly, remaining calm. Stroking the horse's neck, he kept pace with the group. Soon, the 4 members of Demon Wings reached the main gate of Desolate Fortress, marking the end of their long mission. Footnotes. Pangu, according to Wikipedia, is a primordial being and creation figure in Chinese mythology and Taoism. According to the legend, Pangu separated heaven and earth, and his body later became geographic features like mountains. Thanks to Chong Myong and Baek Miryeo's consideration, the 2 members in white uniforms were able to head straight to their quarters. Their discretion was widely trusted in the Desolate Fortress, recognized by everyone alongside their formidable martial prowess. In such moments, the atmosphere was distinctly different from the military. It feels like I won't have the energy to leave once I'm in. We'll have to visit Anyang's best tavern some other time, joked Hyen Won-chong. I should just relax and head to bed myself. You must be planning to train for an hour or so. Truly impressive, Master Jeong, he remarked, without even showing the slightest hint of being tired. It had become a normal reaction for him. As they journeyed together, Won-chang increasingly saw Yeon-shin as someone from another world, like a figure from a fantastical realm rather than just a distinguished family member. To him, Yeon-shin's strength was beneficial as a fellow trainee and comrade. He saw value in learning from Yeon-shin's seemingly trivial words and actions. Rest well. With a small smile, Yeon-shin left the hall. As he headed towards the small training hall, several seniors he passed greeted him warmly. A few even flinched upon receiving his salute, particularly those with keen senses, as they seemed to perceive the changes in his chi after his recent missions. He's changed remarkably. Just looking at his chi, he's almost unrecognizable. It's incredible how quickly boys grow at his age. This is completely different. The phrase daily renewed seems to apply only to him. It won't be easy for us from now on, will it? No one dared to refute the blue-uniformed warrior's last statement. The silent acknowledgement was mutual. A boy capable of challenging a blue master at the Desolate Fortress was an anomaly in itself. Yeon-shin mostly ignored his seniors' comments. His sense of time differed from theirs. If he wanted to survive, he needed to reach heights unseen before he turned 20. From white to blue, and even black like Ma Jin and the unseen purple. The Lord of the Desolate Fortress was someone who covered 17 levels of martial prowess. There was no room for relaxation. Phew. Before he knew it, he had arrived at the small training hall. The labyrinthine halls of the Desolate Fortress greeted him warmly as always. He avoided rooms that emanated auras, entering an empty training room. Reflecting on the past year, Yeon-shin realized how much had changed. Now 16 years old, in a civilian life, this was the age when boys would typically marry and start a family. Yeon-shin would have likely followed the same path. However, the Jeong family differed from typical martial families, not considering it a big deal if their children's marriages were delayed. As a minor martial family and large landowner, their customs were more aligned with the commoners. Who would I have married? A pointless thought. He cleared his mind using the Jeong family dynamic training to dispel any idle thoughts. He began moving slowly. As he released his chi, the demon's light quickly emerged, creating various trajectories based on different scenarios. This included the techniques of hand arts and leg arts. Swish! Whoosh! A close-range strike. After a wide swing with his leg, he planted his foot and delivered a direct punch. The force of his intention caused the air to tremble. He could vividly recall Ma Jin's teachings from the battle with the Blood Flame sect. Having mastered the Jeong family dynamic training, Yeon-shin had forged an exceptionally strong physique. Close combat was different from sword techniques, emphasizing his unique strengths in fighting. I want to perfect the hand and leg arts. As time passed, using his boyish appearance as a diversion would become increasingly difficult. He couldn't rely on his opponent's complacency forever. He needed to hone every weapon at his disposal to its sharpest edge. Is there anything that could inspire me? Yeon-shin, still in a punching stance, pondered this when a sky-blue radiance caught his eye. In Ma Jin's quarters. What was the temperament of Lightning Flash when standing on the brink of life and death? How did he treat his comrades? Myung and Mir Yeo, having returned from their mission, were conversing with Ma Jin. On the brink of life and death? Myung, looking dazed, asked again, while Mir Yeo remained silent. Was there such a moment? Ma Jin's expression turned curious. Didn't you mention there was a Bloodmaster? You said a branch-level force was active. Did you two handle it to protect the white uniforms? Written reports have their limits. Explain in detail. Well, thinking back, the task given to the two Blue Masters wasn't singular. The instruction to observe the Lightning Flash's temperament seemed more important than the original mission. Mir Yeo understood why Ma Jin was pressing so urgently. If he wasn't considering the Lightning Flash as his successor, such inquiries wouldn't make sense. But it was unfortunate, for there was nothing to report. The Blood Flame sect branch was destroyed without much opportunity to observe. Lightning Flash did it alone. The only thing I can say is that he maintained his manners despite the arduous journey. His exceptional martial arts prowess didn't seem to be his primary concern. Ma Jin fell into silent contemplation. The shock of Lightning Flash single-handedly annihilating the Blood Flame sect branch was immense. It was a level where even the high-ranking members of the 9 great sects or the 8 great families would struggle. Chong Myong. Ma Jin's gaze turned to the sole member of the elven race. There was a famous tale about the keen perception of the elven race. The predecessor's predecessor, Empress Dowager Cixi, had identified and punished a few treasonous ministers after the founding of the country. She was said to have matched the current emperor, who alone had managed to deal with the 108 Arhat formation of the Shaolin. Known for her unparalleled martial arts, she cast a significant presence over the imperial family for over a century. Even common folk knew her story. The elven race had different sensory perceptions compared to humans. The final test at the Desolate Fortress involved a private meeting with the Lord of the Desolate Fortress for a reason. Ma Jin wanted to confirm something more profound, whether Yeon-shin had the qualities to lead. He is impressive for his age. Despite the thick killing intent, he knows how to control it. He has an extraordinary disposition. Chong Myong smiled lightly. Killing intent, you say? It seems natural, doesn't it? He didn't speak a word about his origins during the journey. His manners indicate he is well-educated. I agree. It appears both new recruits have severed ties with their families. I see. It's not unexpected, but... Ma Jin tapped the table with his fingers before slowly nodding. Before succession, it's crucial to take care of our own. We have time. It's intriguing to see how much unexpected merit they'll accumulate. They'll be rewarding to nurture. I think so too. I wonder when he'll don the blue uniform. It doesn't seem far off. Their conversation was more like casual chat than a formal report. The night slowly settled over Ma Jin's quarters. The next morning, Lightning Flash, the captain has summoned you. A senior in a white uniform from the Demon Wings called out to Yeon-shin. His tone had changed from before. It felt much more cautious. The news of the recent mission had spread, changing the way others viewed him. He could no longer be treated merely as a promising junior. Whenever he was in the Grand Training Hall, he often heard remarks like, "He killed a Blood Master," even 3 days after his return. Out of the 36 members of the Demon Wings, 10 wore white uniforms. To handle a branch of the Blood Flame sect alone at that level was rare. Rumors even suggested he might become the youngest blue-uniformed warrior in the shortest time. Yes, I'll head up. Yeon-shin politely bowed. He resolved to maintain proper conduct whenever he heard praise about himself. He did not believe that an absolute master without popular support could become the leader of the Divine Sword Squad. Perhaps because of this, the way people viewed him was improving day by day. He even felt a warmth that was noticeable. Is it a new mission? While the desolate fortress guaranteed a month's rest for warriors returning from an expedition, he did not take that promise at face value. Who could predict what might happen in the martial world? Come in. As soon as he reached the end of the hall, Ma Jin's deep voice resonated. He seemed to sense Yeon-shin's presence immediately, despite the young warrior practicing the wind and leaf footwork to blend into the surroundings. Impressed, he opened the door and entered the room. He paused slightly. Ma Jin's face was unusually serious. The scar crossing his face looked as if it had hardened permanently. Is there an urgent mission? Something important? Although you have shown unprecedented achievements, you are not yet at a level where you would be given significant tasks by the Demon Wings. Expectations are high, though. Ma Jin's scar twitched. It seemed he was trying to smile approvingly in his way. It's not a mission. However, it's more important than any ordinary task. The Lord of the Desolate Fortress has requested your presence. The Lord of the Desolate Fortress. The image of the absolute ruler with green eyes flashed in his mind. He could not judge the Lord's depth. Is it common for the Lord to summon a white-uniformed warrior after an interview? It's unprecedented, which is why I'm uneasy. Her intentions are impossible to fathom. Ma Jin gestured with a solemn expression. Nevertheless, we cannot delay. Let's go. Following Ma Jin, Yeon-shin hurried out of the Demon Wings' quarters. The path to the Lord of the Desolate Fortress's residence was quite a distance. Even though he walked quickly to match Ma Jin's pace, it took the time of a leisurely tea to get there. Throughout the walk, all eyes were on Yeon-shin. Perhaps due to the noticeable scar on Ma Jin's face or the fact that the formidable Demon Wings leader was accompanying him. Everyone recognized Ma Jin, who was known for creating hellish scenes on every battlefield he passed. Simultaneously, their attention was also on the boy walking a step behind him. That's the lightning flash of the Demon Wings. The one who killed a Bloodmaster. He looks even younger than I expected. The sight of a boy in a white uniform was unique to the desolate fortress. It was said that Yeon-shin was the only one. It was still strange for Yeon-shin to be recognized by strangers. He maintained a nonchalant expression and silently followed Ma Jin. Soon, they arrived at the main residence, where he had undergone the final test of the desolate exam. Let's go. Ma Jin entered without hesitation, and the guards did not stop them. Perhaps it was due to the commanding presence of the black-uniformed Ma Jin or their trust in the Lord's authority. The two climbed the long stairs to the Lord's chamber. Simultaneously, the doors opened wide on their own. A refreshing breeze caressed Yeon-shin's cheek. The first sight that greeted him was, as always, her. The Lord of the Desolate Fortress sat diagonally on the trunk of a tree, which snaked through the office like a giant serpent. Her deep green eyes, which seemed to contain all the wonders of the world, glanced at Ma Jin before settling on Yeon-shin. Her hands, white and smooth as if untouched by the world, lifted slightly. Come here. We greet the Lord. Following Ma Jin's formal salute, Yeon-shin bowed as well, and then noticed the others present. Two people. The first to catch his eye was an elderly man. With sharp eyes and a large build, his immaculate white beard reached his chest. His sturdy body was clad in a unique purple robe with a high collar standing stiffly. The robe matched his firm and sharp impression perfectly. A purple-robed master who surpasses even the captain. The elder's aura was so intense that it would have stood out if the Lord of the Desolate Fortress were not present. Next to him stood a boy with an arrogant yet handsome appearance. The boy's black and white eyes stared at Yeon-shin challengingly. You must be the lightning flash of the Demon Wings. I am Ma Yeon-jik, the one who once led the Divine Sword Squad. The purple-robed elder spoke with an impressive voice. It felt as though he would refer to himself as the supreme being if the Lord were not present. I requested this meeting because my grandson wanted to see a peer of his age who is a master. It's a pleasure to meet you. Ignoring Ma Yeon-jik's words, Yeon-shin's gaze shifted to the other side. The Lord of the Desolate Fortress, saying nothing, slightly raised the corners of her mouth as if to say, do as you wish. If you desire, I will endorse it. It wasn't a transmission of qi. There was no flow of energy. It was a voice that resonated fundamentally in his mind, akin to the Wisdom Heart Sutra used by the supreme monks of Shaolin. Why is she being so kind to me? Yeon-shin pondered this as he looked at his maternal grandfather. Footnotes. Empress Dowager Cixi was a Manchu noblewoman of the Yehe and Nara clan who effectively controlled the Chinese government in the late Qing dynasty as Empress Dowager and regent for almost 50 years. His strength is astonishing. Unbelievable for his age, marveled Ma Yun-jik. He stepped forward, as if he had discovered a masterpiece. His wrinkled face showed unabashed admiration as he scrutinized Jeong Yeon-shin closely, to the visible discomfort of the handsome boy standing next to him. Greetings, grandfather. I am Jeong Yeon-shin of the Demon Wings, Yeon-shin said calmly, bowing slightly with his hands clasped in a fist salute. There was no sound until he raised his head. The air was filled with a palpable sense of doubt, confusion, and curiosity. Ma Yun-jik's beard, which covered the front of his purple robe, trembled slightly. You are. Ma Yun-jik, the former leader of the Divine Sword Squad, was a warrior of the highest rank within the desolate fortress, at the pinnacle of the white-blue-black-purple hierarchy. Those who had reached the realm of ascension and opened their upper dantian had formidable intuition. He looked at Yeon-shin and the faintly smiling lord of the desolate fortress, finding it impossible not to recognize something. Jeong, from the Jeong family. It's our first meeting. While Ma Yun-jik's face showed increasing astonishment, Jeong Yeon-shin remained calm. His maternal relatives had never visited Shinya County, not even when his parents married, nor after his mother passed away giving birth to him. It was a story typical of countryside gossip, where a daughter's marriage to a low-status family effectively severed ties. Naturally, he was only known as the in-law of the desolate Ma family. You are my sister's son? Next to him, Ma Jin had his eyes wide open as if they might tear. It seemed their surnames were the same. It explained why Ma Yun-jik and Ma Jin had not exchanged greetings. They were father and son. In martial families, the head's word is law. The family rules must have forbidden meetings, Yeon-shin thought, finding the family's attitude high-handed and unprincipled. He smiled faintly. You mentioned a mentor. To think Master Ma Jin would be an uncle of mine. Or perhaps you're my eldest uncle. I am unfamiliar with the lineage of my maternal family. I was an outcast even in my own family, which was annihilated. I understand. As a warrior of the desolate fortress, I respect the merits established by my maternal grandfather, but I find further personal conversation and connection burdensome. A married daughter who had no further ties with her natal family. Since that was how they treated him, there was nothing more to say. It's a family so desperate for successors that they would even adopt a child. Focusing on his martial arts, Yeon-shin did not want to be entangled in messy family affairs. His experiences with the Jeong family were more than enough. The lord of the desolate fortress, who had been watching with interest, slowly spoke. Jeong Yeon-shin of the Demon Wings. Your spirit is impressive. Her slightly curved eyes looked stunning. Yeon-shin slightly bowed his head. He felt somewhat puzzled but reassured by the lord's support. At that moment, the boy standing uncomfortably beside them spoke out. I cannot accept this. How can someone like him claim to be a direct descendant of my grandfather? How can he be so rude to the former leader of the Divine Sword Squad? The anger in his eyes was intense, as if he was unaware that he stood in front of the lord of the desolate fortress. I don't need your acceptance. I'm not a member of the desolate Ma family. I'm Jeong Yeon-shin of the Demon Wings, Jeong Yeon-shin replied calmly. He remembered Wen Chong's words, the martial world is a place where people introduce themselves by their nicknames shamelessly. How dare you? The boy's fury seemed to escalate as he turned to his step-grandfather. Please permit me to duel him. I will prove that he is unworthy of being a blood relative. There's no reason for it. Yeon-shin responded immediately. If you seek my guidance, I'll accept. But I have no obligation to prove my worth to you or your family. Not even the captain can issue such a personal command. He spoke as if looking down from a higher place. Yeon-shin's white robe fluttered slightly as he stared directly at the boy. The aura flowing from him unintentionally conveyed his strength as a true warrior. While Ma Jin remained silent, the boy scoffed incredulously, raising his hand as if to strike. He must be practicing the hand arts. Yeon-shin noticed the pair of handguards hanging from the boy's waist and simultaneously withdrew his chi. The instant disappearance of his aura evidenced his mastery of inner energy control. Forgive my rudeness. I showed an undisciplined attitude. Apologizing for revealing his chi recklessly, he bowed to the lord of the desolate fortress. Ma Jin looked both proud and troubled, while Ma Yunjik's expression darkened further. Stop the bickering. She quietly moved her lips. Yunjik is like a close friend who has been with me for many years, and Jeong Yeon-shin is a promising talent. It would be better to resolve this conflict as warriors. Each of you, stake what you wish. Do you agree with my suggestion? Yeon-shin gazed at the lord of the desolate fortress, unable to fathom her intentions. She smiled. Yeon-shin, I know this is not beneficial to you. As a friend of the former leader of the Divine Sword Squad, I will grant one request regardless of the outcome. If that's the case, then would that be possible? Jeong Yeon-shin boldly asked. He referred to the fruit of the heavenly tree. The lord's smile deepened. That's still difficult. Even if the retired Yunjik asks, it remains the same. His contributions as the leader of the Divine Sword Squad have already been rewarded in other ways. However, I can teach you one of my special techniques. Teach martial arts. The idea of being taught by someone close to being the best in the world was a rare fortune. The boy next to the shocked Yunjik seemed greedy, as if he would demand martial arts training if he won rather than follow his step-grandfather's wishes. His intentions are clear. The maternal family is interesting. They want to make someone like him their successor. Yeon-shin found it hard to believe his abilities were so exceptional. But given the improved terms, he nodded readily. I will do it. They headed to the training ground behind the main fortress. The sight of the lord of the desolate fortress stepping outside attracted attention, but no one dared to follow. Yunjik tried to subtly approach, but Yeon-shin boldly stuck close to the lord, causing her to chuckle. Be at ease. This place is for my use alone. The training ground was opulent, with even the floor being unusual. All kinds of invaluable weapons were lined up on stone stands, and the vast floor was entirely marble. It seemed almost too precious to step on. These must be trophies taken from the destruction of the kingdom of Dali and Yunnan. The lord of the desolate fortress was known as the Emperor's Divine Sword. She had erased several rebellious small kingdoms and large factions. Her name was never omitted when discussing the greatest in the world. It was unknown how such a petite body contained such immense divine power. This should be a good spot to watch. The lord stood still in one corner of the training ground. Her long eyelashes looked like a painting, and her long green robe fluttered softly in the spring breeze. Huh. Yeon-shin paused momentarily. It was only then that he noticed the precious sword hanging at her waist. He realized he had perceived it as part of nature until now, indicating it was beyond the level of unity with the sword he had learned. This is chilling. What kind of level is this? At that moment, the lord of the desolate fortress turned her head and met his gaze. Her red lips curved smoothly. You have sharp eyes. Forgive me. The boy who had stood in the center of the training ground with Yeon-shin sneered. He now wore a pair of luxurious black handguards, fitting for an heir of the desolate Ma family, known for their martial arts. Were you ogling the lord's elegance? You lowly man. Aren't you an illegitimate child? How dare you? Jeong Yeon-shin did not reply further and closed his eyes slightly. I learned from this mission. The certainty gained from killing the Blood Master. He could seize the fruit of the heavenly tree himself. Martial arts training was like climbing a 1,000-foot cliff with bare hands, according to orthodox martial artists. Techniques that harmed others and themselves, such as sorcery, blood arts, and demonic arts, were not considered true martial arts. It was believed that only by building pure martial arts could one achieve the ultimate goal, similar to spiritual arts. Yeon-shin felt differently. To him, it was not a steep cliff but a well-paved staircase. In the realm of martial arts, he was like a fish swimming in the deep sea. The demon wings are sufficient. The vastness of martial arts he was exploring within the desolate fortress was so fertile it was hard to imagine lacking anything. He could plant any seed here and the environment would aid its growth. Thus, he did not need the desolate Ma family. Come. Yeon-shin opened his eyes and gestured slowly. Humph. The boy, greatly angered, did not hesitate. He charged with a never-before-seen technique, his chi emanating from all his limbs. Thwack. Yeon-shin deflected the rushing fist with the back of his hand. The power of the strike was astonishing, requiring him to exert considerable force in his elbow. Whoosh! The impact from the strike tore at his clothes. The boy's inner energy greatly surpassed Yeon-shin's, perhaps due to rare elixirs he had consumed. Yeon-shin immediately infused his energy with the principles of the Fatebreaker's Codex. The energy circulating through his body multiplied at the necessary moment to bolster his strength. From then on, it was all about feeling. Following the techniques of the demon's light, his hands began to disrupt the boy's martial arts rhythm. Bam, bam, thud. The desolate Ma family's hand arts were straightforward. Each strike was heavy, and the chain of moves was unbroken. It seemed like he was putting all his strength into it, but suddenly energy would erupt from the opposite fist. All kinds of principles harmonized, making the techniques feel overwhelmingly powerful. So this is what real strong fists are like. Despite the boy's reckless demeanor, he had mastered his family's martial arts properly. His exceptional movements were impressive enough to inspire new ideas in Yeon-shin's mind. Why don't you draw your sword? Your martial arts are outstanding. Yeon-shin responded nonchalantly, cutting off the boy's elbow with a spinning leaf-like motion. He was reversing the situation. After witnessing the opponent's energy techniques, he understood what was possible and was discovering the methods of energy manipulation. It was all upside down. You bastard! Boom! The marble floor was dented. The wind from the boy's punch, combined with the step he took, blew fiercely, but Yeon-shin deflected the fist lightly, like a leaf in the wind, and landed gracefully. I was thinking about fist techniques. 10 more moves should suffice. A faint green lightning sparkled in his eyes. From a distance, the three masters were watching the duel. Observing Yeon-shin's movements, reminiscent of the elven race's defensive techniques, each had different expressions. Ma Yeon-jik frowned deeply. He talks about ending it in 10 moves? No matter how extraordinary his talents are. No, it's not that. What he means is, Ma Jin, who had been silent for a moment, finally spoke with difficulty. He means he will create a new technique in 10 moves. After mentioning 10 moves without thinking, Yeon-shin became concerned about his opponent's rationality. Could accepting a berserk warrior's challenge in martial arts be beneficial for his cultivation? Not bad, he thought. His worries were unfounded. The calm expression on his opponent's face told him as much. This was the true strength of a prestigious family. They didn't waste their power frivolously. The fearsome part of a distinguished family was their ability to fully exert their martial prowess where it was most needed. You mentioned 10 moves. I will put my all into them, said the heir of the distinguished family, one trained by Ma Yeon-jik, a former leader of the Divine Sword Squad who once dominated the world. He hadn't been taught carelessly. The waves of chi climbing up his arm were intense. This is the harmonized blossom fist. You can use palm techniques too. Just because I mentioned fist techniques, don't limit your moves. Show me everything you've got. He seemed angry again. Yeon-shin decided to stay silent. The silence didn't last long. When the intense chi settled into his opponent's body, it was clear he wasn't to be underestimated. His movements were different from before, reflecting his changed attitude. Thud. Whoosh. Yeon-shin saw a light footstep for the first time. As the punch swirled towards him, he countered with a charged strike. Boom. Their fists collided. It wasn't an easy feat even in a duel. It meant their concentration was at its peak. The fragments of their intersecting energies scattered over their clothes. The one pushed back was his opponent. Despite having more power, his martial arts achievement was a different matter. While his opponent swallowed a groan, Yeon-shin wrapped chi around his lower body. It wasn't over. The core of charged strike was accumulation. Yeon-shin twisted his footwork and took another step forward. The energy he accumulated wasn't disrupted and built up once more. A martial art that produced more power in a short time than the strongest strike. The air warped as his charged right fist extended. Boom. The defense of his opponent's elbow crumbled, and the punch struck his solar plexus deeply. Arg. This was what he meant by recalling strong fists. Utilizing the charged strike freely in his fist techniques. Inspired by the powerful continuous strikes of the harmonized blossom fist, he adjusted his approach. He gritted his teeth and corrected his form. Yeon-shin was still able to advance. Here I come again. You arrogant bastard. His voice sounded like a growl, probably due to the intense fight. The boy opened his palm wide. The chi changed. It was the moment Yeon-shin unleashed his third charged strike. The The boy's left hand changed directions thrice, as if mocking his fist, and slapped the back of his hand. Thud. The boy was the one who stepped back, massaging his hand as he frowned. He seemed to be absorbing the impact of the force, which must have been substantial. Yeon-shin immediately understood the change he had just witnessed. It wasn't a simple feint, but a movement that built striking force with chi. Another interesting technique. He took a step forward with pleasure. The accomplishment of Jeong family dynamic training shown in this moment. The accumulated energy was held in place by the minute movements of his entire body. Boom! The charge strike of the third move was different. As he stepped down, the marble floor cracked. It was strenuous even for his body. I can handle it. With such power contained in his body, it was hard to use the defensive skills of the leaf defense technique. It meant he couldn't strike an opponent unless they were incredibly slow. But he had the demon's light. Peasant. He read his opponent's movement clearly. The trajectory to strike with the demon's light was revealed. Whoosh! Yeon-shin dropped down in an instant. The continuous moves of the demon's light encompassed freedom. At this moment, his movement clearly embodied a principle higher than the harmonized blossom fist. It was the fourth move. Boom! Stone fragments scattered in all directions from the step's end. He felt it through the surface of his fist. It was the sensation of something breaking. The protective chi flowing over his opponent's body shattered into pieces. Someday, I should develop a protective chi technique, too. Putting aside the sudden thought, he moved to follow the retreating opponent. At the end of his leaf-like movement, new chi gathered. 5 moves are enough. He felt the principle of his unique martial arts permeate his entire body. The accumulation of power. He stacked it however he could. The Fatebreaker's Codex and Charge Strike were like that. It was the way he, who grew up in a third-rate martial family, faced the world. Flash. A sky-blue flash glimmered in Yeon-shin's eyes. From within, a blue lightning bolt surged up. The secret of the harmonized Blossom Fist mixed with the principles of the Fatebreaker's Codex and Charge Strike. The principle of martial arts exploded in his mind and converged into a single technique. A fist technique that grew stronger with prolonged engagement. The Eternal Blossom Fist. The name that naturally came to him finally unveiled a martial art worthy of being called a special technique. As his arm swung from beside his shoulder, rubble swirled around. Whoosh dash. The energy accumulated by mere forward movement exploded in front of his opponent's solar plexus. Though he detonated it from an inch away, his opponent's upper body shook. Stumbling as if about to fall, his opponent's expression turned blank as the strength drained from his body. A fist technique embodying the essence of striking force. Now, you are no longer bound by the rotational movement of the rotational strike. Ma Jin's voice, tinged with awe, echoed from afar. We can continue if you'd like. Though he spoke to his opponent, who stood as if frozen, the boy bit his lower lip and said nothing. 3 people approached from a distance. Ma Jin looked on, the color of his face drained, while Ma Yeon-jik's frozen face was strikingly expressionless. Only the lord of the desolate fortress maintained a faint smile. A precious spectacle. Witnessing the creation of a martial art. What delightful entertainment. I am embarrassed. I hope I haven't caused any offense. Yeon-shin slightly bowed his head. She laughed softly. That's unnecessary. You seem to be enjoying yourself greatly. Isn't it natural for a martial artist? Have you named your fist technique? I have named it the Eternal Blossom Fist. A martial art with a name signifying endless growth. It is a fitting name. However, its meaning is straightforward, so be cautious not to let it become a weakness in actual combat. The key is to endure the initial clash with the continuous moves. With your talent, you should be able to overcome it. Thank you for the advice. Yeon-shin clasped his hands in a respectful fist salute. The lord's smile deepened. Are you all right? I apologize, grandfather. On the side, the step-grandfather and grandson were exchanging words of consolation. The boy, almost in tears, stared at the ground with a face full of frustration. While patting his step-grandson's head, Ma Yeon-jik looked at Yeon-shin with a complicated expression. How can someone from such a small family have such brilliant talent? Even he had his pride. It was hard to speak to a grandson who had drawn such a clear line. He envied his son, who could approach as a superior. Captain. Yeon-shin looked at Ma Jin standing before him. Well done. And congratulations. You've gained another unique martial art. It's an excellent technique. I've only sketched out the framework. I'm not fully satisfied with the moves yet, and I still need to rely on the demon's light when using it with hand arts. Even that's impressive. There aren't many among the white uniform who could withstand your strike. I try not to be surprised, but your growth is astonishing. It needs to be faster. He mumbled, his thoughts elsewhere, ignoring the emotional gaze Ma Jin cast at him. Even Yeon-jik couldn't demand the fruit of the heavenly tree. His goal seemed even further out of reach. When will I reach that damnably large tree? The thought was so vexing it brought out a curse. Since Yeon-shin has won, we should wrap this up. The Lord of the Desolate Fortress's distinctive, resonant voice rang out. As he turned, he saw her still smiling. After scanning the people present, she spoke again. I will teach Yeon-shin the martial art he needs when he needs it. Furthermore, he may request one thing from the Desolate Ma family. I will convey my request through the captain when the time comes. Ma Jin's expression turned curious when Yeon-shin glanced at him. He had no desire to consider the feelings of the captain, who had suddenly become a messenger. The fault lies with them. Yeon-shin dismissed the thought lightly and finally looked at Ma Yeon-jik. I apologize, but I must clarify one thing. I have no obligations to my maternal family in any way. Do you agree? His response was closer to a groan. He seemed lost in thought, unable to speak easily. While Yeon-shin stared, Yeon-jik, with a strained expression, finally spoke. What must I do? His flawless beard trembled slightly. What must I do to earn your forgiveness? It wasn't Yeon-shin who reacted to this. The boy considered the air, couldn't hide his dismay, and Ma Jin's face also showed shock. Even the Lord of the Desolate Fortress seemed slightly surprised. Perhaps because he was the person involved, Yeon-shin had a completely different thought. He's terrifying. It was said that whenever the Supreme Master of the Desolate Fortress went into the martial world, he acted as an absolute ruler. Like a god holding the power of life and death over most people he encountered. It was a common rumor. Unless they were one of the Grand Masters of the 9 great sects, who were revered as immortals among the common folk, they couldn't even face him in battle. Someone like that bowed to me, someone far beneath him. Simply because he was a talented blood relative. Only someone obsessed with the revival of his family would do such a thing. The thought gave him chills. He realized he needed to be careful with his words. He didn't want to become Ma Yeon-shin. Seeing my maternal grandfather like this is the greatest burden. The past cannot be undone, and to me, my maternal relatives are no different from strangers. The demon wings are my family. Can't you build relationships? I don't even have enough time to build my martial arts. Even the power of the Desolate Ma family couldn't reach the fruit of the heavenly tree, and considering Yeon-shin's cold upbringing, he didn't know the meaning of family bonds. Neither necessity nor blood drew him to them. He shook his head and spoke again. I won the duel that your grandson recklessly demanded. Please respect me as a warrior. Ma Yeon-jik's expression was dazed, but Yeon-shin couldn't relax yet. Who knew what sweet tricks he might pull in the future? He suspected he was a man of madness. First, he respectfully bowed to the Lord of the Desolate Fortress and Ma Yeon-jik before turning away. Training was urgent. The newly created Eternal Blossom Fist wasn't complete. Yeon-jik, you look interesting. Your expression says you regret it deeply. Lord, instead of helping me, how could I deal with your karma? Ignoring the casual chat of the Supreme Masters, he headed to the training hall of the Demon Wings. He felt Ma Jin following him. The roles were reversed from when they came. He realized he hadn't heard the name of the heir of the Desolate Ma family, but wasn't particularly curious. Lightning flash. It was as they passed a small lakeside. Ma Jin, his reflection rippling in the sunlight on the water, spoke cautiously. I have a task that will help you. I must have mentioned it when I handed over the Blood Flame sect incident. Didn't I say the Mount Hua sect lost the Grand Violet Pill? The Jeongshi branch said they didn't have the capacity for that. Thanks to that, I was assigned to the Blood Master task. That's right. It's still unresolved. The Grand Violet Pill is a treasure of that caliber. It's an elixir akin to the supreme treasures of the martial world. Suspicious sects, those who want to gain favor with Mount Hua, and even rival sects and warriors who see this as an opportunity to settle old grudges have all gotten involved. All sorts of factions in Jeongshi are entangled. The warriors will be rampant then. His expression wasn't serious. The vast martial world of Jeongshi, larger than many small countries, was completely embroiled. It was impossible not to feel excited. He had already realized it. Those who claimed to wander the world with their swords were spread throughout Shaanxi. They were all martial artists who would refine his eternal blossom fist. Could it be that his feelings were showing on his face? Ma Jin, who had made the suggestion, couldn't hide his discomfort. You'll accompany the Mount Hua sect. You'll search for the Grand Violet Pill with them until the fight is over. A warrior from another sect helping to find their elixir. It's also a form of surveillance. Mount Hua knows this too. There was already a big fight with the demonic sect, and the largest guest house in Xi'an collapsed entirely. The casualties were enormous. Your role is to restrain Mount Hua's violent actions in the center of the storm. Will Mount Hua accept this? Mount Hua wants to become the second Shaolin. They want royal recognition as the representative of the Taoist sections. Even if you go alone, you'll be well received. Of course, there will be some checks and balances. Yeon-shin was silent for a moment before he slowly opened his mouth. A conflict of this magnitude in the martial realm isn't common. With the justification in place, it's a position where I can swing my sword freely in actual combat. Yes, given your talents, I think you can achieve accomplishments incomparable to mere training. It's an opportunity to freely exchange swords with renowned martial artists under the name of the Desolate Fortress. He had already agreed internally. Martial artists that hadn't experienced actual combat were not worth noting. Eternal Blossom Fist was a newly created martial art lacking forms, which he could fill in with this mission. There wouldn't be many opportunities to see the martial arts of the 9 great sects. You've already completed one mission admirably. This time, it's at your discretion. I'll go. He didn't hesitate much. He also thought he needed to stay away from the Desolate Ma family for a while. He didn't know how his insane grandfather might try to persuade him. As soon as you exchange something as a blood relative, you're firmly entangled. It could hold him back when he needed to move forward. I should accumulate merits and wander outside as much as possible without any breaks. Yeon-shin, who had made up his mind, lifted his head. How many people will there be? The same as the Blood Flame sect. Hein Wenchang is a new recruit, and Chong Myong and Baek Mir-yo are still under disciplinary action for the Azure Sky Squad. They were very eager to join. I'll be going with you. The captain will go? If it's the 9 great sects, a captain of the Divine Sword Squad must go to match the level. When will we depart? The preparations are complete, so we'll leave immediately tomorrow. Pack your things as soon as you return. Yeon-shin slowly nodded. He would have to learn the martial arts of the Fortress Lord after he returned. Now was the time to refine the Eternal Blossom Fist. The experience from this mission would be greatly helpful. A few plum blossoms fell brightly, the sunlight tinting them a light pink. Like a master calligrapher writing in cursive, the wind blew, stroking Ma Jin and the 5 martial artists. I hope the next mission is somewhere with a relay station. Yeon-shin thought. The passing time felt wasted. The blossoming plums lined up felt oppressive unlike before. Time never seemed to stop. It's a shame. Isn't this the heart of the Shaanxi martial world? We can't wear the uniforms of the Desolate Fortress. Wenchang grumbled. They wore plain clothes instead of the noticeable uniforms of the Desolate Fortress due to Mount Hua's dignity. It doesn't seem as prosperous as Anyang now. Yeon-shin replied. He had become used to handling Wenchang's idle talk. He could tell just by seeing him grin as if he hadn't grumbled a moment ago. They said Xi'an in Shaanxi is a big city where all sorts of experts gather, excluding Mount Hua and Zhongnan. I see. Yeon-shin replied calmly and looked around. It was indeed different. Unlike Anyang, which was filled with large merchants and various peddlers, it had a more orderly elegance. It seemed to be because it had been a prosperous city for a very long time since before the founding of the country. The group got off in front of a huge guest house with a 200-year tradition. Its exterior was almost like that of a tower. They never stayed in shabby places when passing through a city. Such was the financial power of the Desolate Fortress. Ma Jin spoke as he dismounted. Xi'an is the territory of the Zhongnan sect. It's not a place Mount Hua can meddle with as they please. We should be careful too. Ugh. I didn't know I'd become more acquainted with words than with swords before entering the main city. Wenchang patted his waist and thighs. Then it happened. Suddenly, the guest house door opened. At the same time, Yeon-shin felt a gathering of intense energies. The masters of the Desolate Fortress have arrived. We've been waiting. There were men and women Taoists coming out in an orderly line. There were more than a dozen of them, yet they didn't seem crowded. The approaching people felt like one huge sword. The most noticeable thing was the plum blossom embroidery on the hems of everyone's white uniforms. The Mount Hua sect. The middle-aged swordsman at the front exuded a formidable presence, as sharp as his appearance. It felt comparable to facing Ma Jin for the first time. Plum blossom swordsman Cheonju. It seems you've been here for a while. The road was rough, but we managed to make it in time. Ma Jin briefly cupped his fist. Yeon-shin sensed Wen Chang flinch beside him. Should he praise him for not opening his mouth and making a fuss? Leader of the Plum Blossom Swordsmen. Cheonju was called the Mount Hua Sword Master. It was a famous name. A name so renowned it wasn't confined to Shangxi. An ultimate master leading the elite swordsmen of Mount Hua had come down the mountain himself. Demon Wings Captain, Alluring Sun Sword, Blue-Eyed Demon Sword. Familiar faces. Cheonju scanned the three of them with a blank expression. Blue-Eyed Demon Sword? Blue-Eyed Demon Sword Jeong Yeon-shin. It was the first time Yeon-shin heard that nickname. It was quite surprising. How did he fight with enemies? When he looked back at Jeong Yeon-shin, he just gave a slight smile. He couldn't help but be curious since he had only seen him lightly clash swords with the Blood Flame sect in Jinpyeong County. No need for introductions. A sword exchanged previously is enough. The clash between the Plum Blossom Swordsmen and the Divine Sword Squad was a tremendously famous incident. It was said that there were no casualties on the side of the desolate fortress, but who knew about Mount Hua's side? I see you brought your disciple as well. I understand the desolate fortress intentions with this. Cheonju's sharp eyes seemed to pierce through Yeon-shin, but he passed it off indifferently. He had just dealt with the lord of the desolate fortress and the previous captain of the Divine Sword Squad. Even if the Mount Hua Sword Master was a grandmaster, he didn't measure up to them. Yeon-shin suddenly noticed a peer swordsman among the Mount Hua masters. The boy looked lethargic, as if the world was insignificant, even yawning lightly. When their eyes met, the young Taoist gave a small laugh and looked up at the sky. After standing still for a moment, Ma Jin finally opened his mouth. That is, how about letting my disciple exchange swords with the desolate fortress disciple? Even if they recognized each other, it would be uncomfortable to travel together. It could prove to be a good little diversion. Cheonju turned his eyes to Ma Jin and spoke. He wants to break spirits. Mount Hua knew this journey was also a form of surveillance. It was one of the world's top sword sections. Even if they allowed it because of the royal family, they were not happy. Since it would be awkward for the leading masters to exchange swords, they wanted to compare the future of their sects. Desolate Fortress Disciple? Hyan Wenchang murmured blankly. The students of the Desolate Fortress who hadn't become white uniforms yet. When Yeon-shin fought the blue uniform masters of the Azure Sky Squad, Ma Jin's children came to watch. They aren't officially recognized. Their internal master-disciple relationship is not acknowledged. From a young age, they are ceremoniously called Desolate Fortress Disciples until they wear white. While only his face remained unchanged, the expressions of the other four members of the Demon Wings turned peculiar. It seems it's difficult to read strength through only energy unless you're an absolute master. My chi is relatively low and my energy waves are weak. Yeon-shin, who had gained a small insight, spoke. Captain. Yes. When Ma Jin turned around, he lightly touched the sword wave of his desolate sword hanging on his waist. It was a sign that he would step forward. My master has once again caused trouble. Is 5 seconds enough? The young Taoist in front of Cheonju asked in a languid voice. It wasn't a small voice. Did this level of rudeness not matter? Despite being a disciple of the sect leader of Mount Hua, he seemed thoughtless. You'll learn something. Give it your all. What do you want me to learn? I heard the Demon Wings techniques are all about sensitivity. The boy sighed and walked out. Suddenly, the front of the guest house became an impromptu arena. It was said that martial fights in the martial world often started unexpectedly like this. Interesting. Yeon-shin recalled the Jeongnan sect masters who had inspired the swift sword at Jeong family manor. He hadn't experienced Jeongnan martial arts back then. How deep was Mount Hua's martial arts? The masters of Demon's Light and Mount Hua formed a large circle. Xi'an wasn't a small city. Passers-by who were curious about the commotion started turning into onlookers. Everywhere, people were whispering about Mount Hua. What's going on? Lower your voice. It's the Mount Hua sect. The Sword Saints of Mount Hua are in our Xi'an? It looks like they're about to have a duel. We're in for a rare sight. Look at that extraordinary young Taoist. His energy is divine. Martial artists exchanging teachings. As expected of the Taoist Mount Hua. How generous. Yeon-shin laughed inwardly. It was refreshing to see them take a ceremonial stance among the common folk. It was the first time since the desolate exam. The two stood facing each other. Yeon-shin slowly opened his mouth. You mentioned 5 seconds. Did that offend you? Sorry. I didn't mean to belittle you. I had a tough training session this morning. The young Taoist smiled faintly. I'm Yuhayan of Mount Hua. Yeon-shin. He answered briefly. In plain clothes, he couldn't mention Demon's Light. In the position of receiving guidance, there were murmurs of rudeness. Some were loudly exclaiming at the name Yuhayan. There were also martial artists from Xian present. The hidden dragon of Mount Hua. I heard the sect leader's disciple is a peerless talent. To see him in person. He's mastered the Falling Blossom's palm and the Six Harmonies' divine sword. Seeing him in person, he lives up to his reputation. Younger than expected. They said he's the future of Mount Hua. There were also rumors he started learning the Violet Dawn divine art. The titles were grand. Yeon-shin's smile deepened. There was no need for long talk. When two martial artists faced each other, they spoke with martial arts. It was when he took a step forward. Yuhayan's body silently grew larger. It was a movement resembling the footwork of the elven race. It was the hidden fragrance drift of Mount Hua. Whoosh! With advancing footwork, his rising hand came down. His open palm spread out like a flower pattern. Seeing the ancient sect's martial arts in person felt almost magical and splendid. Falling Blossom's palm. It's not redundant, but has many variations. To make it unbreakable. His heart was filled with interest. Wouldn't he gain the same variations if he broke them one by one? Bang! He deflected it with the back of his clenched fist. The sudden collision's force was light. Yeon-shin's energy continued to stretch out like a whirlwind. First move of Eternal Blossom Fist, Spiral. Whoosh dash. Ugh. Could he not react? Yuhayan's face, filled with bewilderment, turned sharply. Even the touch of the energy wave caused this. What? He seemed shocked by the unexpected force. If he had Yuhayan's level of skill, he would have shattered his neck with that strike. Thud. Now it was his turn to advance. Following the retreating Yuhayan, Yeon-shin stepped forward. A straight punch from behind the waist shot out like a steel arrow from a bowstring. Second move, point-blank blast, brought thunder from the punch. Boom. The splinters of energy overturned the ground. The sunlight's halo in the midheaven dimmed with the dust. Yeon-shin's eyes were fixed straight ahead. He saw Yuhayan, covered in dust, deftly dispersing the residual energy with brilliant hand movements. It was the same nature as the first palm technique. Mount Hua's Falling Blossom's palm. It seemed enough to inspire the third move of Eternal Blossom Fist. Yeon-shin laughed joyfully and spoke. How about we go for a bit longer? I'd like around 10 seconds. He reached out toward Yuhayan, who charged at him with clenched teeth. A strange energy rippled around his left hand. In the next moment, the eyes of Cheonju and the high-ranking members of the Mount Hua sect widened. Swish dash. An intangible wave of chi burst forth from his left hand. It bloomed in bursts, like a line of flowers blossoming all at once. The force struck with such power that it created another wave of energy. It seemed like a superior martial art technique that didn't exist within the current repertoire of the Falling Blossom's palm. A martial art of a completely different level emerged immediately, making it difficult to find a connection to any existing martial techniques. Poo-poo-poo. A powerful shock, as strong as the point-blank blast, struck down in a heap. It was as if the dust on Yuhayan's martial attire had been blown away. Gah, ugh. Yuhayan fell to the ground without even drawing his sword. A thin cloud of dust rose like mist. Yeon-shin, lowering his hand, fell into thought. The martial arts of the 9 great sects have a high level of wholeness. It truly reflects the history of the prestigious orthodox sections. It was an impressive insight. He had not anticipated such a utilization of chi. This can be decided as the third technique here. Yeon-shin nodded to himself. It didn't seem to need any further refinement. He named it the third technique of the Eternal Blossom Fist, Blossom Fist. Silence filled the room. The boy, often referred to as a crouching tiger, faced off against the hidden dragon of the Mount Hua sect and defeated him in 3 moves. Yeon-shin thought it was natural. From the start, the levels were different. To face someone like Yeon-shin, who could be counted as one of the top talents even in the desolate fortress, it would take at least a master nearing the level of a certified plum blossom swordsman. Yeon-shin compared his situation to Yu Hyan's. How much training would that boy need to reach the rank of head disciple in the Mount Hua sect? For Yeon-shin, who had only about 5 years left, it was hopelessly insufficient. The gap in their life standards was vast. Take him away. At Cheonju's solemn command, a warrior from the Mount Hua sect carried Yu Hyan away. The gazes that swept over Yeon-shin were filled with astonishment. Finally, the spectators started to stir. What was that? Wasn't it just 3 moves? How could the Mount Hua sect's prodigy? 3-move defeat. Who is that boy? Amidst the murmurs, Cheonju spoke up. The desolate fortress has been nurturing a dragon. How much more do they intend to tighten their grip on the martial world? You're exaggerating. As long as a sect doesn't harm the people, the desolate fortress will not act. That convenient justification remains unchanged. Cheonju shook his head and looked at Yeon-shin. You are Jeong Yeon-shin, correct? That's right. I have witnessed excellent martial arts. It is unlikely that the martial arts of the Mount Hua sect have any connection with you. I did not know such martial arts existed in the world. It must have been a stimulus even for our complacent head disciple. If you ever have to leave the desolate fortress, know that the Mount Hua sect will welcome you as a guest. Enough with the nonsense. This has crossed the line. Ma Jin stepped forward, pulling Yeon-shin behind him. I admit my greed got ahead of me. It was an embarrassing display, but in the face of such brilliant talent, what could I do? The high-ranking members of the Mount Hua sect, seeing Cheonju admit this so straightforwardly, were surprised. Simultaneously, some showed expressions of understanding. Yeon-shin stood still, unmoving. You seem to be having a hard time. It was Baek Mir-yeo's voice transmission. Yeon-shin nodded slightly. He had expended almost all his chi. The burden on his dantian was significant. The Eternal Blossom Fist required a high amount of chi to generate. For now, it seemed difficult to use it as his main martial art in real combat. I'll have to rely on my sword in real battles. He organized his thoughts and secured a room at the inn. Even the warriors of the Mount Hua sect who followed him seemed to look at him differently now. They looked at him as if he were some kind of marvelous creature. He felt no particular emotion. Their lives were fundamentally different from his. As soon as he secured a room, Mir-yeo burst in, dragging along Chong Myong by the collar. You especially need to open your middle dantian quickly. If your internal energy is lacking, at least you need to supplement your stamina. Mir-yeo said as she sat down in a meditative posture. Myong sprawled out and half lay down. Middle dantian, you say? It seems you don't know about it. Even the upper dantian, which contains the spirit in the head, cannot match its efficacy. The moment you open the middle dantian, you'll feel it. Your internal energy will become more solid. The Shaolin's Vajra immovable art is known for refining the middle dantian. Internal energy becoming solid? Myong interrupted when Yeon-shin asked absent-mindedly. It means the efficiency improves. Have you heard of masters fighting for 7 days and nights without tiring? That's because they trained their middle dantian. The flow of qi becomes robust, and they can perform large techniques multiple times. Even if they receive a strong strike, their internal energy flow won't be easily disrupted. That's probably why Chong Myong could spar with the Namgung First Sword. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense, no matter how strong his martial arts are. Mir-yeo pointed at the yawning Myong. Myong smiled brightly and nodded his head. Yeon-shin glanced at him and then looked away again. Middle dantian. How do I open it? If you train your lower dantian for a long time, it will open naturally. Focusing on circulating your energy in the upper body would be good. Isn't there a faster way, sister? The words slipped out without thinking. He needed to quickly grasp any means to become stronger. In terms of martial arts and achievements, his mind was inevitably impatient. Sister. Baek Mir-yeo's cold eyes softened slightly. Her cheeks reddened a bit. For a moment, even her lips seemed to quiver. It was an unbelievable sight. The renowned Alluring Sun Sword? She quickly regained her composure, like the experienced master she was. Yeon-shin couldn't help but wonder if she had a deceased younger brother. At the same time, he realized he didn't know anything about the lives of the Demon Wing warriors. I still don't know anyone. Mir-yeo cleared her throat. First, you need to hold a strong energy within your body. The explanation continued. The issue was ultimately qi. Just as the lower dantian opens naturally with prolonged training, the middle dantian was no different. She said a clumsy shortcut would only be poisonous. On a different matter, Yeon-shin had been born with his upper dantian already open. Accursed constitution. Sighing inwardly, he descended to the first floor. He decided to think about the middle dantian later. I should focus on accumulating achievements. It's not like I can't become stronger without it. The inn was bustling. The smell of food was everywhere, and it was hard to find an empty seat. They said Xi'an was a place where all sorts of martial artists gathered. A peculiar city where even commoners wandered around without much fear. It seemed even more crowded as rumors spread about the sparring at the Mount Hua sect dojo. That's the little swordsman. The one who defeated the Mount Hua dragon in 3 moves? He looks about the same age. How could that be possible? I saw it with my own eyes. As Yeon-shin descended, murmurs arose from all sides. They seemed to be people who had watched the sparring. Lightning Flash will quickly gain fame. It'll be chaos once his identity is revealed. That's expected. He is the future of the fortress. It was Myong and Miryeo. They spoke casually, but to Yeon-shin, it was just flattery. Compliments tied to age held no meaning for him. It was the first time he had his martial arts evaluated since coming into the world, but Yeon-shin let all the words go in one ear and out the other as he looked for Ma-jin. Only the seats where Won-chang and Ma-jin were seated were empty, making them easy to spot. The intimidating aura and scars repelled others from approaching. No one dared to sit near them. Yeon-shin walked through the crowd towards them. Is this okay? Discussing a mission here. Yeon-shin asked as he sat with Myong and Miryeo. Ma-jin laughed. It's no secret that the Mount Hua sect is searching for the culprit with wide-open eyes. The movements of the prestigious Orthodox sects are always under scrutiny. Doing this minimizes unexpected civilian casualties. Indeed. Have you heard of making a noise in the east and striking in the west? That's what we'll be doing now. It's not just about preventing the Mount Hua sect's military action. We actively help to calm the situation. Yes, the investigation is already concluded. The culprit is the stealthy demon. He is a well-known thief north of the Yangtze River. Stealthy demon? Miryeo stood up abruptly. Her energy seemed to sharpen as if a sword was being honed within her. Indeed. He's the one who stole your secret manual. Isn't this a good turn of events? Did he steal your martial arts manual? Won-chang stopped eating and opened his eyes wide. It was understandable. A blue-robed master of the desolate fortress was not someone a common thief could approach. The circumstances have changed. Miryeo answered briefly and fell silent, but her presence had changed. It was like standing next to a blazing fire. Her intent to capture and behead the thief was palpable. The group finished their meal in silence and went up to the room where Ma-jin was staying. It was a significantly large room to match his size. After meeting the eyes of each group member, Ma-jin slowly began to speak. I will explain the strategy of making a noise in the east and striking in the west. First, the martial arts of the Mount Hua sect are widely known here in Shaanxi. They stand out too much. So, from now on, we will smash the signboards of several Shaanxi sects connected to the stealthy demon. We will do it. The fighting must not go outside. What will the Mount Hua sect do during this? Hidden fragrance drift encompasses both movement and footwork techniques. While we draw attention, they will sneak in and inspect the sect's interiors. Ma-jin spoke nonchalantly. Won-chang's mouth curled up, seemingly pleased. Is there a justification to take down the signboards of these sects? At Yeon-shin's question, Chong Myong, who was brushing his hair, laughed. You seem unfamiliar with martial artists of the unorthodox sections. They extort protection money in a way even the royal family doesn't approve of. From the perspective of the Ming Empire, the distinction between orthodox and unorthodox is simple. Do the people willingly donate, or are they extorted at knife point? Ma-jin nodded. They're parasites draining the country. New parasites form in swarms whenever we wipe them out, so we leave them be. However, there's no need for justification to strike them down. They constantly undergo cycles of annihilation and reformation. How many sects are we targeting? 5 for now. I will take on 2. I will handle one alone. No one was surprised by Yeon-shin's words. Ma-jin asked, do you seek individual credit? It's a high-risk burden. I will handle it. Managing a group alone is a different matter, especially if the sect is proficient in martial arts. Imagine bodies piling up with every strike. The scent of blood can even drive a master insane. Group battles have the most variables. They are incomparable to one-on-one duels. That's an experience I must have. Very well. I will assign the targets now. Lightning Flash, your target is the Mantis sect in Lianhu County, Xian. They are known to be very vicious. They said they even kidnap women. Your mission is, Ma Jin continued, locking eyes with Yeon-shin, to annihilate the entire sect. Wipe them all out. An escort followed them. He was a native of the village. There is a certain image that comes to mind when thinking of commoners who do not know martial arts and engage in their livelihood. The man who introduced himself as Mr. Jang was like that. Master, is it really just you? Are you sure you're going to the Mantis sect? His eyes trembled, and he was shorter than Yeon-shin. In his shabby hemp clothes and the loose pouch he held, the appearance of a family breadwinner was reflected. Yeon-shin understood his reaction. The demonic sect was different from the black market thugs in the back alleys. The black market thugs would find and retaliate against anyone who informed the authorities, but the demonic sect members were skilled in martial arts. It was natural to be anxious. I am enough. Why your righteous spirit is truly admirable. However, please reconsider. The Mantis sect is not an ordinary group. Dozens have learned martial arts, and it was said that even a single one of their underlings could sweep the alley of Liangu. Righteous spirit? You seem to have some educational background. It was not a world where letters were common. In some places, expressions that were taken for granted were known only to scholars in the countryside. I am just a country bumpkin who didn't pass the imperial examination. It was fortunate that they could communicate. Xian was a big city, so they had to stay overnight to reach Lianhu County. Could you tell me more about the Mantis sect? Yeon-shin spoke while walking ahead. At the same time, he took out a small salt pouch from his chest and handed it over. The monthly salary from Desolate Fortress was paid in silver coins, but giving it to someone was too much, and there were no copper coins. Ma Jin had taken care of the travel expenses. Mr. Jang, who subtly opened the pouch, widened his eyes and spoke. They came in 3 years ago, subduing Liangu Street. There are not many places in Xian without Jeongnon sect branches, and Lianhu County was one of them. They took over 10 people as maids. Their villainy was severe, but it seemed they had bribed the magistrate well. Did anyone see their martial arts? What about their martial arts? I heard they use all kinds of weapons. I also saw them from afar a few times, and there were not only swords and spears, but also strangely curved blades. They were so fast that it was hard to follow with the eyes. With one swing, they could cut off the heads of 2 people. They were quite strong. Even if they didn't have a structured martial arts system, they seemed to have learned martial arts. That was enough to call them members of the demonic sect. Are there still many people captured? What is the government doing? The magistrate is also in league with the Mantis sect, so there is no place to turn to. Yeon-shin suddenly had a question. Could a martial artist from Desolate Fortress behead a government official? They stayed overnight at an inn they came across while traveling. Yeon-shin and Mr. Jang arrived at Lianhu County. After crossing the hills, a vibrant village came into view. They passed several times the caravan procession loaded with all sorts of goods. Although it was said to be on par with Shinya County, it was much more developed. It seemed to be somewhere between a city and a village. I see where it is. Under the clear blue sky without a cloud in sight, there was an unusually large and splendid building at the end of the road. The letters on the plaque were visible even from here. Although it was not as grand as the Demon Wings mansion, it was incomparable to the Jeong family manor. Even the spacious front yard seemed usable as a training hall. You can go now. Thank you for the guidance. After exchanging greetings, they turned away. As he headed towards the largest street that ran through the village, he felt someone following. It seemed to be Mr. Jang. He didn't know why. Did his family get captured? Maybe his wife or daughter was taken. They entered a street that looked like a market. Merchants were quietly exchanging meat or grain at the lined-up stalls. The voices of haggling were not loud. When he turned his head to a place where everyone seemed to be cautious, he saw a surprising sight. There were people tied up as if they were traders. They were all women. 5 martial artists with swords were sitting carelessly, while their families were just weeping, unable to approach. Would their heads be cut off if they made a sound? The atmosphere on both sides was extremely different, as if it were a village custom. This really just serves to justify the existence of the Desolate Fortress. He spoke deliberately as he approached. Because of martial artists, the laws of the Great Ming Dynasty were trampled. The Central Plains was said to be a vast land beyond the comprehension of the human mind. If a few magistrates and a powerful gang colluded, it would be extremely difficult for the imperial family to know the local situation. Are they government soldiers? Are those tied up really criminals? No answer came. As soon as Yeon-shin finished speaking, a throwing knife was hurled at him, tearing through the air. It didn't even carry any strength. Yeon-shin caught it directly and performed a swift sword strike, releasing the grip in his hand. Even so, the sword's force was properly exerted. The dagger shot out like a flash, piercing through the air. Thunk! The one hit on the forehead fell as if nailed to the ground. The four, who had been momentarily bewildered, soon got up one by one. Quite a skilled lad. Where did you study martial arts? Your knife-throwing technique was odd. Did you really learn it properly? It was pretty fast. You must have been biding your time for today. What was that martial art you just showed? Maybe because he threw it casually, the reaction was quite calm. When thinking of the demonic sect, one might imagine a reckless bandit, but the ones in front of him seemed to have tasted all the pleasures in the world. Just random skills, no names. Yeon-shin murmured calmly, drawing his desolate sword. The white blade of the meticulously maintained fine sword scattered the sunlight under his hand. Their gazes changed. If we present this to the sect leader. Splash! At the end of the dazzling trajectory of the blade, a burst of blood shot up. The one who had mentioned the sect leader knelt with blood-stained lips and then collapsed. Before they knew it, Yeon-shin was standing in the middle of them. With a leap like treading on the wind and a rotation like a leaf, the sword strike erupted. Before the other three could even turn around, the white sword path flickered. Demon's light, swift sword. The sensation of cutting 3 times transmitted through the sword waved to his hand. It was a very familiar feeling. Shit. It was a curse muttered by one of them before dying. Yeon-shin turned around and cut the ropes binding the captives. The women, thanking him with folded hands, could not openly rejoice. The direction they glanced at repeatedly with Yeon-shin was the Mantis Sect's building. It doesn't seem like they were taking in maids. With doubts, he walked along the road, his blade unsheathed. Now the street was completely quiet. Everyone retreated, trying to stay out of sight. He could hear the murmurs of old people clicking their tongues, thinking an innocent hero would die. Only Mr. Jang was quietly following behind. A group battle. It was said that the absolute masters who reached invincibility could handle an entire army alone. The supreme masters of Desolate Fortress would be no different. Since the fight with the Blood Master, he had consistently thought of solo missions. No matter how much he pondered, there were limits to the merits he could achieve by moving with the experts of Demon Wings. To walk the martial realm alone, one must be capable of facing dozens or even hundreds of swords. A duel with a rival was usually the romance of dilettantes. One must also be equipped with martial arts capable of handling a group's swords. He was learning from every fight. Even he did not know what his mind would create. Mantis Sect. He looked up at the main gate before he knew it. Up close, the plaque was even bigger. The calligraphy writing Mantis Sect was impressive. It felt so lively, like a dragon moving. Did a third-rate demonic sect threaten a fallen scholar? Thinking it excessive, he kicked one side of the gate hard. Did they claim Lianhu County as their territory? About 30 martial artists lined up in a training hall to greet the swordsmen who had just slain 5 of their own. The news traveled incredibly fast. Is that kid supposed to be a threat? A middle-aged man standing alone on the steps leading to the main building frowned. Yeon-shin's eyes were drawn to his clothes. They were incredibly lavish. From mythical beasts to dragons, all sorts of spiritual creatures were embroidered on his long robe. He must be crazy. Was he a rebel? Wearing a robe with dragons embroidered on it. It was a stark reminder of how detached martial artists were from the state. Cut off his limbs and bring him here. Actually, don't. I haven't felt the taste of a sword in a while. I'll do it myself. The man, who appeared to be the sect leader, descended the steps. Yeon-shin felt a sense of discord. The Mantis Sect was said to be a vicious demonic sect. He expected them to take hostages. These were the kind of people who would forcibly take women. If it were a lawless sect, they would have women at their side, yet only men were present. Where have the captives gone? While he was pondering, the Mantis Sect disciples surrounding him were generally burly. They exchanged a few words and just grinned wickedly, not appearing kindly at all. It's not often you get to meet a hero. The Mantis sect leader drew his sword as he descended. The narrow sword emitted waves of chi. Yeon-shin would not have been able to defeat a master of his caliber during the desolate exam. The sect leader continued to speak. Why did you have to appear in front of the sect? Why commit suicide at your age? What's your name? Why would a dead man need to know my name? To claim my merit, I need to know who the sect leader is. Yeon-shin spoke slowly and simultaneously activated the energy of Jeong family dynamic training. At the moment when the desolate sword and his chi became one, he sensed the sword technique of the opponent. Swoosh! Even the humble skewer of the sect leader felt threatening since his blade followed the winds. To counter, Yeon-shin used Swift Sword. After discovering how to properly control force through the Eternal Blossom Fist, he could now see the path of the sword. Clang! He struck upwards. Although it looked calm, true chi was overlaid. The sect leader's face turned from surprise to bewilderment at the force of Yeon-shin's strike that overwhelmed his power. Attack! At the sect leader's shout, the surrounding Mantis sect disciples charged in. A sharp spear obstructed his view first. As if to prevent him from giving the second strike to the sect leader, the desolate sword struck and passed through the thrusting spear. Slash! The spear shaft was cut, and at the same time, the other disciples' weapons were approaching. Throwing knives flew towards him. All the sharp weapons cutting through the air from all directions stimulated Yeon-shin's entire body. It was his first time facing so many weapons at once. Swish! He dodged a slash on his right arm, only to get scraped on his back by a chakram. He swung the desolate sword horizontally in a swift sword strike. The man holding the circular blade handle grinned, but his head flew off with the same smile on his face. The sight of his lips freezing in place flashed across Yeon-shin's vision. It hurts. The stinging wound sharpened his senses and extended his perception. In that moment, his unbelievable talent revealed itself. He saw the lines created by all the blades. The sword path he should follow began to emerge in his mind. Strike, pass through, and strike again. The combined pressure from the weapons evolved Yeon-shin's swift sword, creating a new form. Following the trajectory visible only to him, he slashed down. His desolate sword, faster and sharper than anything else there, deflected the weapons and led them to clash against each other. The throwing knife deflected by the desolate sword pierced another disciple's heart. He deflected one man's spear, which then impaled another man who was swinging a blade. Arg! Ugh! Yeon-shin's eyes moved swiftly. All the approaching weapons seemed to fuel a strange sense. It was as if another self was watching from above, observing every blind spot. It surpassed the realm of prediction. With movements as light as the wind, he weaved through the space of the blades. Sand thrown by one was caught by another. The sect leader's swift sword, however, was clearly of a different level. As Yeon-shin spun and moved in a gust, he swung at the side of the sect leader's narrow blade. Clang! The sect leader, almost dropping his sword, disappeared back among the disciples and shouted, "Incredible accomplishment! But your sword path is simple. I've already seen through your swift sword." It was a voice laden with the experience of countless battles. It did not sound impatient. It seemed so leisurely, but as he confronted Yeon-shin, who had crossed all the attacks like a leaf in the wind, the sect leader fell silent. Overwhelm them with initiative, Yeon-shin thought. In an instant, true chi surged like wildfire throughout his whole body. He thought of his hand as a fist. The energy of the Eternal Blossom Fist began to climb up his arm. The second move, point-blank blast, was now possible. The still somewhat unfamiliar intangible force was contained in his grip. Naturally, he felt the augmenting force of the demon's light enhancing his balance. Boom! Closing the distance like a storm, he was suddenly in front of the sect leader. In a flash, he focused the force from the point-blank blast into his sword arm, releasing a sword wave. The sect leader's eyes widened in surprise. From above the sect leader's head, Yeon-shin brought his sword down. At the moment the sect leader opened his mouth, a pure white blade light flashed, the sensation coursing through Yeon-shin like lightning. The fallen corpse of the Mantis sect leader brought silence. The reckless blow seemed to have done its job. The sinister laughter of the surrounding Mantis sect members vanished without a trace. The Mantis sect leader's body bore the marks of an overwhelming sword strike. The intense scent of blood rising from his body made the unreal death feel real. Yeon-shin turned his head away from the wretched body and opened his mouth to speak. He held the desolate sword dripping with blood. Today, we will destroy the Mantis sect's plaque. WH what? Why you crazy? Finally, the stunned Mantis sect disciples spoke, retreating in shock. Amidst the silence, someone muttered about the unprecedented sword technique. To those living in the narrow martial realm, Yeon-shin's sword had that kind of meaning. He gained momentum. He didn't give his enemies time to think. Though his chi wasn't complete due to using the Eternal Blossom Fist, the sensation he gained here was enough to handle these kinds of opponents. Step. When he took a step forward, many cowards stepped back in unison. The loyalty of demonic martial artists was different from that of honorable knights. They were people who bought and sold martial arts. Their lives were worth a penny. Kill him. Let's kill him. You crazy bastard. You go. An invincible monster. Divine sword. A monster and a divine sword, indeed. At this moment, Yeon-shin realized that not all martial arts worldviews were the same. In the desolate fortress, one would never hear such words. There's nothing more to gain here. Yeon-shin began his sword attack again. These were not the enemies he had first faced. He wedged his way through the weakened net of swords, delivering swift attacks. It was a sword technique the Mantis sect disciples couldn't handle. Finally, some of them started to flee. Arg. We're doomed. The sect is finished. Call the sect's sword. Call the sect's sword. In the midst of this, one shouted something that made everyone pause. Yeon-shin was no exception. If they were calling a sect's sword in faith, it must be the Blood Master of the Blood Flame sect. Answer me. Is the Blood Flame sect behind this? Did you offer the captured people to them? He grabbed one man's arm with a joint lock and twisted it while holding the sword's blue blade to his throat. The man screamed, sweating profusely. Yes. They are probably sleeping in the annex now. It's always been that way. You don't know the experts. Could they not sense this level of battle? Spare me. Faced with a life-or-death situation, compassion was pushed to the back of his mind. He raised the desolate sword, which had just grazed the man's neck, without emotion. The chi, faster than before, contained the principles of the Fatebreaker's Codex. The layered chi filled the acupoints of his right arm, waist, and lower body, creating a stance akin to an ancient tree standing tall on the ground. Clang! A sudden sword strike hit the desolate sword. There was no sound of tearing the air. At the same time, only the crimson hair brushed past Yeon-shin's forehead. The vibration in his grip was the most intense he'd felt from anyone in the Mantis sect. Bloodmaster. You blocked that? Then this massacre must be your doing. Massacre. That's not a word the Blood Flame sect should be uttering. Yeon-shin answered calmly, looking ahead. He had the same visual traits as the Bloodmaster from Jinpyeong County. A mix of black and red hair, a blood-red martial uniform. Bloodstains covered his lips. He emitted an ominous aura from his entire body, along with the iron sword he held. He recalled Ma Jin's comment when discussing Yeon-shin's achievements. Killing 5 Bloodmasters would earn him a blue uniform, regardless of age. Though of course, Ma Jin said so jokingly. The Blood Flame sect wasn't a group that could be found easily. Lucky me. What? 3 remain. In the past, he would have charged at Yeon-shin no matter what he said. Now it was different. He seemed wary of Yeon-shin, revealing his momentum and moving his feet slightly to the side. It was true that a Bloodmaster was an uncommon expert. Unlike the Mantis sect members, he felt Yeon-shin's presence. Yeon-shin did not wait. Power gathered in his legs as he kicked off the ground. With a heavy thud, he charged forward, unleashing the demon's light, swift sword. The straight flash collided with the man's sword. Clang! Thanks to the preemptive strike, the Bloodmaster could not put in his full strength. Though he managed to block the attack, he was clearly pushed back. Yeon-shin decided to finish it here. A Bloodmaster was not an easy opponent. Considering he was in the middle of the Mantis sect, the longer the fight dragged on, the lower his chances of victory would get. In an instant, a gleam of sky-blue light swept through his body. The sharpened senses from group combat emitted an invisible light in his eyes that penetrated the back of the retreating enemy. Yeon-shin pierced through with the chi gathered in his left hand, which took the spiral palm stance of the Eternal Blossom Fist. Here. It was the realm of instinct. He enveloped the desolate sword layer by layer while infusing the spiral palm of the eternal blossom fist into the demon's light, swift sword. Combining with the sword, he folded space. Swoosh! With little force, he penetrated the Bloodmaster in one go. This was the essence of the swift sword. A way for shallow swordsmen to survive. The blood hit by a gentle breeze splashed lightly. Ha ha! The peculiar aura of the blood flame sect dispersed. The eyes of the second Bloodmaster grew as large as they could. To the Bloodmaster, Yeon-shin was akin to a god of death. Yeon-shin could feel his emotions directly. It was evident from the tremor transmitted through the sword. With eyes filled with resentment, the Bloodmaster opened his mouth. I don't listen to last words. Yeon-shin's arm muscles suddenly became prominent as he swung at the Bloodmaster's neck, beheading him. He didn't even use internal energy. Thud. The Bloodmaster's head and body finally fell to the ground, but Yeon-shin did not pay it any mind. As he brought the desolate sword to his side, blood flew off the shimmering blade. Do not even attempt to flee. He spoke softly. As if they had mastered the silent steps technique, those who had been quietly retreating stopped. His voice, free of chi, completely dominated the Mantis sect. Yeon-shin split the Mantis sect's plaque in half in front of all the people of Lianhu County. While some rejoiced, trampling the shattered plaque, others wept, holding the emaciated corpses of their loved ones. Dozens of bodies were found in the annex and backyard of the Mantis sect. It was like in Jinpyeong County. Despite unexpected achievements, it was bitter. Yeon-shin glanced back, carrying a large sack on his back. Some had survived, but the Mantis sect disciples, who had their arms cut off by Yeon-shin, were being trampled by the villagers. Though they had mastered demonic martial arts, it was useless because their dantians were destroyed. Unable to control their bodies, they were completely disabled. Westernan is the Jeong Yeon-shin sect's territory. What had they been doing? Mr. Jang reacted to Yeon-shin's muttered words. He was carrying his daughter's shrouded body on his back. The Jeong Yeon sect is at war with the Tyrant Sword sect. His words were slurred from his bloodshot eyes. Yeon-shin frowned. The Jeong Yeon sect is at war with the Tyrant Sword sect? He had never heard such a rumor. The conversation stopped. Images of his only niece and the Jeong Yeon sect experts flashed through his mind. At the end was the master of the Tyrant Sword sect. The one who destroyed a family with the aura of an absolute master. Even now, he couldn't understand why. When did it start? I don't know. I only heard that the nearby martial artists of the Jeong Yeon sect were packing up and heading to the Jeong Yeon mountains. Yeon-shin remained silent. If they were facing the Tyrant Sword sect, the Jeong Yeon sect must be fighting for their lives. If they clashed head-on, it wouldn't end with the death of a few experts. There were plenty of reasons to fight. The master of the Tyrant Sword sect had cut off the ear of Elder Jeong Yeon-shin. They had clashed more than once before. Though the main reason Yeon-shin was silent was because he still didn't know the reason behind the destruction of the Jeong family. Why had the Jeong Yeon sect experts stayed at the Jeong family home at that time? It was unnatural to anyone. There was no sin in little Haya. He hoped her uncle, Jeong Jung-san, was properly protecting her. I need to go to Jeong Yeon. Ma Jin would permit it. The 13 Heavens was a force that acted as the supreme power in the demonic martial world. It was inevitable that the desolate fortress would intervene, and slaying the experts of the Tyrant Sword sect would build his achievements. Yeon-shin now had the desolate fortress as his background. He possessed enough martial prowess to handle most warriors. It's a chance to gain more merit. I need to know now. Why the Jeong family was destroyed. Why the Tyrant Sword sect and the Blood Flame sect collaborated to annihilate the Jeong family. The Jeong Yeon sect would know. You have appeased my grudge and helped my daughter find peace. Thank you, young master. Thank you so much. This gentleman's name is Yeon-shin from the Jeong family. You must never forget this name. Master Jeong. Master Jeong is here. Receiving the gratitude of Mr. Jang and the villagers, he turned away. When they suggested holding a feast to celebrate, he declined, telling them to use the food for the funeral instead. As a result, there were those who began to mutter his name as if engraving it in their minds. He lightly placed one hand on the sword guard, while his other hand held the end of the sack slung over his back. Walking a bit faster, he reached a hill overlooking Lianhu County. Have you found any traces of the stealthy demon? Yeon-shin suddenly spoke, stopping in his tracks. The bushes nearby rustled. two figures emerged. It was Cheonju, Mount Hua sect's heavenly sword master, and Yu Haiyan, the hidden dragon of the Mount Hua sect. It seems it wasn't the Mantis sect. Perhaps because he had witnessed the destruction of a sect, Cheonju's demeanor was much more respectful than before. He wasn't just treating Yeon-shin as a promising talent, but rather as a fully qualified martial artist of the desolate fortress. Yeon-shin nodded and spoke. I see. That's unfortunate. I was impressed by your martial prowess. It felt like I was witnessing the future leader of the Demon Wings or even the Divine Sword Squad. Our sect's future prospect here must have had his horizons broadened. Cheonju patted Yu Haiyan on the back of his neck. As his hairpin shook, Yu Haiyan frowned slightly, glancing at Yeon-shin. The drowsy look he had before now appeared exceptionally clear. It was my first defeat. Every time I think of the 5-second finger snap, I feel like falling off my bed. Your first defeat? Yeon-shin tilted his head slightly. Yu Haiyan waved his hand dismissively. All my seniors and juniors are much older. The only ones around my age are low-level martial artists, and their skills are too shallow. Are there no peers in Mount Hua? I am the only disciple of my rank. So? At his indifferent response, Yu Haiyan looked down slightly. How about becoming friends with me? You seem interested in Mount Hua's martial arts. Guangdong isn't far from Shaanxi. I have no reason to go to Mount Hua. If you come to me, I won't refuse. But each time, you must bring a new martial art. Yu Haiyan, unfamiliar with rejection, was visibly flustered. However, at Yeon-shin's final words, his face brightened. During the journey to the gathering place in Shaanxi, he had to endure Yu Haiyan's endless chatter. He spoke just as much as Wen Chong, but about different things. The principles of martial arts, the orthodox martial philosophy of the 9 great sects, was helpful to Yeon-shin. Occasionally, Cheonju's would comment on it as well, giving Yeon-shin glimpses of inspiration. It's helpful. I look forward to Mount Hua's visit. After a day's walk, they arrived at the first inn they found in Shaanxi. That was as far as the pleasant time went. He entered Ma Jin's room. Your chi has slightly changed again. Did you get slashed on the back? I'll apply some wound medicine, so sit down. Lightning flash, what about the mission? While Chong Myong, Baekmir Yeo, Ma Jin, and Haiyan Wencheng watched, he spoke about going to Jeongnan. After hearing the circumstances, Ma Jin seemed troubled and was about to speak when Yeon-shin opened the sack he was holding and emptied its contents. Ugh. It was the head of the Blood Master and the broken plaque of the Mantis sect. Were the Blood Flame members there? Ma Jin muttered, his facial scar becoming significantly distorted. Not just anyone, but a Blood Master. This proves that the incident in Jinpyeong County wasn't a coincidence. Recognizing the importance of the matter, Baekmir Yeo furrowed her brows while Myong, behind her, simply stroked Yeon-shin's head, impressed. There are traces of the regenerative ability starting but not finishing. It's definitely the Blood Master. For some reason, Haiyan Wenchong showed an unexpected reaction. He neither clicked his tongue nor shook his head in exasperation. He examined the Blood Master and confirmed traces of excessive blade movement. Ma Jin spoke up. This isn't normal. It's an improbable occurrence. Blood Masters aren't that common. Mirio slightly nodded her head. This is a matter to be thoroughly investigated, whether in the unorthodox sect or not. The expansion of the Blood Flame sect's influence is a serious issue. If they have developed their techniques to the point of placing a Blood Master in each county, it could mean an increase in the Blood Flame sect's adherents. If their numbers have grown, it's horrifying. Of course. This time, even Myong nodded in agreement. Lightning Flash has achieved considerable merit. It seems incidents follow you. Handling and bringing back such information and achievements will inevitably impact the martial world. The desolate fortress will respond. After staring at him for a moment, Ma Jin spoke again. Yes, you wish to ascend Mount Jeongnan. I am a warrior. I can't help but worry about my niece's safety. Did it sound like a roundabout criticism of the desolate Ma family? Ma Jin's face awkwardly stiffened. With an unusually strained expression, he spoke. We just received the news as well. But the current Mount Jeongnan is in a dangerous position. The Tyrant Sword sect is different from the Blood Flame sect. They cannot be simply called an unorthodox sect. They blend orthodox martial arts and sorcery. They're obsessed with becoming stronger and know no bounds. Baekmir Yeo added. Her slightly raised eyes seemed to hold concern. Yes, More importantly, no mission has been assigned. It is enough for us to do our given tasks. It seemed Ma Jin and Baek Mir-yeo did not want to send Yeon-shin away. Only Myong, next to them, tactlessly defended the youngest of the desolate Ma family. Can't a grandmaster judge the matter and assign a mission at their discretion? As Baek Mir-yeo glared fiercely, Ma Jin continued speaking. To be honest, how can we send you to Mount Jeongnan not knowing if you will return? Pardon. It was a story that naturally made one ask back. However, everyone present except Yeon-shin seemed to agree. Anyone in the desolate fortress who knows your talent would be worried. Even if it's an unnecessary concern, it's understandable. How can they not covet you, especially with your kin there? There were even rumors about the guests of the Mount Hua sect. Mir-yeo and even Myong spoke with expressions of agreement. Yeon-shin knew Ma Jin had another reason unknown to them. It must have been a concern for him, who had not attached himself to the desolate Ma family. Can the Grandmaster not distinguish between public and private matters? Is the trust one built with the desolate Ma family only that much? He spoke with a calm face. It was a statement that struck a nerve. I have made significant achievements. Please allow me to go. Record this as my sole reward. You're caught in a checkmate. Myong eventually received a blow from Baek Mir-yeo for his remark. As Ma Jin, lost in thought, slowly opened his mouth. You are right. It's hard to refuse outright. Let's make a bet. A bet? Take one move of my technique. Just one move. If you counter or avoid it, I'll let you go. To stand out in the martial world, you must have that level of skill. Additionally, I promise another reward. I understand. Amid the astonishment of the group, Yeon-shin nodded calmly. They headed to the backyard of the guest house. Yeon-shin, as well as Ma Jin, did not care about the onlookers. It was a place to exchange one move. High-ranking experts from the Mount Hua sect approached, asking the reason. Upon hearing the general situation, many of them cautiously requested to watch the move. Ma Jin granted permission without much concern. Thank you. Mount Hua sect warriors surrounded them, blocking the common people's view. To witness a move from the Demon Wings Master. Isn't the Supreme Master of the Desolate Fortress comparable to the Chief Instructor? Yu Hyan asked Cheonju. The leader of the Plum Blossom Swordsmen answered affirmatively and added, in chaotic battles, he is stronger than me. His alias is Hellslayer. It means he completely dominates the battlefield. Many elders of prestigious Orthodox sects have become spirits at his hands while flaunting their hypocritical wickedness. Even receiving one move looks terrifying. Facing such a high-level expert, one cannot take even a hand gesture lightly. A single move can contain the mystery of instant death. It is different from our old-school warriors who seek the pinnacle in swordsmanship. It is martial arts thoroughly refined for real combat. When thinking of it as the apex of battlefield martial arts, there's nothing more frightening. No matter how talented Yeon-shin is, it would be difficult. There isn't anyone among our peers who wouldn't be defeated in a single move against such a master. Yu Hyan's eyes turned to Yeon-shin standing opposite Ma Jin. The lightning flash of the demon wings. With his hand lightly resting on the sword hilt, facing the blowing wind. His face showed no significant fluctuations in emotion. Yeon-shin calmly thought about demonstrating the martial arts he had learned. He slowly opened his mouth. May I have some time? Take as much as you need. I plan to show you a strike that even a blue uniform would find hard to withstand, so sharpen your senses. It sounded like he was being considerate. However, Ma Jin's standards would be different. The Demon Wings Master. A supreme master of the desolate fortress. They said he was not yet over 30. Yeon-shin closed his eyes. He observed his body and first awakened his lower dantian. He also woke the dormant qi throughout his body. While circulating qi throughout his body, he also sought to draw out the sense he had realized in the Mantis sect. If it were an ordinary warrior, the experience of that time would have slipped away like catching smoke, requiring focused training to grasp it. But Yeon-shin was different. Once he had properly felt a sense, it became entirely his from that moment. He didn't need to spend time trying to make a leap with a random event as a catalyst. I see it. Was this the clone technique of the legendary Monkey King, Sun Wukong? He could perceive Ma Jin's entire body as if even his back were visible. With his unique sensitivity to qi, his sense reached perfection. I will yield the initiative. Yeon-shin made a rare joke. Ma Jin, with a slight smile, raised his hand. It was a hand hardened into a thick edge. It was said his martial arts were the essence of the demon's light. He had mastered all kinds of weapons. They said he could skillfully handle any weapon fallen on the battlefield, even a wine bottle rolling on the bar floor. Then his hands would be the most fearsome. Just by looking at the gathering chi, he could guess. He now understood what it meant that even the white uniform would find it hard to withstand the strike. The density was on a different level. That kind of palm technique could shatter even a thick fortress wall in one blow. I must avoid it. He made his calculation. If he blocked it clumsily, he would not escape severe injuries. Yeon-shin completely lowered the hand he had placed on the sword hilt. As the onlookers could not hide their puzzlement, Ma Jin's large frame charged in. Thud. His body movement was straightforward and brutally fast. It felt like a condensed typhoon was rushing in. Even though it wasn't his full speed, it was challenging for Yeon-shin to turn his body aside. Wham! Ma Jin precisely controlled his movement. A slight twist of his foot reversed the flow of power. At the end of the trajectory of his horizontally slashing hand, Yeon-shin's head was in its path. Until then, Yeon-shin observed Ma Jin's movements. A faint blue light flickered across his eyes. With the current body techniques he had learned, he could not escape. The body movements Myung taught were not mere routines, but needed a clear intention to open a path. Just one step. Ma Jin's movement paths and power directions drew complex lines in his mind. The Baihui acupoint on the top of his head seemed to burn. What posture, what chi manipulation, at what point should he step? One step to tear apart the whirlwind. At that moment, another dantian seemed to form near his heart. It was a fleeting moment. A stream of Jeong family dynamic training's inner energy momentarily activated his middle dantian. For a brief instant, even stronger chi fueled the creation of a new technique. It wasn't the realm where some supreme masters felt time slowing down. Yeon-shin's thought process was as fast as a flash. That was all. His innate talent manifested at that moment in the martial arts domain. Step. Whack. As Yeon-shin took one step, a tremendous force swept his hair up. He then felt the strong wind caused by the explosive power behind him. Dust swirled around, but no one spoke. Everyone present was a master who lived with martial arts. Everyone could feel that Yeon-shin's step was extraordinary. That step technique. Ma Jin, in the posture of striking, slightly moved his lips. What is it? I haven't seen it before. I simply walked. I saw a way to survive. You are truly incomprehensible. Still the same. I will name it the Splendid Wing Step. Yeon-shin spoke calmly. The name of the demon wings was not complicated. It originated from the meaning of being the wings of the desolate fortress that exterminated the demons of the great Ming Empire. The name Wanakbo was different. By including the character for wings, it revealed Yeon-shin's affection for being part of the demon wings. Not only Ma Jin, but even Chong Myong and Baek Mir-yeo's faces seemed to melt away. Ma Jin straightened his posture. He slowly opened his mouth. I allow lightning flashes journey to Jeongnan. Wow! One Chong, shouting in excitement, rushed over. Brimming with excitement, he lavished praise on the incredibly miraculous footwork. While his body was being shaken by the grip on his shoulders, Yeon-shin quietly pondered. Splendid wing step. It was just one step for now. How far it would extend, he did not know. If it extended to 10 steps, would it reach the realm of the Divine Sword Squad Master? A supreme genius has emerged from the desolate fortress. It's not entirely pleasing, but it's the promising step of an infinitely potential new talent. There's joy in watching over it. Don't reject me when I visit. Amid the admiration of the Mount Hua sect masters and Yu Haiyan's envious gaze, they returned to the guest room. Warmth radiated among the masters of the demon wings gathered around. To act alone in the Jeongnan sect, a white uniform will not be enough. Myong smiled brightly as he spoke. What was he talking about now? Yeon-shin's eyes were filled with curiosity. Not enough with the white uniform? What do you mean? Oh, don't misunderstand. I don't have the authority to give you the blue uniform. Neither does our master. Then what? Just a moment. Myong turned to rummage through his luggage. Ma Jin and Mir-yeo watched, looking as if they understood. Soon, Myong pulled out his blue robe and approached Yeon-shin. I'll lend it to you. The robe flapped widely. Yeon-shin glanced at the blue robe covering his shoulders and looked up, quite puzzled. I don't understand the significance. Mir-yeo was the one who explained. A white uniform with a blue robe means you are a promising talent recognized by the Desolate Fortress. It's a significant title. In the martial realm, the term promising talent was not used lightly. It meant you were the best among the juniors walking the path of martial arts. Receiving such a title within half a year of joining the Desolate Fortress added even more weight. She smiled. It was an enchanting smile despite being free of any personal feelings. You will have the authority to command all the white uniform warriors of the Desolate Fortress. I was going to give it to you. Yours is too tight at the shoulders. Myung chuckled and looked at Yeon-shin. If anyone asks, tell them that Ma Jin from Demon Wings recognized you. You won't face much trouble. You can also mention the alias, Alluring Sun Sword. I'll consider it as if I gave you the robe too. Thank you. Yeon-shin bowed slightly. The feeling stirring in his chest was unfamiliar. Ma Jin, who had been watching with a somewhat complicated expression, nodded. It seems everything is settled. The matter of the Mount Hua sect. We'll handle it. Whether you return first or the issue with the Grand Violet Pill is resolved first, I don't know. At that moment, Hien Wenchong raised his hand cautiously. May I accompany Master Jeong? While I may not be of much help to the Grandmaster and the blue uniform members, it might be different for Master Jeong. I permit it. After a brief consideration, Ma Jin agreed, saying it made sense. Remember, the matter of Jeongnan has also become a mission of the Demon Wings. Observe the conflict between the Tyrant Sword sect and the Jeongnan sect, and consider how their war impacts the common people. You may intervene in any way, but prioritize your lives. We accept your command. Yeon-shin and Wenchong bowed. Yeon-shin's eyes, now stronger, turned towards the southern window. Mount Jeongnan, where one of the prestigious sword sects of the Central Plains was located. His second brother and young niece were training there. He wondered if Haya was doing well. The annihilation of the Jeong family. If I find the elder Yi Il-sin, will she tell me? The war between the 13 heavens and the 9 great sects. It was also an opportunity to see how his martial skills would fare in the world. Mount Jeongnan was 2 days away. They changed into their Desolate Fortress uniforms after 2 nights. It was to consider the dignity of the Mount Hua sect. Wenchang, revived with fresh vigor, burst into a refreshing laugh. He alternated glances at the desolate characters on his shoulders, grinning broadly. This is the life. Yeon-shin wore the blue robe Myung had given him over the white uniform of the Desolate Fortress. Wenchong, looking enviously, commented, "White and blue. It suits you very well. It feels a bit awkward. You'll get used to it quickly, Master Jeong." "Thank you, Master Hien." "HM?" It wasn't just an empty compliment. Yeon-shin smiled slightly. He was a grateful person. It wouldn't be easy to follow along on a mission unrelated to his original task without deep affection. The two soon arrived at the entrance of Mount Jeongnan. From afar, they were impressed by the grand and steep mountain scenery, but as they approached the entrance, they felt the unique strictness of a martial arts sect's domain. Warriors were guarding the entrance. They seemed to be warriors of the Jeongnan sect. It appears they are really fighting the Tyrant Sword sect. Coming down from the main gate to below the mountain. Wenchang whispered. As the two approached, 2 of the 4 guards stepped forward. "Please state your sect and name and your purpose." "As you can see, we are from the Desolate Fortress." Wenchang replied leisurely, showing his shoulder. He then gestured to Yeon-shin. It seemed to mean entrusting the responsibility to the promising talent of the Desolate Fortress. As soon as they heard the name Desolate Fortress, even the warrior standing behind them stepped forward. Yeon-shin spoke up. "I am Jeong Yeon-shin of the Demon Wings. And I am Hien Wenchang of the Demon Wings, Desolate Fortress." The warriors examined their clothes and murmured. Their reactions made it clear. The Desolate Fortress, with its reputation of suppressing the martial world, was not welcomed by other sects. "Do you intend to prove your identity with just your attire?" One of the Jeongnan sect disciples spoke. His tone was oddly sharp. The 2 from the Demon Wings took out their golden identity plaques from their pockets. The Desolate Fortress plaques, engraved with a golden wood pattern, were revealed in their hands. It was said to be made by a master blacksmith. Anyone would acknowledge it when they saw the intricate and elegant pattern. The Desolate Fortress is a great sect. Do young warriors like you act independently? Who would? An older warrior, who seemed to be a senior, stepped forward and interrupted the sharp-tongued disciple. "I regret to inform you, but our main sect is in a state of war. You must understand that we cannot blindly trust the identities of strangers. What the hell? Wenchang's chief flared up in response. A subtle ripple of energy spread through the air. Having passed the desolate exam and adapted to the role of a white uniform of the demon wings, despite his seemingly light-hearted nature, he had inner depth. Truly from the desolate fortress. Satisfied with their reactions, Wenchang observed, but the Jeongnan disciples shouted angrily. How dare you act so recklessly on Mount Jeongnan? What are these people? Wenchang looked exasperated. Yeon-shin, watching quietly, felt a sense of déjà vu. He thought of the Jeong family. When he said he would create and learn martial arts, the first expressions on his younger brother's faces were not astonishment, but something else. Surprise and jealousy. Just like these people. It seems the fight with the Tyrant Sword sect isn't going well. The pride of the 9 great sects is wounded, and young warriors appear proudly claiming to be from the desolate fortress. Wenchang's display of force was counterproductive. The warriors of the 9 great sects were known for their deep cultivation. Due to the circumstances and youthful vigor, the Jeongnan sect disciples now appeared no different from worldly young warriors. We cannot trust it. Young people like you posing as warriors of the desolate fortress, especially in these times. The tone grew more resolute. It felt suffocating. Though guarding the gates was an important duty, middle-ranking leaders would not be in charge of security. All those guarding the entrance to Mount Jeongnan were young. Being young, they were energetic, and combined with the pride of being disciples of a prestigious sect like Jeongnan, they held themselves in high esteem. It seemed Wenchang was recalling that they had family there. Despite this situation, seeing Wenchang glance at him and suppress his anger was reassuring. Just as Yeon-shin was about to step forward. Even if they are truly from the desolate fortress, it's still an issue. How could we trust and send them to the great Jeongnan? It seems the famed name of the desolate fortress has faded. Another, who had remained silent until now, spoke harshly. His sharp eyes did not seem to belong to someone of ordinary temper. He had clearly crossed the line. Yeon-shin placed his hand on his sword hilt. Consider your words carefully. You have insulted warriors of another sect for no reason. He spoke calmly. Jeong Yeon-shin was a young man with a rough face, wearing a plain martial robe. He was the second of the Jeong family and also a disciple of the Jeongnan sect. Recently, he often pondered how he ended up in such a situation. Even if the annihilation of the Jeong family was like a natural disaster, people's hearts were different. He thought about karma even though he wasn't a Buddhist disciple. Maybe my foolish and incompetent older brother was the reason for our misfortune. He also talked to himself a lot. He was leaning against the roof ridge of the Jeongnan sect's surveillance pavilion. The scenery in his sight was truly peaceful. Feather clouds creating gentle waves in the blue sky, the Qinling Mountains stretching out below, and a few bamboo shoots rising above the fence. Sitting on the pavilion's roof, he swung his leg. The clear sound of bluestones colliding brought him a small sense of satisfaction. At the same time, an old voice burst out from below. You rascal! I told you to fetch the rice water, and here you are idling again. He quickly jumped down and bowed to the owner of the scolding voice. An old swordsman with a stern appearance was sitting on the porch, looking displeased. I'm sorry, elder. It's exasperating. This sect's swordsmanship and disciples are disappearing. It was something he could say because he was highly respected. Jeong Yeon-shin bowed even lower. Although the Jeongnan sect was fighting the Tyrant Sword sect, he was not a warrior capable of joining the 9 great sects' forces. Naturally, he ended up serving the elder. The old man clicked his tongue. Since the sect has difficulty obtaining supplies, you should go down the mountain and fetch some grains. I can't deplete our food supply. The Tyrant Sword sect's bastards need to be wiped out soon. Yes, Elder Young, you're troubling the innocent disciple again. A woman's voice suddenly chimed in, and the old man's expression softened slightly. Myowa, you've come. Huh? Jung-san's eyes widened as he saw the approaching figure. She looked to be around 20, transitioning from a girl to a woman. Her beautiful features and clear eyes were striking. The strange feather decoration tied to her black hair caught his eye first. The wide hem of her blue martial robe fluttered with every step. The white sword hanging from her jade-decorated belt gleamed. Weiji Myowa of the Jeongnan sect. She was also called the Cloud Sword Dragon. It meant a heroic figure of the sword above the clouds. In an era when the title of dragon was typically reserved for men, Jeong Yeon-shin, who had never seen the Cloud Sword Dragon during the farewell of the Jeong family, used to call the Cloud Sword Dragon great senior brother. Weiji Myowa was different. The strongest promising talent of the Jeongnon sect, called the Sword Dragon despite being a woman. Jeong Yeon-shin couldn't even meet her gaze. Just in time, I needed a porter. Come with me, junior brother. Jeong. She seemed to forget his name, mumbling it before turning around. The old man gestured for him to hurry, and Jeong Yeon-shin quickly ran after Weiji Myowa. They didn't exchange any words until they reached the entrance of Mount Jeongnon. Jeong-shin found the high-ranked junior daunting, while Weiji Myowa seemed completely uninterested. Huh. Jeong Yeon-shin made a dumbfounded sound. He almost rubbed his eyes as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. He saw the seniors welcoming guests with an increasingly tense atmosphere. But what mattered to Jeong Yeon-shin wasn't that. Yeon-shin? HM? Do you know him? Weiji Myowa finally showed some interest. Ugh. The sight before him was indeed astonishing. Though he didn't see the sword being drawn, his younger brother was already sheathing it, and the senior sword was flying backward. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew from the side. Weiji Myowa had kicked off the ground and was charging forward. The astonishment from the incredible swift sword was fleeting as the Jeongnon sect disciples gritted their teeth and placed their hands on their swords. Stop. The forest trembled at the celestial voice. An immense presence was felt. Swish. With an overwhelming presence, she descended gracefully like a heavenly fairy. This was the realm of the soaring grace Jeong divine sword. Yeon-shin stared at the woman standing in the center, the mediator. She's strong. Her rare beauty did not catch his eye. Her frail body belied the formidable aura she exuded. Just by standing there, her extraordinary skill was evident. It's quite a spectacle. Your behavior hardly befits disciples of Jeongnon sect. Let's go back and talk. Those in charge of security bowed their heads at her soft words. It was as if a superior was reprimanding them. Only then did they realize their disgrace and blush. We apologize, great elder. We are ashamed to face you. The woman, who nodded at their apology, turned to Yeon-shin and Won-chang. Indeed. Her lips moved slightly. The grass blades brushed by the hem of her fluttering robe split in half. Her entire body's chi was so sharp that it was comparable to the elite of Desolate Fortress. We are ashamed in front of the distinguished guests from Desolate Fortress. Won-chang seemed utterly overwhelmed. Since he couldn't believe what he was seeing, Yeon-shin spoke up. I am Jeong Yeon-shin, affiliated with the Demon's Wings. This is Hyeon Won-chang, also from Demon Wings. I am Weiji Myowa of the Jeongnon sect. Her soft words carried an air of authority. Yeon-shin could clearly feel it. It wasn't a specially projected aura. It was just her natural elegance. This was the first time he felt the grandeur and power of an old sect. Weiji Myowa. Ah, the Cloud Sword Dragon of the Jeongnon sect. At Won-chang's exclamation, he realized the woman's identity. It was said she had cut down the leader of a rogue group in Gwanjang. She was already renowned across the world. Cloud Sword Dragon Weiji Myowa. Rumors stated that she was a genius who descended from heaven by mistake. Yu Hyeon of the Mount Hua sect was 16 like Yeon-shin this year, and Yeon-shin believed Yu Hyeon would become like her if he secluded himself in harsh training for about 5 years. She was born and raised in Jeongnon and became a great elder at a young age. That was where Yeon-shin's opinions on her stopped, for he felt it wasn't his place to think about such things, being at least 4 years her junior. He had a habit of thinking about age due to his terminal condition. I am honored to meet Lady Weiji, who has made a name for herself as the Cloud Sword Dragon. Won-chang bowed. Myowa reprimanded her disciples in their presence. It was only natural to feel favorably towards her. Yeon-shin felt the same. It was as if they had met a true warrior of the old sects they had only heard of in stories, and he clasped his hands following Hyeon Won-chang. It was rude of the Jeongnon sect to come out so recklessly. We are ashamed in front of great hero Weiji. He referred to her as great hero rather than lady, despite her not being a man. She had earned the nickname of Dragon even though she was not a man. She was a senior who roamed the martial world with a sword, like a hero. His words flowed naturally, owing to her vast experience and remarkable achievements. Myowa's eyes softened. Even Hyeon Won-chang, who uttered foolish sounds, seemed to understand her beauty. Though young Master Jeong drew his sword first, my disciple initiated the attack. I saw it all. As the representative of Jeongnan, I apologize. Her gaze on Yeon-shin was warm, and her words, representing the prestigious Jeongnan sect, felt surprisingly natural. Among the masters he had met in the martial world, she was as intense as Cheonju, the heavenly sword master of Mount Hua sect, and her grace seemed unparalleled. We have kept our distinguished guests waiting too long. Let me guide you to our sect. We can discuss your purpose once we're there. Thank you. After bowing once more, Yeon-shin noticed a familiar face in his view. It was his second brother, Jeong Yeon-shin, looking out of sorts. Haya is being taught by the Sword Immortal of Jeongnan sect? She isn't a formal disciple, but she's receiving teachings almost equivalent to that. He was surprised at Jeong-san's words as they climbed the mountain together. The Sword Immortal was said to be a swordsman superior even to the great elder, Jeong Yeon-shin. He rarely descended to the mortal realm, but his fame was known throughout the world. It meant that his niece, Jeong Haya, had her talents recognized. As he felt relieved, Jeong-san gave him a complex look. More than that, you have grown unbelievably strong. A formal warrior of Desolate Fortress. Grown strong? I am still far from it. Yeon-shin withheld his words even from his brother. The only person who knew of his lifespan issue was the Lord of Desolate Fortress. He had no desire to inform more people about it. Master Jeong's ambition is remarkable. You've already earned the white uniform and blue robe of Desolate Fortress. Weiji Myowa seemed to like Yeon-shin. Every time she spoke, Jeong-san's expression changed, indicating that even for a fellow disciple of the Jeongnan sect, her demeanor was rare. It's not ambition but desperation. When he thought it difficult to show respect to words that didn't resonate, the group reached the Jeongnan sect's mountain gate. Welcome to our sect. The series of ancient buildings revealed behind the smiling Myowa were quaint compared to Desolate Fortress, but the traditional power of the old sect was palpable. The buildings blending with the overwhelming mountain scenery were extraordinary at first glance. The head disciple and great elder are away fighting with the master of the Tyrant Sword sect. Since our guests are from Desolate Fortress, you should meet the highest-ranking elder left in our sect. While Myowa spoke, recalling the absolute swordsman who destroyed the Jeong family, Yeon-shin and Won-chang reached the place called Sun Simgak. After climbing several steep mountain peaks, they encountered an old man and a young girl walking from the nearby training hall. The girl's eyes widened. Uncle. Maybe because she had parted from her parents overnight, she ran to him with a longing look. Haya, have you been well? Uncle. As he reunited with the tearful Haya, Won-chang sniffled beside him. After gently putting down the child reluctant to part, he faced the old man watching him with a curious gaze. Supreme Elder, they are from Desolate Fortress. Weiji Myowa spoke with a tone as if addressing her own grandfather. When Yeon-shin and Won-chang introduced themselves with clasped hands, the old man, with hands behind his back, slowly spoke. I am Jeong Yeon-shin, the Sword Immortal of Jeongnan. Won-chang exclaimed with a disbelieving expression and immediately covered his mouth, looking ridiculous, but no one blamed him. Greetings, Sword Immortal. Yeon-shin calmly clasped his hands again. Having seen the Lord of Desolate Fortress up close, the fame of the Sword Immortal didn't shock him as it did Hein Won-chang. They exchanged brief conversations. Officially, they were there to observe the effects of the great sex conflicts on the common people. Personally, they were there to check on the safety of Yeon-shin's kin. As Jeong Yeon-shin stared at Yeon-shin, he suddenly asked, How old are you? 16 this year. Would you like to see this? Ignoring Yeon-shin's inner reluctance, the Sword Immortal pointed to one side. It was a place that had caught his attention. The rugged face of the cliff shrouded in faint mist bore countless marks. Supreme Elder? Weiji Myowa, with a face that showed she couldn't understand, called him. What are you saying to an outsider? The restoration of the Nine-Yang unified art is our sect's wish. The sword master was not of our sect. He was a guest invited by the former head disciple as a close friend. In his final years, he engraved his martial arts on Jeongnan Mountain, but it cannot be said to be our sect's ultimate martial art. No matter what. She frowned slightly, unable to accept it. The Sword Immortal laughed. I don't have much time left. If he allows me to see the Sword of Grace again, then I will do what I must. Although you are said to be the only talent capable of restoring the Nine-Yang unified art, I cannot place my last wish solely in your hands. His tone was incredibly firm. Anyone could feel how strong the obsession he held in his final years was. I can't understand. Even I can't grasp it, so what did you see in a mere acquaintance? Watch. As she followed the sword immortal's gaze to the cliff edge where Yeon-shin stood, Myowa's eyes widened. Standing at the cliff's edge, he was staring at the opposite cliff, with Hyeon Wenchang nervously poised to grab him if he fell. He was lost in a trance. Anyone could see that. Sword scars. Yeon-shin thought. The various traces carved into the cliff bore sharp intent. They seemed like the overwhelming tracks of a sword that even time couldn't weather. Were they the scars left by an immortal? The sword scars running along the cliff didn't seem humanly possible. Unless one could walk on air, it didn't make sense. Those were carved by the sword master Jeong Yeon-shin 59 years ago. The sword immortal of Jeong Yeon, who had approached, said. Hyeon Wenchang was startled. Sword master Jeong Yeon-shin. Do you know him? Yeon-shin asked, still focused on the cliff. The sect founded by his expelled disciple is the Tyrant Sword Sect. In other words, the core of the Tyrant Sword Sect's swordsmanship originates from the Sword Master. He took my hand as a young boy and ascended Jeongnan Mountain. Only the Lord of Desolate Fortress, considered a divine demon, could rival him. This meant he was an absolute master. The sword immortal expressed his unfulfilled wish. At the end of his life, the old swordsman couldn't let go of his obsession, holding onto the sword of his benefactor. He didn't feel offended by calling the Lord of Desolate Fortress a demon. Did the sword master bring you into the Jeongnan sect? Yeon-shin asked. The sword immortal nodded. Yes. He carried me, a starving orphan, up to the sect and handed me over to the former head disciple, asking him to raise me. You mentioned a benefactor. Why couldn't you master a sword? My destiny didn't reach that far. Life is like that. I also lack the talent. The sword immortal gazed at Yeon-shin, who was staring intently at the cliff. Many of our swordsmen have tried. However, it's not a sword path that can be mastered just by having broad knowledge or high martial arts skills. The experts of our sect agree that only a brilliant inspiration could unlock the sword master's path. As Yeon-shin turned his eyes along the sword immortal's pointed finger, he slightly furrowed his brow. He focused to see more clearly. Within the mist on the cliff, there was a phrase written in a bold, flowing style. Whoever is worthy shall obtain it. It's completely a matter of talent. Our sect's hopes rest on Myowa. Even if she doesn't show it, I know it's a heavy burden. Only then did Yeon-shin take his eyes off the cliff and turn his head. Weiji Myowa wore a complicated expression. Despite being called the Jeongnan sect's unparalleled genius, she didn't deny it. But that was all. She briefly met Yeon-shin's gaze, still unable to understand the situation. Yeon-shin thought that the sword immortal might be a higher master than his maternal grandfather, Ma Yeon-jik. The only person who had penetrated his essence so far was the Lord of Desolate Fortress. Is it possible that they can't defeat the Tyrant Sword Sect even with such a master? Whether Ma Yeon-jik's skills had rusted compared to his prime, or whether the sword immortal's martial arts were beyond public evaluation. For now, he was just grateful for another opportunity to become stronger. As he patted Haya's head, who had come close to him, looking up. What did you see? The sword immortal asked. Yeon-shin silently drew his white desolate sword. At that moment, bang, bang, bang. The originally clear sound of the bell rang with urgency. The faces of the Jeongnan sect members present changed rapidly. Tyrant Sword Sect. They're back again. Weiji Myowa hastily turned towards the gate. Standing beside her, the sword immortal of Jeongnan gently touched the handle of his sword. Young Master Jeong, take good care of Haya. Have the guests wait here. They disappeared at an astonishing speed using their remarkable lightness techniques. The sword immortal of Jeongnan seemed to vanish almost instantly. Yeon-shin, who could only see the trailing hair of Weiji Myowa, turned to Jung-san. This isn't the first time, is it? Do they always fight like this? You never know where or how they'll strike. The main experts often clash, just like now. Jung-san's expression darkened. The situation for the Jeongnan sect seemed dire. The sword immortal of Jeongnan, one of the few supreme masters in the old sects, was guarding the main sect. This clearly indicated a shortage of power. I've encountered the master of the Tyrant Sword sect several times. Even when the enemy who exterminated his family attacked, he remained unperturbed. At that time, my feelings were... Jung-san brushed his forehead. The once carefree older brother of the Jeong family was now a disciple of the Jeongnon sect, full of worry. Wenchang stomped the ground. Trouble as soon as we arrive. Isn't it time for the desolate fortress to step in? Even if you say that, it's not possible. A martial artist from the old sects becomes a corpse without their pride. Didn't we just experience that? If not for Lady Cloud Sword Dragon, there would have been a major incident. It doesn't look so relaxed. Wenchang couldn't refute Yeon-shin's final words. The shouts were gradually growing louder. The front lines were being pushed back. It seems the Sword Immortal is being held up. It's said that the Tyrant Sword sect has an elder council too. Among the 13 heavens, it's a sect with a notable history. When several elders of the Tyrant Sword sect work together, it takes time. This is how they've been fighting. Yeon-shin analyzed his enemies. It was only natural. The Tyrant Sword sect was the nemesis of his family. He had to know everything about them if he were to begin breaking their martial arts techniques. Do not speak carelessly about the elder of our sect. It was a strange voice. Yeon-shin had already faintly sensed it. 5 warriors, who had been hiding to protect Haya, who was acknowledged by the Sword Immortal, revealed themselves from the roof of the training hall. Each had a distinct aura, different from the likes of the Tyrant Sword sect. Yeon-shin slowly spoke. I didn't think my words were rude. Speech and conduct vary by person. Don't you realize that the desolate fortress can never become an honored guest in the martial world? Another warrior spoke, clearly not intending to back down easily. The desolate fortress has many enemies. It was a realization. The desolate fortress was involved in disputes and interests across the entire Central Plains martial world. The leaders of the White Path sects, like the old sects, did not view them favorably. Moreover, the Sword Immortal had shown the legacy of the Sword sect, raising expectations. It was said to be the wish of the Jeongnon sect. Even if it was not the primary discipline of the sect, the feelings were different. It was strange that young martial artists, whose vigor outweighed their training, did not feel jealousy. It was evident just from their expressions. Their discomfort was clearly visible. The main experts are not here, are they? Even a single hand seems valuable now. A single hand seems valuable? Do not insult our sect. Wenchang's words had indeed crossed a line. However, the anger was short-lived. The Jeongnon sect warriors who had raised their heads turned to the side. Yeon-shin and Wenchang did the same. Some were approaching from a distance. There were 5 warriors, and their aura surpassed that of the 5 Jeongnon warriors. It was hard to believe. Yeon-shin had passed several halls to get here, and yet the warriors of the Tyrant Sword sect had shown up. Kill the child first. He is continuing the Sword Immortal's progress. A man in an orange martial uniform, appearing to be the leader, spoke indifferently. The 4 beside him stomped the ground without even replying. The sound of wind tearing was heard as they charged. They were strong enough to leave footprints in the rock. How dare you? With a thundering sound, the blue tiles of the roof shattered. The Jeongnon sect warriors split the space. Clang! Flash! The collision of forces sent a strong wind blowing, whipping through their hair. Despite the clash of 4 against 5, it was evenly matched. Then, the strongest-looking warrior walked through the battlefield. The Jeongnon sect warriors were struggling just to hold off the 4. The approaching warrior, mocking their strained expressions, looked at Yeon-shin, who was shielding Haya, and smirked. You desolate fortress brats. What brings you to the old sects? Are you trying to balance things out again now that we are dominant? Yeon-shin did not reply but looked at his second brother. They crossed several peaks to get here. It doesn't seem like the Jeongnon sect is in such a dire state. They must have infiltrated during the battle to target Haya. Isn't that right? Why yes. There seems to be no other reason. While Jung-san nodded in a daze, Yeon-shin looked at Wenchang. I need your help. Don't worry about the rear. Besides the composed Yeon-shin, the only ones who seemed at ease at this moment were the enemy warrior from the Tyrant Sword sect and Hyan Wenchang. Wenchang, in particular, even had a mysterious smile on his lips, looking oddly pleased. Then, Yeon-shin did not engage the enemy directly. The warrior of the Tyrant Sword sect smirked as if finding it absurd. The Jeong family's dynamic chi surged through his entire body. The heavy force rose from his legs, stirring up dust. The next moment, the step he took was unmatched in power by anyone present. The violently stirred dust spread in all directions. Boom! The face of the Tyrant Sword sect warrior, filled with astonishment, was covered by the pure white desolate sword. The impact from his point-blank blast fist rose from his fist, tilting the air. Clang! Bang! The collision sent a fierce wind in all directions. The other battles momentarily halted due to the impact. The leader of the enemy group, barely blocking Yeon-shin's strike, staggered back, prompting two others, who had been dueling with the Jeong sect disciples, to leap towards him. Yeon-shin continued his sword strikes without pause, sensing Wonchong's powerful presence beside him. Clang! It was an astonishing display. Wonchong's reverse grip sword flashed between the scattering leaves. Entering a life-and-death struggle, he was completely different from his usual self. Clang! Crack! The unique technique of Demon's Light deflected the enemy's sword and pierced just below the collarbone. How had he mastered it to this degree? His indifferent expression while cutting down enemies was astounding. The aura of death, called killing intent, could be felt. It was clear again. Hein Wonchong's life was not ordinary. Clang! Boom! The thoughts occurred subconsciously. Thanks to Wonchong, the one-on-one situation was stable. He relentlessly pressed on, unleashing various secret techniques. The swift strikes of Demon's Light gave the enemy no room to breathe. A potentially fatal strike was dodged with the splendid wing step, with Yeon-shin immediately countering. To have one's initial advantage taken by Yeon-shin was like starting a game with several moves down, as he drove the desolate sword into the enemy's heart. The enemy didn't realize this. The warrior of the tyrant sword sect stammered with trembling lips. This shallow sword art. Spurt. Time seemed to freeze as the sword was pulled out in a single motion. All battles ceased. The gathered gazes were filled with shock and awe. Amidst the roaring wind brushing against the peaks, Yeon-shin flicked his sword once and spoke. Shallow indeed. I know. Having not properly learned a sword technique, he had created the swift strikes of Demon's Light. Looking around, Hein Wonchang had already dealt with the remaining warriors of the Tyrant Sword sect. It was like breaking through an enemy detachment in military terms. We overreacted. We apologize for the disrespect. May I ask who you were taught by? Demon Wings Yeon-shin. You will not forget it. Soon, it will be a name resounding throughout the martial world. The warriors of the Jeong sect, trained in the mountains, had a certain purity. After they received the grace of having their lives saved, and after witnessing Yeon-shin's martial prowess, they could not hide their admiration. They were eager to strike up conversations. They kept talking until Sword Immortal and Nyowa returned after wrapping up the fight. The Jeongnan sect owes you a debt. I protected my family. The Sword Immortal of Jeongnan shook his head at Yeon-shin, who was gently holding Haya. Haya is destined to be the pillar of our sect following Nyowa. As her uncle, what you did was only right, but the sect still considers it a great favor. I am grateful if you think so. Then, if it's not too much trouble, may I train here for a moment? You don't have to leave. I just need to capture the sensation that lingers in my mind. Inspiration was vibrating from the top of his head. Finding no suitable place, Yeon-shin seized the moment when the Sword Immortal mentioned the debt. Have you gained an insight? It seemed like a good idea. The Sword Immortal quickly made everyone leave. At the same time, Yeon-shin, after taking a glance at the cliff's sword marks, drew his desolate sword. Every real battle brings something new. Thanks to the Tyrant Sword sect, he could refine his understanding. The sun's rays danced on the pure white blade that Yeon-shin held down. Then, following his arm movements, the sword began to trace a peculiar line. It was a smooth trajectory, devoid of any special momentum. The Sword Immortal's eyes widened, but the desolate sword soon dropped, and a rough breath escaped Yeon-shin's lips. Just moving the sword according to his inspiration was not enough. The chi didn't rise as he wished. Just as he had always created his own martial arts, the sword marks on the cliff seemed to be telling him to find his own path. I will not take the legacy of the sword master. Yeon-shin, after adjusting his breathing with Jeong family dynamic training, spoke. It's like saying, here's a path, think more broadly. That's how it felt to me. Even he wasn't sure what he was saying. Young Haya, Hein Wonchong, and Jeong Jung-san seemed equally puzzled. Only the Sword Immortal nodded as if understanding the essence. Nyowa, standing beside him, made an expression difficult to read. It is said that the traces left by a supreme master contain a spiritual essence. It transcends the boundaries of martial arts and techniques. The sword master must have been like that. You connected with it. Your natural talent met with good fortune. Yeon-shin let out a short exclamation and closed his eyes briefly. He stayed in Jeongnan in his later years. He must have shared his insights with the masters of the Jeongnan sect. The techniques have a strong flavor of the Jeongnan sword style. It doesn't suit my body and isn't efficient for my practice. From the beginning, he created martial arts that matched his own body. The speed of his martial progress was different. He did not use others' martial arts because of this. Master Jeong, could you explain more clearly? Wei Ji-myoa's white face looked at Yeon-shin intently. Her gaze didn't waver. The dragon of the clouds, known for her elegance, was focused solely on Yeon-shin. The restoration of the Nine-yang unified arts sword technique was a task given to me, Cloud Dragon. I can help a little. Can you really? Just a moment. My training is not finished. Myoa closed her lips. Jeong Yeon-shin, opening his mouth to speak but quickly closing it, seemed to acknowledge that no one treated the chief elder this way. Yeon-shin's consciousness quickly immersed into the desolate sword. When he saw the sword marks on the cliff, he had a strange experience. It was an illusion, as if heaven and earth had collapsed into a single line. It was all a stroke of inspiration. If the sword extended faster than the opponent, it was enough. He now understood why techniques like the Taiji Wisdom Sword or the Plum Blossom Sword of Mount Hua were hailed as the pinnacle of martial arts. Exquisite sword techniques differed from mere swordsmanship. The intent contained in the principles was absorbed into the chi and swordsmanship, creating an unprecedented harmony. The Plum Blossom Sword of Mount Hua could create fragrant flowers with a blade. Such was the martial arts of warriors in the martial world. Until now, he had not understood the sword. With nothing else, I could only persist with the swift sword. It lacked depth. Now he understood. Wong! A sword cry emanated from his grip. The desolate sword, adorned with sunlight along its blade, rose to the sky. The blade, drawing a graceful line, caught the light and descended, creating a streak of light that clearly separated heaven and earth. It was a sword dance. In that moment, the legacy left by the Supreme Master of the Sword sect shone in the hands of the young Supreme Master. The sword did not stop at inheritance, but soared to another level above. Tears streamed down the wrinkled face of the sword immortal of Jeongnan, who had descended with the ages. Sword Master, have you perhaps decided on a name for your sword technique? I have decided to call it Radiance Sword Style. In the place where the tea's aroma subtly rose, Wenchang hesitated as he asked, and Yeon-shin answered. The Radiance Sword Style. He named it hoping his life would be as inextinguishable as the light filling the world from the sun, moon, and stars. The characteristic of the sword style, spreading radiance along its trajectory, also played a part. The resonance is better than I thought. Truly a pity. What name did you have in mind? I was thinking of calling it the light that cleaves the heavens and earth. The feeling I got from it was that if it reached its peak, it could encompass the world with a single strike. Yeon-shin silently sipped his tea. The taste that touched his tongue was exquisite. It was called Jingwei Fu tea, and the golden tea water represented the kind of treatment they were receiving from the Jeongnan sect. It was perplexing. The reaction of the sword immortal to the radiant sword style was unexpected. His gruff demeanor quickly turned affectionate. With teary eyes, he even hugged Yeon-shin. Compared to how he treated his second brother, Jeong Yeon-shin, it was like he was a different person. He saved his nephew and created his own sword technique. Even though he had done nothing for the Jeongnan sect, he was being treated as a distinguished guest, leaving him feeling bewildered and uneasy. However, Wenchang seemed different. I would like to take some of this golden tea with me when we return. He seemed completely at ease, as if he had never wielded a sword with lethal intent. They spent some time conversing leisurely. The mission, as assigned by Ma Jin, was left to their discretion. The goal was to prevent civilian casualties or to deal a significant blow to the tyrant sword sect. They gained the favor of the Jeongnan sect. They would hear news of battles immediately. Master Jeong. A pleasant voice echoed from outside the door. It was the voice of Wei Ji-myoa, the cloud sword dragon. Leaving behind the envious face of Wenchang, he exited the room. It was the same as their first encounter. She stood there with her unique feather ornament on her ebony hair. Dressed in a sky-blue martial outfit with one hand resting on her sword hilt, she exuded various qualities. From what Yeon-shin briefly observed and heard, it was hard not to develop a liking for her as a martial artist. She had the courage to point out her disciples' mistakes without hesitation, a chivalrous spirit aimed at helping civilians, and the ambition of a swordsman pursuing higher martial arts. Her powerful martial arts, combined with these qualities, contributed to her being known as a dragon. I came to hear about what we couldn't discuss last time. Are you referring to the scars left by the sword master of the sword sect? She nodded. Although it's a shameful matter for our sect, I want to remove the shadow of the sword master's legacy. Both in chivalry and swordsmanship, I must walk my own path. I will become the supreme master. Her determination was evident as she spoke of her ambitions before a younger boy. After witnessing Yeon-shin's radiant sword style, her attitude subtly changed. It seemed her capabilities were indeed fitting for the title of the strongest prodigy of the Jeong Yeon sect. I will support you. Though her expression slightly faltered at his calm response, she quickly corrected herself. If you help me restore the Nine Yang unified art. Weiji Myowa's red lips moved. I promise to serve you with gratitude for the rest of my life. You would greatly lessen the unsatisfactory time of my remaining days. The peaceful sunlight was shining brightly on the ground. Amidst the blend of the soft midday sun and the serene mountains, her voice resonated clearly. In the martial world, nothing was more dignified. Sharing martial arts held such significance. Do you accept? Myowa's lips curved into a red and smooth line. Her request did not sound humble. The confidence overflowing from her eyes felt like an inextinguishable flame. Could it be the spirit of the prodigy standing at the pinnacle of a renowned sect? It did not mean she would stay by his side forever. It was a pledge to assist whenever possible as a martial artist indebted to him. Yeon-shin nodded readily. It won't take long. Amazing and delightful. Myowa smiled slightly. They walked shoulder to shoulder. It felt strange, considering that this was the Cloud Sword Dragon of Jeong Yeon. To offer unilateral assistance to such a martial artist with considerable skills and experience? It was an unusual experience. They reached the edge of a cliff with a peculiar feeling. From afar, the sword immortal stood with his hands behind his back, watching them. His face had softened remarkably compared to when they first met. It had been that way since he saw the radiant sword style. One Chang had even whispered that he might ascend to the heavens if he kept smiling like that. First, I will explain the mnemonic chants. Did you just say mnemonic chants? Myowa turned her head sharply. Her hair brushed against Yeon-shin's face, causing him to pat his own face. Seeing her embarrassment, he slowly opened his mouth. It won't be exactly the same. That part will be up to the sword dragon. He traced back the manifestation of the technique from the sword marks. He reverse-engineered the method of operating the chi completely. He didn't speak particularly about it. He was the main rising star of the desolate fortress, someone trusted by Jeong Yeon-shin. He knew what to say and what not to say. The Cloud Sword Dragon seems trustworthy. Having the talent to steal someone's martial arts? It wouldn't be beneficial if rumors spread. Even now, Myowa's tone had heightened significantly. Though it's said to be in the realm of enlightenment, how on earth did you? Her expression seemed to say there couldn't be anything like this in the world. Then my part would be, I will tell you the incomplete mnemonic chants. Your task will be to refine them close to completion. Was the conclusion difficult? Yeon-shin spoke without hiding his curiosity. It was a very simple task. It was on a different level from retracing the marks to recall each mnemonic chant. As she fell silent, the sun began to set. Myowa disappeared for a while after receiving the mnemonic chants. According to the Sword Immortal, she had fallen into the temptation of heart demons. Even though she had an upright nature, one couldn't be free from one's mind. She was not a child who boasted of her martial arts. However, it seems she was shocked by her talent. The Sword Immortal of Jeong Yeon looked at Yeon-shin with a peculiar gaze. Among the peers in Shaanxi, there was no one who could rival her in terms of talent, even including the Mount Hua sect. When it comes to Shaanxi in the Central Plains, it can't be compared to a small country. She thought of herself as the best talent in the world. The best in the world. Yeon-shin muttered as if savoring the unfamiliar resonance. The Sword Immortal of Jeong Yeon slowly nodded. Yes, she felt her talent was insignificant for the first time. After seeing the real thing, it's meaningless. The Sword Dragon is a much higher-level master than I am. Yeon-shin, pressed for time, found it hard to understand. One couldn't replace the current position with invisible talent or age. Seeing him shake his head, the sword immortal of Jeong Yeon chuckled. How fatally mistaken the heavens were. It wasn't enough to grant you talent, they even gave you the desire to seek what you lack. It is truly unfair to the world. Your words are embarrassing. They had become quite familiar with each other. Some people in the Jeong Yeon sect even said it seemed like looking at a grandson. Yeon-shin also found the sword immortal of Jeong Yeon much more comfortable than his maternal grandfather, Ma Yeon-jik. It was then. Elder, Master Jeong. The moment the voice echoed, she was already in front of them. Her pitch-black hair swayed gently over her sky-blue martial outfit, halted by her marvelous step technique. Cloud Sword Dragon. You're here. I knew you would overcome it quickly. It was Weiji Myowa they had been talking about. She looked emaciated, almost to the point of appearing ghostly pale. After greeting the sword immortal, she respectfully saluted Yeon-shin. Her expression was resolute. Master Jeong, since you have learned the mnemonic chants first, can you demonstrate the sword technique? Yes, that's right. Can you help me practice the 9-yang unified art together? Practicing together will lead to faster progress. I am sorry. Yeon-shin shook his head. I don't even have enough time to practice my own sword technique. Unable to insist, she sighed regretfully. Seeing this, he slowly added, since our origins are the same, it will suffice to observe each other's techniques. While I practice the radiant sword style, you can practice the 9-yang unified art. The same method he used to learn the step technique inspired by Chong Myong. Yeon-shin comprehended the martial arts of opponents he faced for the first time in battle. The custom of forbidding observing others' martial arts practice did not hold significant meaning for him. However, their reactions were different. For the first time, admiration appeared in Weiji Myowa's eyes. You are truly a great master, Master Jeong. Generosity should have its limits. The vessel that reaches the world is already complete. The sword immortal of Jeong Yeon sighed. His expression mirrored, showing increased goodwill. It seemed they were impressed not just by his talent, but by his magnanimity. There was a deep sense of camaraderie in their expressions. Revealing one's realization and demonstrating a well-established martial art practice were entirely different matters. Misunderstandings are building up. Yeon-shin ceased his thoughts and headed to the training hall behind the main hall of the Suinshin Pavilion. He sensed the elegant presence of Myowa following him from behind. When he stood aside and looked to the side, she smiled brightly and stopped at her place. Almost simultaneously, they drew their swords. Xianging. Under the sun, the desolate sword appeared more mysteriously beautiful than before. The sword made by the dwarves grew with its owner. Even if it was a mass-produced sword, it seemed to be the same. As it grew along with Yeon-shin's experiences and achievements, becoming imbued with the radiant sword style, no sword would suit him better. Radiance. He murmured inwardly and activated the mnemonic chants. The chi operation of the radiant sword style was fundamentally different from the Eternal Blossom Fist. Compared to the Eternal Blossom Fist, where each strike was a single, disconnected blow, the radiant sword style had a continuous flow. Yuing. He began to move the desolate sword with the mental image of sunlight pooling and flowing. As the blade, absorbing the light from the sun above, drew a circle down to the ground, there was no obstruction in wielding the sword. The radiance and wind clinging to the blade felt astonishingly familiar. Radiant sword style. This was because he had created it himself. I am the master. At this moment, he fully realized. He was the father of this martial art. A sigh that didn't reach Yeon-shin's ears dispersed. The sword of Weiji Myowa on the other side stopped. Standing still in her place, she watched Yeon-shin. Myowa, who was moving her chi alongside him, performed the 9-yang unified art. Through her overwhelming experience and insights, she had advanced first. She reproached herself for feeling slightly relieved by the seemingly crude swordsmanship of Yeon-shin. But he swiftly caught up in the realm of proficiency. Yeon-shin, performing a dance of the sun with his sword. Both learned new sword techniques simultaneously, but their martial achievements were entirely different. It was obvious even at a glance. Both the 9-yang unified art and radiant sword style were unparalleled superior sword techniques. As she swallowed her silence, the speed of the desolate sword changed. Before long, the swift sword technique was being incorporated into Yeon-shin's sword style. Wung. Amidst the flowing radiance of the radiant sword style, Weiji Myowa's sword descended slowly. The true dragon with the treasured pearl was elsewhere. A strange sense of defeat by overwhelming martial talent. Masters with deeply cultivated internal energy possessed something called glint. It was the radiance that glimmered like a predator's eyes due to the chi. What am I? Weiji Myowa's always clear and bright eyes became blurred. Her focus gradually disappeared. The mountains were bustling with activity. In the midst of repelling and recovering from the attack, the elite martial artists of the Jeong sect returned after attacking a branch of the sword sect. After a day of hearing the news, Yeon-shin and Chang were able to meet the ruler of Mount Jeongnon. They were accompanied by elder Jeong Yeon-shin, who had shown favor to Yeon-shin during the Jeong family's extermination. You have done a great service. The sect leader of Jeongnon sect was a man with an extraordinarily handsome appearance. His sharp, blade-like ears and the yellow robe he wore exuded the aura of a hero of his time. Sword Master of the Western Heavens, Jeong Yeon-shin. He was said to be the son of the sword sect and Jeong Yeon-shin. He was known to be in his 70s, but didn't look a day over 30. He was a mix of Han and Ming blood, evident from his ears alone. Little Haya is privately watched over by the Sword Immortal. You have saved a disciple of our sect, it is only right to reward you. Like most Ming people, he was exceptionally handsome, but his aura was different. He had a dignified presence befitting the leader of a sect. Jeong Yeon-shin, staring blankly at Demon Wings and Yeon-shin, finally spoke. Tell me what you desire from this sect. Yeon-shin felt the tremor from Chang beside him. It seemed he hadn't anticipated such a reward. It felt like he could hear the sound of a thoroughly blocked dantian rolling around. He hoped they wouldn't think of making an unreasonable demand. He didn't want to demean his status as a guest by asking for some elixir. He decided to speak first. Please allow us to assist in the fight against the Tyrant Sword sect. The person who responded was Jeong Yeon-shin. She looked at Yeon-shin with a complicated expression and then slightly closed her eyes. She wanted to ask the reason for the Jeong family's extermination, but she didn't want to waste the opportunity with such an obvious question. Demon Wings, the legacy of my father has been recovered by someone from the desolate fortress. Jeong Yeon-shin spoke, showing a slight expression of interest. He did not pass on his secrets even to his son, despite being a disciple of another sect. It's an ironic thing. I didn't expect it to be taken by the desolate fortress. I only used it as inspiration for my swordsmanship. I will not learn or spread the Nine Yang unified art. Interesting. Fascinating. Perhaps he felt some persuasion in Yeon-shin's calmness. He saw a glimpse of Yeon-shin's unique temperament. He believed that the martial prowess of his grandfather Ma Yeon-jik had significantly diminished compared to its peak. Otherwise, the Sword Master of the Western Heavens and the Sword Immortal of Jeongnon wouldn't have seemed so intimidating. I heard you shared the formula through Myowa. That is also a great favor. I can't refuse if you wish to be at the forefront. Being at the forefront in a martial sect's battle was akin to being the face of the sect. The sect leader of Jeongnon sect had greatly acknowledged him. Jeong Yeon-shin's deep eyes didn't leave Yeon-shin. Even someone hailed as a sword master in the West couldn't be free from his father's influence. There seemed to be a faint mix of love and hate in his eyes. Jeong Yeon-shin felt the same. The boy she saw during the Jeong family's massacre had restored her husband's swordsmanship. The workings of heaven are mysterious. How could the connection continue like this? I have something to ask the Great Elder separately. I couldn't hear it due to the urgency back then. At Yeon-shin's words, her face stiffened. Myowa's sword was raised high, blocking the sunlight. A graceful high stance. The clear air of Mount Jeongnon mingled with the sunlight gently falling from the mid-sky. In the midst of this, her lone sword was anything but peaceful. The Nine Yang unified art was a single strike attack, true to its name. Yeon-shin, who created the flow of swordsmanship through the repetition of a single sword strike, was peculiar. Who? The sword path, which should have cut down 9 suns simultaneously, was disrupted. The Sword Immortal, watching from the side, clicked his tongue. You can't focus at all. I'm sorry. I'm only making it messy. Is it because of Yeon-shin? Myowa shook her head. No, it's my heart that's the problem. She had already fully acknowledged Yeon-shin's sword. Myowa's heart demon didn't stem from jealousy. She wasn't so narrow-minded. It was just that her own martial prowess, which she had diligently built up and refined along with her life, seemed futile. It was closer to emptiness than jealousy. His sword technique, the radiant sword style, isn't inferior to the Nine-Yang unified art. Am I correct in my observation? Indeed. The sword immortal answered briefly. There was no need to elaborate further on Yeon-shin's martial arts. It wasn't at the level of a first achievement. While sparring with me, he surpassed the first achievement and reached the second and third. It's unbelievable that he created such a supreme martial art, but the achievement of mastering it without any prior experience and surpassing my Nine-Yang unified art is even more so. That child has already achieved your goal. When Myowa lowered her sword and looked at the sword immortal, he continued speaking slowly. He is a grandmaster who transcends age. It's natural for him to master his own created martial art quickly. Everything in human affairs and learning is the same. The creator's body is bound to fit best. There isn't a single martial art in the world that doesn't fit this way. Is he someone with unprecedented talent that even I can't follow? Shaolin de Mo and Wudong sect founder Sam Bongjin were also like that. Living in the same era as such a grandmaster can be a blessing depending on how you look at it. Even you have inherited the Nine-Yang unified art. You're right. It's a grace beyond measure. Myowa faintly smiled. It was a smile of resignation. The tormenting anguish was forcibly suppressed thanks to the discipline she had built as a Jeong Yeon disciple. Her pride as a sword dragon and youthful fervor cried out not to be overtaken, but she couldn't bear to turn her back on Yeon-shin forever. In the near future, Myowa would be watching Yeon-shin's back. She decided to accept it. The soft wind gently brushed her silky hair. However, her grip on the sword didn't immediately tighten. She was preparing to step down from the peak of her peers. There was no way her energy could be full. I didn't want to say this. Sword Immortal sighed. Although he considered Yeon-shin like a grandchild, he couldn't compare to Myowa, whom he had truly raised as his own. You must listen and keep it to yourself. What? It's about Yeon-shin. That child's Baihui point is communicating with nature. As Myowa looked puzzled, he continued. It was a subtle change, but it was different every day. He is excessively absorbing the power of heaven and earth. It's not good at all. Even a top-notch martial artist can't handle it. What do you mean? He doesn't have much time left. Yet he struggles like that, as if trying to leave his mark on the world. Shocked by his words, Myowa's eyes widened. The sword immortal, with his hands behind his back, was already staring blankly at a cloud-covered mountain peak. Regardless of martial prowess or age, I have nothing but respect for Yeon-shin. After the conversation with Jeong and Yeon-shin, news came that the sword sect had sent a challenge letter. It was said to be short but intense. Let's have a battle 3 days after Yushui won. It was the end of February. In the martial world, a battle meant a full-on confrontation risking a sect's fate. It was completely different from the sporadic skirmishes until now. It was a direct confrontation between one of the 13 heavens and one of the 9 great sects. It was an event that would shake the martial world. The date of the decisive battle approached quickly, giving little time for the sects across the central plains to react. The wind sweeping across the vast Gwangjing plain felt harsh. It was said that Myowa had earned her title of Cloud Sword Dragon here after cutting down the head of a demonic sect. Yeon-shin stared ahead among the disciples of the Jeong Yeon sect. A force of around 200 people was brimming with sharp energy. The Tyrant Sword sect of the 13 heavens. It was a sect that sought the most tyrannical power in the world. At the forefront stood a familiar figure. The Tyrant Sword sect leader. His expressionless face was familiar. He still stood with a huge sword planted in the ground, showing his energy without restraint. Even from a distance of 1,000 steps, the overwhelming energy wave hit them. Now that he had properly mastered martial arts, he could comprehend how absurdly powerful the man had become. That man is your enemy, Master Jeong. Won Chong, who knew his comrade's story, said while glaring ahead. He had grown deeply attached somehow, showing no sign of retreat. Yeon-shin saw for the first time in he and Wenchang the qualities that could be called those of a divine hero. With gratitude in his heart, he walked forward. The sect leader of Jeong Yeon, sword master of the western heavens, Jeong-shin, stood gazing ahead. At that moment, someone from the Tyrant Sword sect stepped forward and shouted. The third disciple of the sword sect leader. I, Wei Muhyak, challenge anyone to receive my sword. It was a challenge for a vanguard duel. It was a common practice in martial disputes for middle-level masters to fight as a means to gauge the opponent's strength and to break their spirit. It was something Yeon-shin had experienced once through Mount Hua Seksu Hyan. I will present my request now, sect leader. Go ahead. Gu Yongcheon turned his head. Their eyes met. As someone who has recovered the legacy of the sword sect's great elder and the great elder's husband, I humbly request to step forward as a guest of Jeongnon sect. Master Jeong Yeon, who always wore a strange expression when looking at him, stared at him with mixed feelings. Yeon-shin slightly bowed and looked at Gu Yongcheon. I can do this. It was a place unfit for her to step up. Wei Muhyuk was slightly older and had a different level of fame. Gu Yongcheon nodded slowly. If victory was necessary, there was no better choice among his peers than Yeon-shin. Go ahead. Thank you. After bowing, he stepped forward. Myeohwa, standing among the elders of Jeongnon sect, watched Yeon-shin's back. Her gaze didn't leave his departing figure. A supreme master burning himself to right the traces of his life was standing there. He is already a splendid young man. The sword immortal's lament scattered in the air. Jeongnon sect's fate is sealed. Facing Yeon-shin, Wei Muhyuk's first words were these. He looked about 17 or 18, transitioning from a boy to a young man. He was not only armed with a dazzling precious sword, but also wore a splendid crimson robe. Yeon-shin vaguely remembered seeing him at the Jeong family's place. He was one of his enemies. Wei Muhyuk sneered as he looked Yeon-shin up and down. You, I remember. From the Jeong family? You were hopelessly floundering. I should have killed you then. Lucky for you to be standing in front of me now. You couldn't do anything back then, could you? It's a martial artist's fate to die by the sword. What excuse would the former sword master have to interfere? It would only damage his reputation. If you think it will be the same as last time, it's truly pathetic. Wei Muhyuk exuded arrogance throughout his entire body. He was a nobleman in all but name. A disciple of the sword sect leader. I can take my revenge and gain merit. Yeon-shin silently drew his sword. His gaze was fixed far beyond Wei Muhyuk to the tyrant sword sect leader standing behind him. The sharply defined face was still as indifferent as back then. Now, die. As Wei Muhyuk spoke and unleashed his sword attack, his demeanor was typical of a demonic sect martial artist, unconcerned about where his opponent's attention was. Zeong. Weikak. The explosive energy wave generated a gust of wind. Their swords clashed, unmoving. Wei Muhyuk's expression shifted, finding the unyielding sword force unexpected. Not bad. Yeon-shin didn't respond. Now that he had properly mastered swordsmanship, he could see the flow of his opponent's blade. His opponent's sword was no different. He suddenly recalled the time when Chong Myong had tested him upon his initial entry into Demon Wings. He slowly opened his mouth. A Ming person I know once said, they judge a person's potential by their sword wind. So that's what he meant. As Yeon-shin smiled, Wei Muhyuk felt a chill run down his arm. Radiant sword style. The blade in Yeon-shin's hand absorbed the sunlight. Simultaneously, a faint light beam burst forth, pushing the intersecting swords away. What? Yeon-shin's hand didn't stop. Enveloping his body in wind, he passed Wei Muhyuk with a swift step. At the end of the sword strike, which cleaved from the neck down, Wei Muhyuk's head fell. With a thud, the body collapsed. Without looking at the corpse, he sheathed his sword. For a moment, silence blanketed the plains. Footnotes. 1. The traditional Chinese calendar divides a year into 24 solar terms. Yushui/Yuzui, USU, or Vu Tui, literally meaning rainwater, is the second solar term. It begins when the sun reaches the celestial longitude of 330 degrees and ends when it reaches the longitude of 345 degrees. Cheers erupted from a distance. Even the masters trained in the old school, who were generally composed and dignified, were excited. These were mostly the young warriors who had a close relationship with Yeon-shin. They were likely the ones who had seen him protect Haya. Your epithet is lightning flash, isn't it? It suits you well. The radiant sword style. What a profound name. Indeed, a profound and magnificent sword technique. And powerful too. To think Wei Muhyuk was an up-and-coming talent nurtured by the tyrant sword sect. A decisive battle unfolded before their eyes. Even their masters and elders stood by silently. With morale soaring endlessly, Yeon-shin's focus was sharply directed ahead. Tyrant Sword Sect. The front was entirely different. A small murmur arose. Though not a huge commotion, they couldn't hide their confusion. The sect master's disciple was beheaded in just 2 moves. And his opponent was a peer. This is unheard of. How could Muhayak not even resist? Kill them all. The last words came from the master of the Tyrant Sword Sect. His voice, which did not tolerate a drop in morale, swept across the plains of Gwanjung. An overwhelming presence of chi was laid down. Yeon-shin, come back. It was Won-chong, shouting his name like a friend, in his desperation. Yeon-shin locked eyes with the master of the Tyrant Sword Sect. He remained still, his sword embedded in the ground. He seemed indifferent to his disciple's death. Yeon-shin mouthed his words deliberately. I will take one of your arms. I don't know how, but I will. How absurd. Yeon-shin knew this too. What he said would be treated as nothing more than an amusement. For the first time, a faint smile appeared on the master of the Tyrant Sword Sect's face. He even let out a soft chuckle. Simultaneously, a military-like vibration spread from the Tyrant Sword Sect's side. Yeon-shin's radiant sword style had triggered a war between the sects. The Jeong sect, too, rose like a cloud to protect their vanguard. Among those who leapt with incredible lightness, some shouted as they traversed the space. Their chi-infused voices echoed in all directions, making the plains feel like a canyon. Amidst the chaotic waves of chi, Yeon-shin struggled to stay focused. So this is what a battle among masters is really like. He retreated, his gaze fixed on the Tyrant Sword Sect. The distance seemed to disappear quickly. At the forefront, a master stomped the ground with immense force. His long beard fluttered, his presence grand, and his chi was domineering. This is not normal. It was clear at a glance that he was an elder-level master. One of the top talents of the Tyrant Sword Sect, who had been honing his advanced martial arts for decades. A warrior Yeon-shin couldn't handle yet. I will kill you. The elder might have been Wei Muhyak's grandfather. His eyes blazed with an intense light. Being an elder of the demonic sect, he wouldn't show mercy just because Yeon-shin was young. If you had taught him well, it wouldn't have ended in 2 moves. How dare you? Yeon-shin's words were like lighting a fuse. An immense killing intent was transmitted. It was enough. He had provoked intentionally to sharpen his focus. This is now a battlefield. Any tactic is acceptable. He twisted his body to create space. The sword immortal of Jeong Yeon flew past, barely brushing his robes. Thanks to you, I managed to bring half of the fight here. Coup. At the sword immortal's words, the body of the Tyrant Sword Sect elder flew backward. The massive chi wave from the Jeong Yeon sect sword immortal's palm swept in all directions. The brutal clash marked the beginning of a sect war. Finally, the great battle between the Tyrant Sword Sect and the Jeong Yeon sect had commenced. Yeon-shin's eyes scanned left and right. To earn merits, he needed to find an opponent he could handle. There are many. Fortunately, there were many young masters who couldn't control their bloodlust and rushed forward. Yeon-shin immediately kicked off towards the side. You bastard! Having already drawn significant attention, he was a primary target of the Tyrant Sword Sect. The number of enemies rushing at him with drawn swords was not small. I can handle this. They were all young. It was only natural. Other elder-level or mid-level masters seemed to sense each other's chi and were clashing among themselves. If even one slipped through, their disciples could be massacred. Whoosh! When he used the Jeong family dynamic training, a considerable chi wave arose. Yeon-shin's robes fluttered as if proving his continuous growth. To participate as a guest of the Jeong Yeon sect, he did not wear his desolate fortress martial robes today. If there was a second battle, he would wear it then. The first one to strike used a spear. The chi imbued in the blade contained a martial force that far exceeded that of all the Mantis sect warriors from back then. Cling. The rotational strike embedded in the spear's technique was severed by the desolate sword strike. Taking advantage of the enemy's moment of surprise, the dim light of the radiant sword style slit his neck. 2. Once immersed in the battlefield, Yeon-shin did not see enemies as people. Merits were numbers. One could not survive here if caught up in ethics and compassion. Cling. Splat. Amidst the swirling dust and the flashing white sword light, Yeon-shin tried to stay composed. His upper dantian, emitting an invisible light from the top of his head, left no blind spots. Even if a swift sword extended from behind, he deflected it immediately and struck the neck. It felt like surveying the entire spatial front. The senses he acquired from the Mantis sect greatly contributed to the group battle. Match the rhythm. Don't rush in recklessly. Even his footwork is marvelous. Watch his legs carefully. The disciples of the Tyrant Sword sect finally decided to attack him in unison. The harmony between the splendid wings step and the radiant sword style was astounding. Lightning Flash of the Demon Wings was gradually becoming a complete martial artist, mastering unique martial arts one by one. With Hien Won-chang covering his back and aiding him, Yeon-shin's achievements among the young disciples of the Jeong Yeon sect were outstanding. The Desolate Sword did not stop spilling blood until the grand battle between the two sects reached a lull. The first skirmish was a victory for the Jeong Yeon sect. They said the initial surge of momentum was crucial. Yeon-shin had now become a well-known figure on Mount Jeongnan. All the warriors of the Jeong Yeon sect showed him favor and respect. I have some good liquor hidden from my master and senior brothers. Care for a drink? Are there that many duels lined up? I must be late. The maidens of the Poetry Pavilion seem interested in you, but I firmly declined on your behalf. Our sword discussions come first, don't you think? Ha ha. It was exhausting just to respond. Yeon-shin strolled along the path, recalling his conversation with Jeong Yeon-shin. He had received an answer that, if he wished, the reason for the Jeong family's extermination would be revealed at any time. He was also told that his second brother already knew. Jung-san had refrained from telling his younger brother, and Jeong Yeon-shin herself hesitated to bring it up for a reason. It would be better to hear it after the major battle was over. It probably won't be much of a shock. He thought it was an unnecessary worry. He was desperately running to avoid his impending death, but those who didn't know treated him like a child. Even the enemies did. Though he was glad they did since it only made earning merits easier. Just in case. He muttered to himself. He decided not to create situations that would distract him from focusing on the fleeting battle. The weight of his future revenge was heavier than that of the family's already executed extermination. They said the mental demon came unexpectedly. It would be enough to hear about it when leaving Mount Jeongnan. Master Jeong. Won-chang waved from afar. Yeon-shin approached with a small smile. Did you have connections with the mid-level masters of the Jeongnan sect? Is something the matter? 2 famous masters from Xi'an have come. They asked if you'd like to train together. They mentioned an interesting training method. The warriors who had come with Jeong Yeon-shin from the Jeong family came to mind. They were the ones who nodded naturally when she proposed that Yeon-shin join the Jeongnan sect. They had even helped recover the bodies of the Jeong family. He had seen them briefly during the first great battle. Are their epithets sharing Cliffsword and Tranquil Fist? Indeed, your reputation is considerable. You won't die a stray death in the wilderness. The Sword Immortal treated you like a grandchild, while Mount Hua's Heavenly Sword Master would always welcome you as a guest. Hien Won-chang spoke with an envious expression. Come to think of it, this journey through the martial world was quite different from his initial sortie. He had made many connections with high-level masters from prestigious sects, whom ordinary people rarely saw. They are quite familiar. Yeon-shin took a leisurely step forward. The white clouds shining in the sunlight approached gently. That was how it was until the second great battle began. 3 days later, the Tyrant Sword sect reappeared at the Central Plains, having honed their skills. It was evident just by looking at their formation. Despite being a demonic sect, the expressions of the numerous warriors were unseen. This won't be easy. All the few elders of the Tyrant Sword sect have come out. The Sword Immortal of Jeongnan spoke heavily. Gu Yongcheon nodded slowly. If we win here, it will be over. Myohwa, take good care of the disciples. Yes, elder. Weiji Myohwa, who answered calmly, looked different from before. Her white face was brightly flushed. It felt like she had cast off her lingering doubts, with power surging through her entire being. It was an upright and burning energy wave. Jeong Yeon-shin, who stood among them due to his significant contributions, met her gaze. Weiji Myohwa's lips curved up. I wish you good luck, Master Jeong. May the Cloud Sword Dragon also be safe. Jeong Yeon-shin responded calmly and turned his head. It was not the time to worry about a master superior to himself. At that moment, the Sword Immortal of Jeongnan placed a hand on his shoulder. Beware of the fierce Azura sword. He is the grandfather of Wei Muhyak, whom you defeated. Is it the elder from the last battle? Yes. I couldn't finish him off, and had to face the main elder of the Tyrant Sword sect. Though his stance quickly crumbled, he seemed to be watching you while taking my sword. They say he has a higher rank than the sect leader. On the battlefield, he's like his right hand. Jeong Yeon-shin interjected with a worried expression. Thank you for your concern. Jeong Yeon-shin nodded as the second grand battle began. This time, there was no vanguard skirmish. The Tyrant Sword sect charged forward with a momentum that showed no regard for anything else. The war, with the fate of the sects at stake, was different from the romantic tales told by martial world enthusiasts. A fight for interests, honor, and survival compressed the time and space perception of warriors in an instant. Cling. Boom. Poetry Pavilion, gather. Form a sword formation here. Yeon-shin found himself in the thick of the battle, raising the Radiance sword style. The smell of blood had become familiar. How many had he cut down amid the waves of energy crashing from all directions? Words are unnecessary. An old man that exuded immense energy approached, cutting through the fight wearing torn clothes that barely covered him. The Sword Immortal's advice was correct. The elder of the Tyrant Sword sect, the fierce Azura sword, approached with fierce eyes. Are all demonic sects like this? How shameless. I will kill you. Yeon-shin instinctively knew. There was no more effective means than provocation in a chaotic battle. An elder of the 13 heavens would have vast experience in the martial world, yet he moved like a lion towards its prey, intoxicated by his own strength. His field of vision was completely narrowed, but he still sensed the presence of Hien Wenchang and other Jeongnan sect masters rushing to assist from the sides. He raised his inner energy to the limit. Clang dash. The sword force Yeon-shin barely dodged was tremendous. The ground where the sword tip touched caved in with a thud. The technique of a supreme sect elder was relentless, as if it would never end. The fierce Azura sword continued to strike with his palm. Yeon-shin employed the splendid wing step, brushing past his side. This brat? Bang! The moment the elder's eyebrow twitched, Jeong Yeon-shin's side met his palm strike, and his body was flung far away. From his ribs to his oblique muscles, an immense energy wave exploded. Yeon-shin opened his eyes wide. Jeong family dynamic training. The now activated mid-dantian supplemented his inner strength. The supreme energy of the dynamic training pierced through the shock and rose above it. It quickly dissipated the energy wave that seemed to spread throughout his body, restoring his entire body. In the meantime, Jeong Yeon-shin, Tranquil Fist, and Shearing Cliff Sword stood against the fierce Azura sword. Yeon-shin's eyes caught the sight of the 4 top-level masters engaging in combat. At that moment, his upper dantian flared up, engraving all the techniques of the fierce Azura sword into his memory. He is enraged. Easy to analyze. He memorized how he gripped the sword, how his muscles moved when he applied sword force. He didn't stop there. He dissected all the intricacies. From the directional footwork to the small habits of generating foot energy. The elder, who had seemed to be losing, used a desperate move after the 53rd exchange. He sacrificed his left arm to Jeong Yeon-shin's sword, then struck her abdomen directly. Even Tranquil Fist and Shearing Cliff Sword were struck by his sword attack and fell to the ground. The old man's form was a wreck. He had become a one-armed swordsman, and his mouth was stained with dark red blood, indicating severe internal injuries. Even so, the fierce Azura sword was a renowned elder of the Tyrant Sword sect. Hup! Hien Wenchang rushed in, only to be miserably thrown aside. What provoked Wenchang? The elder charged with true steps, his sword aimed directly at Hien Wenchang's neck. Yeon-shin was already at the elder's side. I've been waiting. A murderous smile appeared on the old man's lips. The sword stance changed rapidly. An enormous swift sword technique emerged from his wrinkled hand. As the diagonal upward strike reached Jeong Yeon-shin's torso, he felt it. I can sense it. It was not a sword that could be seen with his current vision. This was the realm of foresight. His upper dantian burned brightly. It felt like the sun had fallen into his mind, with the intense heat exploding within. He had already calculated the techniques of the fierce Azura sword. He entrusted everything to his talent and luck. Just one move, at this moment, in this stance, the elder's technique would not differ from his expectations. He was already drawing the sword path to shatter that move. The desolate sword in his hand flowed like water. It was a strike known as Sword of Destruction, a destructive technique. The bright sunlight, which had been shining down, was dimmed by the sword blade, and the white trajectory flowed past the elder's neck like water, leaving him astonished. Splash dash. In the tumultuous battlefield, the spot where Jeong Yeon-shin stood remained quiet. He fixed his gaze on the master of the Tyrant Sword sect, who was engaged in a fierce battle with Gu Yongcheon. Though it was said Gu Yongcheon was being pushed back, it was different now. He was clearly observing this side. The master of the Tyrant Sword sect, whose face showed bewilderment for the first time, stared as Yeon-shin grabbed the fallen elder's head by his hair. Tyrant Sword sect master, I told you I would take something. He raised the head of the fierce Azura sword high, amplifying his voice with chi. Warriors from both sects turned their heads one by one to look this way. The movements of all began to slow. Yeon-shin asked calmly, "Does this count as one of your arms?" The intuition of masters often transcends the realm of understanding. This time was no different. Many looked on with expressions of bewilderment. Even the Jeong sect masters were perplexed. In the hands of the young swordsman was the head of the elder of the Tyrant Sword sect. No one could have imagined such a sight. Fierce Azura sword. Is it really that old master? How could this happen? By the hands of such a child. The fierce Azura sword has passed away? It's unbelievable. The scene, beyond common sense, drained the warriors of their fighting spirit. Even the Tyrant Sword sect was not an exception. The situation Yeon-shin created was beyond human comprehension. At that moment, Won-chang suddenly stood up. As if he had never been knocked out, he brushed off the dust from his robe. With a hero's headband fluttering and his tall, handsome appearance on full display, he shouted loudly, "Guest of the Jeong sect, Jeong Yeon-shin of the Desolate Fortress." His voice even carried chi. It was stronger than Yeon-shin had expected. The powerful voice of Won-chang echoed in all directions with remarkable achievement. "He has beheaded the elder of the Tyrant Sword sect." An overwhelming roar erupted. It was astonishing where he had hidden such inner energy. Having accomplished a tremendous feat, Won-chang accurately revealed his identity and solidified his achievements. It was a timely response befitting a martial artist of the Desolate Fortress. Master Jeong is truly. The fierce Azura sword is dead. Wow! The young masters of the Jeong sect were stirred. Many faces were filled with awe and joy. Some even cheered like never before. That boy. He did it. Yi Yil-sin and the Jeong sword immortal swordsmanship began to display unparalleled effectiveness. They pushed back the confused enemies, unleashing their momentum. The turnaround brought by the young master from the Desolate Fortress was as fierce as a waterfall. The Tyrant Sword sect was relentlessly pushed back. The damage inflicted from all sides made recovery difficult. In the midst of this, Yeon-shin focused on the master of the Tyrant Sword sect. Their eyes met. Receiving the sword of the Jeong sect's head disciple, he glanced at the boy as if to engrave him in his memory. Wait. A formidable opponent, hard to look up to. Now, even just meeting his gaze seemed to shake his very soul. Clearly, time was Yeon-shin's enemy. However, it was also a friend that bestowed boundless strength. For years should suffice for you as well. The master of the Tyrant Sword sect would not die here. Yeon-shin turned away. The Tyrant Sword sect was ultimately defeated. It was a grand victory for the Jeong sect. A fight between the 13 heavens and the 9 great sects is rare. The fact that they clashed and reached a visible conclusion was itself an enormous event. It was said that the central planes were reacting. Rumors spread from Xi'an. At the forefront of these rumors was the Jeong sword immortal, who displayed awe-inspiring prowess. He killed 5 elders of the Tyrant Sword sect and severed the arm of a 6th. The fame of Weiji Myowa, who led the disciples and faced the senior masters, rose once again. And the story of the young master from the Desolate Fortress began to spread. A swordsman of 16 beheading an elder of the Tyrant Sword sect. It was a story hard for anyone to believe. Those who knew a bit about the martial realm scoffed at the idea, causing the rumor to spread slowly. However, the nickname Lightning Flash undeniably spread across the world. The masters of the 9 great sects know, and that's enough. Let the foolish chatter away. Bang! Won-chang struck the table with his fist. He had been drinking in an inn at the foot of the mountain and was venting his frustration. He had heard disparaging remarks about the young master from the Desolate Fortress in the market. He said he almost broke the noses of those ignorant fools. Yeon-shin didn't care much. He had little interest in impractical matters. His only focus was on the heavenly tree's fruit at the end of his journey. Does fame help with missions? Of course it does. It helps a lot. You can even get a free drink at the inn. Wonchang managed to bring a smile to Yeon-shin's lips. They enjoyed their time after the victory. The familiar paths they walked felt fresh with the new scent of earth. The war of the great sects had ended, and they had even slain the masters of the tyrant sword sect. As a martial artist of the desolate fortress, their mission had been more than fulfilled. The masters of the Jeongnan sect treated Yeon-shin and Wonchang with favor. It would be hard to find more pleasant days than these. More than that, you should think about groups like the Beggars sect or the Hao clan. When traveling through the martial world, their information is indispensable. Whether or not Master Jeong has received help from the Beggars sect, their treatment of you will be different now. Myowa, who was sharing tea with them, spoke. Her small smile was more beautiful than the spring flowers blooming around them. It might be presumptuous of me to say, but the 9 great sects are said to be in a realm above the world. Naturally, it is very difficult for common people to hear news about the 9 great sects. Unless it's a major event like this. I see. Yeon-shin replied, sipping his golden tea. Seeing him, Myowa's face lit up with a smile. So, many tend to believe strange rumors instead of the exact story. But the Beggars sect is different. There's a reason they are sometimes mentioned alongside the 9 great sects. They know exactly what's happening. I saw some of their scouts practicing lightness skills outside the battlefield. Beggar practitioners? If he didn't know of the Beggars sect, he would not have believed such a thing. Wonchang nodded satisfactorily. As there will be more journeys in the martial world, that's enough. For Master Jeong's business, Master Hyan is pleased. The camaraderie of the desolate fortress is different from what I've heard. By the way, who is the senior among you two? Senior? Wonchang widened his eyes as if hearing the term for the first time. Yeon-shin also showed interest. I learned Demon's Light first. Hey, didn't we both receive instruction from the master at the same time? Is seniority based on accomplishments? The desolate fortress is not some sect without roots. It's a sect without hierarchy, but that much. Really? They shared a leisurely conversation. Since it was a complete victory with few casualties for the Jeongnan sect, the atmosphere was warm. With Myowa's gentle gaze akin to a sibling's, the sun set. The next day, Yeon-shin received the flowing cloud plaque from the head disciple of the Jeongnan sect. Showing it to any affiliated sect under the Jeongnan sect would earn him the highest courtesy. As the Jeong family was also a branch of the Jeongnan sect, he could be treated as a benefactor in such places without any pretense. In addition, if you ever need the sword of the main sect, do not hesitate to send word. Even if it is for the politics of the desolate fortress, we will aid you once. Said Guyong-cheon, the sword master of the western heavens. There was a faint warmth in his usually stoic face. They said they had taken a considerable amount of the tyrant sword sect's territory. It was Weiji Myowa who conveyed this information. With the demonic sects retreating and the righteous sects protecting the common people, donations naturally flowed in. As the head of the sect, he acknowledged Yeon-shin's significant contributions. I will gratefully accept. He did not decline. There might be a need for it when fulfilling missions or challenging the position of the Divine Sword Squad leader. Yeon-shin, holding the wooden plaque with a cloud engraved on it, spoke. Now, it seems it's time to hear the story. Indeed, you are entitled to it. Yi Il-sin, sitting beside Guyong-cheon, nodded. Finally, the secret of the Jeong family's annihilation was revealed. Everything began with the heavenly tree. The heavenly tree, you say? Yes, the divine tree that supports the world. All principles of the universe are firmly rooted through the mystical heavenly tree. It consumes a lot of the Earth's energy, and the land of the Jeong family was extremely fertile because of it. They were called the great landowners of Shinya. The roots of the divine tree extended to their land. All universally acknowledged elixirs are like that. They are created in a mysterious way following the principles of the world. It's different from martial arts or sorcery. So, the reason for the Jeong family's annihilation is, it is said that the formidable martial arts of the desolate fortress lord are maintained by consuming the fruits of the heavenly tree. The Tyrant Sword sect and the Blood Flame sect, both hostile to the desolate fortress, found more than enough reason to annihilate a small martial family. Now, Shinya is a wasteland under their control. Yeon-shin was momentarily speechless. Yeon-shin, with a face wanting to console, sighed and spoke again. At that time, we received a letter from the Lord of the Desolate Fortress. It was a request to protect the Jeong family. Ultimately, we failed. I am deeply sorry to you, Jung-san and Haya. Survivors must live on. First, he decided to eat the fruit of the heavenly tree. He set aside the complex circumstances and paradoxes. They were of no help to survival. It would not be too late to ask the Lord of the Desolate Fortress after becoming the Divine Sword Squad leader. They said she lived eternally. The sky was clear. The blue expanse covered the world without a single cloud. Yeon-shin and Won-chang packed their bags and stood at the foot of Mount Jeongnan. Many had gathered to see them off. They had built considerable goodwill within the Jeongnan sect. Grow up and come to visit. When you become a master, you can visit the Desolate Fortress. He comforted his niece, who clung to him crying. Seeing his second brother, Jung-san, he noticed the indescribable expression with which he looked at his younger brother. A face filled with both regret and pride. Yeon-shin gave a slight nod. They had not yet grown close enough to interact without barriers. Standing in front, Myoa slightly parted her red lips. Next time, may I go as well? If there are no missions, I should ask for lessons in the martial arts of the Cloud Sword Dragon. Her lips curved into a smooth arc. The Sword Immortal laughed heartily. The younger generation has formed ties. It's a pleasing sight. For an old man considering retirement, it's truly delightful. The settling of grudges and retirement of a martial artist is referred to as golden wash. Yeon-shin shook his head. You seem like you could live another 100 years. Laughter erupted from various places. They had become like family. The Sword Immortal smiled kindly. Yeon-shin, I hope you achieve your goal. It was a statement filled with various meanings. Yeon-shin calmly bowed and mounted the horse he received from the Jeongnan sect. As always, Won-chang was beside him. He did not look back as they departed. After half a day of riding, they arrived at a village. The sunset painted the sky as if longing for the sun. The sight of crimson silk filled Yeon-shin's view. They handed over their horses and entered the inn. It was bustling. There seemed to be quite a few wanderers, muttered Won-chang, who sat near the entrance with him. It was so crowded that they had to sit with some middle-aged men. They exchanged respectful greetings. The waiter who took their order looked displeased. It seemed to be because of the men carrying swords and making noise all around. Among them were men and women dressed in silk martial attire, seemingly from martial families. It was uncommon for so many martial artists to gather in such a small village. It seemed something was happening, but the wandering martial artists, who loved to boast about their skills and discuss rumors, were already talking. They say the Mount Hua sect secretly received help from the Desolate Fortress. Are the 9 great sects and the Desolate Fortress now setting suns? Only the Jeongnan sect, which defeated the Tyrant Sword sect, still stands strong in Shangxi. You must be new to the martial world. Let me tell you, it's important to keep your mouth shut if you want to live long. The noble-looking young master, who seemed to be from a martial family, was quite courteous despite his appearance. 2 women who seemed to be his companions also nodded with faint smiles. The wandering martial artist who had been loudly boasting across the table frowned. I told you, I'm not new. How can I be wrong? Otherwise, how could they fail to capture even one stealthy demon? They say the blue-eyed demon sword of the Desolate Fortress lost an eye. The so-called supreme masters of the Desolate Fortress? It was all a sham. Just as he was seeking agreement from those around him. Thunk. It happened in an instant. Without a sound, a chopstick pierced the table. The force was so strong that the tip vibrated and the table cracked around the point of impact. Everyone's eyes turned to the entrance. A boy in a long blue robe was calmly looking at the wandering martial artist. That story. Yeon-shin's eyes flashed with a sky-blue light. Tell me the details. Although his words were low, they carried the chi of the Jeong family dynamic training. No one there failed to hear him. The bustling inn fell silent in an instant. Won-chang lightly tugged Yeon-shin's shoulder forward, revealing the white-threaded character Desolate embroidered on his blue robe. Desolate Fortress? The nobleman who had admonished the wandering martial artist broke the silence. His demeanor changed from leisurely chatting with the 2 women to one of slight bewilderment and curiosity. The wanderer rolled his eyes up and down. Are you really a warrior from the Desolate Fortress? Yeon-shin did not respond. Your words have insulted the sect. Don't think my patience will last long. Wonchong spoke with an unusually serious expression. The moment he drew his sword, his killing intent would become apparent. Yeon-shin, having witnessed Hien Wonchong's fighting before, did not want to waste time. He spun the remaining chopstick with his index and middle fingers in silence. The wanderer's face turned pale. I did not intend to insult the desolate fortress. I'm not interested in your intentions. You said the blue-eyed demon's sword lost an eye. Tell me about it. Yeon-shin calmly looked at him with his hand resting on the chopstick. It was the stealthy demon. They said the Blood Flame sect was behind it. Several Blood Master swordsmen and a Blood Flame sect apostle clashed with demon wings, and it happened while he was protecting a family of commoners. Yeon-shin thought it was typical of the exceptionally kind Jeong Yeon-shin to suffer such a fate at demon wings. So, the next target after the Tyrant Sword sect is the Blood Flame sect. Wonchong muttered with a look of dismay. Yeon-shin nodded slowly. Among the 13 heavens, only these two kept entangling repeatedly. It seemed it was because Hanam and Shangxi were their main areas of activity. You spoke recklessly and gambled with your life. Yeon-shin's words carried a certain force, causing the wanderer's body to stiffen. After battles with the Mantis sect, the Jeong Yeon sect, and the Tyrant Sword sect, he had continually fought in blood-filled group battles. Yeon-shin was gradually becoming a true martial artist. I apologize. The man bowed deeply, treating him as if he were a god of death. The name of the desolate fortress and the single move Yeon-shin displayed had that effect. For the first time, it feels like a waste to draw my desolate sword. Contrary to Wonchong's words, Yeon-shin felt like he was looking into a mirror. Seeing someone abandon their pride to save their life made him realize how precious life was. The scene the wanderer created did not feel like someone else's business. That was him. The lightning flash who had to bargain for merit with the lord of the desolate fortress. Go eat. Pay the innkeeper for the table. He spoke absent-mindedly. He wondered if he unconsciously wished fate to show him similar mercy. With such power at that age, he could have been arrogant. A true master from a prestigious sect has dignity. Yeon-shin's attitude was perceived as magnanimity from a strong individual. The fact that he displayed such formidable martial arts with a chopstick likely contributed to this perception. The other wanderers and even the noble martial men and women expressed admiration for his composure. The wanderer called the innkeeper and paid for the broken table. It was clear he wanted to leave, but was too afraid to do so. The nobleman rose from his seat and approached Yeon-shin. Is your nickname by any chance Lightning Flash? Yeon-shin nodded, and the nobleman's interest grew. To meet the future light of the desolate fortress, following White Chilin Namgung Washin, is truly an honor. I am Jeong Yeol of the Jeon family in Shangxi. I am Jeong Yeon-shin of the desolate fortress. Along with Wonchong, the group exchanged greetings with Jeong Yeol's companions, who were daughters of martial families. The original occupants awkwardly left their seats after Jeong Yeol gave them some coins. I have always admired the warriors of the desolate fortress. Belonging to a small family, we often find ourselves close to the lives of common people as well as the martial world. The swordsmanship of the desolate fortress brings great comfort to our hearts. Jeong Yeol said with a smile. Recently, I heard that there is a young master from the desolate fortress who is highly skilled for his age and is active in Shangxi. I believe that must be you. You have sharp ears. Yeon-shin remained silent, but Hien Wonchong laughed and praised Jeong Yeol. He seemed very pleased. If the warriors of the desolate fortress are heading to Lantian County, may I join you? I know it's rude to ask since this is our first meeting, but I wish to build a friendship with the masters of the desolate fortress. What do you think? Hien Wonchong did not agree without Yeon-shin's consent. Although he treated Yeon-shin like a younger brother, he never disregarded hierarchy. The blue robe recognized by Jeong Yeon-shin and Baekmir Yeo was above all white robes. Yeon-shin spoke up. You guessed our destination? How do you know the situation so well? After the battle between the Jeong Yeon sect and the Tyrant Sword sect, the Desolate Fortress and the Mount Hua sect are the biggest topics in the Xian martial world. Everyone is paying attention to them, so even those from small families like ours know about these major events. Jeong Yeol answered with a smile, never losing his composure. Yeon-shin looked at him for a moment before nodding. Xian was one of the major cities in the Central Plains. Lantian, a county at the eastern edge of the metropolis, required quite a long ride from the inn near Jeongnan Mountain. During that time, Jeong Yeol and Hyeon Wonchang grew quite close. At that moment, I shouted, Yeon-shin of the desolate fortress has beheaded the elder of the tyrant sword sect. My roar was as mighty as the lion's roar of Shaolin. All the warriors of the Jeongnon sect and the tyrant sword sect turned their heads. You should have seen it. How could I not believe the words of a desolate fortress warrior? From the beginning, the two had been gregarious. They quickly dropped formalities and spoke comfortably. Jeong Yeol was not like someone from a small martial family. He was highly knowledgeable and knew how to elevate others. His noble demeanor and ability to attract people made even Hyeon Wonchang, who was usually reserved with strangers, speak with great fondness. Did you really behead the fierce Azura sword? One of the daughters of the martial families, who was driving the horses with them, asked. Her tanned face, hinting at dedicated training, was full of curiosity. Yeon-shin shook his head. It was a team effort. Senior Cloud Sword Dragon, Senior Tranquil Fist, Senior Shearing Cliff Sword, and young Master Hyeon weakened him. The Elders of the 13 Heavens are masters of a different caliber. I did take one move. The finishing touch was Master Zhang's dazzling sword. Wonchang laughed heartily. He seemed very pleased with Yeon-shin's praise. Let's take a break. Jeong Yeol, who had been laughing with them, suggested. The sun was high in the sky. It was time for a meal, and there was a stream nearby where the horses could drink. Yeon-shin nodded. Wonchang volunteered to take care of the horses, gathering their reins. Yeon-shin headed to the stream, leaving him behind. As he bent down to fill his canteen with water, Jeong Yeol, who had sat close by, spoke. Do you happen to use your left hand? I use my right hand for swordsmanship. I only know a bit of hand arts. I see. Then your left side must be a weak point. He spoke in a casual tone as if discussing daily life. It took Yeon-shin a moment to realize the significance of his words. Swish. The dagger's speed was incredible, producing no wind noise. Jeong Yeol's surprise attack was extremely stealthy. It was as if he were performing a swift sword technique with a dagger. Inside his body, the chi of the Jeong family dynamic training surged. The internal energy that filled his entire body was heavier than before. Yeon-shin had been on guard since allowing Jeong Yeol to join them. Jeong Yeol was too exceptional for an ordinary person they met at the first inn after leaving Mount Jeongnon. As if he was waiting. The moment he activated the Fatebreaker's codex in his left arm, a chilling sword light erupted from a diagonal angle. The flashing trajectory instantly beheaded Jeong Yeol. Thud. I knew it. Wonchang stood over the body, wiping his desolate sword with Jeong Yeol's clothes. He appeared calm, as if being friendly despite there being a corpse in front of them was nothing unusual. Yeon-shin watched him silently. I was going to do it. My instincts are just as sharp as yours, Master Jeong. Wonchang grinned and kicked Jeong Yeol's head. As it fell into the stream, something like ink spread, turning the clear water black. Bright red hair began to show from the head down. After a brief glance, Yeon-shin spoke. He's an assassin from the Blood Flame sect. It seems you've become a target. Your heroic deeds and reputation have been noted. Now you're a true enemy of the Blood Flame sect. As a martial artist, you've truly arrived. I'm envious. What about his other companions? The ones who claim to be daughters of martial families. They're probably crossing the Sanzu River now. They were just like him. Hyeon Wonchang muttered. It seemed they had launched an attack while Yeon-shin was fetching water. So this is how grudges are formed in the martial world, he thought. It was a mountain and forest of blades. Mountains of blades and forests of swords. He finally felt he had truly stepped into the martial world. Yeon-shin's reaction was indifferent, just like the tone Jeong Yeol used before his assassination attempt. We should arrive in half a day. Let's go quickly. Yeon-shin, you've accomplished an unbelievable feat, Chong Myong said with a smile. He had wrapped a cloth across his left eye. Even his ragged appearance couldn't diminish his prominent nose. He was a senior who was both endearing and annoying. He thought the only ones who needed worrying in the demon wings were himself and Hyeon Wonchang. Myong continued to smile cheerfully. You killed an elder of the 13 heavens. Even I haven't done that yet. It was reckless. It's fortunate nothing went wrong. Baekmir Yeo, with very cold hands, held Yeon-shin's shoulders and scanned his body with her eyes. Wonchang, standing beside them, seemed to express through his face why he wasn't receiving the same attention. The four of them sat in the first room they stayed at when they met the Mount Hua sect. What happened? It seems the Lord isn't here either. Yeon-shin asked. Miryeo brushed her hair behind her ear, and her fingers seemed whiter than usual. It looked like an after effect of using some powerful martial arts. Our Lord has gone to pursue with the Mount Hua sect masters, including the Absolute Sword. The Blood Flame sect revealed themselves. It's another aspect altogether. I don't know what tricks they might be up to with the Grand Violet Pill, but reinforcements from their main sect are likely. What about Jeong Yeon-shin? The stealthy demon used a hidden weapon. He was fighting 3 Blood Master swordsmen at the time. This idiot could have avoided it, but there were commoners behind him. He had to block it with his sword. What kind of hidden weapon could do that? A triggered dart from the Sichuan Tang clan. It's incredibly powerful. Despite calmly answering, Baek Miryeo's demeanor was sharp. Myong, smiling as if he didn't notice, interjected. I cut off his left wrist too. We should raid the Tang clan sometime. There are rumors they secretly make explosive devices. Should our next mission be there? At that moment. Boom. There is no next for you. An explosion preceded the voice. Myong, who had shoved Yeon-shin and Won-chang to the ground, muttered. Our Lord isn't doing his job right. Crash. A tremendous flash of light shot through the window, like a pouring rain. They were nearly impaled. The living style of the Great Ming Empire was to stand rather than sit. Baek Miryeo, who had already reacted like a beast, crouched as if to counterattack, but her eyes widened when she saw Yeon-shin leap through the window. He had immediately shaken off Myong's arm. With a sprint, Yeon-shin's vision narrowed. He saw a middle-aged man with a slight build. What? The Grand Violet Pill wasn't the target. The powerful chi that had invaded the inn was not just from 1 or 2 people. Miryeo's transmission reached his ears, indicating she would handle the Blood Flame sect. A blue robe with white threads. You must be Lightning Flash. The middle-aged man emerged and smiled as he greeted Yeon-shin. His loose silk sleeves caught his eye. He seemed to live for the purpose of killing masters of the desolate fortress. Light manipulation? An overrated title for a brat. More and more people were recognizing him. Was this how fame in the martial world was built? Are you the stealthy demon? He approached with the confidence of a martial artist unaware of gaps. He didn't wait for an answer. As he walked, the dim light wave of the radiant sword style flowed from his drawn sword. You're a funny guy, daring to face me. The stealthy demon's lips curled up. Yeon-shin moved forward undeterred. He did not stop his advance. He had heard of the stealthy demon before. A master of joint locks. His nickname did not mean he fought like a possessed warrior. It meant he stole like a ghost. Do you know the meaning of my nickname? The stealthy demon asked with a smile. He likes to talk, Yeon-shin thought. The distance between them shortened, but the stealthy demon kept talking. They call me the stealthy demon because I can steal anything. Even your senior's lost I was taken by me. Senior? The man laughed loudly at Yeon-shin's question. I suppose he isn't your senior. The desolate fortress is a sect without roots. You can't even call your master. That foolish demon wing must be wandering aimlessly in the wilderness right now. What's your objective? Didn't you already take the Grand Violet Pill? Yeon-shin asked, pausing briefly. The distance between them was now mere steps. Perhaps 5 paces. He could even see the calluses on the stealthy demon's hands that opened and closed repeatedly. A single leap would be enough to slice him in half and still have energy left. The one you can't call your senior. The blue-eyed demon's sword's head. Chi flowed from the empty left sleeve of the stealthy demon. Yeon-shin couldn't comprehend his logic. You risk the return of the sword absolute and the Lord? You don't understand the significance of a warrior's hand. Enough. I talked to you because you seemed promising, but you're no different from the other fools. This time, the stealthy demon took a step forward. It was as if he was saying he couldn't let anyone else take the blue-eyed demon sword's head. The aura he emitted was formidable. He could likely exchange several moves with the blue-eyed warrior. Buzz. Yeon-shin put his mind into the Jeong family dynamic training he had already initiated. From his head, the incantation of the radiant sword style unraveled. At the same time, chi sprouted from his palm like a blossoming sun. There was no need to wait. Yeon-shin immediately raised the desolate sword. A faint light trailed behind the blade. Swoosh! The sword strike missed. It was the first time this had happened since he created the sword style. The stealthy demon's footwork was ghostly, as his nickname suggested. His movements were swift and shifty. The hand that reached out was eerie, slithering like a snake with a sinister flow of chi. It seemed poised to coil around Yeon-shin's sword-wielding hand. Joint locks. Quite skillful. Yeon-shin observed the stealthy demon's technique. The history of joint locks was long. It was originally created by a general from a long-lost kingdom. What started as a display of martial prowess in the barracks evolved to be used by soldiers, guards, and eventually martial artists. Its essence lay in neutralizing an opponent's arm, rendering them defenseless. Despite advancements in chi manipulation, its fundamental principles had not changed. Thunk. Yeon-shin twisted his body and pushed forward. It was a common technique seen even in alleyways. A body blow. A short burst of wind swept through his entire body. The spiral technique of the Fatebreaker's Codex, combined with Jeong Yeon-shin's teachings, shattered any openings behind him. The stealthy demon, having retreated significantly, narrowed his eyes. A technique of the elves? No. It's a new martial art with a similar form, but impossible for humans to replicate. You talk too much. I have looked into you. The stealthy demon continued speaking. The Blood Flame sect is a terrifying force. They respond appropriately to potential threats. They not only send assassins, but also dig into the past. They discovered everything. You are from the annihilated Jeong family in Shinya Hanam. The Hao clan suffered and spilled their information. You buried your family in the back hills, didn't you? What do you think has happened to that place now? You have greatly antagonized the Blood Flame sect. What? You took the head of a Bloodmaster? Did you think they would leave your homeland alone? They dug up the mountains and eventually burned everything down. Yeon-shin tightened his grip on his sword. He recalled the servant who called him for breakfast every morning. His father, who recognized him at the end of his life, also came to mind. His family, who had kept their distance, now approached with a mix of love and hate. You have black hair, but you don't look like a cultist. Are you an apostle? You think all martial artists of the Blood Flame sect practice blood arts? You really are new to the martial world. Yes, Yeon-shin muttered, no longer caring about the enemy's martial arts. He roused his energy once more. The chi circulating through his 8 extraordinary meridians began to vibrate intensely. The intensity of the chi began to fluctuate, utilizing the overlapping principles of the Fatebreaker's Codex. The instincts of warriors facing life and death battles transcended the ordinary. They said one could feel the opponent's mind closer than a lover. The stealthy demon's lips twisted into a grin. A brat is going to kill me? I'll bury you with the remaining eye of the blue-eyed demon sword. The moment the stealthy demon mentioned Jeong Yeon-shin's eye, Yeon-shin's thoughts entered a different realm. When do martial artists, the wanderers of the martial world, despair? The first would be when their sect master, senior brother, or they themselves met death. The second would be when they could no longer practice martial arts. Then what about the next? When would martial artists obsessed with martial arts experience a shock equivalent to the first two? Cutting off limbs was not enough. Revenge was the next emotion after the desire to survive. Hup! The stealthy demon exhaled briefly. At the same time, his footwork unfolded once more. His hand, which claimed to steal anything in the world, unraveled the mysteries of joint locks. Yeon-shin stepped forward, moving his right hand that held the sword. The desolate sword disappeared into its sheath like extinguished lightning. He met the enemy barehanded. He extended his right hand. It looked identical to the stealthy demon's joint locks. The stealthy demon's face, which had smirked with arrogance, was suddenly obscured. Yeon-shin's hand created a strange shadow. A small movement. A single hand gesture deflected the stealthy demon's joint lock. The trajectory was clearly in the realm of supreme martial arts. The technique itself was on another level. Acting second, but achieving control first. Yeon-shin's slower hand had reversed and seized the opponent's wrist first. At the same time, the overwhelming strength of the Jeong family dynamic training was unleashed. It had been a long time. The sheer grip pressure alone completely immobilized the opponent. No need for acupuncture points. How could you? Sweat beaded on the stealthy demon's face. He seemed unable to even think about kicking. It was a drastic change from his previous confidence. It's better this way. Your technique wasn't that skillful. Yeon-shin spoke indifferently. The stealthy demon's face was almost in a state of panic. It seemed filled with fear. He had witnessed his unique martial arts being performed by the enemy right before his eyes. Shall I tell you the incantation? Yeon-shin asked softly, causing the stealthy demon to flinch. This time, Yeon-shin laughed. Would he really tell him? The stealthy demon's face gradually changed as he realized this, shifting from longing to despair. Yeon-shin stole and crushed his life. So, this is it. He had found his own way to bring down the martial artists of the demonic sect. The martial arts of the Wanderers were referred to as accumulated merit. It represented life built over a long time. Denying that was enough. All he had to do was display the opponent's martial arts in a better form. Right before their eyes as they exchanged techniques. The stealthy demon's wrist, held by Yeon-shin's right hand, shattered. SRRK. As the stealthy demon screamed, Yeon-shin drew the desolate sword with a reverse grip from his waist. He walked back to the inn holding the stealthy demon's head. There were Blood Flame sect masters who had attacked the inn with the stealthy demon. But they were already dealt with. Ma Jin had returned and, together with the masters of the Mount Hua sect, defeated the Blood Flame sect warriors. Everyone from the desolate fortress, except for Yeon-shin, had responded. Ma Jin said he had watched Yeon-shin's fight from the window. You are. The scar on Ma Jin's face twitched. He opened his mouth several times as if he had seen something he shouldn't have, then sighed. Yeon-shin didn't pay much attention to his uncle's expression. I have accomplished many feats. Please record them accurately, he said, presenting the stealthy demon's head. In his other hand, he held a wooden box he had taken from the man's body. Inside the small box was a miraculous elixir he had never seen before. The Grand Violet Pill. It would be considered the highest merit. Ma Jin spoke, looking somewhat dazed. You will soon advance to blue rank. You'll be able to request the promotion test in the near future. The shortest time to rank up as well as the youngest to ever do it. The promotion test. I've heard of it. Please explain it in detail next time. It seems we have more urgent matters now. Yes, the Mount Hua sect has suffered. Following Ma Jin, they moved to another room in the inn. The inn was nearly half destroyed. However, the innkeeper's expression was rather bright. He had been promised compensation in the name of the desolate fortress and the Mount Hua sect. Yeon-shin let out a hum. The face of the boy lying motionless on the bed was familiar. The first disciple of the Mount Hua sect, Yu Hyan. He was the bold friend who had promised to visit the desolate fortress after crossing swords with Yeon-shin. He used up all his chi. He was trying to protect his senior. Cheonju, standing at the bedside, glanced at Yeon-shin and said. The stern face of the sword absolute of Mount Hua seemed softer. Yeon-shin understood why. The dantian was not like an empty vessel. It was an organ that contained a small amount of chi from birth. If it was completely depleted, it would be damaged. Some called this minimal amount of chi the innate true chi. He recalled hearing that the nature of this chi was not different from inner energy, and it could be replenished. Yeon-shin spoke carefully. If it's a depletion of chi, it can be replenished, right? I know it's a common issue. You're right. The disciples with similar symptoms have already gotten back on their feet. Then Yu Hyan's inner energy. Yu Hyan is different. As the head disciple, he has learned the Violet Dawn divine art. Not all martial arts of Mount Hua are the same. The cultivation methods differ greatly. Cheonju explained solemnly. His expression did not change even when Yeon-shin produced the Grand Violet Pill. It meant someone had to refine the pill's energy and transfer it to the unconscious Yu Hyan. You have done a great service by retrieving this. The energy of the Grand Violet Pill could substitute for the Violet Dawn divine art. However, refining the energy of such an elixir is a delicate task. The half-shurchen, 1 hour, that Yu Hyan has left won't be enough. Cheonju's words were interrupted. Ma Jin, standing next to him, was moving his lips silently. It seemed he was sending a telepathic message. Cheonju's eyes widened. Did you get permission for me to do it? Yeon-shin asked, and Ma Jin nodded. Yes. Now consume it. This will also count as your achievement. There was no need to ask further. It was clear. When Yeon-shin had defeated the Azure Squad warrior, he had absorbed the desolate fortress's supply elixir at an astonishing rate. Ma Jin hadn't even had time to place his hand on the life gate acupoint in the middle of his back. The lord of the desolate fortress had said Cheonju was her equal. Did they share a bond of trust between peers? Cheonju, who had immediately agreed, also seemed to have remarkable generosity. Then, they made Yu Hyan lie on his stomach. Placing his hands neatly, Yeon-shin sat cross-legged beside him. With Cheonju's approval, Yeon-shin took out the pristine elixir and swallowed it. A fragrant aroma accompanied the grand violet pill as it entered his body. Is there really an elixir that melts instantly? It was only a fleeting thought. He began to move his chi from the stone gate acupoint where his lower dantian was located. Within the great circulation of chi that flowed through the upper half of his body, the grand violet pill began to disintegrate, and its energy surged. He realized something as he harnessed the power. The grand violet pill was an elixir specialized for a particular type of chi manipulation. He recalled hearing that elixir-making techniques, like martial arts, grew and evolved with history. He thought about a year. It would take a year of closed-door training to assimilate the energy of the grand violet pill for someone not trained in the internal arts of Mount Hua. Extracting the energy and refining it with chi were separate tasks. The higher the grade of the elixir, the greater the gap between them. Without a year of closed-door training, it would be no different from the chi of another person. This was why the Blood Flame sect and the stealthy demon hadn't taken it immediately. With that time, it would be better to cultivate my own martial arts. But I can still use it to transfer energy to Yuhayan. It was a stroke of fortune. It seemed the time had come to fully open the middle dantian, which had been slightly opened. He remembered Baek Miryeo's words. She had said his body needed to contain immense chi. The grand violet pill would more than suffice. The grand violet pill was a secret elixir of the Mount Hua sect. It was said that Taoist alchemists spent decades crafting just one. After experiencing it, Yeon-shin understood. The power it held was not inferior to its reputation. Buzz. Within Yeon-shin's body, energy circulated like a clump of plum blossoms dissolving. From the curved bone acupoint below his navel to the celestial acupoint between his collarbones. He included the Jade Hall acupoint in the trajectory that formed a large circle in his upper body. This was the area where the middle dantian was located. He stimulated it continuously. It's working. He felt his abilities being activated. He noticed a significant change. The chi from the grand violet pill, circulating through the great circulation of the Jeong family dynamic training, was thickening as it passed through his middle dantian. This was likely the endurance Baek Miryeo had mentioned. It's not fully open. It felt only half open. He would have to penetrate it with the chi he had internalized. Even this was an excessive achievement. A warrior who had cultivated their middle dantian was said never to have their internal energy disturbed in any situation. He had stepped into the realm of a master without further training in his chi. He had shortened an immense amount of time. Satisfied, Yeon-shin moved his hand. He placed his palm on the center of Yuhayan's back, channeling the chi of the grand violet pill that circulated within him. Already, Cheonju's voice could be heard. Yeon-shin spoke, intensifying the force he poured out. Yuhayan, get up. Even as he spoke during the circulation of chi, his energy remained steady. It was a characteristic of the Jeong family dynamic training, which involved moving while training internal energy and his innate control over chi. Cheonju must have closed his mouth, as no voice was heard. I told you to get up. With those words, he pressed Yuhayan's neck firmly with his left hand, stimulating an acupoint. Making it so he couldn't speak was easy. While constantly circulating chi, he stimulated the young disciple's interior. His consciousness had to awaken. It's the energy of the grand violet pill. Use the violet dawn divine art, Yeon-shin said, sensing the rising pulse. He felt Yuhayan's tumultuous emotions through his fingertips. Yeon-shin transferred all the energy and withdrew his hand. This was called energy transmission. It referred to the act of transferring chi to another person. He had heard that it naturally accompanied extreme physical exertion. Yeon-shin was different. Perhaps because he had opened his middle dantian widely, he felt energy overflowing throughout his body. He straightened up and stepped back. Ma-jin's hand, which was about to support him, awkwardly swept through the air. What are you doing? Nothing. The three of them waited in silence for Yuhayan to finish circulating his energy. When Yuhayan finally rose from his seat, Cheonju, who was checking his pulse, widened his eyes in astonishment. Yeon-shin had completely dissolved the energy of the grand violet pill and infused it into Yuhayan without any loss. A supreme master like the Sword Absolute of Mount Hua would have noticed immediately. Your power. The Sword Absolute, Cheonju, was speechless for a moment. After taking a few breaths, he finally let out a sigh. To transfer such an immense amount of energy completely? How is this possible? His expression, as he looked up at Yeon-shin, was filled with shock and admiration. "You are truly an extraordinary person. You entrusted him to me. I would not let you down." Even so, the emotions on his face didn't easily fade. Yu Hayan looked at Yeon-shin with similar eyes. He had originally felt a kind of admiration, but now he seemed to regard him as a senior brother from the same sect. "You've saved the future of Mount Hua. You've treated the Mount Hua sect with the demeanor of a great hero, so you will surely be rewarded." Cheonju spoke without hiding his reverence. Even his tone had changed. The sword absolute of Mount Hua's respectful manner felt awkward. He had only transferred the burdensome energy because he lacked the time to become the leader of the Divine Sword Squad. "Of course, we are not measuring your grace with material wealth. It's just a token of our appreciation." Yu Hayan said he would visit the desolate fortress. "I'll send him with a gift for you once he decides to visit." "Thank you." Yeon-shin replied with a bow of gratitude and glanced at Ma-jin. "Is the mission over?" "Yes. You've done everything." "What do you mean?" Jeong Yeon-shin had returned voluntarily, bringing the stealthy demon's left hand. The powerful Blood Flame sect warriors were defeated by Demon Wings and the Mount Hua sect. Yeon-shin had merely placed a spoon in the bowl, inadvertently concluding all the incidents. The Grand Violet Pill, the root of the turmoil, was returned to the disciple of the Mount Hua sect's head. It couldn't have been cleaner. The mission ended even before reinforcements arrived from the main fortress. They exchanged farewells with the Mount Hua sect masters, who expressed immense goodwill. Perhaps they sensed another change in Yeon-shin's aura after opening his middle dantian. Jeong Yeon-shin smiled slightly, and Baek Mir-yeo shook her head as they set off together. The return journey felt like a martial tour, just as Hyan Wenchang had hoped. The success of this mission was that significant. The desolate fortress returned leisurely with Ma-jin's tacit approval. It had been a long time. By the time they entered Yong'ong, the sight of the desolate fortress was both welcoming and unfamiliar. During that time, Yeon-shin had diligently honed his martial arts, hoping to make significant contributions on his next mission. Originally, Yeon-shin had planned to request martial arts instruction from the Lord of the Desolate Fortress upon returning. But now, things were different. During the mission, he had obtained the Radiant Sword style and the Splendid Wing step, which he had never imagined he would acquire. There was still much room for improvement. He decided to refrain from requesting more since he didn't know which martial arts he might need later. "Are you going to the training grounds again? Aren't you tired from the journey?" It was Wenchang, whom Yeon-shin met in the Great Hall of Demon Wings' pavilion. His face, shadowed by the amount of drinking he had done at the tavern, was close to Yeon-shin's. Yeon-shin pushed his chin away. "I'm fine." He hadn't touched even a drop of alcohol, focusing on his internal energy cultivation. With his middle dantian significantly opened, his stamina seemed limitless. Leaving Wenchang, who shook his head in amazement, Yeon-shin set out. On the way to the small training grounds, he heard praise and whispers from various seniors. "Lightning Flash. They say you accomplished an unbelievable feat. Did you really behead the fierce Azura sword? They say it was done using a sequential battle tactic." Sequential battle? The elder of the Tyrant Sword sect was killed by a white robe of the Desolate Fortress. Could someone who belittles it in such words really be from the Desolate Fortress? "The blue robe suits you well. I'd be willing to give you mine if you need it." It was incomparable to when he had killed the Blood Master Swordsman. The reverberations were tremendous. Some seniors even knocked on his door. He had heard that the elders of the 13 heavens were difficult for even the blue robes of the Desolate Fortress to handle. No matter how it was done, it was bound to be a huge topic. "They say you saved the life of the Mount Hua sect's head disciple too. How many masters of the 9 great sects did you befriend in just 2 missions?" "Jingnan and Mount Hua. We should request the Lightning Flash to be dispatched when we have missions in Shaanxi." Dealing with each one was exhausting. It was the first time he felt tired after activating his middle dantian, and it was because of his mouth. Eventually, he forced a smile and passed by the large training grounds. In the small training grounds, made up of private rooms, he revisited the martial arts he had gained from the mission. He contemplated how to infuse more power into the flow of the Radiant Sword style, and how to take the second step of the Splendid Wing step. He also couldn't stop creating new moves for the Fatebreakers Codex. "I can't get a feel for it now." Inspiration didn't come immediately. It seemed he needed to broaden his horizons. "I heard there's a good place for that." Yeon-shin immediately changed direction. The land used by the Divine Sword Squad of the Desolate Fortress was incredibly vast. It had to accommodate not only the warriors of each squad, but also servants and attendants. Demon Wings Demon's Light was different from the Azure Sword of the Azure Squad. The 17 martial squads under the Divine Sword Squad were each likened to independent sects. While their size was similar to small or medium-sized martial factions, there was a significant difference in their martial strength. It was a diverse range of martial arts on expansive land. It was a challenging environment to interact in if left alone. They said we must meet to form an ocean instead of becoming narrow wells. Ma Jin's words came to mind. The Desolate Fortress was a collective of innovative martial arts. It was established by breaking the unspoken rule of non-intervention in military affairs. The Great Ming Empire had made every attempt to sharpen its swords. Radical changes were inevitable. Who are you? The middle-aged scholar asking Yeon-shin was another example of this. Behind him, a neatly arranged training ground was quite impressive. There were even small steps for observation. Strange warriors sat scattered around, watching the center. Following their gaze, Yeon-shin saw various martial arts he was seeing for the first time. Clang! Boom! It was a scene of white and blue robes from different squads exchanging techniques. It was the training ground where all the warriors of the Divine Sword Squad freely sparred. It was a place where the martial arts of the 17 squads intersected. Is this the martial arena? Yes, it is. The young swordsman in the blue robe. You must be the lightning flash. I am Jeong of the headquarters. I am Jeong Yeon-shin of the Desolate Fortress. The two exchanged bows. Jeong spoke. The goodwill in his expression was curious. I've heard of the lightning flash of the Desolate Fortress. All the news of the Desolate Fortress flows into the headquarters. We are the ones who classify the merits you have achieved. They are truly astonishing. Jeong's sharp features softened as he smiled. You've built a name as a chivalrous hero at such a young age. Seeing you brings joy to my heart. Let me tell you a little secret. What is it? If you complete even a small mission, you will be promoted to blue rank. Each of your accomplishments has been so substantial that they've earned you many points. You only need to go through the exam as a formality. Yeon-shin's short exclamation came from the heart. He was indeed making significant progress. He knew the merits he had accumulated over 3 missions, including the Jeongnon sect, were substantial. However, hearing it directly from a scholar of the headquarters was different. He was managing the personnel within the Desolate Fortress. To Yeon-shin, he was even more significant than Ma Jin. Congratulations in advance. Jeong smiled slyly. In any case, you've come to the right place. I'm glad to be managing the arena today. You might witness some sparring among young masters, right? You mentioned young masters? Yeon-shin's tone involuntarily became more respectful. He realized the significant difference in how he treated Ma Jin, his inept uncle. Lord of the Desolate Fortress? Now he understood. Those in charge of personnel were like kings. You didn't know? Over there, the successor of the Desolate Fortress is training. In the direction Jeong pointed, there was a familiar figure. With a handsome appearance reminiscent of Chong Myong's youth. He was the grandson of his maternal grandfather, Ma Yeon-jik. He was now wearing a white robe with the character Desolate of the Desolate Fortress on it. Yeon-shin recalled the memory of creating the Fatebreaker's Codex with his help. He was using the flow of martial arts he had developed significantly. Gratitude welled up once more. It was a good lesson. While Yeon-shin reminisced, Jeong continued speaking. There is much praise for the Desolate Ma of the Desolate Fortress. He has been winning continuously against other white robes here in the martial arena. It's even more remarkable since it hasn't been a month since he passed the Imperial Martial Test. Thanks to him, the area around the main fortress is quite lively. I see. Just then, Yeon-shin nodded. He met the eyes of the distant figure. As soon as Ma Seon, the successor of the Desolate Ma clan of the Desolate Fortress, saw Yeon-shin, his expression changed. Complex emotions were apparent on his face. It seemed there was more than just anger and shame. This was evident from the words he spoke as he approached. Will you cross swords with me? Your name? Ma Seon is what I am called. We never even exchanged names back then. It seems your feelings have changed. Yeon-shin stared quietly at his maternal grandfather's grandson. He had heard that Ma Seon was defeating the white robes one by one in the martial arena. He could be proud, but he maintained his manners despite looking exhausted. Was this the strength of a noble family, derived from self-reflection? What he thought of Yeon-shin's skills and abilities was unknown. Ma Se-in clasped his fists in respect. I learned a lesson then. I gained a lot. Give me another chance. Yeon-shin, having returned the gesture, pondered. He needed to complete the next mission successfully. He had to do so to obtain the blue robe without wasting time. Whether the boy before him could offer another inspiration was secondary. I can't fill the framework of the Radiant sword style with inferior inspiration. It was different from when he created the Fatebreaker's Codex. The Radiant sword style was a swordsmanship inspired by the sword paths of the former Supreme Master, the Sword Sect. There was a martial arts library accessible to warriors of the Desolate Fortress. Yeon-shin must have visited it. He wasn't only using the martial arts he had created. Apart from the newly developed martial arts, the Desolate Fortress's arts were embedded in every movement during actual combat. He had removed the principles and truths of martial arts. He had built a foundation to create something new. The body movements inspired by Jeong Yeon-shin's lessons were taking on the form of a supreme body technique. However, martial arts like the Radiant sword style, Splendid Wing Step, and Fatebreaker's Codex, which fit his body perfectly, couldn't be created just by desire. The fact that martial arts recorded in books were lifeless was another matter. It was simply because there was no inspiration to weave a martial arts system that satisfied Yeon-shin. He needed a lightning bolt to strike his mind. But such divine inspiration didn't strike just any time. It can broaden my horizons. Ma Se-in's proposal for a spar was not bad. The swordsmanship of the Desolate Ma of the Desolate Fortress was of a level difficult to see even within the Desolate Fortress. Just then, a light breeze stirred. Yeon-shin felt the slight flutter of his robe. Newcomer, was it? Why not try sparring with me? Jeong Yeon, who had approached without notice, tapped Yeon-shin's shoulder and looked at Ma Se-in. The black eye patch over his left eye gave him an elegant, vintage look. Ma Se-in's face lit up with excitement. Jeong Yeon, the blue-eyed demon sword. I'm just the one-eyed now. Jeong Yeon joked with a grin, turning to Yeon-shin. Mind if I do? Do you come to the martial arena often? Otherwise, I'd fall behind. There are so many monstrous masters in this sect. It's because of your eye. Yeah, I have to slowly regain my senses. My vision is cut in half. Jeong Yeon's laughter made him seem cheerful. He would be a good training partner for an excellent white robe. Yeon-shin agreed. It was when he was watching the two walking side by side to the training ground. Daewon, who stood beside him, muttered. Curious. It seems the rumors are true. They say Jeong Yeon only interacts with those who have potential. Jeong Yeon, the senior. He asked back in puzzlement, and Daewon nodded. He is indeed a cold figure. You can tell just by looking at the records. He is said to be merciless toward warriors, not commoners. Both talent and character. It's not uncommon for him to blatantly disrespect people, and many righteous warriors have lost their heads to him. That's why they call him the Demon Sword. His standards are harsh. I didn't know at all. That's likely because your talent is outstandingly remarkable. He doesn't usually hesitate to interact with other blue robes. Not to mention white robes. The successor of the Desolate Ma of the Desolate Fortress was unfortunate. Daewon clicked his tongue. He wasn't unfriendly to Hyein Wonchong either. While he was reflecting on his words, the match concluded. Ma Se-in had tried to exploit Jeong Yeon's left side, which must have been darkened, but the skill of the blue robe was indeed different. Jeong Yeon seemed to have reached a level where he replaced his blind spot with his senses. Without even looking, the left palm he thrust struck Ma Se-in's solar plexus. It was a marvelous palm technique. Ma Se-in, who vomited a handful of blood, collapsed. It was then. Did he realize something from Jeong Yeon's move? Suddenly sitting cross-legged, Ma Se-in smiled. Anyone could see that he had gained insight. As he sat down, warriors in orange uniforms flew in from all directions and surrounded the area. They seemed to be the guards of the Desolate Ma of the Desolate Fortress. Jeong Yeon, who had stepped back slightly, chuckled and returned. Glancing at Yeon-shin, he spoke. That friend. He's not completely useless. This is the Desolate Fortress. Everyone seems familiar. In Demon Wings, you alone overshadow the others, but many are called prodigies here. Daewon, who had retreated as if feeling uneasy about dealing with Jeong Yeon, made a slight bow. Yeon-shin, returning the gesture, once again realized the strength of the Desolate Fortress. Jeong Yeon, who had lost an eye, hadn't significantly lost his martial power, and Ma Se-in, who appeared to be an arrogant noble, changed immediately. Humility brought insight more easily. It was incredibly amazing. He wondered if people could change like that. I wasn't in a position to judge the quality of inspiration. Yeon-shin immediately stepped into the martial arena. The Lord intends to commemorate your coming of age. It was when he returned to Demon Wings' pavilion, wearing the sunset light like a robe. Ma Jin appeared suddenly and spoke unfamiliar words. Does the desolate fortress intend to host my coming-of-age ceremony? Yes. As Ma Jin nodded, Yeon-shin furrowed his brows. The headquarters asked about the coming-of-age ceremony. Guanli, the first of the 4 ceremonial occasions according to the Classic of Rites by Zhu Xi. The coming-of-age ceremony for scholars in the Great Ming Empire took place at 20. In the martial world, it was different. The more turbulent the local Jianghu was, the earlier the coming-of-age ceremony was held. The age used as a standard varied greatly. The martial world was considered mysterious. If a sect's prestige was high, their enemies became formidable as well. An early coming-of-age ceremony meant that one should leave a mark as an adult quickly, as they might not live long. However, this wasn't Yeon-shin's concern. To him, life was a footprint in itself. When is the next mission? Ma Jin sighed. The Lord has said it. It's an acknowledgement of your talent and potential. Is that so? Yeon-shin couldn't fathom the intentions of the Lord of the Desolate Fortress. Recognition of talent? If so, she could simply award him the fruits of the heavenly tree. There aren't many other ways to interpret such clear distinctions between public and private matters. Perhaps she wished for Yeon-shin, who was pressed for time, to ascend to the rank of the Divine Sword Squad leader himself, or perhaps she already felt no lack of the Desolate Fortress's martial power. It was a mystery at the time. Yeon-shin didn't want to cling to futile hopes. The Lord of the Desolate Fortress was an ancient sovereign. She had a clear line even if she seemed to show goodwill. It was evident from how she treated Ma Yeon-jik, whom she had known for decades, like a sword. I'd rather not do it. In 1 hour, I could comprehend dozens of sword variations. Please decline. She seems to know you better than I do. She asked what reward you would like. It's a liquor that doesn't overlap in nature with any elixir in the world. It's called the Thunder Immortals Treasure Wine. A single cup is enough for a long, healthy life. Even martial artists weren't free from illness and demons. The severed vein was an example of that. Thus, the medicine of doctors called divine physicians in the martial world was active in many areas. They didn't only treat internal and external injuries from battles. They said it was for a long and healthy life. Even without high expectations, it wasn't something Yeon-shin could pass up. I'll do it. His attitude changed abruptly. Only one among those coming of age together can drink it. The coming of age ceremony in the Desolate Fortress is a place to elevate oneself through martial arts. Usually, those who haven't become white robes compete, but this time it's different. 2 or 3 white robes from noble families are participating, aware of you. They'll be 2 or 3 years older than you. That's not a problem. Ma Jin's bewildered face didn't matter. One never knows. It might slightly slow the opening of the Baihui acupoint. The Lord is disrupting things. It was the seats lined up on both sides of a vast yet luxurious banquet hall. Ma Yeon-jik, seated at the far end, muttered. His splendid purple robe completely covered the armrest. Ma Jin's scar crumpled below. Did you intend to host it at the main house? It's not a material to discuss propriety. Ma Yeon-jik replied nonchalantly. Meanwhile, the boys and young men were following procedures markedly different from those of a scholar's coming-of-age ceremony. Even though there were complex forms such as divination, hairstyle setting, and crowning, the content was different. Was it the boldness unique to warriors? The atmosphere wasn't solemn either. The attire was just as it was for the Desolate Fortress, and Yeon-shin, dressed in a blue robe over white clothes, stood out prominently among them. At the end of the long procedure, each ascended the platform one by one. The Lord of the Desolate Fortress, dressed in green ceremonial armor, personally placed crowns on their heads. Among the 25, only 3 were white robes. Most were those who had grown up in the Desolate Fortress. Yeon-shin and Ma Se-in, who had entered through the Imperial Martial Test, were exceptions. Congratulations. The Lord of the Desolate Fortress moved her red lips. Her lips curved smoothly as she stroked Yeon-shin's crown once. The lightning flash will not choose a style name. To the clear voice that resonated melodiously, the spectators nodded in agreement. It meant he wouldn't be given a new name as an adult. Some martial artists who quickly gained a nickname used that name as their style name. For Yeon-shin, the lightning flash was such a name. It became the name he would carry for life. As the ceremony concluded, people began to chat lightly. Many seemed to have come to relieve their boredom. Now, it's the last. The grand finale remains. I wonder who will drink it this year. In terms of accomplishments alone, there's hardly any white robe who can rival the lightning flash. Hasn't he been running without rest? They say Baek Karen Nam Gungwashin has just completed one mission. That may be true, but the power of a noble family is tremendous. The potential of the successors of the Desolate Ma of the Desolate Fortress and the Shin family is beyond imagination. They seemed slightly excited. Yeon-shin returned to his seat and watched the platform. The Lord of the Desolate Fortress was already pouring jade bottles into a white wine cup. Thunder Immortal's treasure wine. Vibrancy returned to his eyes. Even when he met the Lord of the Desolate Fortress's green eyes, he wasn't overwhelmed. She gave a faint smile and spoke. This is a congratulatory drink bestowed upon you. I will grant it to whoever seizes it first. The Lord of the Desolate Fortress's clothes began to flutter. It seemed as if green waves emanated from her body. Take it as you will. Whoosh! An overwhelming aura surged. It felt as if it was pulling them into a deep abyss. Taking a step forward became intimidating. It was almost laughable. The Lord of the Desolate Fortress hadn't even shown a fraction of her true martial power. It wasn't like this even last year, was it? Those who hadn't yet become formal warriors of the Desolate Fortress fell and collapsed. He marveled at how it didn't cause internal injuries. It seemed to have no effect on the seated guests. It was control of power at the pinnacle. Ugh! Someone groaned. At that moment, the only ones holding their ground were Yeon-shin, Ma Se-in, and a noble scion from the Shin family. However, only one person lifted a foot and moved. Yeon-shin felt the mysterious breeze emanating from the Lord of the Desolate Fortress's entire body. The streams of aura passing through his whole body sprouted new lightning bolts in his mind. Amidst the feeling of his soul being drawn into the Lord of the Desolate Fortress's eyes, the incantation to break the barrier of chi flowed from his mind naturally. This was resonance. A sky blue light flickered across Yeon-shin's eyes. The first step wasn't the splendid wing step. He merely took a step in maximum compliance with the energy. The purpose was different. The splendid wing step was a step that created intervals. Now the second step manifested. Thud. Around the foot he stepped, a wave of chi spread. The colorless wave spreading in all directions gently pushed away the Lord of the Desolate Fortress's green wind. Splendid wing step. A step that pierced through momentum. The crown flew off, and his long hair fell freely. No one in the hall opened their mouths anymore. At last, he climbed the platform with his cascading black hair. You may savor it. With a slight smile, the Lord of the Desolate Fortress stepped down. It was then. Unique and supreme. Every martial artist dreams like you do. Ma Se-in, who had been kneeling on one knee and biting his lip, shouted. His eyes were bloodshot. Whether it was due to the strain of enduring the aura or some overwhelming emotion, it was unclear. Had he only walked the path of success? He didn't seem in his right mind. But the martial world isn't like you think. Why do people establish sects, create families, and form alliances? I've decided to follow my grandfather's will. Aim for the position of the Desolate Ma Lord. With the main family's support, your status will rise once more. What are you talking about? Yeon-shin was at a loss. It was a public occasion. Even a correct statement should be reserved here. Moreover, wasn't it intertwined with family matters? It seemed he was remarkably clueless about discretion, but Ma Yeon-jik didn't stop his grandson. He simply watched Yeon-shin's lips. Ma Se-in continued. Set a date and compete with me. Defeat me fair and square for the future position of the Desolate Ma Lord. You can become the successor. It surpasses any elixir. The position where you can hold 100 swords is worth more than any elixir. The emotions seemed heightened by yet another defeat. It was incomprehensible. Were Ma Se-in's words his own will or Ma Yeon-jik's coercion? Yeon-shin thought it might be both. Grandfather wants to change the successor to you. Don't refuse. He knows you're reluctant. But there's no reason to be. The position of a leader, the head of a martial family, takes precedence over anything. It has always been human affairs, and it's also the truth of the martial world. Ma Seon, exhaling deeply, concluded. Yeon-shin looked at his distant relative as if he were crazy. Talking about such things here? Did he think it would be hard to refuse in front of those who didn't know the circumstances? Whoever's idea it was, it seemed they didn't know shame. Yeon-shin didn't nod. He sought different things. Maybe I would have done so already, if I could gain the fruits of the heavenly tree with the power of one family. The problem was that he couldn't. Furthermore, being tied to a family wouldn't allow his inspiration to thrive. Yeon-shin intuitively knew himself. The lord of the desolate fortress remained silent about Ma Yeon-jik's lifespan. Yeon-shin didn't want to beg for his life without compensation from others. It didn't seem it would help much. He quietly opened his mouth. You mentioned the truth of the martial world. I've experienced it well enough. Let me tell you. Yeon-shin stood alone on the platform. The figure of a boy wearing a blue robe and gazing down at the wine was striking. It reflected the demeanor of a swordsman standing alone against the world's harsh winds. He slowly extended his hand. This is. He lifted the wine cup he had grasped with his fingers. It was a cup he had claimed for himself. The martial world. The words he spoke as he brought the wine cup to his lips echoed vividly. The hall fell silent. In the silence, the sound of the Thunder Immortal's treasure wine passing down his throat began to resonate. Yeon-shin slowly drank the Thunder Immortal's treasure wine. As he drank and activated the Jeong family dynamic training, a strange phenomenon occurred. Nuchi slowly accumulated in his middle dantian. He looked through his body. There was no change at the Baiwi acupoint at the crown of his head. Because of this, he needed to distance himself from futile desires. This was why Yeon-shin didn't lean on the kindness of the lord of the desolate fortress. He didn't have high expectations, but he felt his strength draining a little. At times like these, even the power of his middle dantian was of no use. Despite experiencing something good, his mood was sinking. The lord of the desolate fortress, who wore a mysterious smile, came into his view. It was the first time he found her annoying. Yeon-shin looked around and clasped his hands together. I thank the many heroes who have witnessed this rite of passage. The humble etiquette of the spirited young man was a picturesque sight. One by one, people started to look pleased. They began to murmur among themselves. Is he a descendant of the Ma family? Indeed, the spirit of a noble family doesn't abandon its descendants. He intends to stand alone without relying on his family? Isn't that the demeanor of a grandmaster? He will establish his own legacy someday. Yeon-shin bowed once more and descended from the stage. He passed by his maternal grandfather, Ma Yeon-jik, who trembled slightly and stopped at Ma Seon's feet. Since Ma Seon was kneeling on one knee, Yeon-shin had to look down at him. Ma Seon's face was filled with a sense of emptiness. His thick eyebrows drooped as he wore a vacant expression. Yeon-shin could somewhat empathize with him. The boy, having discarded his pride first, would have fully submitted to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to discuss succession. Though it was a decision that would determine Ma Seon's life, Yeon-shin brushed it off with a drink. He sipped the Thunder Immortal's treasure wine he had earned himself and spoke of the martial world. Wandering alone in the martial realm. It meant he was content with roaming the world alone as a warrior of the desolate fortress. Anyone would feel a sense of futility. Yeon-shin opened his mouth. You look like you'll become a good family head. What? He walked past Ma Seon, who flinched and looked up. It was confirmed today. His maternal grandfather, Ma Yeon-jik, was not as good as the sword immortal of Jeongnan. Despite designating his two grandsons as successors, he kept an eye on Yeon-shin. If he could see the state of the upper dantian, his behavior would have been different. The sword immortal seemed to have sensed my constitution. Facing his bustling maternal family reminded him of the sword immortal of Jeongnan and Weiji Myohwa. The peaceful days of training. He thought spending the rest of his life in a famous mountain filled with the immortal energy of Jeongnan Mountain wouldn't be bad. I hope that life lasts at least 30 more years. Praying to Buddha and Yuanshi Tianzuan, he left the banquet hall. Ma Jin was already waiting for him, having left ahead of him. Confirming there was no one around, Yeon-shin asked directly. Have you not married, Captain? What? Aren't you the eldest son of the Ma family? You seem to be in your prime, yet there's a commotion about succession. I can't understand any reason for it. The scar crossing Ma Jin's face twisted slightly. He seemed somehow burdened. At that moment, Chang Myong leaned in from beside Yeon-shin, smiling brightly. He had also watched Yeon-shin's coming-of-age ceremony. Shouldn't lightning flash now? I'll tell him. Go ahead. Jeong Yeon waited until Ma Jin, who had turned his back, was quite far away. Yeon-shin, looking at the two with a puzzled expression, quickly closed his eyes and questions. Even a moment of time was precious. He was contemplating his middle dantian when it happened. When the captain was in a white uniform, he returned from a mission holding Miryeo's hand. You mean Senior Beck Miryeo? He opened his eyes. Jeong Yeon smiled casually. Yeah, back then, she was a little girl. About this tall. Jeong Yeon tapped his waist and continued speaking. They said she was brought from a sect with secret transmissions. She was to become a major force of the desolate fortress. But that wasn't the problem. The mission site was Xinjiang, a battlefield where the remnants of the destroyed demonic cult were rampant. The demonic cult? Yeon-shin asked reflexively. He knew it as the place where the Kunlun sect, once counted among the 9 great sects, had perished together. They had assisted in founding the Ming dynasty but became a deceptive religion. He had heard the stories of the old cult, where the supreme master of the demonic sect, known as the Heavenly Demon, often appeared and caused chaos. Yeah, it was a dangerous place for someone in a white uniform. The captain, who wanted the position of the Azure Dragon Squad, volunteered. They completed the mission, but during a fight with a powerful practitioner in Xinjiang, Myong trailed off. The smile that usually hung on his lips faded. Seeing Yeon-shin urge him with a look, he sighed and spoke again. He suffered a blow from the internal family unarmed arts. It was a vital point. The enemy struck his face with a leg technique, and the opponent dodged while closing in. What? They said he was a vicious fellow. Some seniors who went on the mission with him became captains, but even those not on good terms with him don't mention that incident. Since then, Captain Ma has been unable to perform a man's duties. That's why Miryeo regards him as a benefactor. How could she not? I understand. In fights between masters, it was said to be common to rise using the body. If one had learned the demon's light, they couldn't avoid using leg techniques, and lifting a leg to kick was akin to exposing the vital points at the center. The martial world was a perilous place. Injuries leading to disability were not uncommon. A young Ma Jin in a white uniform came to mind. Yeon-shin slowly opened his mouth. Kunlun Sect's Cloud Sword Dragon, Shaolin's Buddha's Light Flow. I understand their techniques for moving through the air. I'd like to see them. Myong smiled. It just so happens that the next mission might be in Hanam. We'll cooperate with Shaolin, so if luck is on your side, you might see it. Buddha's Light Flow, I mean. A month of rest was granted after the coming-of-age ceremony. It was a meaningless affair. Yeon-shin wanted to go on missions without rest. It might be a good idea to settle in Hanam in advance. Ma Jin, seated in the chief seat of the office, said. He interpreted Yeon-shin's usual gaze as something strangely awkward. Yeon-shin didn't mind and asked, what exactly is the mission? Annihilation. In this mission, we will sever one arm of the Blood Flame sect. If we're lucky, we might learn of their main headquarters. Taking a sip of tea, he spoke again. There was an apostle I fought while you were capturing Stealthy Demon. He was entirely black-haired. Not a single red hair remained. A monster surpassing the Blood Master sword. We've tracked his movements. Did he move from Shaanxi to Hanam? They say his trail ended at Pyeongjeong Mountain in Hanam. That's Shaolin's territory. Isn't Shaolin located on Mount Song in Zhengzhou? That's quite a distance. They are the foremost orthodox sect. It's said that all martial arts under heaven originate from Shaolin. There are few sects in the Central Plains where Shaolin martial arts haven't permeated. The number of secular sects is countless. You can consider all of Hanam province under Shaolin's influence. You, being from Hanam, must feel it. Ma Jin turned his gaze as he mentioned Yeon-shin's origin. As his uncle, his heart seemed troubled. Yeon-shin nodded, surprised in another aspect. It was the first time he saw a supreme master of the desolate fortress respect a martial sect so much. In an era where the identity of the group one belonged to was their identity. It was said that few among the experts of the desolate fortress observed the martial world from a perspective of the people. To them, martial artists were potential rebels with power and rogues disrupting public order. Mount Song Shaolin. Truly a sect that reaches the world. Their power and reputation were stronger than anywhere else in the martial world. Yeon-shin felt his heart pounding for once. Mount Song was the birthplace of martial arts in the Central Plains. He wondered what inspiration Shaolin's martial arts would give him. But isn't dealing with the Blood Flame sect something the Shaolin can handle? Though monks chant destroy evil and uphold righteousness and eradicate demons and evil, this is the desolate fortress. We can't just sit idly by. We'll personally sever their heads. Apostles and many blood master swords. What's the composition of the team? Demon Wings Squad 1 and Squad 2 will accompany me. Demon Wings Squad 1. After completing the mission in Shaanxi, Ma Jin formed it. Jeong Yeon-shin, Hein Wenchang, Chong Myong, and Baek Mir-yeo were grouped together. It was a reorganization of Demon Wings by group. He said it was to make it easier to coordinate. Does our group not need to rest? They're all like you. Either they love gaining merits or enjoy wandering the martial world. It seemed like the former referred to Yeon-shin and Mir-yeo, while the latter referred to Wenchang and Myong. I understand. Then I'll take my leave. Rest. Leaving Ma Jin, who was completing the arrangements, behind, he exited the office. As he descended outside, a crimson shadow was cast across the sky. Instead of heading to the training hall, he made his way to his room. Yeon-shin immediately lay down on the bed. The sound of bustling activity was ringing. It seemed seniors in other rooms were having a drinking session. From farther away, he sensed the clashes in the training hall. The singing of swords, the grand shouts, the laughter washing away fatigue, the clinking of cups. Sunlight smeared on the papered door swept beside his face. It was the touch of the sunset hanging at the end of the day. His crown felt hot. It was always like this around this time. Since when was it? The upper dantian invited the energy of nature to dance within him. The more he played, the larger his house became. Regardless of the owner's will. It was when the boundary between day and night blurred. The laughter of seniors enjoying drinks and songs grew louder. It seemed they were having fun. Suddenly, he imagined shouting loudly for them to stop. Yeon-shin closed his eyes. In his darkened vision, blue clothes shimmered. It was like being doused with cold water. In an instant, all senses in his body returned to reality. No one was watching now. He curled up in bed. Once more. Before him lay the final mission of the Azure Dragon Squad. The wind sweeping across his cheeks was fierce. It was because he was galloping on a horse. Yeon-shin glanced around from atop the fine steed. This proves the magnitude of this task. 8 others were riding alongside him. It was a number he had never experienced in a mission before. A formidable company. There were 9 experts of demon wings from the desolate fortress. Whether it's a guest house or a tavern, we'll rest there. Entering the marketplace, Ma Jin's voice echoed as if imbued with a thread of qi. The pedestrians, who had been running with anxious faces, brightened upon seeing the warriors of the desolate fortress. The desolate fortress was not merely a sect that stayed in a desolate state. It was said to have won the hearts of the people more than most inspectors. They broke the swords of the martial artists who threatened them. The party stopped in front of a tavern. It looked quite large but appeared roughly constructed. However, it was the best building in the vicinity. Hein Wenchang, who dismounted from his horse, looked around. Is this Shinya County? It's different from what I heard. To pass through Hanam from the desolate fortress, they had to go through Shinya County. They had already passed the site where the Jeong family's estate once stood. It was completely in ruins. It seemed stealthy demon's words were true. Not a single tree was visible on the mountain behind it. He said they burned it all down. Baek Mir-yeo glanced at Yeon-shin's expressionless face. She soon began fiddling with her long, white fingers and spoke. With the old guard gone, it's only natural that the black factions would run rampant. The back alley thugs are probably managing it all. It was then. With the Jeong family gone, it's like heaven. The leader was astonished. The income from the forests they monopolized is just. The Blood Flame sect did us a favor. I thought I'd have to resort to gambling if I got kicked out of the organization. A coward like you learning blood arts? What a joke. Rowdy voices were echoing outside. It was the largest tavern in Shinya County. The identity of the gathered people was obvious. The fact that they casually discussed joining the Blood Flame sect showed they lived without fear. Yeon-shin's brow furrowed. Income from the forests. He recalled the day he left to join the desolate fortress. The chief steward had said he would manage it. It was not money meant to fall into the hands of the black faction. Let's go in. While Chong Myong entrusted the horses to the stable boy, Yeon-shin took the lead. Even the experts of Demon Wing's 2 group, being his seniors, followed his lead. They were good people. As they parted the fluttering curtains and entered, the noise momentarily ceased. Contrary to its appearance, the interior was quite spacious. There was a bald man with an axe, a man performing tricks with a dagger, and another with an open shirt. Men of various appearances, each accompanied by a courtesan, were laughing slyly. They seemed to be warriors of the Black faction, but none of them looked familiar. It was as if they had all come from other regions. Yeon-shin took a step forward and spoke calmly. "You all. Explain about the Jeong family's land." "What?" One of them sneered. Just as he was about to say something about kids, it happened. Hein Wen-chang suddenly stepped forward and flipped the hem of Yeon-shin's robe over his shoulder. The skill surpassed that of most joint locks. Yeon-shin understood now. It was the way seniors who had ventured into the martial world skipped over nuisances. Upon seeing the character for Desolate, the lips of the man who was about to speak froze as if they had turned to stone. The crowd began to murmur. "Speak," Yeon-shin said without concern. The martial artists whispered among themselves. "The Desolate Fortress. That can't be. Why would the Desolate Fortress come here? The eminent monks of Shaolin were with the magistrate bastard. There's no way the Desolate Fortress wouldn't show up." They truly displayed the chaos of the Black factions. When the back alley ruffians learned low-level martial arts and became martial artists, they were called the Black faction. They were those who failed to become proper martial artists. It was then that a hefty, bald brute pulled the axe he had stuck into the table. The man seemed to have learned martial arts befitting his natural strength. His eyes, bloodshot with drunkenness, glared at Yeon-shin. "This brat is an expert from the Desolate Fortress? These guys are brothers." The man gripped the axe handle and suddenly hurled it. The sound of the air being torn was intense. Wen-chang remained motionless with his arms crossed. He even smiled. Boom! Yeon-shin drew his sword in the blink of an eye and deflected it away. The axe shattered into pieces instantly. The sudden surge of power in his hand gripping the desolate sword created a gust of wind. Some fragments of the axe scattered in the air, channeling the power of a fist into a sword strike. Wen-chang, who was smiling nonchalantly nearby, exclaimed in admiration. He seemed to have recognized it as the point-blank blast of the second tier of the Eternal Blossom Fist. Perhaps it was because Yeon-shin created and used his own martial arts. He had easily reached the stage where he could freely infuse different energies into his attacks. The Desolate Fortress, 9 great sects, and 13 heavens are like clouds above. At that moment, he realized that his martial arts belonged to a different world than the average local martial artists. Compared to the fierce Azura sword of the Tyrant Sword sect, it felt as trivial as a fly. He didn't even need to use the Fatebreaker's Codex to stack chi. The axe throw felt incredibly light. Was throwing axes your way of starting a conversation? As he stepped forward with his sword lowered, the members of the Black faction were terrified. Yeon-shin paid no mind and approached confidently. Even if he left the others alone, he couldn't leave the hefty bald man. The throw was clearly an attempt to kill. How lightly he had used his hands until now, it was as natural as flowing water. It was different from the Mantis sect, which had to face Yeon-shin within its own martial arts sect. There would have been more than a few commoners who had been victimized. Wait, let's talk. The man seemed to have lost the will to resist after witnessing the power of the point-blank blast. At the same time, the desolate sword flashed. The white light spreading from the long blade illuminated the man's despairing face. Shadash! The splattered blood shone vividly, as if urging for an answer. The remaining men's complexions changed. After the Jeong family's annihilation, rumors spread of a bloody wind blowing through the marketplace. There had been a war among the Black factions over the local market. He heard the story. The chief steward of the Jeong family had formed a merchant group amidst the chaos and grew it with incredible skill. Their main trade was in agricultural products, and their skill in negotiation and distribution was such that they quickly expanded beyond Shinya County. However, the estate's forests and assets were the foundation of the merchant group. The Black faction martial artists wouldn't leave it alone. They said they blinded the magistrate with great wealth, then attacked and dismantled the merchant group. A sect called Shinya Baekmu faction was thus formed. Rotten bastards. Wen-chang was furious. The courtesans who had been with the martial artists of the Shinya Baekmu faction quietly returned to the brothel. They didn't even scream. It seemed they were accustomed to blood. It was unclear what the magistrate was doing. I believe you can handle it well. A day should suffice, right? Considering it's the land of your family. If you ask, I can help. It was a trivial matter for the experts of demon wings. The seniors patted Yeon-shin, the youngest, on the head or shoulders and headed to the guest rooms. With his calm nature and stable martial prowess, Lightning Flash had already gained trust within demon wings through just 2 missions. Can I punish the magistrate? It's possible once you become a black robe. Yeon-shin's question was answered by Ma Jin. He continued speaking. You've already annihilated the Mantis sect alone. You are clearly stronger than back then. A local black faction like the one in Shinya County shouldn't be difficult. Do you need any more help? I appreciate the offer, but no, thank you. I'll investigate this magistrate thoroughly upon my return. Much seems likely to surface. With words of gratitude, Yeon-shin bowed. As he turned, Won-chung was smiling brightly. I'll go with you. Sending a young master like Jeong on a righteous journey alone? The name Lightning Flash would be insulted. It's not a righteous journey, though. How is sweeping away a black faction sect not a task for a hero? Others fear even a scratch and won't do it. Should I add your name to the Jeong family's fish scale map? The fish scale map was a detailed land registry. It was a joke suggesting they might give him a piece of land, but Won-chung shook his head seriously. The true hero doesn't accept rewards. He seemed like an unreliable figure in the desolate fortress. Recently, Yeon-shin often thought this. Wasn't Won-chung truly a great hero worthy of being in stories? He was also a handsome man with a hearty impression. The hero's headband on his forehead suited him perfectly. It just doesn't feel real yet. The two headed straight for the Shinya Baekmu faction. It was not far away. They arrived without needing to use the desolate fortress's martial arts techniques. It seemed like they were using a small manor of a local power as it was, with an antique front gate firmly closed. It's almost a shame to cut it down. Contrary to his words, Hien Won-chang had already drawn his desolate sword. With a single step of his footwork, he spun like a northern wind. The refined force on his sword's edge rang sharply, and as the rotational strike severed the gate, Yeon-shin stomped the ground. Crack dash! Wooden fragments scattered in the wind enveloping Yeon-shin's body. Through the now open view, martial artists armed with various weapons came into sight. They were already prepared. It was said that it was the larger sects that hesitated to clash with the desolate fortress. Smaller sects were often ignorant of the news and did not easily sense rumors. They lacked the ability to know their enemies. It reminded him of Chong Myong's comment about how the term ignorant applied to such people. The Shinya Baekmu faction. Their attitude was truly arrogant. Only 2 ignorant fools came. I'll make fertilizer out of you as well. A man with an arrogant expression and imposing stature emerged. He seemed to be the leader, the master of the Shinya Baekmu faction. What are you waiting for? Kill them. Yeon-shin didn't stop his charge. With a hazy beam of light, the radiant sword style brushed past the master's neck. He had just broken the dantians of the underlings and collected documents related to the Jeong family. For people crossed the threshold of the Shinya Baekmu faction. Their eyes scanned the surroundings, filled with shock and amazement. It seemed due to the many black faction martial artists lying groaning on the ground. Oh, it's too late already. What on earth is this? 2 monks, an older middle-aged man, and the magistrate of Shinya County dressed in official robes. It seemed they had heard rumors from the tavern and came. Aren't you a child of the Jeong family? The chubby-faced magistrate recognized Yeon-shin. Even without frequent interactions, they knew each other's faces. The martial sects and the magistrates were not separate entities. It was common for the martial sects to aid in maintaining order when manpower was lacking. Likewise, the magistrate often provided convenience in tribute and business, forming a symbiotic relationship. The desolate fortress? Is that you? Young master. Leaving the stammering magistrate behind, a person rushed to stand before him. You've truly become a martial artist of the desolate fortress. Wearing a blue robe indeed. It's like a dream. The middle-aged man's face brightened, the chief steward of the Jeong family. It seemed the rumors of Lightning Flash's exploits in Shaanxi hadn't yet reached Hanam. I heard you were not doing well, chief steward. I lacked strength. The chief steward gave a wry smile. Yeon-shin narrowed his eyes. The aura approaching was different than before. It was quite clear and weighty. It was a change unlikely without studying proper orthodox martial arts. Did you join an orthodox sect? Yes. At my age, I became a secular disciple of the Shaolin Monastery. Fortune favored me. I am truly grateful. It was indeed a surprising event. Expressing the ups and downs from losing the merchant group to becoming a Shaolin disciple in words would take a long time. The expression on his face revealing complex emotions was enough. The chief steward seemed to have sought the help of Shaolin to eradicate the black faction in Xinye. During the catastrophe that annihilated the Jeong family, he felt his extraordinary nature. Such an exceptional man was rotting in the Jeong family. He introduced the old monk standing quietly beside him. This is my master. I am one Jeong. The old monk in yellow robes raised his right hand in front of his chest. It was called a half bow, a unique Shaolin gesture. His face, staring intently at Yeon-shin, was weathered with time. So, you're venerable one Jeong. I am Jeong Yeon-shin of the desolate fortress. When Yeon-shin made a fist salute, a voice interrupted. The young hero's skills are truly remarkable. I am Gak Jeong. A young martial monk who had been looking around approached. He was very handsome. His neat head and generous, long ears were impressive. A martial monk of Shaolin's famous elven race. Before speaking with them, discerning their status was difficult, but it was clear he wasn't of elder-level age. Little divine monk Gak Jeong. His name was already well known. He was said to be one of the 18 arhats of the Shaolin Monastery and a master of Shaolin martial arts. He wasn't an ordinary prodigy. Master, may I speak with this person? As you wish. But before that, Venerable One Jeong, with his weary eyes, looked directly at Yeon-shin. Do you have any connection with our monastery? It is my first time meeting Shaolin experts. However, your body is quite remarkable. It's as if you have mastered the I Ching Sutra. The I Ching Sutra. It was a martial art known to all martial artists. Its origin was widely recognized. It was said that the great master De Mo created it to cultivate the bodies and internal energy of monks. The 72 arts of Shaolin were said to begin and end with the I Ching Sutra. The chief steward, as well as Gak Jeong, widened their eyes. Come to think of it, the words of Gak Jeong, who was examining Yeon-shin's physique, trailed off. The chief steward just stood quietly, filled with admiration. Even though he knew Yeon-shin had been cultivating his body for nearly 10 years by creating Jeong family dynamic training, he was still amazed. Though he had become a secular disciple of Shaolin, he didn't speak carelessly. Young hero Jeong, I don't think you have stolen and learned our temple's secret arts. That's impossible. Gak Jeong spoke up. However, I have a good idea. I understand that your skills are quite reasonable from a secular point of view. But, from the perspective of someone who has only honed martial arts and the Buddha's way in the mountain temple, it seems a bit excessive. Since it's certain you'll become one of the top masters in the world, this humble monk cannot help but be concerned. What are you trying to say? A martial artist speaks with martial prowess. I have mastered the Iron Palm, I Ching Sutra, and some of the 72 arts external techniques. Although I Ching Sutra includes internal techniques, you seem to have cultivated your body with a dynamic art. How about granting the victor's request by competing with physical achievements? If you accept, I will give you this. Gak Jeong took out a small wooden box from his robe and opened it. A pungent herbal scent wafted out, revealing a small pill. It's the bright pure pill. I have made it by transmitting my clan's secret art to our temple's medicine king hall. The bright pure pill. One Chang, who had been watching nonchalantly, was suddenly startled. He had just come out from the pavilion after searching for wealth to distribute to the commoners. While the renown of the great elixir and lesser elixir encompassed the world, recently, medicines like the bright pure pill from Shaolin were gaining a reputation. It was said to rapidly heal injured meridians. It was due to the fusion of Shaolin's Medicine King Hall's medical skills and the elven secret techniques. I've heard it's quite a precious medicine. Even if one suffered internal injuries, they could immediately fight again. Perhaps this was Shaolin's fair-mindedness. Their cautious offer of medicine first, despite wanting to guide him, was impressive. It would be a rare thing in other martial sects. Yeon-shin stared quietly into Gak Jeong's clear eyes and nodded. As he accepted the wooden box, Gak Jeong grinned. I'll try my best. Haha, thank you for accepting my meddling. And you never know, young hero. You might need to take that medicine immediately. It was an interesting challenge. He was implying that Yeon-shin might suffer internal injuries while competing with him. Considering the formidable Shaolin martial arts and the little divine monk's fame, it was quite plausible. What is your request, master? If I win, listen to my Buddhist lecture for one shurchen. What? Did you think I'd ask you to shave your head and join the main temple? Gak Jeong, who was loosening his limbs, seemed like an intriguing person to Yeon-shin. The mix of a martial artist's competitive spirit and a Buddhist disciple's transcendence seemed to create a peculiar personality. It wasn't a bad feeling. Let's begin. Good. As he took his stance, Yeon-shin instinctively knew. If they used internal energy, he would still be far behind the little divine monk Gak Jeong. However, the degree of physical training was different. He had achieved greatness by training solely with Jeong family dynamic training for a long time. He thought it was worth a try. Smack. As soon as the martial competition began, dazzling fists and kicks poured in. Fists and legs traced all sorts of trajectories, striking his entire body. Only his eyes moved as he wished. He absorbed the essence of the Shaolin fist and kick techniques one by one. Parak. Thud. The fist that struck his shoulder wasn't light. Without any chi, powerful martial arts flowed from Gak Jeong's body. For 20 exchanges, Yeon-shin didn't make a single effective counterattack. It was then. Suddenly, Gak Jeong's robes flapped with discipline. It was only for a moment. With 2 steps of the point-blank blast, he suddenly charged at a forward angle. It seemed to be the Dragon Fist, one of the 5 Shaolin fists. Thwack dash. The rising fist erupted from his solar plexus. Was it a technique that embodied a dragon's ascent within a human body? Even without any internal energy, a cloud of dust rose. It was as if he had intended to kill him. Instead, Gak Jeong was pushed back 2 steps. The footprints imprinted on the dirt floor were deep. Yeon-shin stood quietly with a serene face. He remained in the exact spot where he had been standing when the martial competition began. Have you finished, master? He asked quietly. The Shaolin martial arts style had a grandeur and discipline that seemed to even contain the power of spirits. At first glance, it seemed simple, but that was not the case. The intricacies involved in its striking techniques were profound and complex. However, Yeon-shin had seen enough of Gak Jeong's hand and leg techniques. Yeon-shin didn't wait for an answer. He twisted from his heel. Simultaneously, he felt a flow from his waist to his right arm. It was free and powerful. Whoosh! Though it appeared simple, it generated immense force with minimal movement. He instinctively demonstrated the profound principle of moving 1,000 pounds with just 4 ounces. Originally, this principle was about countering a powerful blow with minimal force. However, now it was different. With a short step forward, he launched a powerful right punch. Thud! Gak Jeong's body wavered as Yeon-shin's punch struck his side. His eyes widened in shock. Even Yeon-shin, who delivered the punch, felt its considerable weight. For Gak Jeong, it would have been strange not to feel the force. The brawl commenced. Complex trajectories and afterimages of hands and feet entangled. During the exchange, Yeon-shin took more hits. From the start, his experience and martial arts depth couldn't compare. Yet it was enjoyable. The techniques executed without the aid of the demon's light felt utterly fresh. Meanwhile, the impact of his opponent's fists and feet didn't penetrate deeply. There was no pain, only the pleasure of hitting. His body had already surpassed even that of a little divine monk. Swish thud. Yeon-shin feigned a move with the broad left sleeve of his robe. Simultaneously, his right fist crushed the fabric of Gak Jeong's shoulder. The rough texture of the monk's robe was deeply felt. Each time Yeon-shin's single strike landed, Gak Jeong staggered. A distant elderly voice was heard. Did he take the forms and styles of the 5 Shaolin fists? No, that's not it. The principle is the same, but it's even higher. The range of application in martial arts and force has increased. How's that possible? It's like he's creating a new martial art. Won Chong glanced at the constantly muttering monk Won Jong beside him. Not all the high-ranking monks of Shaolin were renowned. Besides the martial monks, there were many other monks. These included the Mudu monks, who studied martial theory, and the Hak monks, who devoted themselves to Buddhist practice. Monk Won Jong was different from little divine monk Gak Jeong. It was a dharma name he had never heard before. When you dedicate yourself to a field in the mountains, I suppose you can end up like that. Don't you think? HM? Wonchong sidled up to Ji Hyan, trying to be friendly. Ji Hyan, from Shinya County, shook his head and couldn't hide his awkward expression, but Hyan Wonchong didn't mind. Those who know about Master Zhong's body. Even in demon wings, he's considered a supernatural strength. Once, when Master Zhong was bathing, the maidens who tended to the pavilion fetched water and then snuck back to watch him. Anyway, they were quite bold, being people from Desolate Fortress. And then what happened? Why do you ask? I'm not really curious. Others listen with great interest. While they conversed, a decision was reached. Gak Jeong and Yeon-shin stepped back simultaneously, as if they were reflections of each other. If we continue, we'll end up using the bright pure pill. Either one of us. I have learned a great deal. I shall listen to the monk's teachings. Yeon-shin's calm words made Gak Jeong laugh heartily. You have a truly pure nature. If only I had a disciple like you under me. But in reality, they're all so arrogant, they don't heed either martial arts or Buddhism. Anyway, I couldn't defeat you. To be honest. Gak Jeong, who is like a guardian god of Indian Buddhism, had a strangely stiff smile. He continued to speak slowly. I was afraid. Your techniques were gradually taking effect, and it seemed like they'd soon be destroyed one by one. This is my defeat as well, but if you'll listen to my teachings, I, too, will someday fulfill your request. Sounds good. Yeon-shin nodded readily. He gained 3 things today, all significant. Experiencing the hand and leg techniques of Shaolin firsthand would greatly enhance his martial arts. The famous and peculiar bright pure pill could save his life once. Having the right to ask a favor from little divine monk in the martial world was also a great asset. Shinya Baekma faction. Our connection continues like this. Feeling the mysteries of the martial world, Yeon-shin moved together with monk Gak Jeong. Beyond the twilight's faint light, the moon rose white. It seemed he wouldn't return to the guest room tonight. He gestured toward the henchmen of the black faction, who were looking at them with overwhelmed eyes. They decided to listen to the teachings and rest in the quickly tidied pavilion. Ji Hyan from Shinya County fled in shock. The wealth he received from Shinya Baekmu faction seemed considerable. Yeon-shin hoped Ma Jin would handle it appropriately. The first patriarch of Chinese Zen Buddhism, the first patriarch of Daemo said. With Gak Jeong's Buddhist lecture, the day ended. It was an anecdote about how Daemo told Haik that an uneasy mind has no substance. At a young age, the harsh battles Yeon-shin had experienced sharpened his mind like a blade. On the other hand, his dulled heart towards others' lives, combined with his terminal illness, emitted a murderous aura. It was said that Zen Buddhism transmits its teachings orally. Yeon-shin's anxiety didn't disappear immediately with a single lecture. However, he was able to learn the principles that permeated through the martial arts of Buddhism. It was a new world. For a moment, a sky-blue light flickered in Yeon-shin's eyes. During that time, Monk Wonjong continued to gaze at him from one side of the bed. At the time when dawn seemed more like twilight, everyone rose. They shared breakfast while watching the verbal sparring between Wonjong and Gak Jeong. Yeon-shin and Wonchong silently listened to the argument between the two monks as they moved their spoons. It seemed like a regular occurrence, but the chief steward looked pale as if he couldn't breathe. The phrase, vanquishing evil and preserving the truth, isn't just an abstract part of the doctrine. It's a real force. The ability to eradicate the power accumulated by vile groups like the Blood Flame sect. Sorcery and martial arts were originally one. The unfathomable skills of the sages were divided into 2 and named so. You're creating martial arts to kill the leader of the Blood Flame sect. And you're a person who has taken refuge in the Dharma. Gak Jeong leaned over and whispered to Yeon-shin, as if wanting him to hear. Even Yeon-shin himself didn't know when they had become so close. It doesn't seem like something you should reveal about the sect. Their behavior, like that of a grandfather and grandson, was rather childish. It shattered any vague notions about Shaolin. How is that wrong? It's something that must be done for all living beings in the world. Indeed. If there's an opportunity, you must open the path to life. But your mentor is dedicating his life to killing people. That's a life without hell. How can you not consider the feelings of the disciples and followers? My torment cannot be resolved through penance. I realized this after facing the wall for over 10 years. The leader of the Blood Flame sect must die for me to live. Yeon-shin was slightly surprised. Facing the wall was a renowned form of training. It was a practice of meditation by staring at a wall. It originated from the tale that Daemo sat facing a wall for 9 years and attained enlightenment. Did the Blood Flame sect massacre his family? Like mine. But Gak Jeong seemed indifferent. He spoke as if he had heard the same words dozens of times. From the beginning, our sect's great wisdom and great power were sufficient to counter blood techniques. Shaolin martial arts have always been strong against blood techniques. There is no more extreme antagonism. Isn't the leader of the Blood Flame sect still alive? Because that's not enough. What you're seeking is the creation of an entirely new system. It's something that would take 100 years to achieve. The martial arts and Dharma techniques were originally won in Shaolin martial arts. I've told you this many times. If we had the lost Avalokitesvara's green steel hand, we could crush the skulls of those sect demons. Please mind your words. And how could you replace the burned-out martial arts with secret techniques? No, never mind. It wasn't until Gak Jeong shook his head that the meal ended. The 5 people stood up amidst the awkward atmosphere. Only Yeon-shin's expression remained peculiar. Avalokitesvara's green steel hand. From what I heard, it seemed to possess tremendous power against the Blood Flame sect. A martial art imbued with the Dharma power of Buddha. It piqued my interest. I also learned that martial arts had polar opposites. There existed fundamental differences in nature, distinct from countering techniques. A martial art specialized in one aspect. How fascinating. There were many strong individuals, including those in blue and black uniforms. For Yeon-shin, whose martial arts level was still lacking, it was a new clue. Just knowing that such a thing existed could help create something. The principles contained in the forms and styles of Shaolin martial arts. The ideas that penetrated the Zen Buddhism of Shaolin. Understanding the forms and the intent that infused chi into the techniques was tantamount to giving everything to Yeon-shin. At that moment, I wondered why you didn't return by morning. I knew you wouldn't fall to the likes of the Black Faction. Ma Jin approached with astonishing agility. Behind him, the Masters of Demon Wings crossed the front gate of Shinya Baekmu faction. Glancing over Won Jeong, Gak Jeong, and the chief steward, Ma Jin spoke again. The Shaolin monks are here. We have no time for greetings, as we are surrounded. Did you say surrounded? Yeon-shin asked. It's the Blood Flame sect. The information leaked. It seems the Hao clan has indeed betrayed us, but we must survive first. His tone wasn't leisurely. There was tension. It was hard to believe this was someone from the Black Faction of Desolate Fortress speaking. Yeon-shin glanced around. He realized they were now facing the true force of the Blood Flame sect. At some point, the sounds of birds in the surrounding forest ceased. Suddenly, there was a chill in the air. It felt like something was crawling along his cheek. The sound that brushed past his ear was eerie. The encirclement of martial factions was said to be extensive in area. There was even a saying about the web spread across heaven and earth. We will break through the main gate, Ma Jin said. He was already holding a massive broadsword. The warriors of Demon Wings drew their weapons. Yeon-shin felt it. Even the masters who didn't make a sound of drawing their swords were tense. Chong Myong and Baekmir Yeo stood close to him. Hein Won Chong was with them too. If you get separated from the group, meet at the Desolate Ma family. It's a martial family in Pyeongjong Mountain. They also serve as the Hunan branch of Desolate Fortress. If you survive, you'll receive a warm welcome. Was that a joke? Before people could chuckle at Chong Myong's offhand remark. With a crash, a section of the wall shattered. A presence walked forward with clear footsteps, as if it were a doorway through anything in its path. Step. It was an eerily beautiful woman. Black hair and red eyes. It was an unfamiliar appearance. Hello. Her speech was casual and light. Her hair fluttered in the breeze, pitch black. It wasn't just dark. Like the black cloak she wore, it felt darker than the night sky. In contrast, her lips were so red they seemed to be constantly stained with blood. They stood out starkly against her white skin. The aura she wore around her entire body was unsettling. Even the fluttering hem of her cloak seemed eerie. That's her. Yeon-shin knew the moment he saw her. In the Blood Flame sect, as a martial artist's skills increased, their red hair turned black. Her hair was truly jet black. She was an apostle of the Blood Flame sect. If it was a woman, she would be the 7th apostle. She was already known for her powerful martial prowess and ruthless nature. 7th apostle. Ma Jin's voice was like a growl drawn from deep within his abdomen. How foolish. to not even realize you were ambushed. Her voice was melodious. The seventh apostle of the Blood Flame sect walked forward with a bright red smile. Her light steps carried an alluring grace and a terrifying aura. There was an atmosphere reminiscent of a quagmire. It was a world apart from the Bloodmasters. Your lightning flash, the future of Desolate Fortress. She stopped 10 paces ahead, her gaze fixed on Yeon-shin. Her eyes were like polished jade stained with blood. The deep red pupils seemed to carry interest. She smiled. Your neck is quite beautiful. Look at me, seventh apostle. The seventh apostle glanced indifferently at Ma Jin, who had taken a step forward. With a flick of her long fingers, the members of the Blood Flame sect appeared from all directions. Yeon-shin felt his vision turn red. There were easily 100 red heads, and he could see 20 Blood Masters. Here. The seventh apostle moved her lips. I will kill the future and present of Demon Wings. Simultaneously, her hand blurred. While Demon Wings and Shaolin Masters were assessing the enemy's strength. With a sinister aura, she charged like a blood-red lightning bolt. A crimson dagger flashed as it seemed to pierce through Yeon-shin's forehead. Slash! Yeon-shin twisted his body, catching it. His body seemed to instinctively react to the sinister force before he even realized it. The shockwave from the attack was so immense that he took a step back. The energy lingering in his grip felt unfamiliar. It dissipated the chi of blood techniques infused in the dagger. It was as if Gak Zhong's lecture echoed in his ears all night. May the 3 poisons be eternally vanquished, and the 6 senses always be purified. The meaning of the Buddhist scriptures and the forms of Shaolin martial arts were converging into a kind of mantra. Could it be that Demo also created it this way? At this moment, an incomplete martial art sprouted. The masters of Demon Wings turned their heads in surprise. Occasionally shining with blue light, Yeon-shin's eyes had subtly turned blue. The apostle uses the martial arts of the Blood Flame sect too. Yeon-shin spoke. The seventh apostle laughed, as if she found it amusing. Watching her quietly, Yeon-shin slowly opened his mouth again. Your martial arts are easy to handle, he said, his eyes flashing with a blue light. Martial arts powered by Dharma. Truly. One Jeong exclaimed in shock as he looked at Yeon-shin. His wrinkled eyes trembled as if he were utterly surprised. In contrast, the seventh apostle seemed more relaxed. Easy to handle, you say? It seems like Shaolin-level martial arts, but it's only somewhat strong against blood arts. It's not enough to surpass my skills. You're still far below me, quite adorable. The seventh apostle smirked, her figure seemingly disappearing as she split apart. The fiery aura she unleashed was enormous. This time, even Yeon-shin couldn't react. Boom! Ma Jin stepped in to block. The collision of the 2 top experts distorted the air. A formidable force emanated from Ma Jin's advancing body. The massive sword of the Demon Wings seemed to have enough power to push away the seventh apostle's hand. She narrowed her eyes. Demon Wings leader. So you had high hopes for the youngster named Lightning Flash? Shut up. Attack. At the seventh apostle's brief utterance, the members of the Blood Flame sect responded. It was an invitation to chaos. They surrounded them with their banners, converging from all sides. The sheer number of them created a feeling of being in the middle of a battlefield. Blood-red heads were visible from all directions. The sharpness of various weapons echoed from all around. Yeon-shin saw their eyes, wide with madness. Every one of them had something beyond human in their crimson pupils. Monsters similar to the ones he had seen at the Jeong family estate were everywhere. He tightened his grip on his sword. Cling! He swung upward, completely shattering one opponent's sword. Stepping forward, he cut through to the neck. The sensation of striking bone lasted only a moment. The smoothly shattered trajectory entered the realm of ascending sword techniques. The desolate sword in his hand began to trace its path, emitting a faint light. Radiance. Beams of light flowed like waves, each one a sword strike. The radiant sword style he developed at Mount Jeongnan had an uninterrupted flow. It was different from when he only used the swift sword technique. Without exerting much force, he leaped over 3 swords and severed 5 necks. Seal his hands. Pierce his throat. The Blood Flame sect members were out of their minds. They attacked with methods he couldn't have imagined. Throwing themselves was commonplace. They seemed intent on exploiting every weak point, even attempting to grab and cling onto him. Some even tossed coins like hidden weapons. All of them were infused with qi, requiring deflection or evasion. Yeon-shin stepped on the splendid wing step, brushing past a crescent-shaped arc. Lightning flash. This way. Baekmiryeo's shout was drowned out by the force of the Bloodmaster's sword attacks. There were more than a few of them. At their level, there were more than 20 who reigned as kings. The leader is tied up with the seventh apostle, and there are more Bloodmasters than blue uniforms. He grasped the situation through the lens of group combat. Jeong Yeon and Baekmiryeo were said to be among the best of the blue uniform. The other blues also faced the Bloodmasters without retreating. What needed concern was Yeon-shin himself. With his left hand, he operated the mnemonic of the Eternal Blossom Fist. He unleashed the energy with a fist. Simultaneously, the atmosphere twisted. The second phase point-blank blast shattered both the arc and the enemy's head. Thud. Perhaps it was just before he turned into a Bloodmaster. The force bouncing back from his fist was substantial. Even so, it was a single blow. The nearby Demon Wings Senior watched in astonishment. It's still not enough. Overcoming the situation was impossible. He lacked the power to lead in the realm of the top masters. Such tasks were the responsibility of the desolate Fortress Black faction. Unless Ma Jin killed the seventh apostle, it wasn't a situation that could be easily resolved. Slash. With a swift sword-style radiant sword, he severed another neck in an instant. The enemy fell without sensing the sword strike. Simultaneously, Yeon-shin delved inward. The martial arts technique that had arisen when he grasped the seventh apostle's dagger sank again. He couldn't summon it at will. It seemed to be because the mnemonic hadn't fully materialized. Hap! An aged, hoarse voice cried out. It was close to Yeon-shin's left. When he turned his gaze, he saw Monk Won-jong unleashing a palm technique with a shout. He didn't feel a particularly strong aura. They called him a Mu-du monk. They were monks who studied the principles and mnemonics of martial arts. It was said that Shaolin's strength came from them. However, in the martial world, they didn't achieve the fame of the martial monks, so they rarely made a name for themselves. Then, aren't you dealing with even one? Kill the old monk first. Two Bloodmasters approached Monk Won-jong. Attacking a monk was taboo throughout the ages. However, they showed no hesitation in their actions. The doctrine of the Blood Flame sect freed them from worldly conventions. That was why they were part of the demonic sects. Yeon-shin swept his surroundings with all his senses. He had somehow drifted far from the demon wings. Did he have omnidirectional perception? Manipulating the distance in the chaos of masters' battles was a different matter. At this moment, he was the only one who could help Won-jong. He pushed off the ground. The wind he created brushed against his eyes. The figures of the grinning enemies rapidly grew larger. A dim light rose at the edge of his vision. It was the precursor of the radiant sword style imbued in the desolate sword. He cleaved through the strong wind that brushed over the back of his hand. Slice. The radiant sword struck the enemy's forehead as they turned to look. They fell instantly dead. The sword strike didn't stop. He turned his body and clashed with the one who had already prepared. Clang. What kind of swordsmanship? A look of dismay appeared in the eyes of the Bloodmaster. Yeon-shin wasn't at ease. The fact that the enemy was speaking indicated they still had energy. The Blood Flame sect believed in their numbers. As a demonic sect, they spread even further. It was paradoxical. Monk. To the north. Yeon-shin finally made a decision. Ma Jin had mentioned the desolate Ma family before the ambush. If they anticipated such a dispersal, it was something to include as an option. Following the demon's light martial arts, he kicked the back of the Bloodmaster's knee. It was a kick amplified by true chi from the Fatebreaker's Codex. With a thud, the enemy collapsed. He beheaded them and passed through. Slash. Monk Won-jong, who had been hidden behind the enemy's body, appeared. His eyes were wide open. I had a feeling you weren't ordinary when you faced Gak-jong. How do you possess such martial arts at your age? It's meaningless. Let's move. The battlefield kept expanding. It was because the Demon Wings and Shaolin were strong. The Shinya Baekma faction had long since left, and they had reached the point where they could touch the marketplace. Where are you going? Ask them. The Blood Flame sect seemed determined. 100 wasn't all of them. Seeing the endless stream of Blood Flame sect members, one wondered what the local soldiers were doing. He hadn't realized Shinya County had become so corrupt. At this point, it was a major battle in the martial world. Fortunately, the breakthrough path was good. It was because they had passed the tavern where Demon Wings had set up. They retrieved 2 fine horses and mounted them. He didn't worry about his companions. If I can escape, that means everyone can too. Among the Demon Wings masters who went on the mission, the only one weaker than Yeon-shin was Hien Wenchang. He wasn't greatly concerned about him either. Hien Wenchang was a master who layered the killing sword over the demon's light. It meant he was skilled in killing. In a melee, it was a sword technique more effective than any martial art. This way, Wenchang followed behind Yeon-shin as he spurred his horse. Only the sound of galloping filled the distance. All the nearby residences had locked their doors and trembled in silence. Yeon-shin felt apologetic as he thought of his companions. Returning would only be a burden. The 7th apostle was still a master he couldn't handle. Avoiding the battlefield where he couldn't protect himself was the way to help. The old monk who had become a temporary companion seemed to understand. Riding alongside him, Monk Won-jong spoke. They don't seem to be following us. Even for a blood master, it's tough for their movement skill to outpace a horse. Besides, we killed 2 of them. With that, he fell silent, his mind seeming preoccupied. Yeon-shin didn't mind, and he recalled the geography of Hanam in his mind. The map of the Central Plains was a treasure only accessible to those ranked as captains of the desolate fortress or higher, but Ma Jin had familiarized him with it for the mission. We need to cross the river. The horses' hooves soon reached the water's edge. They had completely left Shinya County behind. Let's take that. Do you mean that sightseeing boat? He hesitated to abandon the valuable horses, but fortunately, a leisurely cruise ship was passing by. It was a large flower boat with a canopy in the center. It was the season when young people enjoyed the spring air. Perhaps this was a common boat ride at this time. Because of the nearby incident, he couldn't feel at ease. Come here. Monk Won-jong spoke, infusing his words with inner energy. Yeon-shin muttered, "What did you say?" As a Mudu monk, he seemed to have devoted his life to Buddhist practice and martial arts mnemonics, with little experience of the world. For someone who had undergone years of wall-facing training, Monk Won-jang was quite eccentric. He might have held a high status before becoming a monk. The pleasure boat began to turn and approach. Yeon-shin's brows furrowed slightly. He saw 10 warriors standing guard. It was secondary to the young men and women who looked at them with strange smiles. In a world where swords were expensive, it wasn't easy to find warriors with the right disposition and martial skills to keep by one's side. Are they the offspring of a prestigious family? They seem to have properly learned martial arts. It reminded him of Jeong Yeol, who had tried to assassinate him by getting close. The boat now seemed even larger as it approached. The wooden structure was luxurious and well-joined. No matter how you looked at it, it was extraordinary. The first to speak was not the noble young men holding wine cups. It seems the venerable monk needs a traveling companion. A young lady, appearing to be the daughter of a powerful family, stood and approached the boat's edge. She seemed about 18 years old. Her attire matched her striking beauty, and she appeared to be the center of the group. Yeon-shin wasn't concerned with her appearance. His gaze fell on the sword hanging at her waist. He sensed auras. She was a martial artist. What sect could she belong to? He spoke to the young lady. The monk was dedicated to his practice and neglected manners. Please forgive him. What is he talking about? Monk Won-jong turned abruptly, but she laughed aloud. I was a bit bored, so this is amusing. Would you like to board the boat? As you can see, it can easily hold a couple of horses. There was no significant aura. Yeon-shin bowed slightly and stepped onto the boat. He ignored Monk Won-jong, who glanced at him sidelong. Inside, it was even more luxurious than outside, to the point where it was hard to distinguish between being on a boat or in a banquet hall. Those seated exchanged glances. They were mostly young men around the young lady's age, not feeling the need to stand up and greet them. The seated young lady nodded her head slightly. This is the meeting of the successors of the profound martial alliance. My fellow martial artists call me the Blossom of Sword Skill. The nickname Blossom of Sword Skill, meaning a flower with swordsmanship skills, was of no importance. At this moment, Yeon-shin's martial world expanded. Profound Martial Alliance. It was another of the 13 heavens. It was said to be as powerful as the Tyrant Sword Sect and the Blood Flame Sect. This was a gathering of successors from demonic sect factions. It seems the Profound Martial Alliance doesn't have a successor yet. None of them looked particularly strong. It could have been because Yeon-shin's standards had risen. These young men were also likely promising figures of the profound martial alliance. A noble young man sitting close to the blossom of sword skill leisurely propped his chin up. You seem like a martial artist from Desolate Fortress. What urgent business drives you to cross the river so quickly? There are Blood Flame sect members rampaging nearby. We were listening to the monk's teachings when we fled. Yeon-shin stated the facts and observed their reactions. He had said they were from the profound martial alliance. Although the 13 Heavens was not a single alliance, they often cooperated. There was a high possibility they already knew about the situation in Shinya County. As expected, they chuckled with peculiar expressions. The noble young man smiled. Desolate Fortress is wagging its tail at the 13 Heavens. Something interesting is happening. Laughter erupted from all around. This was not just a pleasure boat ride for the children of wealthy families. The elegant sneers filled the boat. Do you know? The blood-sucking ghosts worried about someone like you escaping. I didn't expect a Shaolin Mudu monk to be involved. It's the perfect place to silence someone. The blossom of sword skill laughed slightly. It seemed to be a remark comparing them to the water. It was hard to find bodies thrown into the river. The boat drifted farther from the shore. There was no turning back now. Amitba. Monk Wonjong quietly chanted the Buddha's name, and Yeon-shin silently grasped his sword hilt. Doesn't seem like you're afraid. Youngster. The blossom of sword skill muttered. She was already holding her sword. Should I spill some blood first? With a light remark, a surge of aura rose from her slender body. Her sword draw immediately followed, as if proving her nickname. The rising sword light aimed at an unexpected spot. A woman bringing food widened her eyes in shock. She seemed unrelated to the profound martial alliance. Such was the demonic sect. They treated human lives lightly. Seated opposite, Yeon-shin was already circulating Jeong family dynamic training. In one step, the wooden floor splintered. With his left hand, he gently pulled the woman's arm as he advanced. With anger rising like the river mist, he unleashed the desolate sword. The light of the radiant sword style dyed the mist white. The sword surged forward like lightning. Deflecting the blossom of sword skill sword, it raced on, slashing her throat. Slash. He was stronger than he had thought. As he straightened his posture and looked away from the rolling head. Don't play tricks. Yeon-shin spoke quietly. The ones who had been reaching for their weapons flinched in shock. The sneers that had filled the cabin turned to fear and panic. The highest martial artist among them had been the blossom of sword skill. What kind of swordsmanship is this? The noble young man stammered. The others couldn't even open their mouths, now resembling henchmen of the demonic sect rather than scions of a prestigious family. Only their insight into recognizing the essence of swordsmanship differed. Being on the water with an enemy superior in rank. There was no greater terror in the martial world. She is the treasured daughter of the Song family manor of the profound martial alliance. Aren't you afraid of the consequences? You should worry about the repercussions coming from the desolate fortress. You aimed for our necks. We'll head north for now. The decision will come later. You row. Having lost interest, he even sheathed his sword. Yeon-shin's face remained expressionless. The elite of the profound martial alliance must be elsewhere. Could they read his emotions on his face? The noble young man's face turned bright red. They called her the blossom of sword skill of the Song family manor. Don't you truly know her? We haven't exchanged names. He tapped his sword hilt. Demon wings, lightning flash. The stream leaving the lakeside rippled holding the sun. The deep martial alliance rising talents boat continued forward without stopping. Only the owner had changed. Meanwhile, Jeong Yeon-shin heard Master Wonjong's story. It was a tale like wind streams meandering with the waves. I was about your age. I was immature, with a body like a piglet. Unlike you who already stands tall as a martial artist. Early spring wind blew. The old monk's voice seemed to seep into the trees lining the riverbank. My family's prestige was high. My father was in the Forbidden City Star. Until he was framed and exiled, that is. Thanks to the Emperor's mercy toward loyal subjects, we barely kept our lives. Even that was a miracle. T/note, Forbidden City refers to Imperial Palace in Beijing, China. Then, at the place of exile, the family became a martial family with broken ties. Yes, we were suitable targets for the Blood Flame sect coveting true energy. When I returned from playing general with peers, No one was alive. Rumors said the Blood Flame sect leader came personally. I wailed before my father's withered corpse. His voice was passionate. Hatred unfaded by long years could be felt. Fortunately caught my master's eye while begging for alms and climbed Mount Song, but even after becoming a monk my afflictions didn't settle. I knew my own lack of talent. That's why I thought differently. Creating counter martial arts. Master Wonjong nodded at Jeong Yeon-shin's murmur. Let's restore martial arts with Buddha's Dharma power imbued, martial arts solely for destroying the Blood Flame sect. And have fellow disciples learn it. The talented Shaolin warrior monks would truly welcome it. But there was affliction here too. Even if created, it was problematic. Wouldn't it be pushing fellow disciples to their deaths? Against the Blood Flame sect leader. Jeong Yeon-shin agreed. He had heard the Blood Flame sect leader had supernatural powers. Though they said the 13 Heavens leaders were comparable to 9 sects leaders, in the vast world there were particularly powerful absolute beings. They said the Blood Flame sect leader, Shaolin Temple Abbot, and Desolate sect Divine Sword Squad leader were such people. The Demon Blade sect leader, too, was counted among the world's top in martial power. Even making such martial arts would be problematic. The Shaolin Abbot couldn't learn it personally and seek out the Blood Flame sect leader. Such was the weight of one leading an orthodox sect at the martial world's peak. If defeated, irreversible ripples would spread. That's how life is. No matter how hard you run, the end is rarely within grasp. You can only climb step by step. 16-year-old Jeong Yeon-shin spoke seriously. Master Wonjong, who had been staring at him blankly, turned his head again. Your enlightenment, having lived not even half my years, surpasses mine. My family too fell to the Blood Flame sect. The Tyrant Sword sect and its leader came together. You showed it. The martial arts I was only grasping the beginnings of. I won't ask how. They say a martial artist's secrets aren't to be pried into. Now I'm curious about only one thing. This time Jeong Yeon-shin turned his head to look at Master Wonjong's profile. The nameless river flowing into the Yellow River had no visible end. The old monk's figure gazing at the distant horizon seemed to speak of the life he had walked so far. He was a monk and martial artist who had held on to just one affliction in his life and couldn't let go. Master Wonjong spoke. Will you tell me how I can help? Just having martial arts that destroy evil and reveal righteousness emerge in the world would be enough. That achievement at that age. With your talent, you will surely reach the realm of Supreme Master someday. Thank you for your words. Jeong Yeon-shin brightened. He had just been feeling lacking. With only little divine monk Gak Jong's briefly learned Buddhism, it was hard to refine the chants. Originally, martial arts chants also organized the nature of intent to be contained in true energy. Even Marketplace's 3 Disasters Sword Technique Secret Manual has phrases like, when cutting horizontally, think of cutting heaven and earth. That's generally what martial artists called enlightenment in internal force work. It meant finding more appropriate intent than before and operating accumulated power. Though Jeong Yeon-shin could derive true energy operation methods from seeing most principles once, the power would inevitably be different when deeply delving into intent. He actively sat close to Master Wonjong. I believe you said it was the 10th chapter of the Diamond Sutra. Isn't there a passage in the chapter on the adornment of pure lands? There's a saying, one should develop a mind that dwells nowhere, yet brings forth that mind. What? I'm requesting a Dharma talk. The splendid pleasure boat flowed along the river a long time. The Deep Martial Alliance rising talents didn't actually row. Jeong Yeon-shin gathered them to one side. This time he didn't close off their dantian. It was because civilians were involved. Killing Sword Art Flower was enough. There was already a high possibility that harm would come to the boatmen and women. Cleanse the 6 senses purely, making the mind dwell nowhere. Jeong Yeon-shin stood quietly. Except when listening to Master Wonjong's Dharma talk, he closed his eyes and sank into meditation. Just his silence instilled fear. Jeong Yeon-shin had taken the head of the locally famous Sword Art Flower in one strike. To the Deep Martial Alliance's young people, it seemed like the arrogance and confidence of one who would lead the next desolate sect. He heard whispers about talent mistakenly bestowed by heaven. Jeong Yeon-shin inwardly gave a bitter smile. It didn't come across as wrong words. We'll get off here, he told the boatman. Jeong Yeon-shin glanced at Master Wonjang, who had disembarked first, and looked back. Perhaps they wanted to see them off. The lined-up Deep Martial Alliance rising talents hesitated. It was behavior Jeong Yeon-shin had never seen. Because the famous family teachings he knew didn't produce such crude ones. Not rising talents. It means best among juniors, but it's not a term that should be attached to just anyone. The Deep Martial Alliance was also a part of the 13 Heavens. He thought there must be separate rising talents. Someone like the Deep Martial Alliance leader's heir would be on a different level from these guys. Jeong Yeon-shin opened his mouth. What are you doing? Trash wanting to stay with civilian people? Ridiculous thought. Get off. We're going to the righteous Heaven Sword family together. I'll leave your punishment to Desolate Sect. You're lucky. You won't die right away. Jeong Yeon-shin decided to make their arrest into merit. He wondered why he hadn't thought of it earlier. They had tried to kill a Desolate Sect martial artist, Shaolin monk, and innocent civilians. Along with their position as 13 Heavens members, it was enough to be recorded as merit. Jeong Yeon-shin tied their arms behind them with arrest ropes. What he had wasn't enough. He braided thick straw ropes on the spot. They were called gosak. It was a technique learned as a Desolate Sect warrior. When carrying out missions, there were also guys who needed to be brought back alive. While Master One Jeong watched with great satisfaction, Jeong Yeon-shin led the guys ahead and set out. As the official road gradually appeared, passers-by tilted their heads as they passed. There were guys who hesitated as if it was an unbearable humiliation. Don't stop. He sharply revealed momentum, suggesting he would cut down escape attempts instantly. That was enough. The guys again moved, following Jeong Yeon-shin's casually thrown words. That's when it happened. Aren't you the young masters of the Deep Martial Alliance? It was an escort bureau procession. They said these were people who safely transported goods and people through the harsh Central Plains. The middle-aged man leading the front approached with a slight smile before stopping abruptly. He seemed to be the one responsible for the escort. The escort leader? He seemed familiar with the Deep Martial Alliance youngsters. These guys Jeong Yeon-shin had caught were enjoying boat rides nearby, supposedly in ambush. It wasn't strange that they were on familiar terms with people from nearby escort bureaus. What is this? They committed crimes and were caught by Desolate Sect. These people are not free now. Help is not needed, so please pass by. Jeong Yeon-shin stepped forward and said. The middle-aged man's face made a strange expression. It was understandable since some young guy was creating a strange sight. Are you saying you're with Desolate Sect, young master? Jeong Yeon-shin didn't answer and took out his identity tablet from his bosom. It was called a Desolate Tablet. The tree engraved in golden plating caught the bright sunlight. The middle-aged man's expression became strange upon seeing the tablet. Jeong Yeon-shin immediately noticed. To this guy, freeing the Deep Martial Alliance young masters was important. Was he trying to pick up crumbs? He seemed to lean more toward the nearby Deep Martial Alliance than distant Desolate Sect in Hubei. Not everyone who associates with evil sects must be like this guy. They said there were cases where maintaining connections was unavoidable. Few people could maintain their principles before a sharply drawn blade. Drawing a sword immediately like that middle-aged man? Such a guy was another evil sect. He opened his mouth. I can't possibly believe this. Some quite powerful adults seem to have started something with petty collaborative hearts and left it to you. Like ignorant fellows. If they properly knew the Deep Martial Alliance, they could never do this. Had a country bumpkin seriously misunderstood? It was like this with the Shinya White martial faction too. Between places like the 9 sects and small-medium sects, the difference in discernment seemed greater than the difference in martial power. It was when Jeong Yeon-shin moved his hand to his sword wave. Escort Kim. What's happening? A young man opened the carriage door and came out from the middle of the stopped procession. Young master. You came as a guest, but aren't staying seated. The middle-aged man turned his head despite Jeong Yeon-shin being in front and smiled slightly. A slightly troubled look crossed his face. Jeong Yeon-shin could guess the reason. The energy waves emanating from the large-eyed young man's body were clear and righteous. At that age with such temperament, at this position, he must be the young master of the righteous Heaven Sword family. They were almost there. The righteous Heaven Sword family was said to also serve as Desolate Sect's branch. Having heard about the Shinya County incident, it was natural to patrol the surroundings with time to spare. Jeong Yeon-shin stepped forward. I am from Desolate Sect. Heavens! I get to be the first in our family to meet Sir Lightning Flash. He seemed to have immediately taken in Jeong Yeon-shin's attire and the tablet in his hand. The righteous Heaven young master approached with an excited face, even using lightness technique. Greetings were exchanged along with words about having heard of his achievements through Desolate Sex Information Network. He seemed to have forgotten even to clasp his fists. While the middle-aged man's face distorted, the righteous Heaven young master made a fuss. When I saw the writing about taking the 8 fierce Rakshasa sword's head, I guessed that a person destined to become a dragon had appeared. Indeed, looking now, your eyelight is extraordinary. Are you the righteous Heaven sword family's young master? Are there more people from the main fortress at your house now? Jeong Yeon-shin asked without being swept up in his energetic momentum. It was a time when hierarchy needed to be clear. Immediately, different colors swirled in the righteous Heaven young master's eyes. His temperament instantly became calm. It seemed this might be his true nature. Yes, I am Jeong Yeon-shin of the righteous Heaven sword family. Only then did he smile lightly and clasp his fists. Many are already waiting. They said with Sir's arrival, all of Radiant Demon Wing who went out on missions would be gathered. There was also a Shaolin monk. Radiant Demon Wing with a little divine monk, and now lightning flash. Today must be an eye-opening day. Thank you for letting me know. Then, if you'll excuse me. Jeong Yeon-shin took out a flask from his bosom. He held it in his left hand and tilted it with his right to pour out water. While people watched curiously, at the end of his immediate steps was the escort bureau's middle-aged man. The guy pretending to be an escort said, "I still don't believe it. Proving your identity with just one identity tablet? Dwarf clan craftsmanship isn't exclusive to Desolate Sect." The moment young Master Hyan stepped forward, energy waves were felt from your body. Very familiar. You lot just can't hide it. Jeong Yeon-shin operated fate, defying scripture true energy layering at full power. The end of his words rang out behind the middle-aged man as his form whirled around after stomping the ground. His fingertips wrapped in wind felt cold. When he reached out with his water-wet hand to brush the guy's hair, black water stained his hand and a bright red strand of hair was revealed. This means a lot. Jeong Yeon-shin muttered calmly. Chaos broke out among the escort bureau people watching with anxious eyes. The blood flame sex doctrine that they cannot hide their hair was widely known. It seemed unrelated to dyeing with pigments. Such perfect dye had never been heard of. Jeong Yeol, who had acted as a young master, was the same. He had been acting as a blood flame sect assassin. However they made it, it would prove as fatal as bald blood flame sect members. They said blood techniques were especially quick to achieve upon initiation. If hiding hair is possible, it would inevitably be easy to send many in as spies in various sects and escort bureaus. Unlike the frozen blood flame sect member, Jeong Yeon-shin was different. His intuition seemed very quick as his face immediately hardened. Jeong Yeon-shin glanced at Master Wen Jang and opened his mouth. You said you thought about restoring Shaolin's Guanyin Blue Steel Hand. I want to include Blue Steel Hand in the martial arts name. Would you permit it? Amitba. Rather, it would be a great honor. He seemed to have noticed what he meant. Master Wen Zhang raised one palm. Bandang. It was Shaolin's etiquette. His attitude toward Jeong Yeon-shin had become this devoted at some point. His speech and behavior had completely changed too. He said it was proper courtesy to a young great master. You worthless trash. How dare you before? The enraged blood flame sect member whirled around. As his eyes met Jeong Yeon-shin's, an ominous energy wave sprang forth. Jeong Yeon-shin rather welcomed it, because considerably refined power could be felt. Perhaps a blood sword master. There might be black strands in the hair stained with dye. Now it's meaningless no matter how many. Among Mount Pingding's escort bureau and the righteous Heaven Sword family's young master, Shaolin's martial way monk, deep martial alliance rising talents. Jeong Yeon-shin's energy as he slowly raised his hand was different from before. His full-body energy waves had an aspect like a Buddhist Dharma king. It was enough to calmly flow past the blood flame sect member's sinister momentum as it exploded. The trash is you, he said. Simultaneously, he moved his hand. It was the middle-aged man who had emitted energy waves suspicious of being a blood sword master. Jeong Yeon-shin caught up to such a guy's back in one breath. Even if he had dug into a moment of carelessness as usual, it was surprising. The speed itself was different. He expected power of a completely new system. However, the force wave emitted from his striking hand was different from expected. Even while delivering a fatal strike to the guy's head, it was puzzling. The martial arts he had thought of didn't come out. He struck with physical power. Even that alone was supernatural strength. Puck. Hit in the head, he collapsed from the chin. His entire fallen body twitched. He was already dead. It was a death throw convulsion. With one move against such a guy. Truly advanced martial arts. The exclamations of one deep martial alliance youngster and Hyen Uriang were meaningless. Even the movements he thought had become faster were just results of repeated insights improving true energy efficiency. Jeong Yeon-shin's senses reaching intuition dissected the phenomenon in detail. He knew immediately. The new old techniques he had tried to unleash were still crude. They hadn't meshed precisely. Inspiration penetrating everything into one. It was always like this. One lightning bolt weaving scattered old techniques into a single martial art. That was all Jeong Yeon-shin needed. I'll achieve it soon. He didn't get impatient. They said when the upper dantian communicated with heaven and earth, the realm of foresight sometimes came. He felt he would be able to create Dharma power martial arts soon. Perhaps even today. Jeong Yeon-shin opened his mouth toward Hyen Uriang. The Blood Flame sect has infiltrated the escort bureau. Can the righteous Heaven Sword family handle it? Of course Mount Pingding's matters are our matters. We can only thank Lightning Flash for finding this. Hyen Uriang clasped his fists once more. He too was a famous family's heir. Things like handling matters were like that. The proper cultivation that direct descendants of well-taught famous families naturally possessed. What Jeong Yeon-shin, who had been the Jeong family's troublemaker, couldn't have. However, Hyen Uriang's gaze looking at him was strange. It didn't seem like simple admiration. Excuse me, but may I ask your age? I'm 16 this year. The right age. If you don't have a marriage arrangement, would it be all right to show you my younger sister? She's a very beautiful and kind child. Hyen Uriang spoke in a very casual tone. What did he just say? Jeong Yeon-shin was rarely flustered. He just didn't show it. Marriage. Wouldn't that be the thing furthest from him? A life of having children with someone and living together for 100 years. It seemed reachable only in dreams. He politely declined. I appreciate your words, but I lack time even to hold a sword. It would be hard to call me a good marriage prospect. Since my family met with annihilation. A promising desolate sect master is itself a very good marriage prospect. I hope you'll think about it over time. He let Hyen Uriang's smiling words pass. Jeong Yeon-shin threw his gaze north. It was time for the scattered radiant demon wing to gather again. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. I knew you'd be safe. You did really well, Sir Jeong. Hyen Won-chang welcomed him among over 10 large, clean pavilion buildings. He had quite a few wounds on his body. Perhaps from being hit by blood technique true energy, the bleeding hadn't even stopped completely. Blood seeped through the cotton cloth wrapped in various places, but he still grinned. After a brief reunion with him, Jeong Yeon-shin suddenly asked, "No internal injuries?" "Fortunately not. Sir Jeong looks perfectly fine. Because I escaped to the outskirts and took a boat." Come to think of it, they said you caught those viciously evil Deep Martial Alliance youngsters. That too was really well done." Hyen Won-chang laughed as if delighted. Though he briefly grimaced as if his wounds opened, his smile didn't disappear. The reasons major evil sects were bound together and were called the 13 Heavens, and each were different. Jeong Yeon-shin had seen Sword Art Flower try to kill a monk without hesitation. Though they said Hyen Won-chang had shown inexplicable hostility toward famous major sects, he thought this was now a smile made as one walking purely on the righteous path. Jeong Yeon-shin walked together with Hyen Won-chang. They passed several streams of sunlight brightly piercing between pavilions. He had just declined the righteous Heaven Sword family's goodwill offering to attach attendants. Hyen Won-chang, who had already eaten several meals, told of the circumstances meanwhile. The remaining radiant demon wing broke through the encirclement and pushed straight to Mount Pingding. Baek Mirio had worried about Jeong Yeon-shin, but was relieved by words heard from torturing a Blood Flame sect member. Everyone had confidence. That failed Deep Martial Alliance rising talents couldn't do anything to Lightning Flash. Before long, Jeong Yeon-shin could see Ma Jin and the Radiant Demon Wing seniors. The scar on Ma Jin's chin rose slightly. You achieved merit even in that situation. How is the squad leader? The seventh apostle's neck. Jeong Yeon-shin asked calmly. The Radiant Demon Wing Lord called Hell Life turned his eyes. That demoness body technique compatibility wasn't good with me. If Chong Myong had reached my level, he could have killed her. You call that an excuse? Jeong Yeon teased with a grin. As usual, Baek Mirio grabbed Jeong Yeon-shin's shoulders and looked him over before nodding. Healthy to an excessive degree. Your energy seems to be changing once again. Usually this is the age to build your vessel, but you keep advancing endlessly. Thank you, senior. She had been acting like a sister for some time now. He turned slightly to remove Baek Mirio's hands. Though grateful, it was still awkward. Jeong Yeon-shin turned his gaze. Then what about the Blood Flame sect pursuit mission? The seventh apostle seems to have information about their headquarters. We wait. We plan to respond in agreement with the Righteous Heaven Sword family. Ma Jin spoke briefly before continuing. The seventh apostle's demeanor was strange. They too seemed to have received extermination orders against us. From Desolate Sect main fortress and Blood Flame sect headquarters perspective, it's a local battle, but for us it's all-out war. Can we know the timing? Their advantage is that we don't know that. We must counterstrike. We have a secret plan. The Righteous Heaven Sword family's mechanism formation. We won't be caught in a surprise attack. They said famous martial families were generally pavilions filled up with corpses and blood. Famous families had many enemies. Ingenious plans to prepare for invasion had to develop. Mechanism formation. He had heard of it. They said it created strange phenomena by weaving together strange techniques and principles of great nature. Naturally, third-rate martial families like the Jeong family didn't have such things. They said the main sect's dwarf clan craftsmen came personally to make it. Those blood demons won't know about it. The day darkened along with Ma Jin's smiling words. Jeong Yeon-shin met and greeted Radiant Demon First Team. They too were relieved at their junior's safety. Afterwards, after reuniting with the Jeong family administrator and little divine monk Gak Jeong, he entered his sleeping quarters. Jeong Yeon-shin sat on the bed without immediately falling asleep. Let's organize the oral chants. He sat cross-legged wearing moonlight as clothes. The meditation continued until daybreak. He didn't move at all until the blanket wrapped around him changed from moonlight to sunlight. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. After breakfast, he received Hyeon Uriang's invitation. The content of the message was interesting. He said he would be grateful if Jeong Yeon-shin minded his conduct since his younger sister would be there. He even sent splendid silk clothes. It seemed he was trying to keep the words he had finally spoken. Jeong Yeon-shin pinched the clothes between his thumb and index finger. As he looked at them strangely for a moment. Radiant Demon Wing. Ma Jin's voice full of true energy. The door made of good wood shook lengthily. For a moment he felt the atmosphere boiling. It was the Radiant Demon Wing Lord's call. It was a signal of enemy raid. He immediately grabbed the desolate sword. The sunlight brushing the pitch-black sword wave and scabbard shimmered threateningly. Jeong Yeon-shin, who stepped out of the room, was already fully prepared. The seniors were gathered in the courtyard. Hyeon Wonchang too came running hurriedly. Before Ma Jin could explain the situation, Hyeon Wonchang, who was running, caught a hidden weapon shot at his head. His lips rose smoothly. Interesting. Hyeon Wonchang smiled as he crushed the long flying needle with one hand. This time will be different. He muttered while glancing at Jeong Yeon-shin. Ma Jin, who lightly patted Hyeon Wonchang's shoulder as he approached, spoke as if grinding his words. Firebombs exploded at the south gate here. They're completely crazy. The formation must be completely crushed. No regard for imperial court or anything. There were rumors, but did the Tang clan really go crazy and make these? What just exploded must have been leaked from them. Baek Mirio and Jeong Yeon each said a word. Before they knew it, they were watching a Blood Flame sect apostle gently approaching after destroying the back gate. The number of Blood Sword Masters and Blood Flame sect members spread behind was tremendous. It looked to be easily 200. No way. The seventh apostle's elegant gait strangely focused everyone's attention. She slowly moved her lips. The Tang clan is an orthodox sect, only in name. Her smile was seductive. The smile was red. Ma Jin stepped forward. You so distrust. You, Demonis. You don't need to try so hard. Desolate Sect watches all sects under heaven. It's always been that way. All the martial sects and noble clans under heaven, Desolate Sect. Hypocrisy that won't let go of its grip on the world. The evil sect's Demonis has a long tongue. Our sect's blood flame will cleanse the world, see the blood world even in death. Is this how all those immersed in evil sects speak? Jeong Yeon-shin thought alone. The seventh apostle, smiling with closed lips, arrogantly jerked her chin. Simultaneously, the blood flame sect's unique momentum surged like military formation. It was the start of fierce battle. Clang dash. Materialized energy waves clawed the dirt ground. Ma Jin clashed with the seventh apostle. As righteous Heaven Sword family masters came running, and Shaolin monks and Radiant Demon Wing mixed with Blood Flame sect members. From the battle's opening, Jeong Yeon-shin captured the two supreme masters in his eyes. The enemy's momentum was fierce after striking a weak point with firebombs. Sinister waves of true energy surging forth stabbed at skin. While Hein Won-chong blocked one Blood Swordmaster's blade, Baek Mirio cut past the guy's neck. It was a life-and-death battle. Even martial artists who emphasized righteousness face was a laughable matter in group battle. Splash dash. Jeong Yeon-shin cut off one Blood Flame sect member's arm. Holding the desolate sword, he prowled around like scattered leaves. Yet he didn't take his gaze off Ma Jin and the seventh apostle. Blood scent was heavily contained in the occasional winds. There too, support attached to the seventh apostle. The eye techniques of three blood swordmasters surrounding her and Ma Jin were impressive. The sword strikes they only unleashed when blows clashed seemed to disperse Ma Jin's attention. They were outstanding ones even among sect swords. Perfect. Jeong Yeon-shin muttered quietly. Then he slowly moved his steps. Simultaneously, he lightly twisted his body this way and that. Bewilderment seemed to seep from the Blood Flame sect members' weapons as they brushed past. Body technique gradually approaching completion. Before he knew it, martial prowess similar to a blue level was flourishing. Step. Step. The closer he got, the more strongly the seventh apostle's energy waves stimulated his entire body. Was it Dharma's voice? Intent newly guiding true energy arose. The ominousness surging like a storm was moving Jeong Yeon-shin to another realm. Cling. Boom. In the gap while Supreme Master's force waves swept the surroundings. Jeong Yeon-shin calmly stepped in. It was thanks to the Blood Sword Master's dissolving force waves while trying to help the seventh apostle. Ma Jin's eyes widened seeing him, and the seventh apostle's lips rose slightly. Not knowing your place. The seventh apostle's long fingers held true energy. Even while exchanging moves with Ma Jin, tremendous density could be felt. She had spare energy to casually strike out her left hand while focusing on her opponent. The three Blood Sword Masters were directing sword strikes only at Ma Jin. To Jeong Yeon-shin it was rather welcome. The seventh apostle's hand had already slowed enough. The upper dantian biwi acupoint at his crown white hot. Jeong Yeon-shin's head went numb. Little Divine Monk Gak Jeong's fist and leg techniques, Shaolin Monk's Dharma talks, and all the old techniques he possessed tangled and burst like lightning. The light net arising in his mind created Light's old techniques and inspiration striking in an instant blaze to write 5 characters. Demon-destroying blue steel hand. Jeong Yeon-shin immediately created and extended a hand technique. Divine energy gathered in the force wave. It was a very faint blue light. Puck dash. The seventh apostle's casually extended hand bounced back. It felt like dissolving force waves with extreme compatibility. Storm-like winds gathered and distorted everywhere. Foreign matter caught on Jeong Yeon-shin's hand that advanced straight through. At the end of the straight force wave containing pale blue light was her left eye. Swish dash. They said when learning blood techniques, the entire body's senses rise sharply. Was pain the same? The first blood sword master Jeong Yeon-shin killed was like that. When a sword pierced his abdomen, he couldn't come to his senses. The seventh apostle clutching one eye seemed the same. Blood seeped through gaps in her white hand. Her slender body also trembled. You dash. Now she couldn't handle Ma Jin. She created distance with tremendous body technique. It happened in an instant. It was an opportunity. Ma Jin cut down the 3 blood sword masters at once, but he too couldn't hide the shock coloring his face. Everyone who began looking this way one by one was the same. The hall filling with silence amid the battlefield's clamor. You said blood world. Now you'll only see half of it. Jeong Yeon-shin, who spoke calmly, shook his left hand once. The blood remaining on his hand's back even after being widely scattered bothered him. The seventh apostle lost her left eye. Jeong Yeon-shin casually mocked her halved vision. His gaze moved to one side for a moment as he exhaled. Chong Myong, wearing a classical eye patch, was handling 5 blood snake swords alone. It was quite far away. He probably hadn't heard. Ma Jin beside him rarely stammered. What was that? Demon-destroying blue steel hand. A martial art to open the crowns of blood demons. Jeong Yeon-shin answered roughly. The seventh apostle was glaring at him with her one remaining red eye. It was over 20 steps away. Yet her terrifying momentum approached as if to stab. It felt like skin being sliced with a knife. It seemed fitting to call it evil. You said your lightning flash? She suddenly smiled. A madness-filled smile formed smoothly and red. Unlike blood snake swords. Did she completely ignore the surging pain? The time to regain composure was surprisingly fast. You're amazing. Where did you get such divine arts? It seems like martial arts created assuming our sex annihilation, and mastering it to that extent is also surprising. Especially at that age. Even a little dharma power imbued in martial arts makes initiation difficult. If it were easy, would Shaolin have left us alone? Such techniques can only be cultivated by those born with once-in-a-millennium talent. You. The seventh apostle's smile deepened. She looked completely like a madwoman. I want you. Your nape looks even prettier. Shut up, Dash. The ground rumbled along with Ma Jin's shout. He rushed in at once. He began overwhelming the seventh apostle with momentum incomparable to before. She seemed to have no more will to fight. Ma Jin's words about body technique compatibility being poor were right. It was body-protecting movement like a bat's wing flap. Her movements segmenting this way, and that seemed to enter the realm of supreme ascension, but while she could deflect what came, Ma Jin couldn't pin her down. The stationary Jeong Yeon-shin was the same. Successfully striking the seventh apostle alone exceeded his ability. It was a miracle created together by her carelessness, the blood sword master's assistance, and the extremely compatible demon-destroying blue steel hand. He had already fulfilled his role. He had completely reversed a situation that could have been a defeat. It was something difficult to achieve with his original martial prowess. See you again. It was a coquettish voice. Jeong Yeon-shin ignored the seventh apostle's words. Her hair scattered long. The seventh apostle smiled brightly and left the battlefield with tremendous lightness technique. She seemed not to care about her remaining subordinates. Her departing figure contained speed never seen before. Was that too in the realm of desolate sect black level? Jeong Yeon-shin approached Ma Jin, who was lowering his blade. They were in the middle of the battlefield that was being cleaned up already. The apostle had fled. The morale of those fanatical sect members couldn't remain. As blood sword masters were subdued one after another, blood flame sect members knelt or committed suicide. The squad leader couldn't fulfill his role alone. Jeong Yeon-shin calmly opened his mouth. Ma Jin nodded slightly. I know. In terms of martial power, you seemed half a level above the seventh apostle. Is my maternal family's body-protecting movement originally like that? I learned it well. I see. Yes. Ma Jin didn't know his nephew's circumstances where merit was his lifeline. Jeong Yeon-shin forced a smile. It was a place between uncle and nephew. Perhaps due to anxiety from the initial failure. Unconsciously, his peer-like appearance showed. It was the first time since entering Desolate Sect. This mission failed. Even if I fulfilled my given role, the merit will be downgraded. Thanks to this I can push myself. I need to become stronger. While Ma Jin was silent, all martial artists cleaned up the righteous Heaven Sword family that had become a battlefield. Just handling the corpses took enormous manpower and time. Already the smell of blood seemed to rise along with the stench of death. Captured Blood Flame sect members were imprisoned in the family's prison. They said such famous families naturally had at least one prison. Meanwhile, Master Won Jong approached. His reddened eyes contained deep emotions. You showed it. That martial arts of Dharma power reaching the extreme actually existed. It's thanks to you, Master. The martial art that took the seventh apostle's eye, that divine force wave. I won't forget until my dying moment. Wonderful talent and goodness. He praises the skill and says it's good indeed. Perhaps the Master's grudge was somewhat resolved. Jeong Yeon-shin thought if he survived, he would take the Blood Flame sect leader's head too. He hoped all the old monks' regrets would fade by then. If you ever come to Shaolin, I'll serve longing tea. There will be many monks wanting to discuss Dharma power with you. The abbot's senior brother, too, won't be able to hide his curiosity. Master Won Jong said with a smile all over his face. It was an unprecedentedly gentle face. Stumbling over, little divine monk Gak Jong's eyes widened in surprise. Master Uncle mentioned Longjing tea? You stayed far from it like grain wine, calling it mere luxury. Your words are funny. Just because one is in Buddhism doesn't mean one should stay away from secular ways. Since it's not monks who fill the temple's storehouse, proper hospitality must be shown to honored guests. Huh. The little divine monk who seemed lost for words sighed and looked at Jeong Yeon-shin. I don't disagree. I've never seen someone like Sir. Just containing such martial arts in your body is amazing. You're truly worthy to be Shaolin's guest. I think I'll long remember the little divine monk's Dharma talk too. At Jeong Yeon-shin's words, he laughed loudly. He was quite a magnanimous monk. Come to Mount Song sometime. As Master Uncle said, my master will welcome you. The Shaolin Temple Abbot. Jeong Yeon-shin quietly muttered. The feeling of having an orthodox sex absolute being in his mouth was strange. Jeong Yeon-shin was from Hunan. It meant he had grown up hearing Shaolin's reputation from birth. He slowly clasped his fists. Someday there will be a day to climb Mount Song. I'll be in your care then too. Amitba. Master Won Jong and little divine monk Gak Jong returned the greeting with bandang. With this, Jeong Yeon-shin had formed connections with 3 of the 9 sects. It was a day when sunlight poured down amid thick blood scent. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The righteous Heaven Sword family's young master Hien Yuryang couldn't let go of his attachment in the end. He seemed determined to somehow match his sister with Jeong Yeon-shin. This time, even the family head stepped forward. It was troublesome having to decline. Jeong Yeon-shin only went between the training ground and the guest room. Until the day came for Radiant Demon Wing to leave. I heard the Desolate Sect Lord presided over Sir's coming-of-age ceremony. We'll set a date and send matchmakers to the main sect. Think deeply about it. Young Master Hien Yuryang and family head Hien Mook saw off Radiant Demon Wing. There were several righteous Heaven Sword family masters who had fought together in the Blood Flame sect battle. Among them, a young lady wearing face silk covering below her eyes stared blankly at Jeong Yeon-shin. Her eyes were beautiful. But it wasn't fate. Jeong Yeon-shin quietly clasped his fists and opened his mouth. We stayed well. I hope everyone takes care. I wish for your success. The family head with large eyes like the young master and white skin received Jeong Yeon-shin's courtesy. All mounted on fine horses, Radiant Demon Wing rode out. Both Radiant Demon first and second teams were safe. Though some had slow bleeding from wounds due to being hit by blood technique True Energy, they said it was cheap payment for fighting a group battle with one of the 13 heavens. The righteous Heaven Sword family would truly be an amazing marriage match. Few places compare unless it's at the level of the 8 great families. It's not like he'll marry into the 13 heavens. Hien Wenchang and Chong Myong got along well. They even teased Jeong Yeon-shin often on the return journey. They seemed to have taken interest in discussing Lightning Flash's marriage prospects. Fill your own seats first. Jeong Yeon-shin thought. The time came to part with the 2 Shaolin monks too, because their paths diverged. Master Won Jong earnestly requested he definitely visit Shaolin, and little divine monk Gak Jong couldn't let go with particular curiosity. Amitba. When Sir has endless Dharma talks yet to hear. It's already enough. I'll just accept the monk's heart. You never know. Couldn't Sir sufficiently be called a rising talent? You might come to the Dragon Phoenix gathering representing Desolate Sect. This monk will attend if time allows, so let's continue our unfinished conversation then. Did you say Dragon Phoenix Gathering? You didn't know? It's a place where rising talents from Orthodox martial sects and Righteous Alliance sects interact. Many promising young martial artists gather to exchange moves and build friendships. I know that. Sometimes pairs form like mandarin ducks. They discuss martial arts and chivalry and love blooms. Since men and women called 1 in 100 gather from all over the world. It's no exaggeration to say all the martial world's romance is at the Dragon Phoenix Gathering. Even an incomplete monk like me has my heart flutter. How much more does it mean to others? The little divine monk grinned. Jeong Yeon-shin wasn't particularly interested. It was enough to directly practice martial arts and chivalry. Romance, too, was a trivial matter to him now. Dark clouds hung over blue-level promotion due to mission failure. When time was lacking even for pressuring his maternal uncle Ma Jin and thinking about the next mission. Aren't you one of the 18 Arhats, monk? Yet can you be called a rising talent? You seem easily 10 years older than me too. At words casually spoken to change the topic, Gak Jong's face hardened. Someone like me still fits the rising status. Not yet 30, so of course. You attending the Dragon Phoenix gathering? Then I must show you this young Shaolin monk's skills. I'll show that drunken fist isn't all I can do with a cup of grain wine. You're bringing shame to the temple. Master Wonjong pulled Gak Zhong's arm. After bowing once more, the two monks moved away. It was after promising their next meeting. The group galloped peacefully. They passed through the ruined Shinya County once again. Jeong Yeon-shin passed by indifferently on horseback. The Tyrant Sword sect leader and Blood Flame sect leader. He only recalled the names of those whose heads he needed to take. They were still distant absolute beings. The administrator will do well too. The Zhang family administrator remained at Mount Pingding. He said it would be good to form a new merchant group with Shaolin nearby. After several days, the group arrived in Xiangyang land. Seeing desolate sect revealing its majestic fortress from afar, his heart became complex. Blue level. It was the first failure after 3 missions. Jeong Yeon-shin didn't deny himself. He thought of continuous victories. He believed if he endured the time of effort and hardship, he could reach it faster than anyone. It seemed actually so. Just doing well myself isn't enough. That's the Murim. The flow of thoughts branched. The young great master agonized. What could he do? How could he use his uniquely owned talent? While lost in thought, they entered Desolate Sect's main gate. Reporting the mission's progress and results was Ma Jin's role. It was when he was about to return with the seniors and Haiyan Wenchang, the General Administration Office scholar he had seen at the martial arts training ground before called Jeong Yeon-shin. He remembered he was called Du Yuan. We've been waiting. Scholar Du. Du Yuan smiled at Jeong Yeon-shin's questioning words. Not just me, but the main fortress martial artists must have anticipated more. A white warrior taking a blood flame sect apostle's eye. The messenger bird's wings are more steady and swift than martial artists' lightness technique. The news was widespread. We had just sent the remaining Radiant Demon Wing Masters and Annihilation team hearing about the ambush, but they all returned as truly amazing news was delivered. You've reduced the fighting power of an apostle who could face the rare black-level masters. That day, a schedule encompassing all of Desolate Sect was set. Blue-level promotion. A place where all whites who have accumulated sufficient merit challenge. The summons was issued the moment the Radiant Demon's squad leader and the Sirs entered Xiangyang. Du Yuan guided him to the main fortress center. Not just Haiyan Wenchang, but all the Radiant Demon Wing seniors followed. Their faces had completely erased the journey's fatigue, as if something exciting had happened. Jeong Yeon-shin approached Ma Jin's side and lightly touched his arm. My words were excessive last time. Meanwhile, Baek Mirio muttered. Not even giving time to rest? It's the sect leader's will. Du Yuan shook his head slightly as if he didn't know either. Jeong Yeon-shin rather thought it was the sect leader's consideration. They said the scope of authority changes upon becoming a blue-level master. They said there are many cases of carrying out missions alone from the start. I'll be able to accumulate merit without rest. I'm looking forward to it. They soon reached their destination. It was as Du Yuan said. Many white warriors had gathered. There seemed to be easily dozens. There were many unfamiliar faces never seen in the vast Desolate Sect. All were competitors. Seniors from other martial divisions also stood forming a huge circle. They seemed to have come to support their juniors' promotion. Radiant Demon Wing seniors who had remained without going on missions waved to Jeong Yeon-shin. A central platform where a large tree grew alone. White feather clouds flowing like waves in the clear sky. In the sunlight brilliantly undulating below the fortress walls, a beauty who made all scenery noble was languidly reclining. Her light grass-colored ceremonial robe hems fluttered in the wind. Under the shade of a cypress tree 3 arms thick, the Desolate Sect lord who had been lying against the brown tree trunk opened her eyes. Deep green pupils slowly revealed through light green bangs. Jeong Yeon-shin was blankly looking up at her. For a moment his gaze tangled with the Desolate Sect lords. He seemed to see her smile in the instant their eyes met. From now, the Desolate Sect lord opened her rose-colored lips. Her clear, ringing voice brought silence. I shall test your qualification for blue level. Amid erupting cheers, Jeong Yeon-shin, who approached the center, hesitated. It was because stern momentum from all directions covered him. Was it seizing initiative? Frost-like energies were blatantly directed at him. He glanced around slightly. All were white warriors who were competition targets. This is interesting. Blade-like momentums endlessly poured toward Jeong Yeon-shin. Even those who didn't particularly turn their heads were like that. Some just smirked when their gazes met. It seemed like manifestation of competitive spirit. This is Desolate Sect. As long as they obey the sect leader's orders, they speak all else through martial arts. The chivalry for civilians they followed was also implemented through martial arts. Seeing the seniors' momentum, Jeong Yeon-shin's lips rose slightly. The main sect's future seems bright. He spread 5 fingers and slowly wrapped them around the desolate sword scabbard. Jeong family dynamic techniques energy arose. Simultaneously, he began calmly receiving and deflecting all energy. It was very light. He felt it himself. He had already completely stepped into the realm of blue level. The hierarchy of the Murim was like the Yangtze River. It meant the upper and lower positions didn't change. No matter how strong one's martial arts, one couldn't stand above masters, senior uncles, and master uncles. Desolate Sect was different. They called it the Great Ming Empire Sword. The word promotion was alien. The term itself revealed Desolate Sect's unique aspect. They highly valued sharp swords. That's why they forbade master-disciple bonds and introduced promotions. It's like the Desolate exam. It proceeds in 2 tests. He was a middle-aged man with a skinny build and sunken eye sockets. His black robe was loose. His thin body was more pronounced, but no one laughed. They called him the Annihilation Team Leader. They said his martial arts prowess rivaled the Radiant Demon Wing Leader. The Desolate Sect Lord closed her eyes again after declaring the test's opening. The Annihilation Team Leader was in charge of the test. Discernment and martial power. Other items are substituted by merit records. I will present the problems. Perhaps due to Desolate Sect's unique origins? It resembled the civil service examination for recruiting officials. Those seated in long lines received blank paper. Jeong Yeon-shin too sat in the middle and spread out paper. The brush and ink beside him felt unfamiliar. Was it because he hadn't held them since the Jeong family's annihilation? Suddenly Chong Myong's words came to mind. They said it was nothing special. It wasn't. All sorts of stone tablets, rocks, or tree bark were lifted up. White warriors had to look at the marks on objects and guess which sects what martial arts left the traces. Since famous martial arts generally had distinct characteristics, it was a test asking about eye technique achievement and depth of experience. It was a place watched by seniors with higher eye technique realms. There was no leisure to roll eyes elsewhere. Jeong Yeon-shin with narrow Murim knowledge got 3 problems right. The Jeongnan sect's Heavenly River 36 swords and Taiji Formless sword, and the Mount Hua sect's Plum Blossom sword. The benefit of staying at Jeongnan sect and interacting with masters was great. I saw Blood Flame sect too. There were cases where he knew the sect, but not the martial arts name. After finishing the first test, he briefly returned to the Radiant Demon Wing group. Chong Myong shot arrows with a smiling mouth. Out of 20 questions, getting 3 wrong was said to be at a failing level. Unless he got near perfect results in the second, that is. It can't be helped. Blue level is reached only after broadening knowledge for at least 10 years. Since there's no precedent like lightning flash. Radiant Demon Wing seniors patted Jeong Yeon-shin's shoulders in consolation. Radiant Demon first and second teams were different. The faces having casual conversation showed not a trace of worry. Even when others asked, they just smiled slightly. Go ahead. I'll follow soon. Hien Wenchong said. His expression was full of determination. His heart had aspects hard to grasp, so Jeong Yeon-shin often just thought, whatever. He had seen him handle killing swords several times. It was still unclear which was Hien Wenchong's true self. Jeong Yeon-shin smiled slightly. Seems we'll do the next mission together too. How does Sir know that? Just a feeling. He brushed it off vaguely. As his upper dantian grew, sometimes a kind of premonition stimulated his mind. Usually they came true. From utterly trivial matters to inspiration about martial arts acquisition. It wasn't a very good feeling, because it felt like heaven was giving alms before early death. The opponent is decided. A guy called Crimson Day Sword from the Annihilation team, not good at all. A junior brought news. She was a girl with impressive clear eyes. They said she was the same age as Jeong Yeon-shin. That's right. While carrying out several missions, juniors appeared under Jeong Yeon-shin.t. Rumors were widespread about her being a once-in-a-generation talent following Lightning Flash. She didn't even borrow family power. They said she entered after taking this desolate exam. Shin Sobin was it? They said she was the sister of the desolate sex Shin family heir. Jeong Yeon-shin had seen the young heir too. At the recent coming-of-age ceremony, he had withstood the desolate sect lord's momentum along with Jeong Yeon-shin and Ma Se-in. He thought her beautiful facial lines and high nose bridge resembled his. Crimson Day sword? First time hearing it. Of course for Senior. He is quite famous to people like me who practically lived in the main fortress. Shin So-bin chattered boldly. She gave the impression of having grown up deeply loved by everyone in a famous family. She came across as the embodiment of the phrase, precious jade leaf. He's been a white warrior for 20 years. He's quite venomous. They say he skillfully uses all sorts of miscellaneous techniques, even making the lazy donkey roll into a killing move. Senior should be careful too. Right. Thanks. Jeong Yeon-shin answered calmly. Using the lazy donkey roll as a killing move? He could tell the master called Crimson Day sword's tendencies. It meant rolling one's body on the ground despite humiliation. It meant not caring about face. Since they were rumors, there would be exaggerated aspects too. But that was enough. They said Desolate Sect has all kinds of martial artists. Going forward on missions, he would face all sorts of situations. This promotion too would probably be good experience. Jeong Yeon-shin nodded slightly to Shin So-bin. It was thanks. Her face became strange. Senior, are you being cautious? You'll have to catch hidden weapons too? They say someone with less Miram experience is not a good opponent. I'm always tense. Well, yes. Senior has fame too. You'll handle it well, I'm sure. Other seniors seemed to watch the two young juniors' conversation with strange satisfaction. Jeong Yeon-shin moved his steps without minding. Already the Annihilation Team leader was calling Lightning Flash's name. Sir Jeong, think of the celebratory wine. Hein Won-chong's shout was heard from behind, along with Baek Mirio's scolding not to pressure him. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Lightning Flash and Crimson Day Sword. The intention behind the match is visible. A battle between shining new talent and seasoned combat techniques. The odds. Looking at merit, definitely Lightning Flash. But Crimson Day Sword's accumulated years are thick too. Think he might become blue level this year. People surrounding them and examiners watching with stern eyes. Jeong Yeon-shin felt déjà vu. It was like this during the Desolate exam too. Not such an old matter. He stood in such a place again before half a year had passed. Even the fame of White Chilin Namgung Hwasin, his opponent then, hadn't resonated at the time. Much was unfamiliar. It was the day he knocked on the door just thinking he had to live. Now wasn't any different. The increased gazes and momentum couldn't dig into his nerves at all. Only one unfamiliar middle-aged warrior was captured in his vision. Desolate Sect's martial robe colors had standards. Unlike the Miram's vague realm distinctions. A white warrior he hadn't met. It was a chance to gauge his current position. Lightning Flash. Crimson Day Sword's impression was different from expected. When hearing Shin So-bin's words, he had imagined a despicable Black Path person. It wasn't so. Would a squad leader who went through thick and thin in the Northern Army have such energy? It felt like a Black Path martial artist who had properly learned martial arts. The warrior with scars all over his body continued speaking gravely. I've heard your fame. They say the rumors about you spreading in the Miram don't match reality, but our Desolate Sect is different. We accurately gauge your skill and merit. Everyone must feel the same. The emergence of an outstanding junior is delightful. I've heard much of Senior Crimson Day Sword's name too. Thank you. He gave a bitter smile and changed his expression. Therefore I will unleash the true techniques of all my martial arts. There may be much you haven't experienced yet. You might be bewildered, even angered. Will you endure it? Now it seems we should share friendship through swords. Jeong Yeon-shin answered. Embarrassing words weren't familiar. Before they knew it, his hand going to his sword wave was calling for sparring. Simultaneously energy waves exploded from Crimson Day Sword's body. Good. It was when the Annihilation Team leader in the middle stepped back. Crimson Day Sword took the initiative. 2 daggers taken from his bosom immediately flew like lightning. Didn't expect him to use dagger techniques right away. Jeong Yeon-shin immediately stepped forward while drawing his sword. Clang dash. He deflected both with one ring. It was because he properly drew the Radiant Demon Technique sword path along with drawing the sword. Master's Realm. The feeling rising through his grip was light. Jeong Yeon-shin immediately took a true step. The training platform rang with a thud. dirt dust rising from under his feet scattered at the tip of his rising sword blade. There was sunlight gathering from the ground. As Jeong family dynamic technique and fate-defying scriptures power sprouted, the radiant sword style's dim light clusters were unleashed at once. Whoosh! Jeong Yeon-shin's footwork step-taken with his sword strike transcended the realm of martial arts. Overwhelming genius. He instantly occupied the distance where the opponent couldn't properly apply force when drawing their sword. Jeong Yeon-shin gave his all from the first move. He didn't drag it into a battle of fundamental martial power. He had already raised his upper dantian ability, bound by blessing and curse, to the extreme and completed his calculations of moves. Seeing Crimson Day Sword's technique, speed, and limb positions when throwing the dagger was enough. Clang dash. It ended in one strike. Sword force transcending white level sent Crimson Day Sword's blade flying. What? A hastily drawn sword couldn't handle the radiant sword style. Crimson Day Sword's eyes widened seeing the sword placed at his neck. The Annihilation Team leader watching nearby was the same. Not martial arts. Innate martial talent. Colorless light nets flashed in the Annihilation Team leader's eyes. He looked completely like a supreme master obsessed with martial arts. No martial artist of equal rank could possibly handle lightning flash. Is this desolate sex blessing? It's my first time envying Majin. Yes. His eyes met with Jeong Yeon-shin's. You've won lightning flash. Thank you. There will be no more matches for you. This promotion test is perfect. Crimson Day Sword, prepare for your second. Yes, squad leader. Crimson Day Sword's gaze turned to Jeong Yeon-shin. He seemed to feel shame about mentioning his martial arts true techniques, but Jeong Yeon-shin paid no mind and made his courtesy. Crimson Day Sword finally smiled. Work hard for the civilians. Your talent can truly reach all under heaven. Jeong Yeon-shin silently raised his clasped fists. The path returning to where Radiant Demon Wing gathered was quite quiet. Only whispers like ripples rang out. It was a place with few martial artists of low discernment. Seniors from other martial divisions he hadn't met before seemed newly shocked. The white-level seniors who had shut out momentum also quietly closed their mouths. Jeong Yeon-shin just recalled when his sword broke against Namgung Hwasun's one strike. He felt the passage of generations. How did you do that? What footwork was that? Shin So-bin, who ran up as if to grab Jeong Yeon-shin's collar, asked. She was even stamping her feet. No, what about the sword technique that scattered light? They were all martial arts I've never seen before. Which family are you from? Congratulations on winning. Jeong Yeon-shin lightly pushed away his frantic junior's shoulders. Her approach without hesitation despite not knowing him felt burdensome. He turned his gaze. Several seniors including Chong Myong and Baek Mirio were smiling. Hein Won-chong was the same. You made up for it, Chong Myong said. Jeong Yeon-shin slowly nodded. The following promotion ceremony was quite grand. Artists like dancers and musicians danced and performed at the training ground. Such was the meaning of the blue martial uniform. They said it was a symbol announcing one as desolate sex main force. Chong Myong gave a hint that it was natural. May sunlight not fade from your path ahead. The desolate sect lord recited a blessing unique to Elf clan, and personally helped him put on the robe. Her hand movements were delicate. It wasn't Chong Myong's clothes that were a bit big on him. Even what he was already wearing was his own blue uniform. Desolate Sect Blue Warrior. They said it was a name that could act imposingly anywhere under heaven. It was a level treated as a master anywhere in the Mirim. They said discerning commoners often treated them with respectful thoughts. Congratulations. Youngest and shortest time. The Radiant Demon Wing seniors welcomed him. They said Radiant Demon Wing among the Divine Sword Squad's 17 divisions was always short-handed. It was an extremely strong force where individual blue levels were known to match the 9 sex elite. I've heard much. They said being scattered across the world on missions was familiar. Now he too was one pillar of that. He had become fully acknowledged. This way. General Administration Office Scholar, Du-Yuan guided. His mind was still scattered. He suddenly had to confirm all sorts of etiquette learned since entering Desolate Sect. Jeong Yeon-shin headed to yet another place as soon as he properly donned his clothes. He was with others who were promoted together, but the destination was unfamiliar. It was a deep place within Desolate Sect he hadn't even known existed until now. A very splendid pavilion. The expressions of blue warriors who received hints about the final schedule weren't good. visibly hardened faces. Only Jeong Yeon-shin alone maintained a peaceful appearance. He is someone with great changes in his heart. Please take utmost care with your attitude, Daewon said. They had come to meet the crown prince who was staying at Desolate Sect training in martial arts. There were rumors he had heard in passing. They said the crown prince's mood wasn't good. Because the Desolate Sect Lord, the Great Ming Empire's Grand Preceptor and military king's attention was directed at Lightning Flash. What do they want? Jeong Yeon-shin was already thinking in an extremely martial artist-like way. He was surprised enough at the thought that came unconsciously. Jeong Yeon-shin thought it wasn't good. The martial world was harsh. Arrogance was an emotion that encouraged early death. It wasn't a feeling to harbor even before eating the fruit. Just because many people treated him as a genius didn't mean he should really think that way. Just give me the fruit. I'll do anything. He gave himself this suggestion. He recalled the deep green pupils set in the Desolate Sect Lord's curved eye smile. A feeling like falling into an endless abyss. While mentally repeating his plea for the World Tree's fruit, the pavilion door opened. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. They said it was originally unplanned. There was talk that the crown prince had personally requested it. Some sharp seniors talked about it. Having no justification to meet Lightning Flash privately, they said he put forth the pretext of praising the Ming sword. So you're the Blue Warriors who were just promoted. Jeong Yeon-shin met the Ming dynasty's third heaven. Daewon's advice wasn't needed. He was already famous for his capriciousness. I am this country's crown prince. He was an incredibly handsome young master. His ears like precious sword tips were familiar. Perhaps 5.5 chi tall, 1.83 m. He seemed similar in height to Jeong Yeon-shin, who had been growing significantly lately. Under thick jet-black eyebrows, his flashing eyes contained ink-colored lightning. A feeling of existing alone in the brightly entering sunlight from the side. Innate dignity dwelled in his gaze, sweeping over the bowing Blue Warriors. Was it the energy of one born with the destiny to rule all under heaven? Though he had already said they could raise their heads, only Jeong Yeon-shin actually did so. It's not like he'll accumulate merit in my place. Even the emperor, who was said to already possess advanced martial arts, treated the Desolate Sect Lord as a military king. They said she had taught martial arts to the current emperor and crown prince, the Ming's long-standing grand preceptor. Since even the crown prince's power couldn't do anything about the World Tree's fruit, this was a meaningless meeting to Jeong Yeon-shin. Loyalty was the same. It was something that would come after living. Should slowly request teachings from the sect leader. Perhaps asking for mind techniques would be good. It was while lost in thought. Suddenly their gazes met. Very black eyes contained strange curiosity. So it's you. The Ming Empire's crown prince opened his mouth. Could you perform music with a sword? Many famous swordsmen make sword sounds with one blade. Sword songs are different. It's the realm of true energy control. They say one needs innate sense to turn sword sounds into song. It was when there was silence at the contextless words. Suddenly the crown prince laughed casually. I heard your talent was outstanding, so I tried asking. We're the same age. His speech and behavior were unconventional. Tremendous self-confidence seeped from his words and conduct. It felt like saying no one under heaven could do anything to him. Having things taken from me is rare. Even more so with attention. Yet they say the Grand Preceptor turned her attention to you. Even I, who studied under her, felt it. Jealousy arose in my heart. I am honored. No. It is my flaw. Something that shouldn't exist in the Emperor's crown prince. It is due to my lack of virtue, my imperfection. I wanted to confirm your talent. To perhaps dilute this shame a little. The crown prince's gaze was very direct. Though he had the eye light unique to masters, suggesting he had learned peerless divine techniques, he seemed to have something beyond that. Force of character. Jeong Yeon-shin thought. While the Jeongnon sect's Wei Ji Myowa was called Sword Dragon, this person seemed sufficient to be called simply Dragon. There was a reason the Ming used the same honorific, Your Highness, for both crown prince and heir apparent. He hadn't known at all. This was what bloodline encompassing all under heaven meant. But it seems I expected too much. Sword songs are the most luxurious entertainment among the world's arts. How could I ask you about something that only applies to royalty? Even I only heard about it from my father, the crown prince. I am sorry and ashamed. The crown prince smiled slightly and turned around with his hands behind his back. Everyone return. It was a pleasant meeting. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. How is His Highness the Crown Prince? I've only seen him from afar too. It was just after finishing all schedules. Shin So-bin thrust her small face forward. All of Radiant Demon Wing were waiting without even entering their sleeping quarters. They had set up a banquet hall at the main training ground. Was this desolate sect Radiant Demon Wing's capacity? Well, we received the order to leave too quickly. Jeong Yeon-shin answered roughly. The fragrant smell of the feast seemed to stimulate even his dantian. His hunger increased after going through ceremonies absent from his life. Today, even Jeong Yeon-shin had to touch alcohol. Even though he minded energy circulation, it was so. Because he and Won-chang said he had brought it after much consideration. Shaoxing wine. They said it was precious wine that came to Xiangyang from quite distant Zhejiang. Hai and Wen-chang had rushed to Xiangyang's first tavern to obtain it. Does this taste good? A colleague's heart and wine taste were separate matters. Taking a sip along with Ma Jin's congratulations, Jeong Yeon-shin unconsciously furrowed his brow. The seniors giggled. Even junior Shin So-bin looked at him like a child. Lightning Flash is blue level. It's an incredibly short time to say times have changed. Aren't his achievements substantial? We were shocked at the 8 fierce Rakshasa sword and the 7th apostle's eye. Everyone chatted boisterously. Even desolate sex masters revered by all under heaven were like commoners when drinking. Among them, Jeong Yeon-shin recalled the task the crown prince had thrown out. The task was purely Jeong Yeon-shin's thought. He was just interested as some inspiration seemed to brush his mind. He said sword song. Playing music with sword sounds. He had encountered many rumors since coming to Desolate Sect. Once he heard talk of sound techniques. It was said that rumors were famous in the Murim. It was a story of some internal force master facing 100 people by playing a 7-string zither. It was said he burst enemies' eardrums by plucking strings a few times. It wasn't difficult to guess the principle. True energy. In the end, it was internal force. The question was how much one could raise the effectiveness of true energy carried on the air. That's where the difference between rising martial arts and third-rate martial arts divided. Maybe I can create sound techniques with a sword. If successful, it would become easier to handle multiple enemies. Drink. The side dishes here are gone. Were all drinking gatherings like this? Now the banquet was no longer a place celebrating Lightning Flash. Everyone seemed to just enjoy themselves, but rather that made it more comfortable. Jeong Yeon-shin began conceiving sound techniques, while moderately accommodating he and Wen-chang's drunken behavior. Thus a boisterous day set. The moonlit night was cozy. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. There were still schedules remaining the next day. This time they said it was compensation for blue-level promotion. Choose quickly. They're all famous swords. He was a man who seemed to come a little above Jeong Yeon-shin's waist. He had thick beard and short limbs. Instead, his arm thickness was tremendous. Just in visible muscles, he looked sturdier than Jeong Yeon-shin, who had refined Jeong family dynamic technique. But wouldn't there be one that fits my hand? They were made to fit all people under heaven. To the extent that before any guy blames the weapon, they should look back at their own martial arts first. It felt like seeing the man's lips hidden by his beard. He seemed to wear an expression containing tremendous pride. The armory of Desolate Sect's forge that competed for world's first in metalworking. Jeong Yeon-shin met a dwarf clan member for the first time. Those who helped found the dynasty and settled in the Central Plains with the elf clan. They received completely different treatment from Western region colored-eye people. The imperial court kept them tightly hidden in the Central Plains. Martial artists were the same. They said they looked at the skills they possessed rather than the dwarf clan's short stature. Since they even make divine swords. Jeong Yeon-shin swept through the armory interior with Chong Myong. All weapons looked extraordinary. It really seemed fine to choose anything. Chong Myong with a smiling face opened his mouth. Still need to be careful. It's your one promotion reward. They say you can get something else when becoming black level. Hey, Blue Eyes Demon Sword. Is this youngster really blue level? I can't believe it. Never heard of such a case. Even though our clan is indifferent to the outside. Can't you tell by his clothes? The Iron Clan member closed his mouth when Chong Myong spoke seriously. The title Blue Eyes Demon Sword seemed to fit as notoriety to others. It was an unfamiliar aspect to Jeong Yeon-shin. He tapped Chong Myong's arm. How about that one? Jeong Yeon-shin pointed to a sword hanging on the display. Both sword wave and scabbard were pure white. It would contrast with the current desolate sword at his waist where everything except the blade was pitch black. Northern Light. It's a good one, the dwarf clan man said. His attitude was like treating swords as people. After getting the man's permission, Jeong Yeon-shin immediately approached and grabbed the sword. Only after feeling the sword wave sensation for a moment did he draw the blade. Swish! Wave patterns flickered on the dazzlingly revealed pure white blade. Jeong Yeon-shin infused true energy with his right hand. He immediately felt it was top grade. The unobstructed energy that extended out played on the blade. He brought the blade close to his body and stroked it with his left hand. For a moment pale blue lightning flashed in his eyes. With this level I could perform music with sword sounds. You! The dwarf clan man snickered. Perhaps because they were a clan that presented weapons to the imperial court? He seemed to know sword songs. Without being quite familiar with weapons, one couldn't even dream of such divine technique. Even supreme masters can't imitate it without innate talent. What more with a sword just picked up? Quiet, Jeong Yeon said. Jeong Yeon-shin had already closed his eyes. Without swinging it, he knew how to move the sword with what feeling, how to ride the air well when drawing slightly different sword paths. It was a realm separate from proficiency. Though it would take time to familiarize with it like the desolate sword, he instantly felt what kind of sword Northern Light was. It was innate sense. That's when it happened. From quite far away, unfamiliar energy waves approached. A noble feeling as if about to rise into the sky. Could this be what the Crown Prince had seen before? After a moment, the Iron Clan man frowned. Didn't I tell you to choose quickly? They said the Crown Prince is coming. It wasn't coincidence. They said royal processions had extreme aspects. If it wasn't something no one could know, everyone knew. Desolate Sect was a group of supreme masters. Unless the Crown Prince was in seclusion or on a secret journey, anyone could know. Jeong Yeon-shin hadn't seen imperial martial arts yet. He chose this time wondering if he could gain even a little inspiration. Crown Prince. He's been going around often lately. Jeong Yeon asked in a strange tone. The man nodded. They say martial arts became his attachment after the Crown Princess's passing. Trying to soothe his heart with the sword after losing his mother. His mother. Jeong Yeon-shin unconsciously repeated. He examined Northern Light for a moment, then asked Jeong Yeon as if it wasn't important. When gaining the Crown Prince's favor, would it be of any help involving the main fortress's personnel matters? For example, gaining support when challenging for the Divine Sword Squad leader position. Well, it would be better than having no friendship. It's not a position that can be reached by martial power alone. At Jeong Yeon's slightly smiling answer, Jeong Yeon-shin nodded. Then it was good. He had already practiced with the desolate sword. Could he not handle sword sounds when trying to create sound techniques to face 100? He stepped out of the armory. Boom. When he infused true energy again, Northern Light emitted strange vibrating sounds. A sound like a newborn flood dragon crying. Then there was the sword song spreading straight out. What? It was a cry that even buried the dwarf clan man's shocked voice. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The Great Ming was an empire that arose from the union of Ming's founding emperor and a elf clan empress. Since elf clans were revered as immortals, the bloodline originating from the Empress Dowager's body created longevity in descendants. The throne only changed through warfare and assassins' killings. The current emperor was powerful. He had reigned long without incident. Thanks to Desolate Sect, peerless masters couldn't covet the imperial court, and the emperor grew more relaxed as time passed. He had even handled the 108 Arhat formation alone, wanting to witness Shaolin martial arts. The Crown Prince had been heir apparent for decades. There was absolutely no justification for succeeding to the throne. Crown Prince Zhu Luanming was born late. As the Crown Prince's son, he had to watch his father losing his brilliance. Sword songs were the art his father demonstrated with a sword whenever he composed his mind. At some point they could no longer be seen. Sword songs. Suddenly, the Crown Prince smiled. It was while personally walking toward Desolate Sect's armory. Who else would cultivate such a luxurious hobby? Having lost his mother, the Crown Princess, early, his soliloquies increased. Those serving him knew well enough not to react. That's when it happened. Under the falling twilight, there was a youth holding down a sword while making blue robes flutter over blue martial clothes. He had seen him before. Lightning Flash, was it? He was the young swordsman whose activities the Desolate Sect lord he admired received reports about daily. Was it intuition? An anecdote arose in the Crown Prince's mind. In the spring and autumn period, A music master called someone knowing the sound. It meant a close friend who understood his performance better than anyone. Sword sounds. The crown prince heard vibrating sounds spreading from the youth's sword. His steps unconsciously quickened. And he saw. It felt like his ears naturally opened. Woong! A serpent's groan breaking its shell gradually transformed into a dragon's growl. There was a resonance, as if yearning for something far away. It approached to the point of being sorrowful. The sword song that seemed to rise from a dragon's throat even rewound the crown prince's old memories. His father in time still full of vitality, the sword song. As he rested his heart in distant memories, he muttered as if sighing. To think there was one who would make me know the sound. The crown prince came closer. Jeong Yeon-shin stood still holding his sword. Sword song. At this moment, the foundation of an art that could handle groups was created. Let's meet often. Crown Prince Zhu Luanming said. That was all. The crown prince showed no more emotion. He seemed to have lived that way. Does it mean don't die elsewhere? Jeong Yeon-shin raised his head after making his courtesy. It was after the crown prince entered the armory. Chong Myong, who slowly approached, put his arm around Jeong Yeon-shin's shoulders. That's how people's goodwill is. Can't be gained at once. Even goodwill is insufficient if you want the Divine Sword squad leader position. Because you need to build trust. Consistency is the answer, shall we say. That's right. Anyway, accumulating merit comes first. Jeong Yeon-shin answered nonchalantly. He sheathed the sword and wore it at his waist with the desolate sword. Swords were consumables. They said swords whose blades didn't dull were rare famous swords under heaven. The newly acquired Northern Lights sensation came as a pleasant coolness. Go ahead first. I have somewhere to go. All right. Chong Myong answered simply and turned around. Blue Eyes Demon Sword Chong Myong. Though seemingly just friendly, he was someone without much regret in everything. Jeong Yeon-shin watched his back for a moment before moving his steps. Since it was around sunset, the promised time was right. At the end of steps treading twilight was the desolate sect lord's main fortress. He climbed the stairs, entering straight in without any particular restraint. Since becoming blue level, he felt completely melted into desolate sect. Lightning Flash is. It was when he put the title that became his courtesy name since the coming of age ceremony in his mouth. The thick stone door of the sect leader's office opened by itself. It was like during the desolate exam. Now he could feel the energy waves even if just a little. They called it Void Grasp. It was the realm of touching all things without even touching them. Was it a fragment of the martial arts that allegedly destroyed the Dali Kingdom royal family alone? They said right after Ming's founding was a turbulent period. Though she could have entered the imperial palace, the desolate sect lord married no one. They said she refused even when the current Empress Dowager, still vigorous, repeatedly recommended. They said she just lived as the Great Ming's divine sword while teaching the emperor's successors as grand preceptor. The desolate sect lord's heaven-shaking martial power was created that way. Still need to increase internal force quantity. Jeong Yeon-shin thought. He imagined becoming divine sword squad leader and floating two swords in empty air. If swords moved on their own separate from his body deploying Eternal Blossom Fist, the effectiveness would be tremendous. At that level, wouldn't he not need to mind martial power in achieving merit? It was a distant matter. You've gained leisure. Having other thoughts before me. A clear voice rang, and he turned his gaze. The thick tree trunks piercing through the office were strange no matter when seen. A woman lying diagonally on the tree entered his vision. Still the same presence. Her beauty, looking just 3 or 4 years older than Jeong Yeon-shin, was said to be a symbol of immortality. Deep green pupils that seemed to stiffen souls were overwhelming. Different from other supreme masters I like. Her long pale green hair didn't move at all. It meant completely containing energy waves. Yet I feel the level. What realm could it be? First he greeted, saying he was sorry. The desolate sect lord slowly opened her mouth. You seem to have made up your mind. Yes. I request internal energy techniques from the sect leader. I would like martial arts with fast energy absorption speed. He came to request martial arts for the previous promise. Thanks to the reckless sparring request from desolate Ma family's Ma Seon. A reward given due to friendship between his maternal grandfather, the previous divine sword squad leader, and the desolate sect lord. There was no need to delay further. Because Jeong Yeon-shin clearly realized what he lacked most now. Internal energy techniques. Yes, true energy quantity is also important. After polishing the vessel, it must be filled with water. She smiled and continued speaking. Something comes to mind. Come here. Yes. Jeong Yeon-shin moved without hesitation. He had just completed his martial vessel. Jeong family dynamic technique was perfect for tempering the physical body. But under heaven there were various absorption methods for accumulating energy. Accumulating true energy. They called it energy accumulation. Need to create mind techniques with fast energy accumulation speed. This couldn't even take inspiration from seeing others' energy circulation. It was right to directly experience one divine technique. It was enough to know what principles quickly drew in the world's energy. Afterwards, he planned to create internal energy techniques most suitable for his body. What are you doing? The desolate sect lord asked. It seemed because Jeong Yeon-shin approached and stood blankly before her. You said to come. Closer. By closer you mean? At his questioning words, the desolate sect lord's lips rose slightly. This seems to be your first proper guidance in energy absorption methods. If training manuals were enough, there would be no reason for masters to exist. Reciting old techniques is not sufficient. She slowly raised her body. She also drew in her legs that had been stretched out. Her pale green martial clothes made small sounds brushing against the tree bark. A posture sitting with each foot on the opposite thigh. Cross-legged. Sit properly before me. I will guide your true energy. Internal energy techniques must be learned like this at once. Yes, but before that, Jeong Yeon-shin stepped back 3 steps. He slowly began to bow. It was because of martial arts meaning in the martial world. It was an era where sect honor was considered more important than personal advancement. Passing down martial arts that would long remain in history. One couldn't help but take her as master. Forbidding master-disciple bonds? The sect leader is above desolate sect's laws. She's not stopping me. It seemed to mean acknowledgement. Jeong Yeon-shin made one bow and rose. This was enough. One doesn't bow more than twice to the living. That was the custom of the Central Plains where Taoism took root. The martial world was still the same. He sat before the desolate sect lord wearing a strange smile. Facing her up close, her skin was surprisingly white and transparent. She smiled slightly. Not that. Show your back. Her faint breath brushed Jeong Yeon-shin's cheek. It was a very thin exhalation. It made one wonder how much internal energy training she had accumulated for such deep breathing. Jeong Yeon-shin felt fresh awe as he turned his body. I thought she would teach chants first, then enter true energy guidance. She seemed to want to finish martial arts transmission quickly. He recalled when he transferred the Great Violet Pill's energy to Yu Hyan, the Mount Hua sect leader's disciple. Jeong Yeon-shin could circulate energy while speaking. The desolate sect lord seemed capable of such things too. It is called Moon's Spirit Harmony Technique. My unique martial art. Along with her voice, her hand touched Jeong Yeon-shin's back. It was very warm. Apart from her appearance seeming like a sister, he wondered if this was how an unseen mother would feel. Boom. Pure internal energy beyond imagination dug into his body. A clear stream of energy entered as if containing nature's energy directly. All his body's fine meridians and energy channels began filling in order. It was a movement showing Moon's Spirit Harmony Technique's energy accumulation path. This is how it's done. Feel it. Jeong Yeon-shin closed his eyes while comfortably calming his mind. Along with the desolate sect lord's voice teaching chants, he felt the flow of true energy. As time gradually passed, his intent began circulating energy by itself. Yes, that's it. Her low voice encouraged the flow. Half an hour was enough. As the desolate sect lord's fingertips pressing his back lifted, her internal force also dispersed. Jeong Yeon-shin learned the divine technique with one circulation felt while hearing the old techniques. No more was needed. A breath with laughter tickled Jeong Yeon-shin's nape. Her whisper was heard at his ear. Come ask if there are blockages. Thank you for the reward. Jeong Yeon-shin, who came down and turned, made a respectful clasped fist greeting. She smiled again. On the path heading to the Radiant Demon Wing Pavilion after leaving the office. His heart was elated. Jeong Yeon-shin freshly realized how vast the world of martial arts was. It was different again from true energy operation of various sword and fist-leg techniques. He truly felt that supreme martial arts existed even in methods of drawing and containing nature's energy in the body. Was it the sect leader's consideration? Moon's spirit harmony technique didn't reject Jeong family dynamic technique's energy either. Like her energy that seemed to embrace all things. Very good. He unconsciously spoke to himself. It felt like all sorts of inspiration was surging. It seemed he could create mind techniques far surpassing third rate right away. I want to see Sayin. He became very grateful to his distant relative Ma Sayin and inadequate maternal grandfather Ma Yun-jik. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Jeong Yeon-shin devoted himself to mind technique training and creation until the next evening. It was the first time since childhood that he sat under the bed refining internal force. Focusing only on the living breathing energy inside and outside his body came across not badly. It was when he finished one major, heavenly circuit of full body circulation. The Yuan of the General Administration Office came to Jeong Yeon-shin's room. This is truly congratulatory. Another direct disciple of the sect leader has been born like this. Yuan said with a bright smile. He had 2 sets of blue clothes on his arm. Those are. Though you received new martial uniforms the day before yesterday, you must wear different ones. Yuan carefully unfolded one set of clothes in his bosom. Looking at it, it was a martial uniform. There wasn't much difference from the blue martial uniform the desolate sect lord had put on him at the promotion ceremony. Only the color of the rough Huang, character embroidered on both shoulders and back was different. Huang was embroidered with golden thread. T/note, in case, if you have forgotten, Huang means desolate. Those who receive the sect leader's martial arts instruction have symbolism regardless of uniform color. They're bound to become famous in the martial world. Therefore Sir Jeong too should properly receive the main fortress's ceremony like the many royal family members, so the General Administration Office prepared this. I see. Thank you. Jeong Yeon-shin received the blue martial uniform with golden thread. Simultaneously Yuan made an oops expression and added words. Actually, we watched His Highness the Crown Prince who is already receiving instruction. Though the sect leader doesn't mind, it's different for lowly people like us. But for some reason they say he let it pass smoothly. Jeong Yeon-shin calmly nodded and saw him off. He immediately changed clothes and left the room. Because there was Ma Jin's summons. The golden characters were very eye-catching. Seniors encountered here and there widened their eyes. Arriving at the main training ground while brushing off that it just happened that way, Radiant Demon First Team and Ma Jin were gathered. Junior Shin Sobin, who was newly assigned to First Team, was also there. See, sir. What is that glorious golden appearance? It was after Jeong Yeon-shin roughly received Hien Wenchong's fuss. Ma Jin spoke. I'll speak comfortably. Since all agreed to short mission cycles. First, under Blue Level Lightning Flash's leadership, Hien Wenchang and Shin Sobin will initially set out on the mission. You 3 are suitable. Young faces are needed for this task. Young faces meaning? Jeong Yeon-shin quietly asked back. Suddenly he recalled Shaolin's little divine monk who spoke of young martial artists' romance. There are guys people call a righteous martial family. You've probably heard. The Wangbo family. Ma Jin said. He twisted the scar at his mouth corner. The truth is different. The Azure Sky Squad already uncovered their secret long ago. Those guys are mobilizing commoners to build their family's new base. Without payment, not even letting them engage in their livelihoods. They're forcing labor not ordered by the imperial court. On the people. Despicable B *SD *RDS. It's common. It was a moment when Hien Wenchang and Shin Sobin's reactions contrasted. Major sect martial artists are superhumans. In civilian life, they possessed martial power to practically act as gods. With manpower they could command with a finger spread everywhere. There were those who couldn't help but wield power. Forced laborers number over 1,000. Civilian life directly connected to tribute is truly a sensitive issue. There's a limit to turning a blind eye to local martial world noble clans. But since care must be taken in punishing orthodox sects, all public sentiment and perception must support desolate sect's hand. Ma Jin, who briefly trailed off, continued speaking. They completely dominate Jinan territory in Shandong. Already acting like royalty. There's a limit to exposing their behavior. Lightning Flash. You are important. What's the mission content? Hide your identity and participate in the Dragon Phoenix gathering with 2 white levels. This Dragon Phoenix gathering happens to be held in South Jili under the Namgung family's supervision. Since Shandong is right above it, the Wangbo family's young master will come too. Ma Jin, who briefly paused, opened his mouth again, and finally Jeong Yeon-shin's fourth mission dropped. Your mission is provocation. Scratch his nerves and make the young master go crazy. Make it so he can't help but mobilize his family to eliminate you. You must make the Wangbo family's power move greatly, so gaps show in their dominance covering all of Jinan. What happens if I'm successful? While you're in South Jili, we'll immediately extract reliable witnesses and evidence. It's something long prepared. 3 of the Divine Sword Squad's 17 squads will gather. All of Radiant Demon Wing with Azure Sky Squad and Annihilation Team will strike the Wangbo family together. It meant annihilating one pillar of the Orthodox Murum's 8 great families. It was truly tremendous. The cooperation of 3 Divine Sword Squad's martial squads was also so. Since there were 13 major evil sect branches just in the Central Plains, 17 for carrying out missions across the vast world. When 3 groups gathered, they could be called invincible. Crazy. Jeong Yeon-shin felt a tremor. Hein Wenchang and Shin Sobin also widened their eyes, seeming the same. He opened his mouth with the most composed expression possible, because he had to ask the most important thing. About the Wangbo family's young master. If the situation isn't favorable, can I take his head? That's left to a blue warrior's discretion. That's what blue level rank means. You can take responsibility for whatever happens. Ma Jin answered, smiling. Baek Mirio beside him spoke with a worried expression. Lightning flash. Be aware this is a very dangerous mission. Don't overdo it. That young master, he's fated to die anyway. He was born with a short-lived constitution in exchange for tremendous talent. Already famous. Chong Myong added a word. They say he's a genius of the solar divine meridian. He'll be quite strong. The next morning, mission preparations were complete. Jeong Yeon-shin received a travel pack containing various items, provisions, and travel expenses. As a blue warrior, they said he had to be responsible. Additionally, the characters engraved on the Desolate Sect martial uniform were covered with silk pieces. It was quite exquisite. It's a place dealing with famous families. Since it's a dangerous mission, we don't change disguises. Dyuan from the General Administration Office nodded at Ma Jin's words. Official Desolate Sect martial uniforms contain thread from a celestial being called Heaven Silkworm. It's quite valuable, so there's one thread at each vital point. They're embroidered vertically. It can buy extremely brief moments against horizontal slashes or thrusts. Since reinforcing with iron plates wouldn't escape Master's discerning eyes, it would draw unnecessary attention. How could you cover this? The everything of me and Sir Zhang. Hein Wenchang showed signs of pretend outrage. While stroking his right Huang character with his left hand, he caressed the Huang character below Jeong Yeon-shin's shoulder with his right hand. It was very bizarre. Jeong Yeon-shin moved slightly away. Hein Wenchang made a slight crying face and said, Isn't the Mount Hua sect enough? I find it hard to agree. Now Desolate Sect will soon be going too. Quiet down, Desolate Divine Hero. At Ma Jin's calm words, Baek Mirio approached. Only then did Hein Wenchang shrink back. Moving slightly away, he muttered words others couldn't understand. Junior Shin Sobin shook her head. Aren't you the same year as Senior Lightning Flash? I wonder if the secret journey will go smoothly. Sir Hein is different from appearances. It must be your needless worry. I hope so. It's my first mission too, and we'll start coordinating now. I only briefly witnessed Senior Lightning Flash's martial arts during the promotion ceremony, right? I'm curious if you can show skill matching your fame while traveling the martial world too. Shin Sobin raised her lips. It was a bold smile. Jeong Yeon-shin wasn't particularly interested. He just hoped she wouldn't hold him back. Since becoming blue level wasn't the end, they said black level, the next promotion uniform, carried the rank of squad leader. There was an even more distant difference than from white to blue level. I've taken one step. Now there must be no mission failures. The anxiety felt when failing to subdue the blood flame sect's 7th apostle arose. He didn't want to experience it again. That was why it didn't matter whether the Huangfu family's young master had solar divine meridian or whatever. Just accumulating merit was all. Jeong Yeon-shin clasped his fists to Ma Jin. See you later. Yes, the moment you complete the mission we clash with the Wangbo family. Let's meet then. Ma Jin said, nodding his head. Then after brief silence, when he opened his mouth again, the scar at his mouth corner looked sheepish. Missions can fail. Think of your safety first. He knew it wasn't words as Radiant Demon Wing leader. Jeong Yeon-shin bowed silently to his uncle. Unlike maternal grandfather Ma Yun-jik, he couldn't just push away Ma Jin, who felt complete guilt and kept trying to approach. Jeong Yeon-shin turned his gaze slightly. Don't overdo it later either, squad leader. They say the Wangbo family head is a counted master in Shandong. It's not sparring but war. We'll attack together. Ma Jin replied with a slight smile. Shaking his head as if disappointed, Jeong Yeon-shin mounted the brown fine horse beside him. Feeling the saddle firmly supporting his bottom, he lightly patted the horse's neck. When living at the Jeong family house, he thought of companions for life like thousandly horses. It was different. Since Desolate Sect was a place that constantly changed fine horses, it was hard to grow attached to horses. Please take care until the post station. Jeong Yeon-shin leaned over and whispered. He raised the reins while various Radiant Demon Wing seniors saw him off. Hein Wenchang and Shin Sobin also approached on horses from both sides. Traveling through Murim again. Always thrilling. Hein Wenchang said with a grin. Jeong Yeon-shin briefly looked at Shin Sobin, glancing sideways as if untrustworthy before flicking the reins. It was his first mission as a Desolate Sect Blue Warrior. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Just covering the Desolate Sect mark felt like entering a different world. Was it because he had to lead the group without seniors? He felt emptiness even though Hein Wenchang was there. The background that made people show respect or fear had disappeared. I heard there's also contempt that Desolate Sect masters experience in the Murim. Jeong Yeon-shin thought. Since he hadn't experienced it yet, what approached had to be different. The destination was Huizhou in South Jili. There was a post-station route that went slightly around from Xiangyang to Huizhou. It was different from missions until now where they had to take long horse rest times. The group galloped quickly. Shin Sobin was skilled at horseback riding, befitting a direct descendant of a prestigious family. Though riding horses long was another matter, it wasn't a hindrance at all. Hein Wenchang also rode very well. He said touring Murim should be enjoyed after missions. 20 days passed. Jeong Yeon-shin didn't have the internal force to traverse between cities with lightness technique. The two white levels were the same. They had to rely on horses. Nothing particular happened until they arrived near Huizhou. It was so even though forest bandits and river bandits were everywhere. When Hein Wenchang came from Shaanxi to Xiangyang to take the Desolate exam, he said he met countless ones, to the point it seemed like all boasting. I'm getting a feel for it. Meanwhile, Jeong Yeon-shin had been refining sword songs. It was to gradually advance into the realm of sound techniques. He was also breaking down Moon's spirit harmony techniques chants. It seemed he could create new internal energy techniques at least before the Dragon Phoenix gathering ended. Womb. It was where the official road approaching Huizhou came into view. Under an unusually large ginkgo tree by the road, Northern Light placed on Jeong Yeon-shin's crossed legs ring. The Desolate sword wasn't there. Since he had to hide his affiliation, he left it with Chong Myong. Increasing sword sound size has become easy. Infusing internal energy into the sword to prevent it from breaking easily. It was a common technique. That's how it was in the world of masters. Jeong Yeon-shin went further. He felt the essence of sound. He split two strands of true energy using fate-defying scripture's principle and put them in the blade. The sound grew louder as the finely rippling energy waves intensified. Gum. The mysteriousness of true energy was amazing. Extremely delicate operation that would be difficult even with innate sense brought unprecedented resonance. He could control the pitch of sounds. Sound techniques came from imbuing radiating true energy into the melodies spreading from here. The power of this martial art will ultimately be determined by internal energy quantity. There were more problems. They said sound techniques were also profound martial arts. Jeong Yeon-shin's sword songs with shallow years of training had difficulty distinguishing friend from foe. He thought of Hein Wenchang and Shin Sobin. Sending sound transmission to protect ears with internal force before casting sound techniques? How nice it would be if fights only happened with that much leisure. Even so, the sense of achievement was great, because it would show great effectiveness in one versus many battles. You said sword songs? Indeed, it draws tremendous attention. It was Shin Sobin in white clothes. Her black pupils sparkled with interest. She approached with rustling steps, placed her hands on her knees and bent her waist. Her long tied hair flowed glossily. Jeong Yeon-shin thought he didn't understand why someone not even a master would grow their hair like that. It was because it was good for grabbing during close combat. Sorry. Jeong Yeon-shin apologized while letting his thoughts flow away. Huizhou was an extremely large city. They said merchant groups carrying items like high-grade tea leaves or silver coins frequently went in and out of this tremendously prosperous place. The relatively safe official road went without saying. There were many passers-by glancing this way while passing on the opposite road. I find it pleasant to hear. It has quite a bit of elegance. Haiyan Wenchang grinned while tearing into provisions. Was it because the Huang characters were covered? He seemed strangely pleased at receiving attention. That's when there were people slowly approaching. Looking at them, they seemed to be attending the Dragon Phoenix gathering. Truly arrogant. Making sword sounds without even fighting in broad daylight? What could it be if not showing off meager martial arts? They were young men and women with extraordinary energy. They wore luxurious yellow silk martial uniforms, but Jeong Yeon-shin first saw the swords at their waists. They were martial artists. They looked like people from prestigious families. A youth wearing a hero's headband on his forehead like Haiyan Wenchang and a woman with slightly upturned eyes. Both looked about 20. Their faces showed some youthfulness. Behind were groups that looked like attendants. Before Haiyan Wenchang could say anything, Jeong Yeon-shin stood up first. I was rash. Your words deeply resonate in my heart. When he respectfully clasped his fists, the man and woman's postures changed. They returned the greeting identically as if having learned etiquette for a long time. Though it seemed almost reflexive behavior, their conduct had discipline. He readily admits fault. Not bad to see. Maybe because we showed energy waves due to irritation. He must have been scared. Both man and woman were arrogant yet dignified. It immediately brought to mind the Dragon Phoenix gathering. They said many rising talents from famous families would attend. These people must be so too. Your name and sect? The man asked, slightly raising his chin. They said there were various types even among famous families under heaven. Considering etiquette was like that too. While there were humble ones like Sword Dragon Wei Ji Myowa, stories of arrogant rising talents from famous orthodox sects weren't rare either. They seem like Miram family people. Jeong Yeon-shin thought. This could be martial nobles who act like kings in their settled regions. It was an era when exchanges between people like at the Dragon Phoenix gathering weren't frequent. Having lived like royalty in their own world, that's why incidents like the Wangbo family's forced labor seemed to happen. The youth slightly raised his eyebrows. What are you thinking so much? Speak without hiding. I am Gugwa of the Chasing Truth sect. Chasing Truth sect? Never heard of it. Someone without roots then. The woman beside the youth said mercilessly. Faint contempt settled on both their faces. Their tone also changed. The youth opened his mouth while twitching his thick eyebrows. Right. As you see, we are the bloodline of an orthodox famous family. You've heard of the Wangbo family? Since I know all orthodox sects attending the Dragon Phoenix gathering, if your sect is between righteous and evil, I can't let you go nicely. I must enlighten you. You, who can carelessly use the realm of raising sword sounds. The woman stepped forward and added. She seemed very accustomed to satisfying emotions by wielding prestige. The Wangbo family? Though Huizhou was just a bit further, Jeong Yeon-shin couldn't believe it for a moment. The appearance drawn in the young master's description received from Ma Jin came to mind belatedly. The face resembled it. He had heard Ma Jin's drunken story during the banquet celebrating blue-level promotion. His sister who left him, Jeong Yeon-shin's mother, was married into the Jeong family in a truly absurd way. They said martial world fate was like suddenly striking wind and rain. Was this situation no different from that? He felt Haiyan Wenchang and Shin Sobin's energy waves strengthening as they watched from behind. Though he had thought it would take long, it could end quickly too. He gave thanks to Buddha and the primordial heavenly lord. There was no need to endure particularly. Since he had to handle the Wangbo family's young master and make him mobilize the family's power, it was originally a mission requiring bloodshed in the orthodox realm. We should definitely take proper justification. First, he lowered his clasped hands and opened his lips. To speak of roots, Jeong Yeon-shin revealed his original personality without hiding. Though the Wangbo family's prestige is high, your attitude is rude even after hearing my sect's name. Is that Miram courtesy? Your insult has scratched my sect's honor. Each speaks of the other's flaws. How could a martial artist talk like that? What? Was it something they hadn't experienced? For a moment expressions disappeared from the man and woman's faces. Jeong Yeon-shin felt the presence of onlookers beginning to gather. He continued in a clear voice. I first made courtesy and apologized. I revealed my sect and name even facing your unreasonable words and actions. You speak of lacking roots while mentioning the Wangbo family? Could you endure if you were me? I request sparring. Words flow like mountain streams. The youth's mouth corners curled up. He raised his arm and pushed back the woman, frowning her fine brows. Blood vessels protruded on the forearm, revealed between sleeves. He seemed to have tremendously refined blood energy. Good. I didn't like from the start that a sect between righteous and evil was invited to the Dragon Phoenix gathering. My title is Not Curious. Come. Cutting off his words, Jeong Yeon-shin slowly gripped Northern Light's sword wave. Suddenly sword art flower of the deep martial alliance whose neck had flown came to mind. Yeon-shin, we cannot leave that child like that. An old voice rang out. It was in the desolate sect leader's office. An old martial artist in purple robe and Ma Jin in black martial uniform sat respectfully before the desolate sect lord. Sunlight draped on the completely open wall. There were pale green light clusters gathering in the desolate sect lord's hair. Ma Jin glanced at his father. The more we approach, the more he can withdraw. He seemed to feel no emotion toward blood ties. I can guess how he grew up after my sister left. They said he was an abandoned child. How dare the likes of the Jeong family? Jeong Yeon-shin's maternal grandfather, Ma Yeon-jik, made the same expression as Ma Jin. It was close to disgust. What face do we have to blame that family? We didn't even know about their annihilation until seeing his talent, and then spoke of blood ties. He could be called a gentleman just for not cursing at a maternal grandfather he'd never met. It was before the sect leader. The voice itself wasn't loud. Ma Jin maintained a careful attitude while speaking biting words. Though he grew up as a proper martial artist, he's still a child not yet 20. Yet he's clear on right and wrong with distinct priorities, making him harder to deal with than adults. Don't try to keep him in your grasp. Just seeing how he doesn't blindly seek benefit from large family shows. He must know it would return as poison. He tries to stand alone without being swayed by strong winds. But because of that, Ma Yeon-jik spoke each word straight. In the end he looked at the desolate sect lord wearing an expression hard to guess her thoughts. He must not be neglected even more. If His Majesty the Emperor is heaven, Yeon-shin could become the brightest sun in that vast sky. The current divine sword squad leader is insufficient. Yeon-shin could surely become a precious sword worthy to keep by the sect leader's side. That's for the sect leader to decide. It's not something for you, retired father, to discuss. Ma Jin, who rebuked his father, turned his eyes. At the end of his gaze was the most noble person. She was the absolute being all of desolate sect revered. There was rarely change on the desolate sect lord's face. Talk of her favoring lightning flash didn't arise without reason. She was like the sun's radiance. Though seemingly approaching warmly at a glance, she was sunlight indifferently illuminating the world. It had always been so. Her red lips that hadn't moved finally moved. Continue, she said. Though lying alone diagonally on the tree trunk, her presence was different. Ma Jin swallowed. Few didn't know of her absolute martial power that even purple masters found hard to discuss winning against. Her 20-year-old appearance, unchanged since Ming's establishment, was also so. To the people of Xiangyang, she was a living Jade Emperor. It's still a distant matter. But it's already been decades since the sect leader spoke of retirement, washing hands in gold basin. Ma Yeon-jik said while stroking his white beard. My thought is this. Rather than sending that child out on missions, first keep him in the main fortress for 10 years and teach him to complete him as a martial artist. So the martial world's vulgar waters don't stain him at a young age. During that process, as he builds martial power while determining marriage, things would change. He would become a divine sword that only the sect leader could wield. Yeon-jik. The desolate sect lord opened her mouth. No emotion dwelled in her beautiful face. Yes, sect leader. Is there no evil in your heart? By evil you mean. You are not the former divine sword squad leader now. You only appear as desolate Ma family bloodline. Trying to raise the family name. Ma Jin knew his father's personality. He had never failed to obtain something he became completely absorbed in. Being able to rise to divine sword squad leader must have also been thanks to such nature. Suddenly Ma Yeon-jik lowered his head. The sect leader's words are right. It was hard to endure. When passing the Divine Sword Squad leader's precious sword to the current lord was truly miserable. I am the sect leader's friend of decades. Let me speak honestly. Father. Choose your words carefully. The large-built Ma Jin fidgeted restlessly. If not for your sister's matter, you've never shown such attitude. You don't have to forgive me. The family must endure long. Even when we become dust in death, we'll enjoy immortal life being revered. Originally, all that remains of humans is their name. Stop there. The desolate sect lord's low voice pushed away Ma Yun-jik's passion. I will decide lightning flashes matters, so do not put family authority first anymore. Her clear voice carried strange transcendence. Her clothes brushed against the tree rooted at the world's peak. Rustle. The desolate sect lord who slowly stepped down, extending her pure white bare feet, raised her head. Sunlight lightly settled on her transparent face. The radiant demon wing lord should set out now. Take care of lightning flash. She spoke toward Ma Jin. I receive the command. Ma Jin, who made his conduct even more respectful, raised his clasped fists. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Jeong Yeon-shin stood still thinking. It was different from when he cut the deep martial alliance rising talon's neck. It was a place with many watching eyes. The official road stretching to Huizhou was very large, and passing travelers extended endlessly. This was orthodox martial realm. It seemed insufficient as justification for killing. I might even turn the Namgung family into enemies. I can't afford that in Huizhou. I couldn't kill here. That was fine. I just needed to give comparable shame. Jeong Yeon-shin thought of General Administration Office Duyuan's words. He said desolate sect often had appearance descriptions of mission targets. It was so during the Blood Flame sect 7th Apostle mission too. He said it went without saying for long-prepared matters like this. Since appearance descriptions were drawings of facial features, the image that came to mind resembled the man before him. It was an unexpected encounter. Due to being flustered, he couldn't compare immediately. What if he had just passed by? Jeong Yeon-shin reflected. If weighing between mission and martial arts training, the mission was obviously priority. He shouldn't have been negligent in watching surroundings. It was while he was briefly lost in thought. Not curious about my title? Your words are funny. A rootless thing showing unreasonable stubbornness. The Wangbo family youth said with a snicker. Jeong Yeon-shin slowly shook his head and opened his mouth. Being absorbed in your world should also be moderate. Wangbo family? Looking at all under heaven, it's small. You are nothing. He is a crazy one. Ordinary methods won't be enough. The youth's mouth corners lowered. He strode forward. Though seeming reckless, his steps had method. It was immediately felt that rising martial arts study was melted in his footwork. The true energy waves were unusual. His conduct seemed capable of any response while walking. Good. Jeong Yeon-shin's gaze completely captured the youth's body in his vision. It was from the moment sparring began. When the name Wangbo family was mentioned, he didn't care even though the gathered onlookers looked at him with pity. Finally facing an 8 great family's martial arts. He was curious how strong the power said to pursue the pinnacle of secular martial arts was. Jeong Yeon-shin stepped forward. Jeong family dynamic techniques, true energy gathered in the bubbling well point under his foot. It was Hwan Yokbo's first step. Dirt dust lightly rose from his heel. He intended to gauge the level difference with 8 great families' martial arts. Swish! Whack! The Wangbo family youth drew his sword while stamping down a true step. From his waist with forward-tilted upper body, the precious sword's dazzling blade rose up. A sword path drawing an extremely narrow oval extended straight out. Jeong Yeon-shin raised his right hand. Clang dash! He deflected the sword's side with the back of his hand. The watching martial artist's eyes widened. It was a skill hard for anyone here to believe. Jeong Yeon-shin shook his hand. The guy's sword force that came with vibration was light. It was thanks to Hwan Yokbo's step that had already advanced diagonally. He completely deflected the sword strike's force wave. What? The guy's expression became blank. He seemed unable to accept what happened instantly. This time Jeong Yeon-shin advanced. Pung! Force from Eternal Blossom fist burst from his left arm, extended with fate-defying true scripture, true energy amplification. The sword the guy reflexively raised was pushed up as is. True energy already spread through Jeong Yeon-shin's whole body was running through all meridians. The kidney transport point at his right waist blazed with internal energy. Instantly, his erector spiny and lower psoas major muscles contained powerful strength. The linked combination was instantaneous. He twisted his body while extending his right fist straight. A thud sound rang at the guy's solar plexus. It struck properly. It was the moment the smooth sensation of Wangbo family fabric wrapped his fist's surface. Eternal Blossom Fist Advancing Thunder's force wave explosively burst forth. Bang! The guy's body flew as if hit by a shell. Jeong Yeon-shin slowly spread his right 5 fingers and looked down. The moves were clear. Radiant demon techniques were melting into unique martial arts. The Wangbo family's martial arts seemed deep. He opened his mouth. But you are nothing special. It was calm words. Disappointment mixed in his voice. The face clearly resembled desolate sex appearance description. Still, such a guy couldn't be the Wangbo family's young master. They said he was a solar divine meridian genius. He had heard even White Chilin Namgungwasan he saw before wouldn't exchange moves with the Wangbo family's young master. They said he predicted inevitable defeat due to age difference. Probably not the young master. Perhaps a second young master. There was no answer to Jeong Yeon-shin's question. It seemed everyone lost words and closed their mouths. It was so even though the number of onlookers gathered on the official road was considerable by now. He slowly turned his gaze. The woman who had picked a fight with the youth wore a blank expression. Disbelief seeped from her gaze watching the guy convulsing on the ground. How could trash? Impossible. I didn't kill him. The Wangbo family should have miraculous medicine? He'll get up fine after taking it. You. The woman who sharply turned her head had fierce eyes. Cold energy could be felt from her upturned eye corners. You, I'll remember. I am Wangbo Myongrin, Gugwa of the Chasing Truth sect. I won't forget. I have leisure to receive your moves too. Shall we continue sparring? A martial family wouldn't send only youngsters. Are there no adults? The young master. That's when someone grabbed Jeong Yeon-shin's arm. It was Shin So-bin who was surprised with round eyes. Simultaneously energy waves spread from her lips. It was sound transmission. Senior. Isn't the provocation a bit excessive? We should check nearby geography. If the Wangbo family rushes in, it will become a chase. Though speaking by sound transmission, she whispered. She seemed completely scared. Jeong Yeon-shin tilted his head slightly. He was puzzled. Provocation? Which part? He hadn't started yet. He slowly took steps. The mission is everything. There was a particularly pleasing point about belonging to the desolate sect. The justification of civilian life was clear. The merit he had to accumulate to live was clean. At least it had been so far. Sects that couldn't be classified as orthodox or evil were called between righteous and evil. The current Chasing Truth sect disguised as Jeong Yeon-shin's group's sect was so. While avoiding vicious conduct, they didn't place their banner in chivalry either. They lived the martial world for profit and fame. Then should imitate between righteous and evil. The Wangbo family's attendants had gathered before he knew it. They surrounded the fallen youth and Wangbo Myongrin. Jeong Yeon-shin circulated true energy through his whole body. Simultaneously, as soon as he stepped, a fair wind stream wrapped his ears. Instantly, the number of Wangbo family people increased rapidly. He pierced through them all with body technique like a wind-riding leaf. Huh. What? Various empty winds brushed his back. Jeong Yeon-shin could see Wangbo Myongrin feeding medicine to the lying youth. Her face contorted as she raised her head at the presence. I request sparring with you too. You are the one who spoke of roots. If you're a martial artist, accept. Jeong Yeon-shin grabbed Wangbo Myongrin's nape and pulled her up. His momentum was terrifying. No one could interfere. That's when it happened. Wait. Stop there. A youth holding a flask spoke with a smile from one side. Wine smell wafted strongly. Perhaps 10 years older than Jeong Yeon-shin? Though wearing silk martial clothes, his appearance seemed worn as he approached. In his mouth, he was biting a raw opium poppy, and he had the complete appearance of a handsome man who had become a degenerate. His smile with eyes shadowed in black was languid. Though my siblings spoke wrongly, that's a bit harsh. Blazing hot energy burned from his entire body. His emitted momentum was mighty as if having learned some tremendous scorching yang divine technique. Solar divine meridian. The words brushed Jeong Yeon-shin's mind. It completely matched TH appearance description. This guy was the Wangbo family's young master. Jeong Yeon-shin stared blankly at the Wangbo family's young master before turning his head. Wangbo Myongrin's reaction with her nape's clothes gripped in his right hand was amusing. At first, she seemed bewildered, as if experiencing something impossible in life. Perhaps because Jeong Yeon-shin lifted her without killing intent? Her realization was late. You, trash. Soon energy waves spread from Wangbo Myongrin's right hand. Though inferior to the fallen guy, she had learned famous martial arts. She was a famous family's martial artist. It could be felt from her refined energy. While Jeong family dynamic technique's true energy circled his whole body. Jeong Yeon-shin struck immediately. Thud. White powder stained the hand that hit Wangbo Myongrin's face. He paid no mind. He struck once more, twice more, thrice more. At this moment, he was properly imitating a between righteous and evil martial artist. Hup. Internal energy technique was imbued in his hand that brushed her gasp. Due to containing minute true energy, her skull must have been shaken. Wangbo Myongrin seemed unable to come to her senses. Her expression was as if unable to believe what she was experiencing. The energy waves gathered in her hands instantly disappeared. Oh my. The Wangbo family young master intervened. He wore a drunken smile. It's already troublesome. Thinking of the family elders. His extending hand while speaking was strange. He aimed for Jeong Yeon-shin's arm gripping Wangbo Myongrin's nape. Like one who learned drunken fist, it was hard to distinguish between feints and real moves. It was what he waited for. Jeong Yeon-shin raised Fady, defying scripture true energy layering in his right arm's fine meridians. He lightly shook his hand and Wangbo Myongrin's body sprawled backward, meeting the young master's strike with her shame-mixed groan behind. Puk. Hand shadows tangled. The power contained in the young master's arms was very heavy and hot. It seemed impossible how he could be fine while containing such scorching young internal energy in his blood vessels. Supreme Rising Martial Arts. Jeong Yeon-shin raised another stream of true energy. He immediately surrounded his arm with an invisible membrane. It was an internal energy barrier called protective energy. With repeated achievement, it becomes the famous protective diamond energy. The heat touching his skin became slightly fainter. Pack. The situation changed. As they tried to grab each other's wrists, the golden silk hands' moves were tremendously complex. During the Mount Hua-sek's Great Violet Pill mission, Jeong Yeon-shin had absorbed and developed thieving ghosts techniques. The opponent's techniques were outstanding enough to cause problems. They were moves overflowing with wit. It felt like exchanging moves with himself having gained a bit more experience. My goodness. The young master wearing a light smile opened his mouth. Different colors dwelled in his eyes. Below his shadowed eyes seemed to show small vitality. There was another guy like me? He shows leisure to even open his mouth. His power and experience were different. Jeong Yeon-shin gradually got pushed back in strength. The internal energy gathered in the young master's striking hands grew endlessly stronger. Puk. Powerful rotating force waves burst. Jeong Yeon-shin's hair that had come down to his shoulders scattered backward. Unable to just be swept along, he had just burst rotational strike of Eternal Blossom Fist with his palm. The returning rebound force was big. Jeong Yeon-shin naturally stepped back once. Attending the Dragon Phoenix gathering? Gugwa of the Chasing Truth sect. I'll remember. You'd be quite worth watching as years accumulate. If you train more, that is. The young master smiled, standing diagonally, with one leg planted in place. Without being pushed back even one step. He was very strong. I won't be able to see. Because a grave to cool my body awaits. It's already made big, so I just need to go lie my body down. His speech and behavior were very free-spirited. It made one wonder if he was really the young master of a martial noble family acting like royalty. His tone was different from Wangbo Myongrin, who said she would remember the name too. His attitude was like facing interesting entertainment. Forgive my younger brother and sister moderately. In about 10 years they won't even be able to face you. They'll have to look up quite a bit. Since they earn their own beatings. Let's meet again later. He turns away and trudges off while chewing opium poppy. He seemed not to mind anymore, even though his siblings got beaten like that. His conduct appeared free of attachment to worldly matters. He didn't seem like a family heir at all. Seems like he should be in desolate sect. Why didn't he aim for the world tree's fruit if he's like that? Jeong Yeon-shin stood quietly feeling Hein Won-chong's hand on his shoulder. He was reviewing the young master's techniques. The gathered onlookers dispersed while expressing their various impressions. There seemed to be no one bold enough to speak to Jeong Yeon-shin, who had made enemies with the Wangbo family. It was because of Wangbo Myongrin's face glaring at Jeong Yeon-shin as she left. Frost-like resentment was gathered there. She was Jeong Yeon-shin's second arrangement. If the young master didn't act rashly, Wangbo Myongrin would help complete the mission. Jeong Yeon-shin's interest returned to martial arts. So senses can be used like that. I should recognize when there's no need to be trapped in moves. He advanced one step even at this moment. He became stronger than just before. Sir Gu. Hein Wenchong thrust his face from the side. The title changed because it was a crowded place. Are you alright? I was about to step in, but you looked strangely happy. You're also most skilled at provocation. You saw right. I don't understand the latter part at all. Anyway, seems like a formidable fellow. The Wangbo family young master. There are many rumors about him being a rogue playing above the clouds. His martial power and nature seem just like the rumors. I find it more fascinating that Brother Gu was pushed back just one step. Shin Sobin cut in. She flipped her tied hair, revealing her sweating nape. The Wangbo family young master's title is Lazy Flame Dragon. He's counted among the strongest talents north of the Yangtze. He conquered the Dragon Phoenix gathering at 20, and 5 more years have passed. Even White Qilin Namgung Wasin, who was the previous conqueror, is said to look down on him. He's arrogant enough to say he watched a good performance. He lived 5 more years after 20? I know brother is the same age as me. Aren't there only 4 years left until coming of age at 20? There's a 9-year difference with Lazy Flame Dragon. Right. For years left. Jeong Yeon-shin replied with a calm expression. He had been enjoying martial arts achievement. His stomach became uncomfortable. Didn't Brother Gu say the sect leader passed down martial arts to him? Not knowing his inner thoughts, Shin Sobin chattered. Power must be what you lack most now, but with the sect leader's internal energy techniques, you should be able to store energy quickly. It's a peerless divine technique counted among the best in the world. They say even royal family members who sweep up all miraculous medicines under heaven only learn that. In 5 years, wouldn't your power match Lazy Flame Dragon? As much as 5 years. Jeong Yeon-shin shook his head and muttered. Indeed, creating mind techniques with dramatically fast energy storage speed was urgent. Separately from that, there was a discrepancy in Shin Sobin's words. It's not so hard to approach. If you're just strong enough not to be swept away by small gestures, you can face great power with advanced moves. They say the Taiji sword of the Wudong sect below Desolate sect is such martial arts too. Ordinary won't do, right? The moves would have to be tremendously outstanding. Not that brother is lacking. Shin Sobin, who entered as a junior, had a bold side. While acknowledging Jeong Yeon-shin, she maintained her pride as a precious daughter of a famous family. Jeong Yeon-shin didn't mind much. She follows orders well too. That was enough. Useless pride would change on its own after going through several bloody battles. Let's go. Jeong Yeon-shin, who gathered the travel pack left under the tree, mounted his horse. Right below the Wangbo family's Shandong province, Huizhou, where the Namgung family said to be supervising this Dragon Phoenix gathering, was before their eyes. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The vitality is strange. Hein Wenchong said. Huizhou was a very wealthy city. They said there were many merchant groups as enormous goods came and went. Indeed, the roads within the city were paved extremely smoothly. People doing business and bargaining were noisy everywhere. However, the expressions of passing people weren't all good. Hein Wenchang, who dismounted his horse, shook his head. Is there per harvest here too? Huizhou's tea leaves are very famous, but it won't be easy to taste them. They said lands with particularly bad harvests have increased lately. They say various parts of the Central Plains are like that. I wonder what will happen to the world. Jeong Yeon-shin let Hein Wenchang and Shin Sobin's words pass. It was because he was absorbed in martial arts even while heading to the Namgung family. They called it image training, the process of researching moves techniques and gaining insights mentally. Jeong Yeon-shin's training efficiency didn't drop even while meditating while walking. From the moment he entered Desolate sect, his life itself was composed of martial arts. We've arrived. Indeed, it's big. Hein Wenchong, standing before the Namgung family's main gate, marveled. Strange bitterness was also felt in his tone. The Namgung family's pavilion complex was pure and massive, befitting their fame. Though not comparable to Desolate sect, looking at it as a family, it must be rare prestige under heaven. Welcome. Have you come for the Dragon Phoenix gathering? Even the gate guard martial artist's conduct and behavior were restrained. Jeong Yeon-shin nodded and clasped his fists. I am Gugwa of the Chasing Truth sect. Confirmed. The warrior who received the paper Jeong Yeon-shin held out nodded. He seemed to have memorized the list. The warrior wearing blue martial clothes opened his mouth. Though regrettable, this Dragon Phoenix gathering is not being held within the family compound. As there is a major matter in the main house and the location has moved, please understand. Then where? There is a pavilion called Lotus Pavilion north of Huizhou. I will call someone to guide you. The signs were strange. Their attitudes seemed not to consider the Dragon Phoenix gathering important. What had happened inside the Namgung family? For a moment Jeong Yeon-shin received a strange feeling. It was a sensation spreading from his head. The energy unique to the 13 heavens felt when facing the Tyrant Sword sect and Blood Flame sect approached. It was rough and ominous. It was the realm of upper Dantian foresight and intuition that had been suddenly coming frequently lately. Were they attacked by the 13 heavens? His heightened senses gave rise to one inference. Jeong Yeon-shin followed behind the guide without showing it. He also roughly let pass Shin So-bin's words as she whispered, sticking close beside. They had to walk quite long. It seemed it would have been far even riding horses. The Dragon Phoenix gathering's mishap that the supervising sect had to take responsibility for seemed a secondary issue. Rather, it felt like they were more reluctant to reveal their family's interior. You can stay at any nearby and under the Namgung family's name. May you make good connections. The guide who showed conduct unique to famous families' unique refined behavior moved away. No one saw them off. The group had to immediately turn their heads. Because such powerful energies were surging. Boom. Waves rose from the lakeside. White foam fell again wearing sunlight. Under the huge pavilion luxuriously built above the water, a handsome young Taoist priest and the Wangbo family's lazy flame dragon were clashing swords. The youth's side was familiar. Just seeing the plum blossom pattern showed it was the Mount Hua sect. There were many men and women watching the sparring both above the pavilion and everywhere. There were people sitting with feet on railings or standing tall on the pavilion roof. It already looked over 30 people. Though all young, they had master's atmosphere. Rising talents. It was a very unfamiliar sight to Jeong Yeon-shin. Having repeatedly fought bloody battles for missions, it was his first time seeing young and junior disciples from various sects captured in his eyes. Seeing several peers felt strange. They said he's the Mount Hua sect leader's chief disciple. That Taoist Yu Haiyan, his power is truly deep. There's talk he ate the Great Violet Pill. Even so, doesn't it seem dangerous? Lazy Flame Dragon's eyes are crazed. Finally drawing his sword and, despite the age difference, does he not know shame? Family young masters, Taoists, and monks too. Those who seemed relatively older wore serious expressions. Jeong Yeon-shin could understand immediately. Perhaps due to power emitting tremendous heat, Lazy Flame Dragon's eyes chewing opium poppy were bloodshot. It was completely different from when facing Jeong Yeon-shin. Madness was felt in the smile at his mouth corners. An appearance that had thrown away everything, family, face, all of it. Lecturing me with pathetic talent? What could you accomplish if you were me? How futile. He shouts wildly as if there had been an argument. The true energy waves ringing ears were tremendous. Yu Haiyan's expression, who had received the Great Violet Pill's energy from Jeong Yeon-shin, was crumpled. Even terror dwelled on his face. As Yu Haiyan kept stepping back, blood flowed from between his slashed Mount Hua sect Taoist robes. No one seemed to dare try stopping it. Wangbo Myung-rin and her brother were the same. Those who seemed shallow in internal energy shrank each time sword strikes burst. Lazy Flame Dragon's martial power was different level. His moves were truly sensual too. What to do about that? Sir Beck went to call people. Families are clans in the secular world. It was a place with many heirs of single families. They had enough power to drive away adults wanting to enjoy friendship with peers. The unsound Namgung family. Young people's deviation suppressed by family. Jeong Yeon-shin stepped into premature collapse. He hadn't even made introductions and greetings yet. It was when the rising talents widened their eyes as if belatedly recognizing. He was already standing beside Lazy Flame Dragon. Why you again? Still insignificant. Lazy Flame Dragon's madness rose. Killing intent overflowed from eyes sharply turning to glare at Jeong Yeon-shin. Blazing light nets could be seen. Bang! It was like military artillery fire. Yuhain, who barely blocked his sword strike, was sent flying. Simultaneously, there wasn't a shred of mercy in Lazy Flame Dragon's hand striking toward Jeong Yeon-shin. Along with tremendous true energy waves, he struck straight down at the head. Crash! It wasn't the sound of force wave collision. Jeong Yeon-shin's hand made a strange trajectory. While pushing back forearm with forearm, he lowered the wrist down. In an instant, he spread my thumb and fingers wide and wedged the inside of Lazy Flame Dragon's arm joint between them. This works. He gripped simultaneously. True energy layered with fate-defying scripture dwelled in Jeong Yeon-shin's grasp. He pressed the inner gate point where the arm bends while surrounding it with internal energy. It was acupoint sealing. He completely drained strength. The power remains the same. He surpassed in moves. For a moment, Lazy Flame Dragon's expression went blank. What? Their movement stopped. Jeong Yeon-shin silently looked at him before opening his mouth. You were talking about talent, right? What about yourself, Dot? What? Jeong Yeon-shin had dug in close to his body. A distance hard to even grapple at. The heat radiating from Lazy Flame Dragon's whole body was felt directly. It wasn't hard to approach. You're a bit duller, Jeong Yeon-shin whispered. There was no particular emotion in his tone. The blue-rank warrior of Desolate Sect subdued the young master of the martial arts family. It was a surprise attack combined with the breaking technique of grappling hold. It was quite possible, given that Jeong Yeon-shin's perception even surpassed in reading and using prodigious techniques. Huh. What's happening now? It seems Lazy Flame Dragon's acupoints have been sealed. Others seem to see it differently. The Dragon Phoenix Gathering is a periodic martial arts banquet. Jeong Yeon-shin was an emerging master who had never appeared before. Small whispers began to spread gradually. These are techniques I've never seen before. The body technique, grappling hold, acupoint sealing. All of them. The body protection technique was truly mysterious. It was like seeing the venerable elder of this noble lineage. Which sect is he from? How could he to Lazy Flame Dragon? Even if it was just one sudden exchange. The atmosphere that seemed about to explode with Lazy Flame Dragon's madness dissipated like a distortion. It was as if a spring breeze had come to scatter the killing intent. Jeong Yeon-shin remained silent. He had disabled one of his opponent's arms. It was at an extremely close distance. In a normal martial contest, this would be the end, but with Lazy Flame Dragon, who seemed to have a hint of madness, one couldn't be sure. Eternal Blossom Fist didn't have moves effective at inch distance yet. He prepared by greatly raising true energy. Then Lazy Flame Dragon muttered, I'm more dull. Dull, you say? If you can't even feel that much, that's all there is to it. Jeong Yeon-shin spoke calmly as he removed his arm. He didn't unseal the acupoints. He left it so that he could subdue any immediate violent outburst. The points will naturally unseal when he circulates his energy. He had often heard stories about masters who could manipulate yin and yang energy. They were said to have distinct strengths. The yang energy could easily disperse others' inner power that entered their body. Seeing it firsthand was interesting. It was worth contemplating. Drawing out the properties of flame through true energy? How was it done? While Jeong Yeon-shin was lost in thought. You're not even paying attention. What are you even supposed to be? Lazy Flame Dragon's reaction was peculiar. It was a very calm anger. After chewing and swallowing a whole winter cherry, he spoke. Gugwa of Chasing Truth Sect. I understood your talent with that one move. Someone like you will surely make a name for yourself for a long time. You'll be talked about for decades even after death. And? He had learned that the ultimate provocation was to mock someone's intimate stories. He had learned this from Chong Myong before setting out on his mission. So he remained silent to see what Lazy Flame Dragon would say. Do you know the feeling when your feet naturally move toward the abyss? You have everything. Your complexion is excellent. How does it feel to have talent that requires no price? What? It was a statement that even dampened his interest in the essence of flame. It approached him with a sense of utter triviality. It seemed better to engage in close combat with this pressure-pointed fellow instead. Lazy Flame Dragon continued speaking. His fingertips were trembling. I was born with extreme yang energy. I grew stronger even without practicing mental techniques. My heightened senses were accompanied by burning pain in my meridians. That's my achievement. It's martial arts I build up trying to change my constitution through lofty inner power training. It's not something you can dismiss as being dull. perhaps because he acknowledged Jeong Yeon-shin's talent. He rambled on as if drinking with a close friend. It was almost embarrassing for Jeong Yeon-shin. While it was welcome for the mission, it felt strange dealing with this type of character for the first time. The shadow under Lazy Flame Dragon's eyes was burdensome. Jeong Yeon-shin slowly opened his mouth. What am I supposed to do about the fact being like that? I'm not even equipped with martial arts skills impressive enough to overwhelm one's talents. You really? I called what was dull. There's nothing wrong with that. Only you know your pain. No one else can understand it. By the end, Jeong Yeon-shin ended up talking about himself. He had felt it while carrying out various missions. Martial artists who weren't disciplined practitioners, like the disciples of the 9 sects, tended to get angry easily. Just stating facts alone was enough to make them that way. Although it was incomprehensible, he thought it would be the same now. Since he was deliberately trying to provoke a strong reaction. The deliberate provocation was a first. It had to work. Only I know. Never heard that before. Everyone said they understood. That Mount Hua sect fellow just now did too. The reaction was strange. Lazy Flame Dragon's lips trembled like a mute speaking for the first time. He was a genius suffering from the strange illness called the Solar Divine Meridian. Understanding his state of mind would be difficult for anyone. Someone who understands the trajectory of my talent doesn't know me? Are you saying my talent, which might lead to an untimely death, is worthless? The elders of my family kept me close because of their nauseating expectations. The intensity in his eyes was fading. As the unique gleam of a master trained in orthodox martial arts returned to his eyes, one could see the madness dispersing from them. His spirit was clear. So much so that he didn't appear drunk from the alcohol and winter cherry. Finally, Lazy Flame Dragon's expression seemed to hold unprecedented goodwill. Jeong Yeon-shin felt a sense of crisis. He thought of mission failure. If I were you, I would have cut ties with the family and devoted myself to Desolate Sect. They say the fruit of the world tree cures all ailments. The same would be true for the Solar Divine Meridian. To discuss life without that much effort? It's laughable. Even if you live a few more years, it's already too late. Haha, you're worried about me. Were you so concerned about losing someone worthy to discuss martial arts with? I said you were even more dull. It was incomprehensible thinking. He seemed mad from long suffering. The problem was approaching with provocations that would work on ordinary people. I'll have to try again after some time. It was an unexpected obstacle. Jeong Yeon-shin immediately turned around. Since any provocation seemed useless now, he needed help from Hein Wenchang and Shin Sobin, who were watching from afar with strange expressions. I can't cut off Lazy Flame Dragon's limbs in the middle of the Dragon Phoenix gathering. It would surely make him a criminal in the righteous martial arts world. That's why provocation was the goal. Even the chase with the Wangbo family's military force, set as the final mission, would be difficult. Where are you going? Let's drink together. You're good enough. I'll specially serve you aged Shaoxing wine. Your worthless talent would spoil the taste of the wine. I don't share tables with insignificant people. Despite the harsh words, he laughs heartily. Completely mad. Jeong Yeon-shin shook his head inwardly. He turned his gaze to find Yu Haiyan, who had been sprawled out in the distance. He could see him getting up alone. There didn't seem to be any disciples accompanying him from the Mount Hua sect, and he looked terrible. Jeong Yeon-shin quickly approached and asked, "Where are the elders who accompanied you?" Long time no see. As you can see, they decided to send everyone out from inside the Dragon Phoenix gathering, saying how could we comfortably socialize with the elders watching. Anyway, thanks. Indeed, Gugwa. He changes his words as if he had heard Lazy Flame Dragons talk. Yu Haiyan's eyes moved. He was as sharp as expected. He briefly noticed the desolate sect mark of the rough, Huang character covered with different fabric. Jeong Yeon-shin spoke. You're not angry. Even though I interrupted your martial contest. It should have ended earlier. The levels didn't match. Compared to that, Yu Haiyan was famous as an unparalleled genius from Shaanxi province. Unusually, his words trailed off. You've become incredibly strong. It feels like you're on a completely different level. I've improved too, but, Come to think of it, He seemed to belatedly notice the color of Jeong Yeon-shin's martial clothes under his robe. Yu Haiyan's expression became complicated. That's what the blue of Desolate Sect meant. It was said to hold as much prestige as the elite of the 9 sects in the world. They were supreme masters under the sect leader and elders. Jeong Yeon-shin was close enough to be called friends with Yu Hyan. He had often heard. As the youngest disciple of the sect leader, he dreamed of becoming the Plum Blossom Sword Master of the Mount Hua sect. The blue rank represented a position equivalent to Yu Hyan's goal. His feelings were understandable. We live in different times. Jeong Yeon-shin swallowed his words. He turned his gaze. He saw people approaching before Hyan Wenchang and Shin Sobin. Young men and women with outstanding spirit. They were the later period disciples from the Dragon Phoenix gathering at Lotus Pavilion. Orthodox martial artists gathered in one place. There are master-disciple relationships too. To Jeong Yeon-shin's eyes, they didn't approach as people. Their faces, unable to hide their curiosity, appeared as new systems of martial arts. In my life, I've never seen anyone speak so harshly to Lazy Flame Dragon. I am Wei Wuling of the Jangbek sect. I am Yin Liming of the White Blade sect of South Jili. Your prodigious moves were quite creative. Where did you learn it? Chasing Truth sect, is it? If they have a newer generation disciple like you, they'll soon soar. It's been long since a dragon rose from a minor sect, and now another newer generation disciple like Sword Dragon and Lazy Flame Dragon has appeared. They gathered one by one. Perhaps because the opponent had been Lazy Flame Dragon. Though they must have heard Jeong Yeon-shin's words and actions, they didn't seem to show much aversion. He returned their greetings while fully sensing their spirit. Good. Recently, what Jeong Yeon-shin wanted to create was internal cultivation. It was the study of accepting energy. The various spirits of the later period disciples revealed through true energy were all inspiration. To increase the speed of energy accumulation in internal cultivation, stability had to be considered together. Orthodox martial arts were indeed a good foundation. Such a mongrel without roots. He liked the sight of Wangbo Myongrin glaring murderously from the side. The later period disciples from renowned martial arts families formed a group around her. None of them approached Jeong Yeon-shin. Then someone spoke. They say Shaolin, Wudong, and Zhongnan have sent people too. I wonder when they'll arrive. Jeong Yeon-shin immediately thought of the young monk Gak Zhong and sword dragon Wei Ji Maiwa. It was the Dragon Phoenix gathering of the righteous martial arts world. It seemed disciples comparable to 3/10 of the Central Plains Orthodox sects were gathering. The scale is growing. It wasn't just the later period disciples. Here in Huizhou, the Namgung family had already begun engaging with the 13 heavens. To accomplish this mission's goal, they needed to draw in the Wangbo family too. The 13 heavens who fought the Namgung family couldn't be overlooked either. It was impossible to know how intense the flow would become. Just as Jeong Yeon-shin was newly honing his vigilance. This place will do. An eerie voice spread. It was an intense resonance. For a moment, an extremely deep internal energy was felt. Thud, thud. From various places, corpses of warriors in blue martial clothes flew in. They seemed to be Namgung family warriors who had been secretly guarding the surroundings. The newer generation disciples' reaction was immediate. Shing! It was the unified sound of swords being drawn from all directions. No one was careless enough to ask about identities first. Each flashing their spirit light, they stared at the uninvited guests. Whenever the Dragon Phoenix gathering is held, the evil sects get involved. It was the same yesterday. When Namgung closes their doors, all sorts of flies stick to it. Isn't it natural since everything is out in the open? Even the main family has so many enemies. Let's end this quickly. Even more casual replies came to the later period disciples' composed reactions. The spy's words were true. Even the Orthodox sect's youngsters. Truly delightful. The reaction is good. Yes, it's common in the martial world. Many approached without footsteps. Blood-red hair mixed with black hair and chilling aura. There seemed to be 20 blood sword masters. They revealed blood-red spirit light as they glared at where Jeong Yeon-shin stood. They had appeared as soon as he spent time at Lotus Pavilion after entering Huizhou. It seemed intentional. Jeong Yeon-shin had already heard Ma Jin's words. That he would become the primary target for elimination after revealing martial arts that could become the natural enemy of the Blood Flame sect. It was true. He had learned while carrying out multiple missions. They said the Blood Flame sect's power had grown bizarrely large. Such a massive evil sect was mobilizing all its power to kill Jeong Yeon-shin. As an evil sect whose essence of power lay in techniques, the longer he spent in the martial world, the more easily he would be tracked, they said. It was part of their technique-based martial arts. If the Dragon Phoenix gathering had been held inside the Namgung family compound, this wouldn't have happened. Even Desolate Sect hadn't expected this. Blood Flame Sect. Insane. So many sword masters. How many branches have gathered? Many let out sighs. Even Jeong Yeon-shin, who had little experience in the martial world, had encountered them tiringly often. The later period disciples who had roamed the martial world before must feel the same. They appeared to be a terrifying force. Even Wangbo Myongrin's face in the distance had turned pale. Lazy Flame Dragon's expression, whose acupoints hadn't been unsealed yet, wasn't good either. This was the martial world. They said it was a place where inevitability and chance intertwined to create corpses unexpectedly. Just because you drove away a third-rate sect yesterday didn't mean a major sect wouldn't visit tomorrow. Even the Namgung family, who had locked their gates, might have been playing in the palm of the Blood Flame sect's hand. Everyone would die. It was an old method of evil sections. When they massacre the heirs of hostile orthodox sects, even the veteran masters would be affected. In the world of masters where the slightest difference matters, it creates an overwhelming psychological gap. Only the sound of water flowing while endlessly absorbing sunlight echoed. Had the river under the pavilion become the river Styx? There were young new generation disciples swallowing their saliva. This is good. Jeong Yeon-shin circulated his true energy following the predetermined verse. Immediately, Buddhist divine power began to rise throughout his body. As he wrapped his inner power around his right hand, he inwardly hoped. The seventh apostle of the Blood Flame sect had lost an eye to this martial art. He hoped they had brought the nullifying technique. If he could break that nullifying technique once more, there would be something to gain. His was a life that needed to grow stronger rapidly. He had to use any means available. You. One of the Blood Sword Masters stepped forward. He had the most black hair among the group. They said the martial might of sect swordsmen varied greatly. His spirit felt unusual from the start. In a busy city like Huizhou, there's nowhere our sect's eyes don't reach. You crawled in even though you must know there's a death warrant on you. The fools of the orthodox sects knew nothing. You are. Then you must know this too, Jeong Yeon-shin said. A blue-green energy gathered in his hanging hands. It was a unique martial art that existed nowhere else in the world. The moment demon-destroying blue steel hand appeared over the water that had swallowed the sun, there was energy magnificently spreading from his hands. Woong. It was the clearest energy of anyone present. A sky-blue mist-like wave spread out in all directions. Perhaps because he had accumulated a considerable amount of energy for creating the internal energy technique. Without even swinging his hands, he pushed back the entire group of Blood Sword Masters' energy. It was completely opposing. For a moment, there was no response. Question lingered on Jeong Yeon-shin's face.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.